In the midst of public humiliation, the wasteful young master found himself confronted by Li Haishan, who brazenly proclaimed, "The worthless scion of the Su family, do you dare to engage in battle?" With a cold smirk, Su Chen raised his hand, and to everyone's astonishment, the elder of the Yuaning realm was obliterated with a single strike. What nonsense about being a genius! Even the gatekeepers of the Su family are emperors. The system's notification resounded with fervor. Sign in for 1,000,000 years. The Hongmeng celestial body activated. Acquired 100,000 years of cultivation. The ancient emperor's weapon has recognized its master. Talented individuals from sacred lands are eagerly sweeping my doorstep, while the signs of ancient clans kneel, begging for my assistance in alchemy. Is this what you call a fallen aristocracy? The explosive king of the Inferno gang tore through the void, declaring, "Who dares to lay a finger on the Su family?" With the 9 transformations of the universe pill scattered like candy and the extermination sword array effortlessly arranged, 1,000,000 years of preparation culminated in this singular return that I shall carve the name of the Su family into the annals of every realm. The 9th prince of the Jinghong Empire sneered, "A mere refining void, Cultivator dares to contest with me." Su Chen chuckled as he crushed the imperial jade seal, asserting, "Even your ancestor must kneel and speak to me." Chapter 1. Trapped for 1,000,000 years, I awoke to a complete system. Ding! Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th grade return to Origin Pill. Ding! Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 years of cultivation. Ding! Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. As Su Chen's consciousness gradually regained clarity, he inquired, "System, how much time has passed?" The system replied, 10,000 years have elapsed." Su Chen's mind was inundated with countless thoughts. He felt as though eons had passed. Yet the system informs him it has merely been 10,000 years. He was originally an ordinary bricklayer. Although his family could not be described as affluent, they managed to get by, and life was relatively comfortable. However, an unfortunate car accident thrust him into a realm of time travel, simultaneously activating a system. Yet, this initial joy was short-lived, quickly giving way to despair. Though he had traversed dimensions, he had not fully completed the journey. The system, while activated, was not entirely functional. He found himself stranded in the midst of this transformative experience. The system indicated that full activation was necessary for complete traversal, a process that would take a staggering 1,000,000 years. In essence, he was condemned to exist in this lightless void for 1,000,000 years. Perhaps due to a lack of comprehension regarding the enormity of 1,000,000 years, Su Chen initially thought little of it, believing he could endure the passage of time. Yet, merely a year into this ordeal, he felt on the brink of madness. Were it not for the system kindly granting him a slumber function, he would have questioned his sanity in this chaotic expanse. It was eerily silent here. Devoid of any sound, he could not even produce a noise himself, communicating solely through thought with the system. If only the system could engage him in conversation, it would have been somewhat bearable. But alas, the system only provided targeted replies, leaving his trivial inquiries echoing in silence, compelling Su Chen to succumb to sleep. Though he fell into a deep slumber, he remained aware of the passage of time, albeit faintly. During this bout of sleep, he perceived that he had been resting for an exceedingly long duration, only to discover that a mere 10,000 years had elapsed. Beep. Automatic. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 first-grade recovery pills. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He opened the system backpack to find it filled with a dazzling array of items, the quantity exceedingly vast. Just the low-grade spirit stones amounted to nearly 300 billion, in addition to a multitude of other treasures. His system functionality was straightforward, featuring only a check-in option, allowing him to check in once every 24 hours and randomly receive rewards. However, the more check-ins he completed, the higher the caliber of the rewards. What good are all these treasures if I have no use for them? Reflecting on the fact that he had only passed 1% of the time, his mood began to grow somewhat agitated. With a wry smile, Su Chen took advantage of his slightly stabilized emotions to once again succumb to slumber. In this expanse of space, only the sound of the system's notifications remained. Time flowed swiftly. 300,000 years later. Beep. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the innate sacred body of the human race. Beep. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Beep. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received the Saint King level technique, killing God's essence. 500,000 years later. Beep. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient sacred weapon, the colorful Linglong Tower. Beep. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received 100,000 years of cultivation. Beep. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 million top-grade spirit stones, 800,000 years later. Beep. Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the ancient emperor's mixed yuan seal. Beep. Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the primordial immortal body. Beep. Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the ancient emperor-grade medicinal pill, the 9 turns of heaven and earth pill. System. How much time has elapsed? Within the void, the calm voice of Chen resonated. Perhaps having lingered here for an extended period, he had grown accustomed to solitude. His demeanor had become considerably steadier, devoid of the initial despair and collapse. 801,563 years. Has it truly been 800,000 years? A hint of a smile graced Chen's tranquil face. With approximately 180,000 years remaining, I shall soon depart from this wretched place. Throughout the countless millennia, it was the vision of a prosperous life after his successful traversal that sustained his spirit against the brink of collapse. Chen had acquired an abundance of treasures through his sign-ins. Once he traversed, his existence would undoubtedly be filled with unparalleled richness, and the mere thought was exhilarating. Having indulged in visions of a splendid future, Chen again succumbed to slumber, his face adorned with a smile. After enduring 90,000 years in the void, sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring 1 million immortal-grade spirit stones. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the immortal tier treasure, the heaven-slaying talisman. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the immortal tier 6th grade formation, the extermination of immortal sword array. 95,000 years later. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the summoning card of the mighty beings from the infinite realms. The explosive force of the Emperor Su Shaoke is unknown, yet it can exist for 10 breaths, assisting the host in vanquishing any foe. Sign-in successful. The system's notification echoed incessantly, and thus, for decades past, with merely 10 years remaining until the system's activation, Chen awakened. At this moment, his countenance radiated exhilaration. Nearly 1 million years had elapsed. Do you comprehend how I have endured this million-year span? In this moment, he could not suppress the surging waves. Within just 10 more years, and he would be free. After a considerable interval, Chen's emotions steadied, and he immediately sought to discover what delightful treasures he had signed for over the years. What is this? He beheld the first slot of the system's backpack, where a silhouette stood, exuding an air of formidable presence, reminiscent of an unparalleled powerhouse. The explosive gang, Su Shaoke. I created it. Chen was taken aback. He had indeed signed for such a treasure. If summoned directly, would it not wreak havoc? In a state of ecstatic fervor, Chen refrained from slumber during the final decade, frequently inquiring of the system how much time had elapsed. 10 years, neither excessively long nor unduly short. Under typical circumstances, enduring a decade would be a trivial feat for Chen, having weathered years of solitude. Yet, as the activation of the system drew near, an unsettling anxiety began to creep into his heart. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. With a cold voice resonating in the void, the system has been successfully activated. The traversal begins. As the chilling voice echoed, Chen's consciousness abruptly dissipated. When he regained his senses, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The young master has awakened. Quickly, informed the family head. A voice filled with surprise pierced through Chen's ears. Chapter 2. The Primordial Immortal Body, a Century of Cultivation Sound. A radiant smile illuminated Chen's face as he finally heard a voice after countless years of existence in the void. He began to survey the world before him. Filled with an atmosphere reminiscent of ancient times, the architecture, the furnishings, and the decorations all exuded a timeless elegance. coupled with the memories flooding his mind. Su Chen's expression blossomed into a joyful grin. Indeed, this was the fabled world of fantasy. I, Su Chen, have finally traversed into another realm. However, his smile soon faded, as he became acutely aware of numerous unsettling truths buried within his recollections. Su Chen was once the prodigious scion of the Su family in Minghua City, born with an extraordinary spiritual root. This exceptional endowment was immensely powerful, allowing for virtually unimpeded breakthroughs into the harmonization stage, and, with auspicious opportunities, even the origin returning stage. It is worth noting that the current head of the Su family has merely reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. Su Chen's remarkable talents garnered him significant attention within his clan, and the Su family devoted their utmost efforts to nurture him, viewing him as the beacon of hope for their future. He did not disappoint his kin at the tender age of 18. He ascended to the peak of the core formation stage, his cultivation speed astonishing all who beheld it. Yet, not long ago, he fell victim to a treacherous ambush that left him gravely injured and on the brink of death. His spiritual root was obliterated by his assailant, resulting in the loss of all his cultivation and reducing him to a state of utter helplessness. What a tragic fate, a genius beset by calamity. But fear not, for I shall live on in your stead. Excitement was etched across Su Chen's face. The moment for him to showcase his prowess had finally arrived. He was determined to make the name Su Chen resonate throughout the realms. However, with his exceptional spiritual root now rendered useless, his immediate task was to restore his physical form. The absence of such a lowly constitution was, in fact, a blessing. He promptly accessed his system backpack, eager to select the finest physique from his sign-in rewards. Celestial body. He had acquired only 37 varieties of this caliber, underscoring their rarity. The system backpack functioned similarly to an inventory in a game, automatically sorting items based on their overall potency. At the forefront, there lay the renowned primordial celestial body, hailed as the most formidable among its kind. This physique boasted unparalleled strength, far surpassing the so-called innate human sacred bodies, and in the later stages, it could cultivate primordial chi, which harbored the ultimate destructive power capable of annihilating all existence. Very well, it shall be you, Su Chen declared, poised to integrate the physique when a figure swiftly entered the room, exuding an impressive vigor. Xiao Chen, how is your physique? Are you feeling any better? Su Chen immediately withdrew from the system space, his gaze landing on the individual before him. He hesitantly called out, "Third uncle." The person standing there was none other than Su Yuanba, the third elder of the Su family, with manifest solicitude etched upon his countenance. Su Yuanba's visage was illuminated with unfeigned delight upon hearing Su Chen's voice. You nearly frightened your third uncle to death. Thank heavens you have regained consciousness. Your elder brother has been tirelessly seeking medical assistance for your ailment, expending a king's ransom in resources and nearly depleting the family's coffers. Had you not awakened, it would have been a dire affair indeed. Su Yuanba abruptly realized his imprudence, adroitly veering from his previous course. With a nervous chuckle, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "But why dwell on such matters? The paramount concern is that you have recovered." Xiao Chen, gazing upon his third uncle's solicitous mien, a warm sensation enveloped Su Chen's heart. Despite the Su family's vast multitude, numbering over 1,000 souls including collateral branches, one would expect the bonds among the direct descendants to be tenuous at best. However, their Su lineage stood apart, characterized by an unprecedented unity among all direct descendants, devoid of any internecine strife. Su Chen inquired, "Where is my father, third uncle?" Su Yuanba responded, "Your elder brother departed for 10,000 Medicines Mountain a few days ago in search of a remedy to save your life. By my reckoning, he should be returning home shortly." Upon hearing these words, another surge of warmth coursed through Su Chen's veins, intensifying his sense of belonging to the Su family. At long last, I am no longer alone. Having languished in that ethereal void for 1,000,000 years, his solitude had become unbearable. Su Chen yearned for the embrace of familial affection. Henceforth, the Su family shall be under my protection. Su Yuanba refrained from further idle chatter, offering a few words of concern before urging Su Chen to rest. Once he had departed, Su Chen once more turned his gaze towards the system inventory. The primordial immortal body. Activate. System. Does the host require the suppression of anomalies? Su Chen immediately recalled the introduction of the primordial immortal body, which is accompanied by an aura of primordial essence stretching for miles at birth, a spectacle that brings the submission of myriad immortals. Yes, he jested, once this phenomenon manifests, the entire world shall be aware of it. Having just traversed into this realm, his understanding of it was still rudimentary, Thus it was prudent to proceed with caution. Activation successful. In an instant, Su Chen's heartbeat surged like the resounding thump of a drum, resonant and profound. His entire being began to undergo rapid transformation. His meridians hardened like iron, and his blood coursed through him like a raging river, no longer a vivid red, but rather imbued with a subtle purple hue. Su Chen's gaze transformed into a pure shade of purple, an appearance both bizarre and captivating. This was the exclusive ability of the nascent primordial immortal body, the primordial eye. This power could unveil illusions, dispel malevolent forces, analyze the adversary's onslaught, and observe the essence, rendering it immensely formidable. At present, Su Chen possessed no cultivation. Yet even with this corporeal form alone, he could rival a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Moments later, the peculiarities about him dissipated, and as he sensed the overwhelming power within, a smile graced Su Chen's face. This primordial immortal body was indeed potent, exceedingly impressive. Next, it was time to elevate his cultivation. His signing-in system had accrued an astonishing amount of cultivation resources, nearly 100 billion years worth. This cultivation level is a result of his regular practice. Even if he merely sat in meditation for 100 billion years, his prowess would ascend to an exceptionally terrifying realm. Let us begin by utilizing 100,000 years of cultivation. System, do you wish to suppress the fluctuation of your cultivation? Is such an operation even possible? Su Chen decisively opted for suppression. Moments later, an unsettling aura emanated from within him, beginning to surge exponentially. However, this formidable wave dissipated without a trace after merely extending 3 meters. Consolidation stage. Ninth layer of Qi consolidation, foundation establishment stage, core formation stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, void refinement stage, unity stage, return to origin stage, path entry stage, early saint stage, mid-saint stage. It was only upon reaching the mid-saint stage that his internal cultivation ceased its ascent. Su Chen was utterly taken aback. A saint. As far as he knew, such beings were dominators within the entire Xintian realm. Attaining the level of a saint meant being an ancestral figure presiding over a sacred ground. To reach the saint level by merely utilizing 100,000 years of cultivation, how formidable would he be if he were to employ all of it? Would he not directly ascend to become the emperor chronicled in ancient texts? Or perhaps, would he ascend to immortality? This system is truly a pure iron cheat. Su Chen had initially intended to test the effects of 100,000 years. He never anticipated leaping through so many realms. Just as he was immersed in astonishment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, resonating throughout the Su family estate. Su Chen, do you dare to battle me? Will you merely cower like a turtle? Su Chen immediately extended his spiritual sense, and upon recognizing the visitor, his expression turned icy. Seeking trouble, are we? He rose to his feet and strode directly towards the door, relishing the opportunity to stretch his limbs after lingering in that void for so long. Chapter 3. The crisis of the Su family. A young man with a stern countenance stood outside the Su residence, accompanied by a vigilant middle-aged man, who appeared to be a guardian, keeping a watchful eye on the Su family. Although Su Chen had indeed been rendered powerless, the Su family still retained its strength, as two formidable beings in the divine transformation stage remained alive. Li Haishan, you despicable coward. When our young master was still capable, you dared not utter a word against him. Now that he is in trouble, you have the audacity to show your face. One of the Su family members exclaimed. Indeed, you are no man at all. How dare someone like you consider himself an enemy of our young master? Pa. The members of the Su family hurled scornful insults at Li Haishan, who remained unmoved, seemingly indifferent to their words. The Li family was once one of the 5 prominent clans of Mingyue City, boasting a powerful figure in the divine transformation stage among its ranks. When Su Chen was still in the foundation establishment stage, he challenged the younger generation of the various families in the city, and Li Haishan, being the most gifted of the Li clan, was naturally singled out for confrontation. The outcome was disastrous. He suffered a crushing defeat, leaving him utterly humiliated. This incident instilled a deep-seated hatred in Li Haishan towards Su Chen. He was acutely aware that he would never stand a chance against Su Chen. Thus, he could only seek revenge now that Su Chen's abilities had been extinguished, though such an act lacked honor. The prospect of utterly shattering Su Chen's reputation and solidifying his status as a waste was a price Li Haishan deemed worthy to pay. Li Haishan coldly declared, the once proud prodigy of the Su family is now nothing more than a talentless waste. It is he who truly lacks the qualifications. If you still possess any courage, come forth and face me in battle. Is the esteemed young master of the Su family truly this cowardly? His voice bore no veil, resonating throughout the Su estate. A considerable crowd had already gathered around the Su family, murmuring about Li Haishan's brazen taunts. How shameless of him to challenge only after Su Chen's powers had been stripped away. Where was he before? The sentiment was palpable. While it was undeniable that Su Chen possessed exceptional talent, his life was tragically short. Can a genius whose brilliance is extinguished still be called a genius? Many concurred with this reasoning. Although Li Haishan's actions were somewhat unscrupulous, it was equally true that Su Chen had become a mere shadow of his former self, and the contempt he faced was well-deserved. In the throng, most voices were laced with scorn directed at Su Chen. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. They relished the opportunity to trample upon a fallen genius who had once incited their envy. After all, the once lofty prodigy had now sunk below even their inferior spiritual roots. Within the Su family, aside from the elder Su Yunqian who remained outside, the remaining 4 elders had gathered. Su Yuanba bellowed in fury. This Li family truly goes too far. Perhaps we should simply eliminate Li Haishan. Su Chen is the facade of the Su family. The insult directed towards him by Li Haishan is tantamount to an affront against the very essence of the Su lineage. The second elder, Su Qingyun, let out a bitter smile and remarked, "The patriarch and the eldest elder have gone out in search of a remedy for Chen. It would be prudent not to provoke the Li family at this juncture. Both the patriarch and the eldest elder possess the strength of the transformation stage. Their absence from the Su family renders any conflict with the Li family perilous." The fifth elder, Su Yunpeng, spoke solemnly to Su Yuanba, fourth brother. The other 3 prominent families in Mingwei City are subtly gravitating towards the Wang family. We must exercise restraint during this critical period. In total, there are 5 major families in Mingwei City that possess transformation stage cultivators: the Wang family, the Su family, the Li family, the Yuan family, and the He family. Among them, the Wang family boasts 3 transformation stage cultivators, making them the most formidable family, although they have historically been at odds with the Su family. Moreover, both the Li and He families have only 1 transformation stage cultivator, while the Su and Yuan families each have 2. Previously, the He family maintained an alliance with the Su family, largely due to their hopes for Su Chen's future. However, with Su Chen's unfortunate downfall, this alliance has inevitably unraveled, leading the He family to lean more towards the Wang family. Fuming, Su Yuanba exclaimed, "Are we to simply await our demise? The Su family is already struggling financially, and with the expenses incurred for young Chen's treatment, their resources have dwindled to less than 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Even with frugal living, they can sustain the family for at most 3 months. What shall we do after those 3 months? Do not forget, in 10 days, the auction gala of Wanao Pavilion will take place, and this time, there is yet another treasured item. The Wang family already boasts 3 members at the transformation stage. Should they gain another, the Su family shall surely face annihilation." Upon hearing this, the elders wore expressions of grave concern. The situation of the Su family is indeed dire, bordering on catastrophic. All of this stems from the chain reaction initiated by Su Chen's disgrace. The Su family is truly destitute now, beset by internal strife and external threats. The elders bore looks of sorrow, their eyes filled with anxiety. Su Qingyan shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. Chen is headstrong. After his cultivation was destroyed, he must be suffering greatly. We should set up a soundproof array in his courtyard to shield him from Li Haishan's provocations. As for the crisis facing the Su family, Su Qingyan's gaze suddenly ignited with a fierce determination, and he spoke with a cold, cutting voice, "Brothers, let us not forget our roots. The Su family originated as bandits and rose to become one of the 5 great families in Mingwei City, not merely by words. Should we truly be pushed to our limits, we shall retaliate with overwhelming force, turning the tides and ensuring mutual destruction." The faces of the other 3 also hardened in response. Just then, an urgent voice broke through. "Third elder, it is grave. The young clan leader intends to confront Li Haishan." "What?" Suddenly, Su Yuanba rose to his feet. Having just observed Su Chen's condition, the latter could barely walk. And facing Li Haishan would surely spell disaster. "Why did you not stop him?" In response to Su Yuanba's inquiry, a young man, his face etched with fear, fell to his knees and, in a tone of utter bewilderment, stammered, "Fourth elder, I could not restrain the young patriarch. He simply pushed me aside." "Are you trying to deceive me?" Su Yuanba's fury ignited. He knew all too well Su Chen's state. How could a mere 7th-level qi condensation practitioner push you away? "Enough. Fourth brother, go ascertain the situation at once. Our elder brother has been exceedingly worried." We must ensure that Chen remains unharmed. Su Qingyan hastily rose and made his way toward the door, followed closely by the other three elders. Outside the Su residence, Li Haishan intermittently shouted, "Su Chen, you cowardly turtle! Do you intend to remain sheltered within the Su family for the rest of your life? Why not bow before me and apologize? If you do, I might spare you and refrain from causing you further trouble." Among the crowd, many from the Li family joined in the raucous mockery. "Young master, it appears Su Chen is indeed frightened. He is nothing but a waste and dares not show himself before you." The jeers were relentless, each taunt more scathing than the last, rendering the insults directed at Su Chen utterly unbearable. At that moment, a cold yet familiar voice resonated from within the Su residence. "How intriguing, Li Haishan, that a worthless wretch like you dares to bark at my Su family." Chapter 4. The defeated Li Haishan, slaying the nascent soul stage. Unleashing divine might, the scene was abruptly engulfed in silence, as everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance of the Su family estate. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Haishan's pupils constricted sharply, a primal fear surging within him. However, recalling that Su Chen had long been rendered powerless, he let out a cold chuckle. "Isn't this the renowned genius of Mingwei City? I thought you would hide away in the Su family for eternity." He emphasized the word genius, dripping with derision. Su Chen's emergence was unexpected. Since he had chosen to appear, it was only fitting that he be subjected to ridicule. With an indifferent expression, Su Chen cast a frigid glance at Li Haishan. Strangely, Li Haishan felt a prickling sensation, as though he were being scrutinized by some terrifying beast. After a brief pause, Su Chen spoke in a calm tone. "In truth, individuals like you, devoid of merit, are unworthy to contend with me. Yet your incessant noise has become unbearable. Did you not come here to challenge me? I accept." His words reverberated through the crowd, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Su Chen. Surely, he could not have truly agreed to fight young Master Li. Did he still consider himself the genius he once was? Presently, a single blow from young Master Li would likely leave Su Chen in ruins. Perhaps he had succumbed to madness, losing all sense of reason. A chorus of mocking gasps erupted, as the onlookers had never entertained the notion that Su Chen would acquiesce. Such a development was utterly preposterous. In the Su family, two young heirs could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Young clan leader, this cannot be." The first was Su Minghu, the eldest son of Su Qingyun, and the second was Su Kongshan, the second son of Su Yunpeng. Their faces were etched with concern. No one understood Su Chen's condition better than the members of the Su family. The mere fact that he could think clearly and walk normally was a blessing. So how could he possibly triumph over Li Haishan, who was in the later stages of foundation building? "Xiao Chen." At that moment, a resonant voice echoed as Su Yuanba emerged from within the Su residence. His aura, indicative of being in the late stage of the nascent soul, bore a palpable pressure that caused everyone present to feel a shiver of apprehension. While they dared to ridicule Su Chen, they would never dare to mock the Su family itself. After all, it was one thing to scorn Su Chen, but it was another entirely to consider the repercussions of offending the entire clan. Su Yuanba swiftly approached Su Chen, his face alight with joy. "Xiao Chen, are you truly well?" Su Chen did not conceal his condition. He smiled and nodded. "Fourth uncle, I am nearly recovered." Su Yuanba trembled slightly as he placed a gentle hand on Su Chen's shoulder, repeating, "Good, very good." His three affirmations revealed his genuine concern for Su Chen. However, he soon expressed his resignation, saying, "Xiao Chen, Li Haishan's intention is to humiliate you. You must not allow him to succeed." Su Qingyun then approached, speaking softly, "Chen, your third uncle must speak candidly with you. Your cultivation has been severely crippled. However, the Su family shall not look down upon you. We will exert every effort to resolve the issue concerning your spiritual roots. There exist certain treasures in this world capable of mending such problems, and the Su family will diligently seek them for you. Will you return home with us?" They all understood that Su Chen could not swallow this humiliation. But the reality was already set. His cultivation had been rendered void, and in a competition against Li Haishan, defeat was inevitable. He possessed no chance of victory whatsoever. Moreover, given that Su Chen had only recently recovered from his injuries, it was uncertain whether he could even best an ordinary person, let alone triumph over Li Haishan. Observing the concerned expressions of the two, a warm current flowed through Su Chen's heart as he confidently declared, "Third uncle, fourth uncle, do not worry, I shall be fine." Su Yuanba and Su Qingyun were immediately alarmed, yet upon catching a glimpse of Su Chen's resolute gaze, they realized that stopping him was futile. Even if they forcibly brought Su Chen back to the Su family, what difference would it make if he could not come to terms with the fact that his cultivation had been destroyed? To Su Chen, merely surviving within the Su family would be akin to living in a state of death. With a resigned sigh, Su Qingyan shifted aside. In that case, he could only hope to rescue Su Chen at a critical juncture. After all, his elder brother had but one son, and they could not allow anything unfortunate to befall him. Li Haishan regarded Su Chen with a cold smile and said, "If you have the courage, follow me to the training grounds." He then made his way toward the arena, a place where duels and competitions frequently occurred, often showcasing formidable cultivators. The entire arena was bustling with activity, attracting numerous spectators each day eager to witness the battles. Li Haishan deliberately chose this location, intent on bringing shame to Su Chen. Calmly, Su Chen remarked, "There is no need for such trouble. Let us settle this here." Li Haishan paused. Turning to face Su Chen with a mocking smile, he scoffed. "Su Chen, are you truly so fearful of my potential to kill you that you wish to compete right before the Su family's door? Haha. Is this what genius looks like? It seems even the gifted can be so cowardly." A chill swept through Su Chen's gaze as his figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already at Li Haishan's side. With a swift motion, Su Chen struck, and a ghastly wound manifested on Li Haishan's abdomen, blood gushing forth incessantly. His spiritual energy began to dissipate rapidly through the gaping wound. "Did you not mock me as a useless being? Then allow yourself to experience what it feels like to be a waste." Su Chen had no intention of easily killing Li Haishan. Rather, he aimed to proclaim to all that he, Su Chen, had returned. Trembling, Li Haishan collapsed to the ground. Staring in disbelief at the blood pouring from his abdomen and the overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. What had transpired? He had not even seen Su Chen strike. His cultivation had been rendered null. Furthermore, was Su Chen not supposed to be crippled? How could he possibly possess such strength? Li Haishan's pupils were filled with despair and regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have sought vengeance against him. His cultivation had been rendered null. Even if he could salvage his life, his future would be that of a humble ant. The figure of the Li family, at the nascent soul stage, experienced a drastic change in expression, his face contorted with fury. "You dare to incapacitate Li Haishan? You shall perish." Li Haishan was the most gifted individual of their clan, destined to become at the very least a powerful being at the transformation stage. Now, having been crippled by Su Chen, how could they not be enraged? Su Qingyan quickly emerged from his shock, shouting furiously, "Li Qiu, how dare you?" Li Qiu's eyes were filled with madness. Having crippled our clan's genius, Su Chen must die. An overwhelming force surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, causing the onlookers to change their expressions drastically. A battle between nascent soul cultivators was no trivial matter. A single misstep could lead to collateral damage, and those of lesser strength might even perish in the aftermath. Su Qingyan's eyes were filled with rage. Time was of the essence. Li Qiu was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his power comparable to his own. Initially stunned, he realized that it was already too late to intervene. "Curse it, Chener. Quickly evade." Su Qingyan could only shout desperately, hoping to warn Su Chen that the likelihood of success was slim. Even if Su Chen's cultivation were restored, he would only reach the core formation stage. How could he possibly evade the assault of a nascent soul cultivator? Su Chen let out a cold laugh, gazing at Li Qiu with an icy demeanor. "What are you, to dare speak before me?" A chilling and piercing sound echoed as Su Chen moved with a swiftness that surpassed even Su Qingyan. His fist struck forth like a cannonball. With a resounding bang, Li Qiu was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground and burrowing dozens of meters deep, leaving behind a web-like fissure that spread outward. Li Qiu had drawn his last breath. The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Li Qiu was dead. Su Chen had slain the elder of the Li family, who was supposed to have been rendered powerless. How could he possess such formidable fighting prowess? A voice filled with terror rang out, instantly stirring a tempest of shock and dread among the onlookers. Chapter 5, Rebirth in Flames. A powerful mentor, a pall of silence descended upon the scene as all present stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the unfolding events. The instantaneous crippling of Li Haishan was a shocking spectacle in itself. However, the summary execution of Li Qiu at the hands of Su Chen was an act of even greater magnitude. Li Qiu was no mere nascent soul cultivator in the early stages. He was a formidable master of the late stage. Even Su Qingyan would have found subduing Li Qiu a challenge, let alone a junior like Su Chen. Yet, this seemingly impossible feat had transpired before their very eyes. Li Qiu had indeed been slain by Su Chen, and with instantaneous finality. Even the members of the Su family were in a state of suspended animation. Their eyes widened to the size of bells, their mouths agape as if capable of swallowing an egg whole. Su Qingyun and the four elders, including Su Yuanba, were utterly dumbfounded, their hearts awash with a tidal wave of astonishment. After a fleeting moment of silence, the Su family erupted in a chorus of fervent shouts. Young master! Young master! It became clear that not only had the young master's cultivation not been crippled, but he had also advanced further, to the point where he could vanquish Li Qiu, a master of the nascent soul stage. Truly, the heavens were watching over the Su family. Some of the clan elders were moved to tears, their faces flushed with excitement. Among those who had secretly come to observe the spectacle, many wore expressions of profound gloom. Su Chen had not been crippled after all. Several streets away, a man with a scar across his face wore a grim expression, his eyes glinting coldly as he spoke into the shadows. Hasten to relay the situation back to our superiors. Su Chen's cultivation has not been nullified. He has likely concealed his true strength and has probably already transcended to the Yuanying stage. It is highly probable that he is now at the late Yuanying phase, if not at its pinnacle. Achieving such a level of cultivation at such a young age suggests that it will not be long before he breaks through to the Huashan stage. We must act swiftly against the Su family, otherwise, the challenges ahead will only intensify. Furthermore, notify the Wang family to expedite their tangible actions. The prospect of reaping benefits without effort is futile. Soon, a response emerged from the shadows. As you command. The scarred man turned his gaze towards Su Chun in the distance, his eyes filled with trepidation. To achieve such cultivation before reaching his teenage years indicates that Su Chun harbors further significant secrets. It is no wonder the Su family is highly sought after with a generous bounty placed upon them. Contemplating this, a sinister smile crept across his face. Perhaps this could be an opportunity. If we can seize everything from the Su family, all secrets will belong to us, and we shall reap substantial rewards. Su Chen, your life is indeed fortunate. Even 30 elite cultivators of the Jedon stage could not bring you down. Before the gates of the Su family, Su Yuanba and Su Qingyun hastened to Su Chen's side, their hearts laden with countless questions, yet they instinctively shielded him behind them. Su Qingyun coldly addressed those around them, saying, Li Qiu's reckless assault on a junior of our clan resulted in his own demise. He is only himself to blame. Should the Li family dispute this matter, they are more than welcome to seek an explanation from the Su family. In the past, without Su Chen, their confidence was somewhat lacking. However, now that Su Chen's cultivation has been restored and he has grown exceedingly powerful, capable of slaying Li Qiu, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, this has instilled within them a profound sense of assurance. While other families possess deep-rooted foundations, the Su family stands apart. With few enterprises in Mingyue City, should they find themselves in dire straits, they could simply depart with Su Chun and return for vengeance once their strength is sufficiently formidable. This very reality has led the Wang family, despite their greater prowess, to refrain from provoking the Su family into a fatal confrontation. After speaking, Su Qingyun hurriedly took Su Chun back to the Su family estate. Within the grand hall of the Su family, only the four esteemed elders and Su Chun were present. Su Qingyun, with a grave expression, said, Chenner, please explain your situation to your second uncle. The peculiarity of Su Chen's rapid power growth left Su Qingyun concerned that he might have been possessed by another. Su Chun had already concocted an excuse. He raised his fist and struck towards Su Qingyun. Although the blow seemed light, it forced Su Qingyun, a peak nascent soul cultivator, to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. What? Su Qingyun's face was filled with astonishment, as Su Chen's casual strike left him without the ability to defend himself. With a smile, Su Chen explained, Second uncle, in my youth, I had a master of extraordinary strength. However, he instructed me not to disclose his identity, which is why I have kept it a secret. I am not endowed with an extraordinary spiritual root. Rather, I possess a sacred physique. This unique constitution only fully activates when I face a life-threatening peril. Thus, the recent obliteration of my cultivation can be perceived as a fortunate opportunity, allowing me to be reborn through the flames. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically, and he could not help but swallow hard. A sacred body. Su Chen possesses such an extraordinary constitution. Moreover, he has a master. Why has this information never come to light before? His gaze grew increasingly vigilant. What gift did I bestow upon you on your 7th birthday? Su Qingyun asked. With a wry smile, he replied dutifully, You gifted me a dagger, which I named Qingfeng, though I accidentally lost it later on. At the time, you presented it to me from the neighboring courtyard. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is quite common for cultivators to seize another's body. However, after such an event, one can only retain the recent memories of the original owner. Memories as distant as those from when one was 7 years old would undoubtedly be absent. Therefore, it seems Su Chun is unlikely to have been usurped. Joy radiated from Su Qingyun's face. You rascal. You've kept silent, nearly giving us a fright during this time. The 4 elders of the Su family were equally elated, as Su Chen was their nephew and the young patriarch destined to inherit the family legacy. The stronger Su Chen's abilities became, the more delighted they were. Su Yuanba spoke with an irritable tone. Since you have regained your strength, why did you feign such a woeful appearance when I came to visit you? Su Chun, scratching his head in resignation, replied, at that time, I had yet to activate the Hongming immortal body. I simply lacked the spirit to appear lively. Report. The family head and the elder have returned. 2 figures slowly entered the Su family residence. The foremost individual was tall and exuded a remarkable presence. He was Su Chi Tian, the head of the Su family. Beside him stood a more refined figure, embodying the essence of a scholar. This was Su Yunqian, the elder of the family. However, both wore somber expressions, evidently returning from their endeavor to aid Su Chen without success. Su Chi Tian sighed deeply. Second brother, with Chinner facing such a grave calamity, it may indeed be his fate. We should not squander the family's limited resources on his future treatment of his spiritual root. The past 2 months of relentless effort had left Su Chi Tian in despair. He had exhausted numerous methods and resources, yet to no avail. Su Chen could not even awaken, and his vitality had grown increasingly faint, though difficult to accept. It was evident that Su Chen was nearing his limits. In perhaps no more than half a month, his fate might be irrevocably sealed. Su Yunqian immediately retorted, Brother, how can you say such things? Since sister-in-law's departure, you have but this one son left. Even if we cannot preserve his cultivation, we must at least safeguard his life. I would go so far as to deplete the entire Su family if it means pulling him back from the brink of the netherworld. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingtian's face was etched with profound remorse, as he felt responsible for encumbering his entire clan. The Su family, not indigenous to Bright Moon City, but rather latecomers, faced the entrenched resistance of the city's 4 original transcendent god clans, particularly the Wang family, who harbored desires for their annihilation. Already in a precarious position, the Su family's circumstances were now further aggravated by this predicament. However, Su Qingtian was soon taken aback. In the distance, several figures were approaching to greet them, and as he caught sight of the youth among them, his pupils contracted sharply. Chinner. Chapter 6, Family Crisis. Chinner. Su Qingtian could not help but exclaim, rushing over with joy gleaming in his eyes. You have awakened? His gaze was filled with disbelief, as if this were merely a dream. Su Chen, sensing the concern in Su Qingtian's tone, smiled and replied, Father, I am awake. Upon hearing these words, the sturdy man trembled uncontrollably, taking a deep breath. Good. As long as you're awake. For days, he had been anxious about Su Chen's condition, nearly turning his hair gray with worry, all in the hope that Su Chen would regain consciousness. Su Qingtian reassured him, as long as you are here, that is what matters. Losing your cultivation is but a trivial matter. I will protect you for a lifetime. Wait a moment. Su Yuanba suddenly interrupted Su Qingtian's comforting words, his face adorned with a smile. Elder brother, since you have just returned, shouldn't we first inquire about what has transpired in the city? Su Qingtian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Su Yuanba revealed a mysterious smile, which left Su Yunqian beside him somewhat speechless. He scolded, Fourth brother, if you continue to put on airs, do you believe I will discipline you? Su Yuanba immediately shrank back in fear. Among his brothers, Su Yunqian was the one he feared the most. The situation unfolded thus. Little Chen had not actually been rendered incapable. Su Yuanba recounted the entire sequence of events, including the matter of Su Chen's enigmatic master. After listening, Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian were instantly petrified. It is no wonder that upon returning to the Su family, they noticed a deep pit in the street and the peculiar gazes of the surrounding people. It all stemmed from Su Chen. My goodness. He incapacitated Li Haishan and even killed Li Qiu. The key lies in his sacred physique. Such a heaven-defying constitution was something they had only heard of in ancient texts. The ranking of physiques includes inferior spiritual roots, medium spiritual roots, superior spiritual roots, exceptional spiritual roots, heavenly spiritual roots, innate spiritual bodies, and sacred bodies. Beyond that, they were at a loss. Even an exceptional spiritual root is terrifying, regarded as a treasure by the Su family, while a sacred body, 2 tiers above it, is beyond imagination in its fearsome nature. Su Qingtian swallowed hard and then raised his hand excitedly, saying, Chener, strike me with all your might. I wish to witness your current strength. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? With his mid-stage Saint cultivation, even a sneeze could obliterate Su Qingtian countless times. A full-force punch would likely send him to meet the ancestors of the Su family. However, Su Chen was also reluctant to reveal too much of his strength, as he had only just managed to smooth over his circumstances. Taking a deep breath, he feigned a full-force strike, though it was less than 1/10,000th of his true power. He raised his hand and struck towards Su Qingtian, immense force radiating from the center of Su Qingtian's palm. The corner of Su Qingtian's mouth twitched imperceptibly as excruciating pain surged from his palm into his mind. Hiss! It hurts. Clearing his throat delicately, Su Qingtian nonchalantly clasped his hands behind his back, remarking, the strength is quite commendable, likely having attained at least the threshold of divine transformation. It appears our Su family shall soon welcome another cultivator of the divine transformation stage. Su Yunqian discreetly glanced over. His countenance etched with astonishment as he observed the subtle tremor in Su Qingtian's hand. Su Chen, is he truly this formidable? He mused. Su Qingtian was, after all, a cultivator at the mid-stage of divine transformation. At that moment, Su Qingtian couldn't help but inquire, Chener, why is your physical body so exceptionally robust? A momentary pause ensued as Su Chen responded with a placid tone, I possess a sacred body, so a robust physique is only natural, wouldn't you agree? Su Qingtian was left speechless, acknowledging the irrefutable logic in the response. The strength of a sacred body was indeed beyond question, yet a nagging sense of peculiarity lingered, though he couldn't quite pinpoint its source. Seeing that Su Chen's matter had been resolved, Su Qingtian solemnly declared, now that Chener's issue has been addressed, and with all the esteemed elders present, perhaps we should deliberate on the pressing matters concerning the clan. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions gradually turned grave, fully aware that the Su family's current predicament demanded swift resolution. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingtian turned to Su Chen, saying, Chener, you shall join us as well. Given Su Chen's exceptional talent and strength, he was virtually assured of inheriting the position of clan leader. Familiarizing himself with the handling of clan affairs would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother transition when he eventually assumed leadership. The Su family's council hall awaited. 7 individuals sat upright with solemnity, comprising the 5 esteemed elders of the Su family, alongside Su Qingtian and his son. Su Qingtian was the first to speak. Addressing the 3rd elder, please share the current status of our family's spiritual stone reserves. Su Qingyun's countenance darkened slightly. In pursuit of precision, he retrieved several volumes from his spatial ring and, after thorough verification, replied, Elder brother, we possess a total of only 930,000. With a fluctuation not exceeding 30,000. 930,000. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian's expression turned profoundly grim. Such a meager quantity of spiritual stones meant that even if the Su family tightened their belts, they could only sustain themselves for 2 to 3 months. In this dire circumstance, the clan members would scarcely have adequate resources for cultivation, making it exceedingly difficult for them to elevate their prowess, as their requirements were substantial. These resources were nearly inconsequential. However, the younger generation within the clan faced a different predicament, as they were in desperate need of resources for their training. Moreover, there was Su Chen, a sacred body, whose breakthrough necessitated an even greater supply of resources. With a grave tone, Su Qingyun remarked, although our Su family possesses considerable assets, our expenditures far exceed our income. We must devise alternative strategies swiftly, otherwise, our family's resources will soon dwindle. The 4th elder, Su He, lamented, yet, our Su family has only been in Mingwei City for a little over a decade. Unless we resort to robbing the rich to aid the poor, it is truly challenging to acquire spiritual stones in the short term. The hall fell into a profound silence, the countenances of all present reflecting deep concern. The issue of resource scarcity loomed over them, leaving them momentarily at a loss for solutions. Su Chen glanced around, unable to suppress his voice. Is the Su family truly in want of resources? Su Qingyun sighed, responding with a hint of resignation. Chener, your understanding of the Su family is rather limited. Our foundation is precarious, and our reserves are quite meager. At present, our family's supply of spirit stones is nearly exhausted, and resources such as elixirs have long since been depleted. Upon hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing this was quite fortuitous. After all, he was never short of rare materials and resources like spirit stones. He opened the system to check the quantity of low-grade spirit stones. The count stood at 6,500 billion, 156 trillion. He couldn't be bothered to scrutinize the exact number. It was more than enough to last indefinitely. After a moment of contemplation, Chen retrieved a top-tier spatial ring acquired through signing in, the space within expansive enough to accommodate 3 football fields. He promptly filled it with 30 billion low-grade spirit stones and handed it to Su Qingtian, saying, "Father, I have a surplus of spirit stones here. They should help the family weather this crisis." Chapter 7. 3 billion spirit stones, truly not much. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian sighed helplessly and replied, "My dear son, it would be prudent for you to keep your personal savings. The quantity of spirit stones our family requires is exceedingly vast. Even your modest contribution would be but a drop in the ocean." Su Qingtian was well aware of the extent of Su Chen's wealth. Knowing that possessing 30,000 low-grade spirit stones was already considerable for him, Su Chen's daily cultivation demanded a substantial amount of resources, and he utilized everything he received, leaving him with little excess. Nonetheless, Su Chen's heartfelt intention was evident, which brought some comfort to Su Qingtian. When Su Chen observed his father's refusal, he earnestly added, "Father, this is but a small token of my regard. Though it may be insignificant, I would feel at ease knowing you have accepted it." Indeed, 3 billion low-grade spirit stones were not much, barely covering the tip of the iceberg. Witnessing Su Chen's fervent enthusiasm, Su Qingtian shook his head with a smile and took the spatial ring from Su Chen's hand. "Very well," he said, as he reached into the ring, exclaiming in surprise. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of shock as he stared, dumbfounded, at the contents of the spatial ring. From a state of bewilderment to confusion, then astonishment, and finally elation, Su Qingtian lifted his gaze, his voice filled with incredulity as he asked, "Chinner, where did you acquire these spirit stones?" Su Chen replied calmly with a smile, "They were all given to me by my master." Observing the astonished expression on Su Qingtian's face, Su Yinxian furrowed his brow, taking the spatial ring to investigate further. "Let me see what this is all about." Immediately, his expression transformed dramatically, almost mirroring that of Su Qingtian. Su Yinxian stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his face as he scrutinized Su Chen, barely refraining from exclaiming a vulgar expression. His countenance was rife with confusion and astonishment. "Is this for real? My goodness!" Observing the two's reactions, Su Yuanba also reached for the spatial ring. "I must see what this is all about." Yet, soon his expression mirrored theirs. "This amounts to 3 billion low-grade spirit stones." Su Yuanba's composure evidently faltered significantly, a gasp escaping his lips as he incredulously exclaimed, "This is 3 billion low-grade spirit stones." Even the entire reserve of the Wang family could hardly exceed 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. We have directly surpassed the Wang family's millennium of accumulated wealth, and by a staggering threefold. What? 3 billion low-grade spirit stones? The second elder, along with the fourth and fifth elders, subsequently took turns examining the spatial ring, their expressions morphing into sheer astonishment. It truly is 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Their gazes converged upon Su Chen, their eyes filled with bewilderment. This young nephew appeared to be entirely unrecognizable. First, he effortlessly eliminated Li Qiu, and then nonchalantly produced 3 billion low-grade spirit stones, claiming it was merely a token of his small sentiment. Is this truly your notion of a small sentiment? A mere token of appreciation amounts to 30 billion low-grade spirit stones? However, the crowd quickly returned to their senses, and Su Qingtian could not help but inquire, "Chinner, these must be the cultivation resources bestowed upon you by your master, correct?" Su Chen's eyes brightened, realizing that he had already concocted an excuse. He promptly replied, "You've seen right through me. The Su family is my home. When the Su family faces adversity, I am duty-bound to assist. My father may take these 30 billion low-grade spirit stones for use, as I possess ample resources myself. Moreover, my enigmatic master is exceedingly powerful and does not require such a trifling amount of spirit stones." In any case, he attributed all responsibility to that elusive master. The primary concern for Su Chen was to keep his system concealed, for it was his greatest trump card. Seeking alternative excuses would only lead to inconsistencies. It was far simpler to claim to have a formidable master. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingtian felt a sense of relief wash over him, his face beaming with joy. "Excellent. Truly, you are a worthy son of the Su family." Su Yuanba, equally elated, remarked, "If Xiao Chen's master can effortlessly provide him with 30 billion low-grade spirit stones for cultivation, he must have reached an extraordinarily terrifying realm. What is there to fear from the Wang family?" Su Yunxian furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Fourth brother, one's own strength is paramount. Relying on others will ultimately prove unsustainable." At this, Su Yuanba could not help but scratch his head, saying, "I was merely speaking off the cuff. Why do you take it so seriously, second brother?" Suddenly, Su Qitian spoke, "Chenner, these spirit stones are ultimately yours. Once we have weathered this crisis, we shall return the surplus to you." The enhancement of Su Chen's strength was of paramount importance. He did not wish to impede Su Chen's cultivation. With a slightly firm tone, Su Chen replied, "Father, I have already stated that you may utilize these resources as you see fit, whether for the training of clan disciples or for your own use. I am not in need of these spirit stones." Fearing they might doubt his sincerity, Su Chen waved his hand, revealing 3 spatial rings. "Behold these spatial rings. Each contains 30 billion low-grade spirit stones. If you find yourselves in need, simply inform me. I, Su Chen, am not lacking in spirit stones. When these are exhausted, I can request another 100 to 800 billion from my master." Crack! The teacup slipped from Su Yunxian's grasp, shattering on the floor with a crisp sound. After receiving 30 billion spirit stones, he believed the family could now rest easy. Wanting to quench his thirst, he was instead struck by Su Chen's astonishing revelation. 90 billion low-grade spirit stones, and he could directly request another 100 to 800 billion from his master. What an absurd master. Su Chen tossed the rings onto the table. "If you do not believe me, see for yourselves." Su Yunxian immediately leaned closer to investigate, and indeed, each spatial ring contained 30 billion low-grade spirit stones. He could not help but swallow hard, casting a glance at his bewildered brothers, and then silently nodded. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, as the crowd was rendered speechless by their astonishment. The entirety of the Wang family's wealth, accumulated over a millennium, amounted to merely around 1 billion spirit stones, and now Su Chen had effortlessly surpassed that. Was the disparity truly this vast? Su Chen retracted 3 spatial rings and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, 30 billion low-grade spirit stones is hardly excessive." Though his tone was remarkably calm, it struck like a devastating blow, profoundly impacting those present. 30 billion spirit stones is not excessive. This was indeed an astronomical figure. Should one not reflect on the enormity of such a statement? Su Chen continued, "Father, I am the young patriarch of the Su family. These 30 billion spirit stones shall be utilized for the development of our clan. As I have mentioned before, should you find yourselves in need, feel free to inform me, for I truly lack nothing in the way of spirit stones." Initially, he had intended to offer some rare heavenly materials to them, but upon further contemplation, he deemed such matters to be urgent yet difficult to articulate. Thus he settled for providing the 30 billion spirit stones alone. Chapter 8. The Royal Conspiracy and Economic Sanctions. The Su family treated him with utmost sincerity, and Su Chen found great pleasure in the familial environment. Strengthening the Su family was a desire he held dearly, especially given his inevitable future as its patriarch. It was only natural for him to wish for the family's advancement. Before long, several high-ranking members of the Su family emerged from the hall, their expressions still dazed as they struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired. Su Qitian gazed at the spatial ring in his hand, feeling as though everything was a surreal dream. This contained a staggering 30 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even if the Su family were to generate no income, they could sustain themselves for a century. Without hesitation, Su Qitian handed the spatial ring to Su Qingyun and instructed, "Third brother, please distribute the cultivation resources that were lacking last month to the clan members." Su Qingyun promptly nodded, "Understood." After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Qingtian continued, "Let us not concern ourselves with the collateral branches for now. The cultivation resources for the direct lineage will be tripled starting next month." In his view, resources were meant for cultivation. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in storage, it was far more beneficial to allocate them to the disciples for their training. Only by enhancing their strength could they gain greater influence in this world. Su Qingyan nodded solemnly, "Very well, I shall see to it." In Mingwei City, the Wang family stood as an established power, once the foremost among the 4 great clans, possessing immense strength and housing 3 formidable experts in the transformation stage. Today, the transformation stage practitioners from all 4 clans convened at the Wang family estate. Within the Wang family's council hall, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Ming, sat in the central position. To his left were the esteemed elder Wang Shou and the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Hao. To his right sat Li Feiqi, the leader of the Li family, alongside He Han Yuan, the patriarch of the He family. The grand hall was filled predominantly with powerful beings at the divine transformation stage, save for the servants who attended to their needs. Wang Ming surveyed the room and spoke in a measured tone. Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the situation concerning Su Chen? Li Feiqi's gaze was icy as he replied, Patriarch Wang, that wretched Su Chen has slain my third brother. I harbor an irreconcilable grudge against the Su family. If you take the lead, I shall readily join you in annihilating them. The Li family's strength was already limited, possessing only one member at the divine transformation stage. The death of a nascent soul cultivator would greatly impact them, justifying Li Feiqi's fury. Had the Su family not boasted two divine transformation experts, he would have stormed their residence to exact vengeance on Su Chen long ago. Let us not be hasty, Wang Ming interjected calmly, gesturing for restraint. He turned his attention towards Yuan Hao and He Hong Yuan, inquiring, What are your thoughts, esteemed leaders? His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing somewhat frigid. The purpose of this assembly was to determine the alliances of the factions present, whether to support the Su family, to unite with the Wang family, or to adopt a neutral stance. Yuan Hao, with a smile, promptly declared, The four great families are united. The Yuan family is naturally inclined to cooperate with the Wang family to eradicate the Su family. With Yuan's endorsement, all eyes turned expectantly towards He Hong Yuan. Though he had previously allied with the Su family and recognized their considerable potential, he found himself wavering. However, now that the three prominent families have joined forces, should they also ally with the Su family, it is likely that the He family will ultimately suffer the consequences. He Hong Yuan immediately responded with a smile. Master Yuan is indeed correct. Our four families are united as one and should naturally confront the Su family, our common foe. The He family's strength is relatively weak, possessing only one formidable cultivator at the transformation stage, often leaving them with little room for choice. Wang Ming, with a smile on his face, remarked, If that is the case, then we have reached an agreement. Li Feiqi promptly inquired, Master Wang, when shall we proceed to eradicate the Su family? His tone was laced with urgency, for although the Su family boasts merely two cultivators at the nascent soul stage, their potential is exceedingly vast. The second elder, Su Qingyun, stands at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from the transformation stage. The third elder, Su Yuanba, is also at the late nascent soul stage, and it is expected that he will soon break through. The critical factor is the emergence of the exceptionally gifted Su Chen. Facing such a promising family, he is eager to annihilate them at once to prevent future troubles. Both Yuan and He families wore grave expressions, looking to Wang Ming, hoping he would provide guidance. The Su family has indeed developed at an alarming pace. Since they have formed an alliance, they must swiftly eliminate the Su family. Wang Ming shook his head, as the head of the family. I am at the late transformation stage, and within our ranks, we have one at the mid-transformation stage and another at the initial transformation stage. Had it been possible to eradicate the Su family, I would have already collaborated with Master Li to do so. My inaction is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a matter of caution. Why? Li Feiqi inquired, his urgency palpable as he addressed the assembly. The others, equally intrigued, turned their gazes toward Wang Ming. Could it be that the Su family possessed some hidden card that instilled fear in the Wang family? Or were they merely concerned that the Su family might regroup and return with vengeance? Wang Ming, his expression somber, replied, Su Hongyuan is not dead. What? Li Feiqi exclaimed, astonishment flooding his features, swiftly replaced by a visage of dread. Su Hongyuan, the venerable patriarch of the Su family, a formidable force at the half-step void refinement stage. If he were indeed alive, it rendered the alliance of the four great families a mere farce. Yuan Hao, equally alarmed, interjected, Master Wang, this is no trifling matter. Su Hongyuan had but a breath remaining upon entering Mingwei City over a decade ago. It is inconceivable that he still lives. The Su family had initially possessed only two at the transformation stage, and the four great families had unanimously opposed any encroachment. The mere thought of an additional force at the transformation stage infiltrating Mingwei City was intolerable to them, for the city's resources were limited, and they had already divided the spoils. Ultimately, it was Su Hongyuan's relentless determination that compelled the four great families to acquiesce to the Su family's entry into Mingwei City. Without Su Hongyuan, the Su family would have never truly established themselves there. Wang Ming, maintaining his composure, reassured them, rest assured, although Su Hongyuan is not dead, he is on the brink. Today, you have been summoned to the Wang family not to deliberate on how to annihilate the Su family, for Su Hongyuan is, after all, at the threshold of the void refinement stage. Even if he clings to life, he is not someone we can contend with. You are all well aware of the Su family's circumstances. Their foundation in Mingwei City is notably fragile, and they are bereft of resources within their clan. If we can impose sanctions upon them and sever their access to resources, we shall achieve victory without battle. The Su family has a perfected nascent soul cultivator, Su Qingyun. Yet our Wang family boasts a peak nascent soul expert, as do the Yuan and Li families. As long as we can endure, triumph will be ours. Wang Ming concluded his remarks in one breath, then fixed his gaze intently upon the others. Li Feiqi pondered for a moment, then a smile illuminated his face. Master Wang, your strategy is brilliant. The Su family is merely a pack of impoverished wretches. I have heard that last month, they dispensed only 60% of their usual resources, suggesting they are nearing a dire predicament. Yuan Hao chimed in, if we can cut off the Su family's resources, Su Qingyun will be unable to advance to the transformation stage, and Su Chen will be deprived of cultivation resources. With this shift in circumstances, we shall inevitably overpower the Su family. The Su family's own kin are on the brink of starvation, from a resource standpoint. Any one of our 4 great families could easily toy with the Su family. The 4 families swiftly reached a consensus and resolved to impose economic sanctions on the Su family. The cornerstone of the Su family's enterprise lies in their shops. This is their core industry. If we can divert the foot traffic from these establishments, the Su family's income will plummet by at least 80%. Soon, they devised a meticulous plan, a price war. The Su family's financial foundation is fragile, and the profits from their shops are meager. They primarily rely on high volume. By merely lowering their prices slightly, they can effortlessly cripple the Su family's operations. Chapter 9. Are you serious about thousands of pills? Joa Street, Yulin Street, Fenghua Street. These 3 thoroughfares serve as the primary hubs for the Su family commerce. As the members of the Su family arrived to commence their operations, they were taken aback to discover a plethora of unfamiliar shops lining the streets. Initially, they paid little heed to this peculiar development, but soon realized something was amiss. The merchandise offered by these establishments bore a striking resemblance to their own. Yet the sole distinction lay in the pricing. These new shops were retailing their goods at approximately 20% less than those of the Su family. The wares sold by the Su family were of modest quality, primarily catering to the needs of ordinary cultivators. Naturally, for such individuals, every coin saved was of utmost importance. The irresistible allure of a 20% discount swiftly drew in throngs of customers, including many loyal patrons of the Su establishment. Manager, I have ascertained the facts. A servant reported, his expression grave. A middle-aged man, his countenance dark and eyes brimming with murderous intent, inquired, who dares to oppose the Su family? The reporting servant's demeanor shifted, revealing a mix of trepidation and unease. The shops in question are all affiliated with the 4 great families, he divulged. The manager's expression changed abruptly. Are you certain that all 4 great families are involved? I am quite certain. Nearly 60 newly established shops have opened, the majority being from the Wang family, while the He family has established at least 7, the servant clarified. As he absorbed this information, the manager's expression darkened once more. The collusion of the 4 great families against the Su family was glaringly evident. So he rose to his feet and cautioned, do not provoke them. Having said that, he promptly departed the shop, making his way towards the Su family estate. The matter was of utmost significance, and he felt compelled to report it to his family without delay. In the Su family's assembly hall, nearly 30 individuals were seated, all of whom wielded considerable influence within the clan. Aside from several elders, numerous collateral relatives were also present. Su Qingtian, with a grave expression, spoke up. I shall not mince words. Su has conveyed alarming news. The 4 great families have united to establish shops, encroaching upon our Su family's business by offering identical goods at prices nearly 20% lower. What? A wave of shock rippled through the assembly. As the weight of this revelation settled upon them, the mere fact that the 4 great families had allied suggested they had firmly taken sides. Su He, with a furrowed brow, remarked, our shop's profitability is crucial for sustaining the family's operations. This maneuver by the 4 great families is an attempt to sever our lifeline. Without the revenue from the shops, the Su family would struggle to support its 1,000-strong lineage. Even the 30 billion spirit stones provided by Su Chen was but a temporary solution. Their family was not destined to fade into obscurity in mere decades. The hall was enveloped in a solemn silence, devoid of chatter or whispers. Each individual bore a serious countenance, deep in contemplation. The purpose of the council was to devise a resolution, and without a decision, there was no need for idle talk. Suddenly, a robust middle-aged man rose from his seat. He was Su Zhuang from the collateral line. There is one more matter I must report to the family head. Su Qitian raised his head and commanded, "Speak." Su Zhuang, with a troubled expression, replied, "This morning, I received news that I have yet to report. Several Yuan Ing-tier mercenary groups that had previously collaborated with our Su family have chosen to terminate their partnerships, refusing to provide resources any longer. Upon inquiry, they cited the Wang family's coercion and inducements, offering exorbitant prices to prevent any collaboration with us." Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian's eyes ignited with a fearsome killing intent. The Wang family has gone too far. No, it is not solely the Wang family. It encompasses all four prominent families. The resources sold by the various families in the city are derived from a small portion of treasures sought after by the families themselves, while the majority are obtained through partnerships with mercenary groups. These groups venture to find treasures, subsequently handling their sale. The refusal of mercenary groups to collaborate signifies that their businesses may struggle to thrive. Xiu expressed his concerns, stating, "Our Su family has a fragile foundation. Our businesses operate on thin profit margins. If we were to reduce prices by 20%, it would not only result in a loss of spirit stones but also lead to further deficits. Given our current dire circumstances, what are we to do?" Many within the Su family wore expressions of worry. However, Su Qitian and the others remained relatively composed. Although the inability to earn spirit stones poses a significant challenge, they still possess 30 billion spirit stones, sufficient to sustain operations for an extended period, provided they can devise a solution within this time frame. After pondering for a considerable time, Su Yunqian finally spoke. Engaging in a price war would undoubtedly place the Su family at a disadvantage against the four great clans. It would be wiser to retreat momentarily, curtail our investments in the shops, and redirect our manpower towards more fruitful endeavors. For instance, we could establish a mercenary group to seek out rare materials or venture into the Haoyue forest to hunt magical beasts. Although this strategy may seem like a last resort, it remains one of the few avenues available to the Su family. "Greetings, young clan leader." A respectful voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Following that, Su Chen's figure entered the chamber. Su Yunqian immediately smiled and said, "Come, Chenner, sit beside me." The onlookers were taken aback by this display. Su Yunqian, being the grand elder, allowing Su Chen to sit beside him carried profound implications. Certainly, Su Chen had grown formidable in his own right, warranting his place among the upper echelons of the Su family. Without hesitation, Su Chen took his seat next to Su Yunqian. He surveyed the room and stated directly, "There is no need for such complexities. The four great clans relish in these petty tactics. Let them indulge themselves without our interference. The purpose of running shops is to sustain the family's operations, but the Su family is not lacking in resources." Upon hearing these words, the individuals in the hall were momentarily stunned. Many discreetly shook their heads, thinking that the young clan leader was still too youthful, lacking a full understanding of the Su family's current predicament. Their resources were nearly depleted. The notion of not lacking in resources was far from reality. The dispensation of 30 billion spirit stones by Su Chen was privy only to the direct lineage of the upper echelons. The uninitiated remained in the dark. The sheer magnitude of such a sum necessitated discretion, lest it incite avarice among powerful individuals. The wisdom of concealing one's treasures from those who might covet them was well understood. Su Qingtian, discerning his son's sagacity, inquired with curiosity, "Chenner, might you possess a solution?" Su Chen, with a serene smile, presented Su Qitian with a spatial ring, simultaneously conveying telepathically, "Father, within this ring lies 50,000 units of Grade 1 Spirit Gathering Pills and 13,000 units of Grade 2 Essence Restoration Pills. These were procured directly from my esteemed master. Employ them with confidence, for they shall assuredly suffice to sustain the family's endeavors." "What?" Su Qingtian exclaimed, rising abruptly, his gaze reflecting astonishment. 50,000 Spirit Gathering Pills and 13,000 Essence Restoration Pills. Are you in earnest? The entirety of Bright Moon City's Spirit Gathering Pill reserves scarcely amounted to 1 to 200,000, while Essence Restoration Pills were even scarcer, with a mere 10,000 considered a substantial store. The elders, including Su Yunqian, exhibited a palpable tremor, their expressions mirroring a prior astonishment when Su Chen had bestowed 30 billion spirit stones. Could it be? Su Qingtian, with trembling hands, accepted the spatial ring and delved into its contents with his consciousness. Before him lay mountains of porcelain vials, each containing 5 perfectly formed pills. It was indeed true. Chapter 10. I am the sacred body. Does that not seem reasonable? Su Qingtian never anticipated that Su Chen could so effortlessly produce such a plethora of low-tier elixirs. He cast another glance at Su Chen, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The son who had grown up by his side had become so unfamiliar. Su Chen, well aware of his father's thoughts, replied with a hint of exasperation, "I am the sacred body, and my master is an exceptionally powerful cultivator. Is it not reasonable for him to casually bestow tens of thousands of first-tier elixirs upon his disciples as mere snacks?" A twitch of irritation crossed Su Qingtian's lips. This young man had recently become quite insufferable. Nevertheless, Su Chen's assertion held merit. With his sacred physique and an immensely formidable master, the value of 500,000 first-tier elixirs appeared substantial in their eyes, yet in reality it paled in comparison to a single sixth-tier elixir. If Su Chen's predecessor was indeed powerful, such an amount of elixirs was trivial. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingtian turned his attention to the others in the hall and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, all shops shall be closed. For the time being, let us all take a well-deserved rest." With the previous 30 billion low-grade spirit stones and the abundance of elixirs, the Su family had ample resources to sustain them for quite some time. By then, the strength of the Su family would undoubtedly experience significant growth, enabling them to contend with the four great clans. Furthermore, given Su Chen's extraordinary talents, it was likely he would break through to the transformation of spirit stage within a few years, leading to 3 members of the clan reaching that level. With the addition of the treasure to be auctioned at Myriad Treasures Pavilion in a few days, the Su family could potentially increase to 4 incarnation stage cultivators in a short period. Upon hearing this, many people immediately wore anxious expressions. "Patriarch, this is not advisable. Our Su family has yet to establish a firm foothold. If we abandon even this bit of property, our Su family will face even greater difficulties in the future." Su Qingtian waved his hand and said, "Very well, I, as the family head, have already devised a solution. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, everyone, even with a multitude of doubts in their hearts, had nothing more to say. The Su family was not only united, but also possessed a high degree of obedience to the family. Even if it was difficult to comprehend why such a decision was being made, they still chose to obey. Before long, the meeting concluded. Only a few elders and Su Chen remained in the hall. They each accepted the spatial rings from Su Qingtian's hand and began to examine them. However, their expressions, as before, were filled with disbelief and shock. There are simply too many elixirs. No wonder the patriarch has such confidence. Su Yuanba even gave Su Chen a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "Xiao Chen, you are truly the lucky star of our Su family." The other elders also wore smiles on their faces, feeling very happy. Su Chen was not only the future of their Su family, but he was now also helping the family resolve such a great difficulty. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with gratification. That the Su family has Su Chen in the future is the Su family's fortune. 4 days from now is the Myriad Treasures Pavilion auction. Su Chen, why don't you accompany your second uncle there? The auction at Wanbao Pavilion? Su Chen immediately realized. It is for the spirit essence jade liquid? Wanbao Pavilion is not a force of Mingwei City. They merely conduct business here. In fact, Wanbao Pavilion is more formidable than any power within the city, with a scale that could extend throughout the entire eastern region. The Xiantian realm is divided into 4 regions, east, west, south, and north, with Mingwei City situated in a corner of the eastern region. The fact that Wanbao Pavilion can establish branches across the eastern region speaks volumes about its strength. Su Yunqian smiled and said, "Indeed, initially, this item was beyond our reach. However, with these 3 billion spirit stones, the spirit essence jade liquid will undoubtedly belong to the Su family. The spirit essence jade liquid is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, infused with the essence of the cosmos, capable of aiding a nascent soul stage practitioner in transcending into the transformation stage, all without any side effects. At such a crucial juncture, whoever acquires the spirit essence jade liquid will undoubtedly influence the entire situation. The Su family already has Su Chen, should they procure the spirit essence jade liquid. It won't be long before the family boasts 4 formidable practitioners at the transformation stage. Su Chen, of course, did not decline and expressed his intention to join in the endeavor. After departing from the conference hall, Su Chen returned to his courtyard. "Greetings, young master." In the courtyard, a young maiden with exquisite features was tidying up. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, she quickly bowed respectfully. This girl, named Han Shi, had been sold to the Su family by her parents during her childhood. She was diligent and meticulous in her tasks. Thus, Su Qingtian entrusted her with the care of Su Chen's daily life. Su Chen nodded lightly and then casually found a place to sit. Han Shi, ever so perceptive, walked to his back and gently began to knead his shoulders. The expression on Su Chen's face was one of utter enjoyment. Indeed, the life of a young master from a prestigious family was rather pleasant. Han Shi, how long have you been by my side? He inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Shi replied, Master, it has been a total of 11 years and 5 months. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, imbued with a feminine softness that suggested her beauty was equally remarkable. Su Chen displayed a look of surprise. He had merely asked out of casual curiosity. Yet he was astonished that Han Shi could remember such details so vividly. What do you think of your time spent in the Su family? He probed. Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Han Shi's expression shifted to one of trepidation, and she hastily knelt, pleading, Master, I beg you not to dismiss me. If there is anything I have done wrong, I am willing to amend it. Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a single remark of his could elicit such a reaction from her. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he was now the esteemed young patriarch of the Su family, and his words and actions could significantly influence many matters, prompting those beneath him to speculate. His inquiry about her experience in the Su family might have conveyed a sense of dissatisfaction. With this thought, Su Chen shook his head and chuckled softly. He stepped forward to lift Han Shi's chin, gazing into her sparkling, tearful eyes, and with a gentle smile, he assured her, I have no intention of dismissing you. As she beheld Su Chen's warm smile, a look of bewilderment spread across Han Shi's face. Although Su Chen was never overly stern in the past, he had always maintained a certain aloofness towards her, never exhibiting such an approachable demeanor. Especially with them now so close in proximity, Han Shi's heart began to race uncontrollably. Realizing that Su Chen's inquiry was not as she had initially perceived, she blushed and replied, Young master, I have truly enjoyed my time at the Su residence. I hold great affection for it. Su Chen nodded, presenting her with a spatial ring, his expression remaining composed as he spoke. Within this ring are some cultivation resources and techniques. You possess a medium-grade spiritual root, thus, dedicate yourself to your training and enhance your abilities. As my personal maid, do not tarnish my reputation. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Han Shi's face lit up with surprise as she hastily expressed her gratitude. Upon receiving the spatial ring, she immediately began to inspect its contents, and with just a fleeting glance, she was rendered utterly speechless. So many spirit stones, nearly 50,000 spirit stones, along with a treasured sword and 2 low-level mystic techniques. As a servant of the Su family, her monthly earnings barely amounted to 70 spirit stones. Accumulating 50,000 spirit stones would require an extensive period. Yet Su Chen had gifted them to her outright. Furthermore, the low-level mystic techniques within were worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones, if not millions for those of superior quality. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Han Shi promptly bowed deeply to Su Chen, her demeanor replete with heartfelt appreciation. Thank you, young master. In that moment, she would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for Su Chen. He inwardly lamented, pondering whether such trivial things could truly win a heart. Was it their naivety or my own extravagant nature that rendered them so easily captivated? With a gradual rise, he stood and strolled towards the courtyard's exit. Come, accompany me for a leisurely outing. Chapter 11. The Fragrant Residence, one of the 10 beauties, Miss Jingru of Mingwei City. Su Chen strolled leisurely down the bustling street, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Although he had perfectly inherited the memories of his former self, he yearned to witness this world with his own eyes. Observing the throngs of people, a look of enchantment spread across his face. How wonderful it is to be alive. Before long, he had wandered through Mingwei City for nearly 3 hours, indulging in the local delicacies and savoring the unique culinary offerings. The Fragrant Residence. Su Chen paused in front of an establishment that, while not overly large, was exquisitely decorated and frequented by many patrons. Let us step inside, he decided, as he had never visited this place before. Good day, esteemed guests. Is it just the two of you? A welcoming server approached at the entrance of the Fragrant Residence. Indeed, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. To distinguished guests. The server called out exuberantly before turning to Su Chen with a courteous bow. Please, do enter. Intrigued by the steady stream of visitors, Su Chen inquired, what makes this place so special? Why are there so many people here? He had explored various establishments that afternoon, many of which were more lavish than the Fragrant Residence, yet none attracted even half the crowd. The waiter elucidated, esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but the renowned Jingru, one of the 10 paragons of beauty in Moonlit City, graces our 100 Fragrances Pavilion. Each evening, she draws lots, and the fortunate table selected will have the privilege of sharing a repast with her. Su Chen's expression shifted to one of comprehension, realizing that Yang Jingru was the cause of the commotion. He had encountered all 10 of Moonlit City's beauties, 9 of whom held considerable status. Yang Jingru, however, hailed from humble origins, lacking power and influence. Each of the 10 beauties possessed exceptional allure, so her drawing such a crowd was not surprising. Intriguing, Su Chen remarked, his countenance betraying amusement. His interest was not piqued by Yang Jingru herself, but rather by a desire to partake in the lively atmosphere. After enduring prolonged solitude in the void, he yearned for such vibrant energy. Su Chen casually ordered 5 side dishes and a flagon of wine, content to dine in tranquility while Hanshi dutifully poured his drink. Before long, a live figure ascended the platform of the 100 Fragrances Pavilion. Adorned in a violet gown and veiled with a delicate scarf, her ethereal presence captivated all who beheld her. Lady Jingru. Choose me, Lady Jingru. I've been coming here for a month straight. I've been here for half a year. Nonsense. Lady Jingru has only been at the 100 Fragrances Pavilion for 3 months. Stop your boasting. The 100 Fragrances Pavilion erupted in boisterous clamor as men at every table vied for her attention, their eyes filled with ardent longing. Yang Jingru's gaze was unremarkable as she surveyed her surroundings, preparing to select a companion for lunch that day. As a woman, she was quite reluctant to sacrifice her appearance for resources, yet she found herself with no alternative. This was the most efficient means available to her. Baixiangju would allocate 30% of its total profits to her, requiring only that she accompany guests for 2 meals each day. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply as she caught sight of a strikingly handsome young man seated in a corner of Baixiangju. Su Chen, the heir of the Su family. What could bring him here? Could it be that he is here for me? A wave of joy surged through Yang Jingru, and without hesitation, she chose the table occupied by Su Chen. The servant beside her immediately rose and announced loudly, Miss Jingru has selected table 15. Table 15? The crowd swiftly began to search, soon spotting Su Chen. A frown emerged on someone's brow. There was an unsettling familiarity about him. Su Chen was a prominent figure in Mingwei City, not someone one encountered casually, and most of the townsfolk had only heard tales of him, with only a select few having seen him in person. Upon hearing that Yang Jingru had chosen him, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He turned to glance at Yang Jingru, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. However, he quickly averted his gaze, signaling to Hanshi to pour the wine, his demeanor strikingly indifferent. Bang! In another direction of the Passion residence, at table 79, sat a young man in his 20s, adorned in luxurious attire that unmistakably hinted at his extraordinary background. Zhang Hian's face was etched with cold disdain. How could this fellow, dining in the company of Miss Jingru, dare to exhibit such arrogance? Without uttering a word, he rose abruptly and strode towards Su Chen, with the servants surrounding him following suit, each displaying a fierce demeanor. Brat! Zhang Hian approached Su Chen directly, casting a glance at Hanshi before smirking and saying, This lovely maiden is quite charming. Name your price, and I shall purchase her. Hanshi was taken aback by his words, a wave of anxiety washing over her. In certain powerful circles, the transaction of servants was not uncommon, and she feared that should this man offer an exorbitant sum, Su Chen might acquiesce to the sale. Of course, Zhang Hian had no genuine intention of buying Hanshi. His primary aim was to instigate trouble and teach a lesson to the one who had disregarded Miss Jingru. In his view, sharing a meal with her should elicit expressions of surprise and joy, while Su Chen's calm demeanor seemed to him an affront to her dignity, a blatant disrespect to his goddess. Su Chen lifted his gaze, his tone icy as he replied, While my mood remains favorable, I suggest you leave promptly. Zhang Hian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would dare to speak to him in such a manner. His expression darkened, and a murderous glint ignited in his eyes. Brat, are you addressing me? The 4 henchmen beside him immediately stepped forward, their auras formidable. All of them being Foundation establishment cultivators, with the strongest among them possessing initial stage core formation capabilities. This is disastrous. How did this lad provoke Zhao Hian? He is none other than the young master of the Zhao family, which is protected by 3 nascent soul experts. To be targeted by Zhao Hian spells trouble. He deserves it. Did you not witness that lad's expression earlier? He regarded Miss Jingru with utter disdain, taking advantage yet feigning innocence. How contemptible. Young Master Zhao ought to teach this impudent fellow a lesson. The atmosphere within Baishang Pavilion erupted into an uproar, with many expressing their displeasure at Su Chen's arrogant demeanor. Yang Jingru, Witnessing Zhang Hian daring to provoke Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Do you know who he is? He is the young master of the Su family, a prodigious talent capable of slaying those in the late nascent soul stage. Should he become enraged, the entire Zhao family might face annihilation. Just as she prepared to intervene, she reconsidered and chose to remain a bystander. Zhang Hian held no significant ties to her, and it was unnecessary to antagonize Su Chen on his behalf. For someone of Su Chen's caliber, he was beyond her reach. Zhao Hian spoke with a chilling tone. You dare to call me young master and still remain? No one can save you today. Drag him out of Baixiang Pavilion and cripple his limbs in the street. Chapter 12. The confident Wang Ming, the half-step refining void Su Han Yuan. Behind the Baixiang Pavilion, there exists a formidable Yuan-ing level expert. Thus, he dared not act recklessly here. For servants approached Su Chen with sinister grins, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, his expression tinged with impatience, as his splendid mood was utterly ruined. He raised his hand, and it seemed as if the air itself had been compressed. The four servants were instantly obliterated, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In an instant, they were slain. Immediately afterward, Su Chen seized a chopstick and launched it, piercing Zhao Hian's neck directly. Bang! Zhao Hian collapsed onto the ground, his pupils dilating as he clutched his throat. Disbelief etched across his face. What has transpired? You dare to kill me. The Zhao family will not let you off. Zhao Hian struggled to articulate his thoughts as he regained his composure. Su Chen offered no response. Such insignificant beings lacked the qualification to command his attention. Moments later, Zhao Hian could no longer withstand the agony. He lay flat, blood streaming from his neck. His eyes reflected despair, relief, and regret. Why did he provoke this man? Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Even if the Zhao family sought vengeance, what concern was it of his? Death signified the end of all. Upon witnessing Zhao Hian's demise, the Baixiang Pavilion fell into an eerie silence. The patron's eyes filled with terror. How dare he kill Zhao Hian? Is he not afraid of the Zhao family's vengeance? Su Chen's fierce tactics rendered them unable to even draw a breath audibly. Truly formidable. Yang Jingru was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Chen would brazenly eliminate Zhao Hian. Meanwhile, a ripple of longing stirred in her beautiful eyes. How splendid it would be to marry Su Chen, even if it meant becoming a mere concubine. With such strength and high status, which woman could possibly resist? A formidable aura suddenly enveloped Baixiang residents. The presence of a nascent soul practitioner. The crowd felt a jolt of astonishment. Could it be that a nascent soul master had appeared so swiftly? A slightly portly middle-aged man approached, his face betraying a hint of urgency. Upon spotting Su Chen in the corner, he hastened forward, bowing respectfully. I am Dong Ji, the manager of Baixiang residence. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Su. Dong Ji's expression was fraught with anxiety, fearing that Su Chen might annihilate him as well, while others may not recognize Su Chen. How could a nascent soul practitioner be unaware of the young master of the Su family? Just days prior, it had been the talk of the town that Su Chen had slain Li Qiu, a late-stage nascent soul master from the Li family. Even in a direct confrontation, he would not stand a chance against Su Chen, especially with the entire Su family backing him. What? The crowd within Baixiang residence was taken aback as they witnessed Dong Ji bowing to Su Chen. What in the world was happening? Young Master Su was not to be trifled with. Could he truly be so remarkably youthful, yet capable of commanding a bow from one in the Yuanying stage? It must be none other than Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. My goodness, Zhao Hian has truly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Why provoke anyone, let alone Su Chen, and dare to tease another's maid? If Su Chen's demeanor towards the serene Miss Yang Jingru is so nonchalant, it appears quite justifiable. The 10 most beautiful women of Mingwei City would likely be eager to wed him, so what need is there for someone like Yang Jingru? With a languid glance towards him, Su Chen slowly rose and turned to depart. How utterly tedious. Huanqi, let us return home. With that, the two exited Baixiang Pavilion. Observing their retreating figures, Dong Ji exhaled in relief. The best outcome was that Su Chen did not direct his ire towards him. On the elevated platform of Baixiang Pavilion, Yang Jingru delicately pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. How infuriating. Cursed Zhao Hian. Had it not been for your meddling, I could have dined with him today. Once Su Chen departed, the crowd within Baixiang Pavilion dared to breathe freely, though they remained quiet for a considerable time before resuming their usual lively chatter. In the Wang family estate, the steward reported, Master, the situation is even more favorable than you anticipated. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "What do you mean?" The steward continued, "Master, all of the Su family's shops have closed. Not a single one remains open." Upon hearing this, a slight smile crept upon Wang Ming's lips. "The Su family. You are still too inexperienced to contend with me. Once my Wang family secures the spirit essence jade liquid, the annihilation of your Su family will be but a matter of time." At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly furrowed his brow and gestured to the steward to step aside. "You may leave now." The steward immediately bowed respectfully before turning to depart. However, not long after his exit, a figure leaped through the window, clad in a black robe. His features obscured, rendering his identity unclear. The newcomer saluted Wang Ming with a cupped fist and, in a grave tone, reported, "Today, an unexpected incident has arisen with the Su family. Su Chen has given Su Qitian a spatial ring, but the contents remain unknown. However, they appear to have discovered a means to navigate their predicament." Wang Ming's eyes narrowed. "Could you be more specific?" The visitor continued, "I am unable to provide further details. It seems Su Qitian and his son were communicating telepathically, and I lack insight into the particulars. Yet, when Su Qitian was addressing the shops later, he seemed quite confident. So you must exercise caution." With that, he said no more and turned to leave. Wang Ming lifted his teacup, pondering deeply for a considerable time before sneering disdainfully. "Humph. Su Qitian is merely putting on a show. I am far more acquainted with the true nature of the Su family than you, Su Qitian. If you truly possess a solution, I shall recite my name backward." Wang Ming brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that Su Qitian could not possibly devise a genuine resolution, at best merely alleviating an immediate crisis. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within him, for Su Chen's prodigious talent posed a considerable threat. Should he ascend to the transformation stage, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Once the spirit jade elixir was secured, decisive action would be imperative. Meanwhile, back at the Su residence, Su Chen had barely returned to his courtyard when Su Yuanba hastened towards him, his countenance etched with anxiety. "Xiao Chen, come with me at once." Observing Su Yuanba's grave demeanor, Su Chen promptly rose to his feet. "Third uncle, what has transpired?" Su Yuanba somberly replied. "The patriarch has awakened and specifically requested the presence of you younger generation." "The patriarch?" Su Chen exclaimed, taken aback. Could it be that he had not yet succumbed? Extending his divine sense, he immediately detected a potent yet frail aura within the Su household. A quasi-void refinement cultivator, Su Hanyuan. Now possessing the formidable strength of a saint in the mid-stage, nothing could evade Su Chen's perception. However, he had previously refrained from probing the inner workings of the Su family. Soon, the group entered the main courtyard and subsequently navigated through a series of passages, ultimately arriving at a concealed underground tunnel. Contrary to expectations, the tunnel was not cold and damp, but rather warm and arid, providing a remarkably comfortable environment. At the tunnel's farthest reaches, an elderly man with a withered visage sat cross-legged on a pristine cushion. His expression was listless, his eyes devoid of luster, as if on the verge of demise. The patriarch was surrounded by members of the direct lineage, including the esteemed elders and their offspring. However, the number was not numerous. There were only 23 in total. Upon seeing Su Chen approaching, Su Qingtian immediately spoke. "Chener, come quickly to pay your respects to your grandfather." Su Chen, upon noticing this, promptly stepped forward and respectfully performed a bow. Grandson pays his respects to grandfather. Chapter 13. The old man, merely celestial rank Su Hongyuan, struggled to open his eyes. His murky gaze directed towards Su Chen. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a hoarse and low voice. "Qitian says you are the great talent of our Su family, possessing exceptional spiritual roots." Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted, prompting Su Chen to step forward. Yet Su Hongyuan gestured for him to remain back. "Do not concern yourself with me, it is merely an old ailment." Taking a couple of deep breaths, Su Hongyuan continued. "You all are the future pillars of our family. I hope you will lead the Su clan to greater heights. My time is short, and I fear I will not be able to accompany you much longer." Though it was their first encounter, Su Chen could sense the kindness and affection emanating from Su Hongyuan. Sui's daughter, Su Chanqian, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she wept softly. A melancholic atmosphere enveloped the room. Su Qingtian's eyes also reflected sorrow, intertwined with profound guilt. The current state of Su Hongyuan was, in many ways, a consequence of his actions, had it not been for the events of the past. Their father would not have suffered such a fate. A half step into the void refinement stage should grant one a lifespan of at least 5,000 years, yet Su Hongyuan, at merely 1,500 years, had already reached this frail condition, all because of him. How infuriating! Su Qingtian clenched his fists. His eyes filled with an unyielding sense of regret. Su Hongyuan turned to look at Su Qingtian, a gentle smile gracing his face. My child, there is no need for concern. Everything follows its destined course. The incident from the past was not your fault, and you need not bear such heavy guilt. Silent and trembling, Su Qingtian clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the grief that welled within him. It had been over a decade since the Su family had entered Mingyue City, and this was the first time Su Hongyuan had summoned them all. This gathering signified that his life was drawing to a close. With a tinge of helplessness, Su Hongyuan remarked, I have heard from Qingyun that the 4 great families have allied against you. Regrettably, I am confined to the Su family and cannot use my remaining strength to clear the obstacles for you. The area was fortified with an array, binding him to it and allowing him to draw upon the Earth's energy to survive. Should he stray from the formation, his life would swiftly extinguish. Even if he wished to assist the Su family with his final strength, he found himself powerless to do so. With a sorrowful gaze, Su Qingyun responded, Father, you have already done so much for us. There is no need for such self-reproach. You have accompanied us thus far, and we shall carry on from here. A frail smile adorned Su Hongyuan's face. Then, I can rest easy. Meanwhile, Su Chen observed Su Hongyuan intently, sensing that the elder's condition was somewhat peculiar. He discerned that Su Hongyuan's weakened life force was not merely a matter of lifespan but stemmed from a frail body and spirit. Such a condition typically arose from the burning of one's essence or the use of forbidden techniques, resulting in a backlash that harmed the body. Su Hongyuan cast a final glance around the gathering, closing his eyes as he inhaled deeply. With a tranquil tone, he uttered, To behold you all one last time. I harbor no regrets in this life. You may depart now. I wish to embrace a moment of solitude. The faces of Su Qingtian and the others were etched with sorrow, for they understood that this would be their final farewell. The aura around Su Hongyuan was rapidly diminishing. He could endure but a few more days at most. Though he had never stepped beyond the confines of the underground passage in Mingyue City throughout these years, he remained the pillar of the Su family. Without him, the Wang family would have long since allied with the Yuan and Li families to besiege the Su clan. Had it not been for the lingering fear of Su Hongyuan's formidable legacy, how could the 2 nascent divine transformation experts from the Su family withstand the united front of the 3 clans? To be precise, it was 4 families, as the He family had initially allied with the Su family largely due to their respect for Su Hongyuan. Suddenly, Su Minghu, the eldest son of Su Qingshan, spoke up. Grandfather, is there truly no way to save you? Within Mingyue City, there are numerous heavenly treasures that prolong life. They are not exceedingly difficult to acquire. The younger generation turned their gazes towards Su Hongyuan, their eyes brimming with confusion. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, a tender expression gracing his features. Grandfather's ailment does not stem from a mere lack of lifespan, but from the depletion of vital energy. Only celestial wonders can provide salvation, and such treasures are exceedingly rare. Your concern warms my heart, and for that, I am grateful. A shadow of melancholy filled Su Minghu's eyes, for the Su family had always held familial bonds in the highest regard. Even during their first encounter with Su Hongyuan, the bond of blood proved unbreakable, and neither wished for his demise. Although Su Hongyuan appeared remarkably composed, they could sense a profound helplessness emanating from him. No one desires death, and Su Hongyuan was no exception. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly spoke. Father, may I stay behind to converse privately with the elder? Hearing this, Su Qingtian nodded somberly, turning silently to leave the cave. The others, recognizing Su Chen's esteemed position within the clan, offered no objections and subsequently exited the cave as well. Before long, only Su Chen and Su Hongyuan remained in the cave. With a gentle demeanor, Su Hongyuan spoke, yet his voice lacked vitality. Child, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Su Chen paused for a moment in silence before curiously inquiring. Elder, what conditions must be met to save you? Regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear the thought of Su Hongyuan passing away so easily. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyuan managed a bitter smile and shook his head. With a tone of resignation, he replied, You wish to seek assistance from your master, do you not? Qi Tian has informed me of your situation, yet my predicament is different. Had this been a few years prior, there might have been hope. But now, my vital essence is depleted, my meridians are shattered, and my physical form is collapsing. The treasures capable of saving me must be of celestial grade, and they must possess the extraordinary power to revive the lifeless and restore the skeletal remains. Su Hongyuan's business was in decline, and he advised Su Chen not to waste his efforts on him. Su Qingtian had informed him about Su Chen's master. However, in Su Hongyuan's eyes, the issues he faced were far too grave, rendering him hopeless. Suddenly, a vast surge of life force erupted from the underground, invigorating Su Hongyuan's feeble vitality significantly. His pupils contracted in disbelief as he stared at the crimson fruit in Su Chen's hand, adorned with golden veins. The fruit radiated a profound aura of Tao, its inner life essence unmistakably indicating it was no ordinary object. Su Chen spoke calmly, "Old man, it's merely a heavenly grade item. This is called a Dizong fruit. It can revive the dead and resolve the issues afflicting you." Su Hongyuan's eyes widened, his previously frail visage now brimming with excitement. Although he was unaware of the fruit's specifics, he was certain that consuming it would remedy his ailments. Heavenly grade. It truly is heavenly grade. Is this also a gift from your master? When Su Qingtian had mentioned Su Chen's master, he had assumed it was someone at the integration stage. Thus, he had never considered that Su Chen could possess such a treasure. But Su Chen had indeed surprised him greatly. It seemed that his master was even more formidable than he had first imagined. Su Chen, unflustered, replied, "Of course, it's not as if heavenly grade items are particularly rare." Chapter 14. Seclusion. As he spoke, Su Chen accessed his system inventory with a glance. Geocore fruits. 120. Over 3,000 fruits remain, which should suffice. Su Chen presented the Geocore fruit to Su Hongyuan, saying, "Grandfather, please ascertain its efficacy. If it proves insufficient, I shall provide you with something of greater potency." Something of greater potency. Su Hongyuan shuddered, exclaiming, "Do you possess something of even higher grade than this Geocore fruit?" He was momentarily stunned, musing, "I have been sequestered in that cavern for little more than a decade. Has the world outside undergone such a drastic transformation?" Addressing Su Chen, he inquired, "Chener, what exactly is the background of your mentor?" Su Chen, equally perplexed, responded, "I do not know. He has never divulged his identity to me. I fabricated the narrative myself. If you ask me, who am I to ask?" At times, simple fabrications yield superior results compared to elaborate lies, which are often riddled with inconsistencies. In any case, Su Chen professed complete ignorance. Even if they harbored suspicions, they would find no corroborating evidence. In the absence of evidence, it is accepted as fact. Su Hongyuan did not dwell on the matter. His countenance was filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Inconceivable. My savior is, in fact, a junior." Although the grandfather and grandson had never met, Su Chen presented him with such a generous gift upon their initial encounter. Su Chen, with a smile, remarked, "We are family. After all, family." Upon hearing those words, Su Hongyuan remained silent. He accepted the Geocore fruit from Su Chen and consumed it without hesitation. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of vitality coursed through his body, reviving his once withered meridians as if they were awakening from a long slumber. The aged physique began to rejuvenate rapidly, regaining its youthful elasticity. Within mere moments, Su Hongyuan transformed from a frail old man into the visage of a man in his 60s. Yet, this was not the culmination. The life force from the earth-gourd fruit continued to circulate within him. After several more breaths, the essence of the earth-gourd fruit was entirely expended, and Su Hongyuan's aura became immensely potent, restoring him to the stature of a formidable middle-aged man. "I have successfully recovered," exclaimed Su Hongyuan, his face alight with exhilaration. One single earth-gourd fruit had completely healed all his injuries, and his cultivation had ascended to its former pinnacle, half a step into the void refinement stage. "Chener, I owe this entirely to you." Su Hongyuan gazed at Su Chen, his eyes brimming with affection. Had it not been for his little grandson, he would have likely met his demise within 2 days. With a smile, Su Chen replied, "It was but a trivial matter." Observing his grandson's calm demeanor, Su Hongyuan felt a profound sense of astonishment. After regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and declared, "I may need to enter seclusion to break through to the void refinement stage. I cannot venture out for the time being." The earth-gourd fruit not only restored his physical form, but also allowed him to approach the threshold of the void refinement stage. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Bowing respectfully, Su Chen said, "Then, grandson will not disturb you further." Su Hongyuan nodded, his gaze following Su Chen's departing figure, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. For an inexplicable reason, he sensed an extraordinary quality about this grandson, as if he harbored profound secrets. Besides the enigmatic master, there were undoubtedly other matters unknown to them. However, Su Hongyuan refrained from inquiring. Everyone possessed their own secrets. And as long as Su Chen did not bring harm to the Su family, it sufficed. Chen has come of age, he murmured to himself. It seems I must find an opportunity to reveal that matter to him. After this soliloquy, Su Hanyuan withdrew his gaze. The tranquility of his heart was once again stirred. And as he felt the power coursing through him, his face flushed with excitement. If he could break through to the refinement void stage this time, the Su family could directly control the entire Bright Moon City. By seizing the majority of the city's interests, the Su family would become even more formidable. When Su Chen emerged from the cavern, most of the people had already left, leaving only Su Qitian and Su Yunqian. Su Qitian sighed ruefully, the formation has been activated. It seems the old man does not wish for us to enter again. Let's go back, Chenner. With these words, Su Qitian turned and departed, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. Su Chen made no mention of Su Hongyuan's affairs, for when he emerged from seclusion, everyone in the Su family would naturally know. As Su Yunqian prepared to leave, Su Chen inquired, "Second uncle, do you know anything about my mother?" Su Yunqian paused momentarily, his expression somewhat unnatural as he inquired, "Isn't your mother already deceased?" "Why ask this?" Su Chen shook his head, replying, "It is merely curiosity." Upon hearing this, Su Yunqian chose not to elaborate further and swiftly departed. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chen's gaze shifted, realizing that there were matters concerning the Su family that remained unknown to him. From his understanding, the Su family had not originally hailed from Mingwei City, but rather from a distant region in the east, a place situated thousands of miles away. In those days, the Su family was not known as such. They were called the Qifeng Gang, notorious for their acts of robbery and pillage. It was only after a certain upheaval that they journeyed to Mingwei City, seemingly an evasion of something. Although Su Yunqian did not provide a direct answer, it was evident that the matter was undoubtedly related to his mother. It appeared that an inquiry at an opportune moment was warranted. Su Chen murmured to himself before turning to leave. The following day, at dawn, the family held their distribution of cultivation resources, with all direct descendants gathering at Su He's residence to collect their allocations. In his hand, Su Minghu held a Qiankuan bag, his eyes filled with perplexity. Previously, resources were handed out directly. Why was this time different, requiring a Qiankuan bag for storage? The Qiankuan bag, a type of modest storage equipment, was inexpensive and nearly indispensable for cultivators, while spatial rings were considerably more precious. Once all the resources had been distributed and the direct descendants exited Su He's courtyard, they began to examine their provisions. Why is there so much? Su Minghu's eyes were filled with astonishment. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 returning yuan pills. This is simply excessive, is it not? Previously, our direct line received merely 3 to 5,000 spirit stones as resources, with the occasional distribution of a single pill. Yet this month's allocation is nearly tenfold what we used to receive. I too received 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 returning yuan pills, another spoke. My share is 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and 30 gathering spirit pills. I received only 15,000 low-grade spirit stones and 20 gathering spirit pills. A group of individuals whispered among themselves, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Although the resources differed among them, they were all 10 times greater than before. The distribution varied according to the cultivation levels within the direct line. Those in the Qi condensation stage were allotted gathering spirit pills, while those at the foundation establishment stage received returning yuan pills. Su Minghu promptly entered the courtyard and addressed Su He. "Elder Su, what on earth is happening? Given the family's current difficulties, why are we being granted such abundant resources?" Su Yunping's youngest daughter, Su Shanshan, who was only at the mid-Qi condensation stage, chimed in, "Indeed, Uncle Wu, it is vital that we first navigate the family's crisis. We can endure a few months without resources." The direct line expressed their desire to return the resources. Su He, however, smiled and said, "Enough of this folly. You are the future of the family. What could possibly be more important than your well-being? These resources have been entrusted to you by the head of the family. Take them as you will. Furthermore, the Su family currently lacks for nothing in terms of resources. Your sole focus should be on diligent cultivation. Is it necessary for you to concern yourselves with the affairs of the family?" Chapter 15. The Wanbao Pavilion Auction, the Impoverished Su Family. Sui spoke with authority, leaving no room for rebuttal from the younger generation, promptly expelling them. The truth regarding the Su family's ample resources was known only to a few elders and the family head. Even the direct descendants were oblivious. Su Yunxian's eldest son, Su Yuza, stood out among the youth as the second strongest after Su Chen, having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. With unwavering determination, Su Yuza declared, "Since the family holds us in such high regard, we must not hesitate but dedicate ourselves to diligent cultivation. In due course, we shall return our contributions to the family." Upon hearing Su Yuza's words, the others fell silent. The cultivation resources available to the direct descendants of the Su family had surged, yet the collateral branches remained unaffected, receiving their usual share. The direct line was the core of the Su family. They would always belong to it. In contrast, the collateral branches could choose to affiliate with the Su family or not. Wanbao Pavilion, the largest trading house in Minghui City, housed treasures of all ranks, including numerous items of the transformation stage caliber. Furthermore, should one require superior goods, they could arrange for them from higher-tier branches upon payment of a deposit. Su Chen accompanied Su Yunxian, preparing to partake in the day's auction, the void refinement stage. With an air of indifference, Su Chen cast a fleeting glance and immediately discerned the presence of a formidable cultivator at the void refinement stage stationed within the Wanbao Pavilion. Truly, the Wanbao Pavilion exemplifies the abundance of power, dispatching a strong presence to oversee its branch. Given that today marks the occasion of the Wanbao Pavilion's auction, various factions from across Minghui City have gathered, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere that no other commercial establishment could rival. The Wanbao Pavilion's auction is held annually, each event brimming with treasures far surpassing those offered by any other guild in Minghui City. This is fundamentally why it stands as the leader in the region. Isn't that the Su family? Do they dare to attend the auction at the Wanbao Pavilion? Can they truly afford the items here? Li Feiqi stood at a distance, his face a mask of disdain as he spoke with biting sarcasm. Although there had been some discord between the Li and Su families in the past, it had remained largely under the surface. However, since Li Qiu was slain by Su Chen, the animosity between the two families had escalated to a point of irreconcilable enmity. Su Yunxian's gaze was devoid of warmth. "What business is it of yours?" With that, he led Su Chen into the Wanbao Pavilion. Li Feiqi was instantly consumed by rage, his entire body trembling with fury, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Su Yunxian, I wonder how long you can continue to thrive." The arrival of the Su family immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. The Su family has come to participate in the Wanbao Pavilion's auction, despite rumors of their dire financial straits. Indeed, I have also heard that the Su family has even closed their shops. Last month, the resources distributed within the clan were halved. Where could they possibly procure spirit stones for the auction? I have heard that this auction features the exquisite spirit essence jade liquid, which, based on previous pricing, would command at least 100 million spirit stones. The Su family could hardly afford such a luxury. The murmur of derision quickly arose. It is a well-known fact that the Su family is bereft of spirit stones. Upon seeing a member of the Su family arrive, the members of the four prominent families could not restrain their scorn. The Su family, mere paupers, still dares to vie for the spirit essence jade liquid. Such is their folly. While outsiders may not fully comprehend the Su family's plight, having only heard rumors, the four prominent families are acutely aware of the Su family's dire circumstances. They would be fortunate to muster even 1,000,000 spirit stones. The derisive remarks continued to echo, but Su Yunxian remained unfazed, whereas Su Chen grew increasingly irate. "Damn it, they enjoy mocking us, do they? This time, my Su family will secure everything." He had resolved that, regardless of what it was, he would purchase it outright. Before long, nearly all the attendees had taken their seats. The Wanbao Pavilion auction is not an event open to just anyone. It operates on an invitation-only basis, with entry granted solely to those who have received an invitation. Thus, the majority of attendees are cultivators or powers from Minghui City at the core formation stage or above. Those below the core formation stage must accompany their elders. An elderly gentleman in his 60s slowly ascended the auction platform, a smile gracing his features. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhu Li, the steward of Wanbao Pavilion. We are all familiar faces here. I trust you know me well." He continued, "I shall preside over today's auction. I kindly ask everyone to maintain decorum and not disrupt the proceedings." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing a palpable tremor among those present in the hall. A cultivator at the virtual refinement stage. With a continued smile, Zhu Li proclaimed, "Now, without further ado, let us commence with the auction." Upon finishing his words, he gestured, and 3 plump pills materialized on the stone platform beside him. "Our first item for auction is a third-grade pill, the transformation pill, which significantly enhances the probability of childbirth. The starting bid is set at 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Many first-time attendees of the Wanbao Pavilion auction were taken aback. To begin with, such a precious item as the transformation pill was indeed a testament to the pavilion's reputation. Su Yunqian remained composed, recognizing that while the transformation pill was valuable, it was not an extraordinary rarity within Mingyue City, as one could procure it with sufficient spirit stones. 510,000 spirit stones. 530,000 spirit stones. The bidding voices rose steadily, soon reaching 800,000 spirit stones, a price considered typical for a transformation pill. 800,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid further? Zhu Li glanced over with a faint smile, observing the silence that enveloped the room, before continuing, 800,000 for the first time, 800,000 for the second. I bid 1 million. Su Chen's calm voice echoed, prompting Su Yunqian to turn swiftly towards him, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Haven't you already formed your infant? Yet. Recalling the vast fortune of 100 billion low-grade spirit stones he possessed, Su Yunqian shrugged off her concerns and diverted her attention elsewhere. Given Su Chen's seemingly boundless wealth, spending 1 million appeared inconsequential. The auction hall fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on Su Chen, particularly the individual who had initially called out the bid of 800,000, whose expression reflected disbelief. Does the Su family truly require such a lowly elixir? Li Feiqi erupted into laughter, exclaiming, the Su family is truly remarkable, even scrambling to acquire such worthless pills. Elder Yuan Qi of the Yuan family chimed in. Perhaps the Su family can only afford this infant transformation pill. Laughter echoed throughout the auction, predominantly from the members of the 4 great families, while others, despite harboring amusement, dared not show it openly. The Su family, irrespective of their financial status, commanded a formidable presence that was not to be trifled with. Zhu Li resumed. 1 million for the first time, for the second time, and for the third. Sold. Congratulations to young Master Su Chen for acquiring 3 infant transformation pills. He then announced the next item for auction, a 4th grade 10,000 spirits pill, starting at a bid of 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 16. The Spiritual Essence Jade Liquid. You dare claim that the Su family is impoverished? The next item to be auctioned is the 4th grade all-spirit pill, starting at a price of 3 million low-grade spirit stones. The all-spirit pill. The members of the 4 great families all froze in astonishment. Such a pill is indeed presented at this auction. The efficacy of the all-spirit pill is rather straightforward. It can directly facilitate a breakthrough of one minor realm for those in the nascent soul stage, remaining effective until one reaches the consummate level of the nascent soul. Such a pill is a treasure that, even in Mingyue City, is highly sought after yet seldom available. It is truly unexpected that the second item in this auction is the all-spirit pill, according to the rules of the Wanbao Pavilion. There are typically 15 items auctioned each year, with each subsequent item of greater value. If the second item is already the all-spirit pill, one can only speculate that the following items will be even more extraordinary. The members of the 4 great families redirected their attention, opting to conserve their spirit stones for later. Particularly, they all coveted the Spiritual Essence Jade Liquid. 3,500,000 spirit stones. Announced one individual in the nascent soul stage, prompting a chorus of bids to erupt within the venue. 3,600,000 spirit stones. 3,900,000 spirit stones. The price ascended gradually, and the voices of bidders dwindled, ultimately settling at 6 million spirit stones. 6 million once. 6,500,000, came the calm voice of Su Chen. Instantly, the attendees turned their gaze toward him, their expressions rife with confusion. What is the meaning of this? Was it not stated that the Su family possessed little in the way of spirit stones? Why then could one spend 6.5 million to purchase the elixir? Li Feiqi's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with a tone of derision. This is the Wanbao Pavilion auction. The prices cannot be called out frivolously. Can the Su family truly produce 6.5 million spirit stones? In his view, it was inconceivable that the Su family could amass such a sum, although Wanbao Pavilion refrained from engaging in the disputes of the various factions. It was well aware of the circumstances within Mingyue City. Zhu Li, with a serious expression, remarked, "Young friend, one must not jest with the bidding. Calling out random prices can have severe consequences." Without uttering a word, Su Chen directly tossed a spatial ring. Zhu Li accepted it, briefly inspected its contents, and then a smile illuminated his previously stern face. 6.5 million, once, twice, sold. Young Master Su, once the auction concludes, the elixirs will be promptly delivered to you. Business people are often the least concerned with face. Their expressions can shift as swiftly as a chameleon. Su Chen nodded lightly, then cast a look of subtle mockery at Li Feiqi, his silence imbued with disdain. Yet, this very demeanor incited a deep-seated irritation within Li Feiqi. Su Chen, I will eventually avenge Li Qiu by eliminating you. Confusion clouded Li Feiqi's eyes. How could the Su family possess such an abundance of spirit stones? Following this, several items were auctioned off, nearly all of which were of the nascent soul level. Yet without exception, they were all secured by Su Chen, who paid on the spot, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Was it not said that the Su family was impoverished? In just this brief moment, nearly 40 million spirit stones have been expended. Even the Wang family would hesitate to indulge in such extravagance, would they? A cold glimmer filled Wang Ming's eyes as an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. What on earth is happening? Beside him, the steward of the Wang family immediately interjected, Master, this makes no sense. The information we received from our informants within the Su family is quite reliable. They possess at most 1 million low-grade spirit stones. There is no way they could have so much more. Moreover, those individuals have been our collaborators for some time. They wouldn't dare betray us. Wang Ming's expression darkened as he recalled the information relayed to him not long ago. It appeared the Su family was undergoing some sort of transformation. Let us observe further. I refuse to believe that Su Chen can afford to acquire everything. Within the auction hall, Zhu raised his hand, causing 4 flags of varying colors to materialize upon the stone platform, each imbued with immense energy. He proclaimed once more, the 13th item, a mid-level mysterious formation. The 4 symbols formation, capable of both offense and defense. The most crucial aspect is that this formation has been inscribed onto the flags, allowing for convenient transport. Though each activation demands a significant amount of spiritual energy, the starting bid is 10 million low-grade spirit stones. An immediate silence enveloped the hall. Although the 4 symbols formation was remarkable, its price was equally staggering. Eyes turned towards the 5 great families, as it seemed that with mid-level treasures now on display, the upcoming items would likely be beyond their reach, relegating them to mere spectators. Li Feiqi spoke up nonchalantly, 1,100,000 spirit stones. The strength of the Li family pales in comparison to that of the Wang and Yuan families, and this time, the prospect of acquiring the spirit essence jade liquid seems rather bleak. It would be wiser to procure something of genuine utility instead. After he made his bid, a profound silence enveloped the venue, with no further offers emerging. Clearly, the other prominent families concurred that there was no need for competition over this item. 20 million. A languid voice resounded, belonging to Su Chen. Li Feiqi immediately turned his head, his eyes glinting with menace. Su Chen. He was utterly perplexed. How could the Su family possibly possess such an abundance of spirit stones? I offer 13 million spirit stones. Su Chen declared once more, followed by 20 million spirit stones. Gasped. Upon hearing Su Chen's offer, many attendees in the hall instinctively inhaled sharply. An astonishing increase of 7 million spirit stones was unprecedented in this context. Everyone else was keen on conserving resources, incrementally raising their bids. Just how many spirit stones does the Su family possess to sustain such bold bidding from Su Chen? Li Feiqi seethed with resentment, his teeth grinding in fury. He genuinely yearned to eliminate Su Chen on the spot. Yet, this was the domain of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, and he dared not act recklessly. The 20 million spirit stones exceeded his expectations for the 4 symbols array. And with a cold snort, he fell silent. I'll be watching how many more spirit stones your Su family possesses. He could not believe that Su Chen could maintain such arrogance and purchase everything in sight. Su Chen casually tossed a spatial ring forward, and after Zhu inspected it, he joyously proclaimed, "Congratulations to young Master Su for acquiring the 4 symbols array." Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yunqian could not help but let out a bitter smile, saying, "Chen, even with spiritual stones, you ought not to squander them so recklessly." Su Chen replied calmly, "Second uncle, it is merely a trifling amount of spiritual stones. I originally intended to spend 1 billion, yet I have barely utilized 1/10 of that. The people of Mingyue City are exceedingly impoverished. There is no pressure whatsoever." Su Yunqian's lips twitched. Truly, a well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. Do you comprehend the significance of 1 billion spiritual stones? Based on the previous operations of the Su family, with an annual yield of 5 million spiritual stones, it would take 200 years of frugality to accumulate 1 billion. Moreover, considering the expenses of the Su family, they could only save 1 to 200,000 spiritual stones a year, necessitating nearly a millennium to amass that sum. Julie then produced another item, a finely crafted porcelain vase emanating a faint essence. Esteemed guests, I believe everyone is familiar with the next treasure. The 14th item, spiritual essence jade liquid. This elixir facilitates the seamless breakthrough of Yuanying stage cultivators into the transformation stage, with no adverse effects whatsoever. A wave of fervor swept through the audience, and Su Yunxian was no exception. This was precisely the reason the Su family had attended the auction. Naturally, this was also a coveted item for several other prominent families. However, if the spiritual essence jade liquid was only the 14th item, then what could the final treasure possibly be, if not even more precious? Julie stated in a calm voice, the starting bid is 70 million low-grade spiritual stones. Chapter 17. The competition for the spirit essence and the astonishment of the crowd. The Su family is truly affluent. 80 million spirit stones. Yuan Hao was the first to speak, his calm voice resonating throughout the auction house. Upon hearing this bid, many attendees gasped in disbelief, realizing that the offer had surged by a staggering 10 million. Su Chen inquired, "Uncle, if I recall correctly, the last sale of spirit essence fetched 270 million lower-grade spirit stones, correct?" Su Yunxian was about to place a bid when she heard the question and responded, "Indeed, but why do you ask?" Armed with the precise figure, Su Chen promptly raised his hand. 300 million spirit stones. Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of shock swept through the assembly, with onlookers casting incredulous glances at Su Chen. 300 million spirit stones. This price exceeded the previous sale of spirit essence by a remarkable 30 million. How could the Su family possess such wealth? Who spread the rumor that the Su family was impoverished? They should be dealt with severely. Could a destitute family truly produce 300 million spirit stones? Wang Ming and Yuan Hao suddenly rose to their feet, their expressions filled with astonishment as they stared at Su Chen, while the head of the He family, who had been prepared to bid 90 million spirit stones, was left utterly dumbfounded. What just transpired? 300 million spirit stones is simply outrageous. A figure even Wang Ming had not anticipated. Su Yunxian stood frozen in place, contemplating. So this is how one plays with spirit stones? He was accustomed to a life of hardship, exhibiting frugality when it came to the expenditure of spirit stones. However, he did not deter Su Chen from his extravagant bidding. After all, Su Chen was using his own spirit stones, and he was free to spin them as he pleased. Julie was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Su Chen's audacious offer, yet being seasoned in the ways of the world. He quickly regained his composure. The young clan leader Su bids 300 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to counter? Wang Ming's eyes glinted with coldness, as he had never anticipated that the Su family possessed such an abundance of spirit stones. How infuriating. It was no wonder they had closed their shop. They were brimming with confidence. Even without operating their business, they could sustain themselves for a considerable time. He had miscalculated. Regaining his poise, Wang Ming proclaimed loudly, 310 million. With a scoff, he asserted that the Wang family was not lacking in spirit stones, no matter how wealthy the Su family was. They could not outmatch the Wang family. Today, he intended to demonstrate what true wealth looked like to the Su family. Su Chen cast a disinterested glance at Wang Ming and raised his hand to bid for 100 million spirit stones. Wang Ming was instantly rendered speechless, turning his head stiffly to gaze at Su Chen with incredulity. An immediate increase of 90 million. 400 million spirit stones exceeded the value of the spirit essence liquid. While it was understandable for such an item to be priced higher due to its rarity, 400 million spirit stones seemed excessively extravagant. As Su Chen's bid echoed through the venue, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. 400 million. This was truly astonishing. Su Chen spoke with an air of nonchalance. Does the Wang clan leader wish to raise the bid? Wang Ming's expression darkened. The price of 400 million was evidently exorbitant. However, the Wang family possessed a considerable reserve of spiritual stones. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responded, Su Chen, do not be so smug. The spiritual stones of my Wang family are not something your Su family can compare to. 410 million spiritual stones. Li Feiqi chimed in with derision. What are you trying to flaunt? I wonder how long you can maintain such bravado. With a bid like that, you must be nearing your limit. It was clear that he perceived Su Chen's substantial bid as a desperate attempt to intimidate the Wang family due to a lack of confidence. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's face regained a glimmer of self-assurance. The Wang family had been entrenched in Minghua City for an extensive period. Even if the Su family had some foundation, it could not possibly rival the depth of the Wang family's legacy. With a cold smirk, Su Chen slowly declared, 500 million spiritual stones. The smiles on Wang Ming and Li Feiqi's faces instantly froze. The Su family could still raise the bid. Just how many spiritual stones did they possess? Wang Ming suddenly felt that his economic sanctions against the Su family were nothing short of a joke. With such substantial funding, did the Su family truly fear their sanctions? Yet, he was not ready to concede. 501. 600 million spiritual stones. Su Chen's voice abruptly cut through Wang Ming's words. His hand, which had been raised to continue the bidding, hung motionless in the air, caught in a dilemma of whether to lower it or to press on. 600 million spirit stones is indeed exorbitantly priced. After Su Chen spoke, he added with a tone of disdain, the Wang family possesses an abundance of spirit stones. Why not increase the offer? He was well acquainted with spirit stones, having recently acquired 30 million celestial crystals through a signing bonus merely half a month prior. In accordance with the classification of spirit stones, they are divided into inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, holy crystals, and celestial crystals, beyond which he had little knowledge. The ratio between each type of spirit stone is 100, meaning a single celestial crystal is equivalent to 100 billion inferior spirit stones. The sheer magnitude of 30 million celestial crystals was almost unfathomable. Furthermore, Su Chen's inferior spiritual roots were measured in Jing, rendering it impossible for him to exhaust such wealth. As Su Chen's voice echoed, a profound silence enveloped the venue once more. Wang Ming could not suppress the twitching of his eyelids, and the Wang family's steward beside him wore an expression of disbelief. He retorted angrily, how could the Su family possibly possess such an abundance of spirit stones? I refuse to believe it. Steward Zhu, I suspect the Su family is merely fabricating their bid. Not only he, but everyone present found it implausible that the Su family could offer such a staggering sum. It was utterly terrifying. An increase of 100 million? 600 million spirit stones could purchase 2 servings of spirit essence jade liquid. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, as long as it is confirmed to be mine, I shall pay the spirit stones on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhu Li immediately addressed the Wang family's steward coldly. Please refrain from disrupting the normal order of the auction. The Wanbao Pavilion, as a commercial entity, naturally aims to uphold the value of its esteemed clientele. Moreover, Su Chen was consistently proactive, directly presenting the spirit stones on the spot. The steward of the Wang family was rendered speechless, yet he could not fathom how the Su family could possess such a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Wang Ming's gaze was laden with frost. He did not cease to raise the bid but rather communicated discreetly with the steward beside him, instructing him to relay a message to their associates, urging immediate action against the Su family. This time, the Wang family would exert their utmost efforts to eradicate the Su family entirely. It appeared that Su Chen still had more spirit stones at his disposal, rendering further bidding futile. As 600 million spirit stones far exceeded the intrinsic value of the spirit essence jade liquid, he could not accept the prospect of the Su family's power expanding further and resolved to initiate the plan to annihilate them without delay. Otherwise, should the Su family acquire another member in the transformation stage, compounded by Su Chen's potential breakthrough, dealing with the Su family would become exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing these words, the steward of the Wang family was visibly taken aback. He nodded respectfully before departing from the Wanbao Pavilion. Wang Ming, meanwhile, silently regarded the representatives of the other 3 great families. The 4 exchanged glances, each gaze brimming with coldness and murderous intent. After a series of inquiries from Zhu Li, confirming that no one else would raise the bid, the spirit essence jade liquid was awarded to the Su family. Su Chen promptly settled the 600 million spirit stones right then and there. Zhu Li, observing the mountainous pile of low-grade spirit stones within his spatial ring, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. His countenance radiated exuberance. This year's performance held the promise of a significant surge. As the steward, Zhu Li naturally earned a commission, and the more he sold, the greater his earnings would be. Zhu Li once again gestured, and a pill materialized upon the stone platform, the grand finale of this auction. The 6th grade Huolong Dan. What? Wang Ming abruptly rose to his feet, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at the pill adorned with dragon patterns on the platform. The finale was indeed the Huolong Dan. This pill bore similarities to the Wanling Dan, yet was significantly more potent, capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation at the transformation god stage. It required at least a 6th grade high-tier alchemist to concoct. Instantly, a glimmer of avarice ignited in his gaze. The Su family had expended a considerable amount of spirit stones to acquire the Lingjing Yuya. Surely, they could not possess surplus spirit stones to purchase the Huolong Dan. With the Wang family's substantial wealth, they could easily overshadow the other 3 great clans. If he could procure this Huolong Dan, it would not be a disadvantage at all. A confident smile returned to Wang Ming's face. Chapter 18. The outbreak of battle. Zhu Lilong proclaimed loudly, "The starting bid is 100 million low-grade spirit stones." Just as Wang Ming was about to speak, the familiar voice rang out once more. Chen nonchalantly declared, 600 million spirit stones. Wang Ming's smile instantly froze, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment as he gazed at Chen. "Does your Su family still possess spirit stones? The crux of the matter is that you have audaciously increased the bid by 500 million all at once, even if you have spirit stones. Is this how you would bid?" Not only Wang Ming, but many in the auction hall also gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Chen. Chen glanced at Wang Ming and then curiously inquired, "Does the head of the Wang family fancy this as well? In that case, I shall raise the bid by another 100 million spirit stones, 700 million spirit stones." What the hell? Wang Ming's face was filled with fury. Since becoming the head of the family, he had scarcely felt anger. Yet now he was overwhelmed by a desire to strangle Chen. This was utterly infuriating. Chen's brazen bidding silenced the previously eager three major families. What kind of bidding was this? The starting point was 700 million low-grade spirit stones. Among the four major families, only the Yuan and Wang families could muster such an amount. Yet Chen's demeanor strongly suggested that he possessed even more spirit stones. They were baffled. How could the Su family have amassed such a fortune? This was utterly preposterous. The other attendees in the venue were utterly stunned. This was undoubtedly the most outrageous auction they had ever witnessed. In the past, bidding was a gradual increase, yet Chen raised the stakes by billions. This left some in the nascent soul stage feeling utterly distressed, as their family's total wealth in spirit stones barely amounted to several tens of millions, while others casually produced billions, an incomparable disparity. However, some observed with a cold smile. The Su family's audacity was a path to self-destruction. The four prominent families would not allow the Su family to proceed without consequence. Among the Li family, accompanying Li Feiqi to the auction was his eldest son, Li He. Witnessing this spectacle, Li He's eyes were filled with concern. "Father, what shall we do? The Su family is financially formidable, rendering our previous economic strategies utterly ineffective. Now, with the acquisition of several treasures, it becomes increasingly challenging for the four families to contend with them. Should the Su family continue to grow, it would spell disaster for our clans, especially since our Li family has already severed ties with them." Li Feiqi's expression darkened as he replied coolly, "Do not worry. The Su family will not survive today." Upon hearing this, Li He's eyes brightened with hope. "Father, does this mean we are finally taking action against the Su family?" Li Feiqi nodded, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "What does it matter how many treasures they possess if they lack the means to utilize them? Given time, the Su family might indeed experience a rapid surge in power, yet they currently possess only two in the transformation stage. Above them, on the high platform, amiable and affable was the countenance of Zhu Li as he proclaimed, 700 million spirit stones, once, twice, thrice, and sold. Congratulations to young Master Su on acquiring the Dragon Transformation Pill," he concluded. "With this transaction, our auction comes to a felicitous close. Patrons may now exit the hall in an orderly fashion." Upon hearing this, the attendees departed with expressions of bewilderment. The auction's peculiarity, with all items being procured by a single individual, was unprecedented. Yet, many of the younger attendees were visibly thrilled, their minds abuzz with tales to recount for the coming year. Within a lavishly appointed suite, Zhu Li, beaming, presented a spatial ring, stating, "Contained herein are the items young master acquired. Pray, verify their contents at your leisure." Despite his advanced cultivation stage, his demeanor was one of utmost deference. Having ascended through the ranks, the stewards of Myriad Treasures Pavilion were instilled with a customer-centric ethos. Cognizant of the Su family's affluence, he was keen to cultivate their patronage, anticipating potentially lucrative future engagements. Chen, however, demurred, deferring to Su Yunqian, "Esteemed uncle, your discernment surpasses mine. I would be grateful if you would undertake the verification." This gesture was intended to honor Su Yunqian, who had accompanied him for the sake of broadening his horizons, lest it appear that their roles were reversed. Su Yunqian, unperturbed, accepted the spatial ring and meticulously examined its contents. Upon confirming its integrity, he acknowledged Zhu Li, stating, "Your diligence is appreciated, Steward Zhu." Zhu Li waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is merely my duty." However, he spoke in a tone that was both teasing and enigmatic. "The Su family appears to be in a predicament. Should you possess a sufficient quantity of spirit stones, I could introduce you to reliable experts who could offer their protection, provided the price is agreeable. Even those in the void refinement stage are available. Under normal circumstances, Julie would not make such introductions. However, the Su family's astonishing financial resources prompted him to mention it. Su Yunqian's expression shifted, impressed by the capabilities of Wanbage, which could indeed locate individuals at the void refinement stage. May I inquire, Zhu manager, how many spirit stones would be required for such a service? Julie smiled as he replied, based on previous experiences, 100 million low-grade spirit stones would suffice to secure the protection of a void refinement expert for a year. 100 million spirit stones. Su Yunqian was taken aback. The price was undeniably staggering, yet the current Su family could afford it. Noticing the contemplative look on Su Yunqian's face, Julie handed him a communication jade talisman, saying, Elder Su may reach out to me whenever there is a need. This arrangement was one he orchestrated discreetly. The business of Wanbage had acquainted him with numerous powerful individuals, many of whom were lacking spirit stones. By introducing these individuals to potential opportunities, he could earn a substantial commission without incurring significant risk. Su Yunqian nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently departed Wanbage with Su Chen, knowing they must deliberate further on this matter. Particularly since the Su family already had a void refinement expert, their need was not exceedingly pressing. After the two departed, Julie gazed at their receding figures and then turned his attention to the distance, his eyes devoid of emotion as he remarked, It seems that Mingyue City is destined to become lively once more. Following their exit from Wanbage, the pair swiftly made their way towards the Su family. Su Yunqian felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Their family had acquired an excessive number of items, and coupled with the display of such formidable financial prowess, he genuinely feared that the Wang family might resort to open hostility. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a powerful aura erupted from afar, enveloping the two almost instantaneously. This is bad. Su Yunqian's complexion shifted dramatically. Indeed, it seemed that words had summoned reality. Su Yunqian, you shall remain here. Wang Ming's figure emerged without any pretense, raising his hand to unleash a massive fireball aimed directly at Su Yunqian. This fireball appeared capable of incinerating all in its path, exuding an extraordinarily high temperature. In the early stages of the transformation realm, Su Yunqian struggled to withstand the onslaught and then bellowed, Wang Ming, does your Wang family truly wish to engage in a life-and-death battle with my Su family? His gaze was filled with trepidation. Wang Ming had unreservedly revealed himself, clearly prepared for an all-out confrontation with the Su family. How infuriating. If only the Su family were granted a little more time. Would they need to fear the Wang family at all? Su Yunqian, today your Su family shall be annihilated. Li Feiqi's figure appeared in an instant, his expression frigid and rife with murderous intent. And you, Su Chen, I shall flay you alive and strip you of your very marrow. The instant Li Feiqi materialized, the heads of the He family and Hong Yuan arrived, flanked by the remaining two nascent divinity experts of the Wang family. Su Chen's countenance remained placid, even betraying a hint of derision. Rest assured, he declared, you shall slay no one this day. Yet, the words were barely out of his mouth when he apprehended the audacity of his pronouncement, considering his present status as merely a nascent soul cultivator. Nevertheless, should calamity befall the Su family, he would intercede directly. Indeed, irrespective of the Su family's fate, he resolved to obliterate the four great families of Moonlit City after this day. A succession of nascent divinity auras unfurled across Moonlit City, casting a pall of dread upon the populace. Those in closer proximity, discerning the extraordinary nature of the unfolding events, had long since fled to a safe distance. An imminent nascent divinity conflict loomed, a spectacle that none dared to witness. Even nascent soul cultivators risked succumbing to the residual forces. Do you truly seek mutual destruction with the Su family? Su Yunqian's gaze was glacial. Su Qingtian's figure materialized beside him, having sensed the unfolding situation and hastened to the scene. His expression was grave, for the four great families of Moonlit City collectively possessed 7 nascent divinity cultivators, while the Su family could only muster 2. In the past, these individuals likely refrained from taking action out of fear of the old man's lingering influence. But now they can no longer contain themselves. What words were uttered by Elder Su? Yuan Hao's voice resonated as his figure gradually emerged from the heights, accompanied by another member of the Yuan family in the God transformation stage. At this point, all the God transformation experts from the 4 great families had gathered. Yuan Hao cast a disdainful glance at Su Yunqian and remarked, do you believe your Su family is worthy of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with our 4 great families? Were it not for the regard we have for Su Hongyuan, you would not even possess the qualification to enter Mingyue City. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian's countenances turned exceedingly grim. Indeed, without Su Hanyuan at the helm, the Su family would scarcely possess the wherewithal to contend with the four great clans. Su Qingtian stated with measured composure, "Chinner, at the onset of the impending conflict, seize the earliest opportunity to abscond. Your third uncle is already making provisions. Concern yourself with naught but escape. Even if the Su family is annihilated, its legacy persists as long as you endure." Though Su Qingtian spoke with an air of composure, his grave expression betrayed the severity of the situation. In all likelihood, the Su family was doomed to obliteration. Su Chen, meanwhile, pondered whether to simply dispatch the members of the four great clans outright. But how would he account for such actions? Did my master enlighten me directly? How preposterous! Su Chen found the notion somewhat far-fetched. He harbored no concerns for the safety of Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian. With him present, their demise would be a difficult feat. The only dilemma being the matter of explanation. An idea swiftly took root in Su Chen's mind, and he remarked with a subtle smile, "Father, you underestimate me greatly. I am at the very pinnacle of the primordial soul stage. With my prowess, I am invincible against those below the mid-stage transformation god realm. Have you not heard of peerless geniuses vanquishing adversaries beyond their cultivation realm?" Su Qingtian was taken aback, and he inquired with a stern expression, "Is this veritable?" The combat prowess of 3 individuals at the transformation stage evidently surpasses that of 2, offering a significantly higher chance of survival, particularly in the event of a retreat. Su Chen smiled as he transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Li Fei. Li Fei regarded him with disdain. Incredulous that a mere Yuan-ing cultivator would dare to initiate an assault, truly a display of ignorance regarding the vastness of the heavens and the earth. He raised his hand, intending to seize Su Chen. "Since you have so graciously presented yourself, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." However, as Li Fei attempted to grasp Su Chen's fist, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Bang! Li Fei was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the city. What? All present widened their eyes in disbelief at this spectacle. Su Chen possessed such formidable strength that he could send Li Fei flying with a single punch. It must be noted that Li Fei was at the mid-transformation stage, representing a significant disparity in cultivation levels, 1 major realm and 1 minor realm apart. While some prodigies can indeed overcome minor realm differences, transcending a major realm is exceedingly unreasonable. Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian stared, astonished as though they had witnessed a ghost. Su Chen's strength was astonishing. To send Li Fei flying with a single blow was an accomplishment even Su Yunxian could not achieve. Yet, Su Chen accomplished it effortlessly. What terrifying physical prowess he possessed. Li Fei suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the punch imbued with hidden energy. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he could have sustained severe injuries. How could you possess such strength? Li Feiqi lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face. He found it impossible to accept the reality of being wounded by a single blow. Su Chen responded nonchalantly, "There are countless things you have yet to witness." Wang Ming then shouted vehemently, "Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly eliminate them without the slightest hesitation." The prowess displayed by Su Chen instilled a profound sense of dread within him. At just under 19 years of age, Su Chen possessed strength rivaling that of a perfected deity. If given another 2 years, would he not directly ascend to the realm of the void refinement? Moreover, the Su family's astonishing financial resources exacerbated their anxiety. Wang Ming's aura, indicative of a late-stage perfected deity, radiated throughout the entirety of Mingwei City. As the 5 perfected deities from the Wang and Yuan families surged towards Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian. Meanwhile, Li Feiqi and He Hanyuan advanced menacingly towards Su Chen. The stage for battle was set. A grave expression clouded Su Qingtian's eyes as he exuded a primal energy, his muscles taking on a crimson hue. Attack! In this 2 against 5 confrontation, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. After only a few exchanges, Su Qingtian and his companion found themselves in a precarious retreat. "Do not linger in combat. Seize the chance to flee," Su Qingtian urged in a low voice. Wang Ming responded coldly, "No one can save you today." He raised his hand and flung several stones forward, their surfaces inscribed with mysterious symbols that shimmered with an otherworldly light. These were array stones. Such stones typically bore formations, akin to the 4 symbols array, which could be swiftly deployed when the need arose. Wang Ming swiftly established the formation. And by the time Su Qingtian realized what was happening, the array had completely enveloped them. "Damn it!" Su Qingtian cursed silently, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Wang Ming laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. This formation is an intermediate-level killing array of the mysterious tier, and I have expended considerable resources to eliminate you. As his words fell, he manipulated the array, summoning a colossal long knife that surged towards Su Qingtian with ferocity. This knife, a manifestation of the formation, bore the power to slay beings at the transformation stage. Su Qingtian narrowly evaded its lethal arc, but the knife swiftly redirected towards Su Yunqian. With his strength merely at the initial stage of incarnation, he found himself unable to escape the knife's rapid approach and could only brace himself for the impact. Poof! The long knife pierced through his defenses, aiming directly for Su Yunqian's forehead. I shall assist you. Su Qingtian, his aura robust to the extreme, unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the long knife, thus sparing Su Yunqian from peril. Witnessing this, Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with coldness. It was not over yet. Immediately, 3 weapons materialized within the great formation: a long knife, a long sword, and a long spear. Concurrently, the transformation stage cultivators from the Yuan and Wang families entered the fray, collaborating with the array to assail the two. This is dire. Su Qingtian's face bore a bitter expression, for the 4 great families had long been prepared, filling him with a sense of helplessness. The collaboration of the 5 mid-stage transformation realm practitioners, coupled with this formidable formation, suggests that their demise is imminent. With this thought in mind, Su Qingtian urgently shouted, "Chener, flee at once. Do not concern yourself with us." However, he soon found himself momentarily stunned. What was this that I beheld? In his line of sight, Su Chen was engaged in combat with He Hongyuan and Li Feiqi. Su Chen's prowess was utterly astonishing. These two were both mid-stage transformation realm experts. For a mere nascent soul practitioner to contend with one was already preposterous. How could he possibly confront 2 simultaneously? He Hongyuan bellowed, "Master Wang, swiftly eliminate those 2. This young man's strength is quite peculiar." Witnessing the failure of the duo to subdue Su Chen, Wang Ming instinctively shouted, "Incompetence!" Frustrated, He Hongyuan retorted, "Why don't you step in and give it a try?" Su Chen's speed was remarkable, and his physical body was extraordinarily robust. Just as he prepared to cast a spell, Su Chen was upon him in an instant. Engaging in a contest of physical strength left him vulnerable to being struck. It was utterly humiliating. Moreover, He Hongyuan had an unsettling feeling that Su Chen was toying with him. Wang Ming averted his gaze and once more looked towards Su Qingtian and his companion, coldly stating, "Hurry and eliminate them." The inability of He Hongyuan and Li Feiqi to even contend with Su Chen stirred a sense of irritation within him, leading him to question whether the two were in collusion with the Su family. The 4 great families were merely temporary allies. Once the Su family was eradicated, they would inevitably revert to their former state of covert rivalry. Originally, he intended to eliminate the 2 without inflicting any harm, but it now seems increasingly improbable. A cornered rabbit will bite, and when faced with 2 formidable opponents in the transformation stage, it is inevitable that someone will sustain injuries if they fight desperately. This could potentially provide an opportunity for other families to intervene. Even if the people of Mingyue City refrain from action, there will undoubtedly be others eager to seize the chance. Such a substantial prize as Mingyue City attracts many covetous eyes. Poof! The long sword lunged towards Su Qingtian, and in a moment of unpreparedness, a deep gash was inflicted upon his arm, blood gushing forth. Chapter 20. The emergence of calamity. The confrontation among the 3 formidable void refinement stage warriors unfolded with little suspense. Particularly after the Wang family's transformation stage cultivators cast aside all reservations. Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian found themselves utterly defenseless. Bang! Su Yunqian was violently propelled backwards, crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, his aura dwindling to an exceedingly faint whisper. "Kill him!" Wang Shou's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he charged ruthlessly towards Su Yunqian. Damn it! Su Yunqian attempted to resist. Yet the excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered him momentarily paralyzed. He could scarcely lift a hand. "Second brother!" Su Qingtian bellowed, his gaze filled with desperation. Wang Ming sneered. "Do not worry. Soon I shall send you down to accompany him." At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged from afar, instilling a sense of dread in all present. What is happening? Everyone turned their attention toward the source, their expressions grave. This is the aura of a void refinement stage warrior. A foreboding sensation crept into the hearts of the 4 great families. Wang Shou trembled involuntarily. Under the weight of this overwhelming pressure, the spiritual power in his hands became unstable, and the offensive force he had just summoned erupted uncontrollably. Within the Wanbao Pavilion, Zhu Li discerned this potent aura, his eyes suddenly igniting with a glimmer of excitement. clearly relishing the unfolding spectacle. The four great families were about to face calamity. In an instant, that formidable presence vanished, just as the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. A figure tore through the void, tall and imposing, exuding an aura of fierce vitality. Is this what it means to reach the void refinement stage? Upon seeing this unfamiliar presence, the members of several prominent families were taken aback, promptly bowing in respect. "We pay our respects, senior." Su Hongyuan let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to grasp the air, which instantly fractured, capturing Wang Shou with ease. This mid-stage divine transformation cultivator seemed no more than a helpless chick, devoid of any means of resistance. "Senior." Wang Shou's face displayed a look of panic. He could not comprehend why this void refinement expert would target him. At the sight of the newcomer, Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian's expressions transformed dramatically. "Grandfather, you have made a breakthrough?" The figure before them bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Hongyuan from his earlier days, though the toll of a previous battle had left him gaunt and aged. Their hearts swelled with exhilaration and joy upon witnessing Su Hongyuan's resurgence. They could hardly believe that he had managed to rise from despair. With a formidable void refinement expert in the Su family, they had no reason to fear the four major families any longer. Su Hongyuan smiled and remarked, "Of course. I appreciate your efforts. I shall take it from here." With that, he exerted a slight force, and Wang Shou erupted in a violent explosion, falling in an instant. Wang Ming, sensing Su Hongyuan's formidable presence, suddenly came to a jarring realization, his voice rising in terror. "You are Su Hongyuan. How could you possibly still be alive?" When Su Hongyuan initially entered Mingwei City, he was in an exceedingly poor state, as if he were on the brink of death. Yet, after all these years, his condition has not only improved but has also transcended from the semi-virtual realm to the virtual realm. Wang Ming found it utterly inconceivable to witness such a scene. A cold smile graced Su Hongyuan's face as he unleashed a punch imbued with boundless power, shattering the formation set by Wang Ming. The ensuing shockwave surged towards the transformation stage practitioners of the Wang and Yuan families, forcing them to retreat incessantly. This was merely residual force. Had it struck them directly, they would likely have been reduced to mere dust. As one ascends to the later stages of cultivation, the disparity becomes increasingly pronounced. The difference between the transformation stage and the virtual realm may seem minimal, yet their combat prowess diverges immensely, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Such formidable strength instilled fear in the hearts of many at the nascent soul stage, while Wang Ming's expression darkened to an extreme. Wang Shou was dead. Even if the Su family were to be annihilated, the losses to the Wang family would be tremendously grievous. Gazing at the robust aura of Su Hongyuan, he could not restrain himself from bellowing. "How much longer will you all merely spectate?" Su Hongyuan sneered disdainfully and retorted, "Do you have any allies left?" However, he soon felt a tremor within himself, his expression turning grave as he glanced into the distance. Suddenly, the void tore open, and four figures emerged. The foremost figure appeared somewhat disheveled, having even lost an arm, and exuded a faint aura. Wang Ming's pupils constricted in shock. He recognized the individual with the severed arm. The individual before him was indeed the one who had previously collaborated with him in the endeavor to eradicate the Su family. A formidable being at the late stage of the transformation realm. Yet, who were the three figures that accompanied him? The palpable aura emanating from these three was terrifyingly potent, clearly surpassing the transformation realm, indicating that they were all formidable entities at the void refinement stage. What is happening? A wave of dread washed over Wang Ming. How had this situation escalated to involve three void refinement cultivators? Everything unfolding before him was evidently beyond his expectations. Among the trio, a gaunt man with an elongated nose let out a chilling laugh. "Ha ha ha. It seems the task issued by the Dark Sentinel was effortlessly acquired. I never anticipated that the Qingfeng gang was, in fact, the Su family." The mention of the Dark Sentinel sent a shiver through the crowd. This was a notorious assassination organization in the eastern region, feared by many. They possessed their own assassins and also issued bounties that anyone could undertake. Wang Ming's eyes widened in horror. Who had placed a bounty on the Su family that could entice three void refinement cultivators? Su Hongyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Had he truly been located after so many years of evasion? The critical concern was that the three before him were all more powerful than he. The one who had just spoken exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, clearly at the late stage of void refinement, while the other two were at the mid-stage. "My lords, I have brought you here. May I be permitted to leave?" implored the one-armed man, desperation etched on his face. However, Lu Ming merely sneered, raising his hand and effortlessly obliterating him. "At your age, still so naive. After speaking, he turned his gaze once more towards the members of the Su family, ultimately fixating on Su Hongyuan. You are Su Hongyuan, are you not? Su Hongyuan's expression grew solemn, his demeanor taut, ever prepared to retaliate. Having just transcended to the void refinement stage, he faced the immense pressure posed by three formidable opponents at the same level. Elming remarked coldly. So you have reached the void refinement stage. This contradicts the intelligence we received. It appears you have made a breakthrough during this time. I was under the impression that you were gravely injured and on the brink of death. Your ability to advance is quite surprising. He then pointed at Su Qitian. And you are Su Qitian? What of Su Yunqian? Where are the other four? Luo Xingye sneered. Brother, why not capture them and directly probe their souls to uncover the truth? Elming laughed heartily. That is indeed a sound suggestion. Immediately thereafter, his eyes glistened with insatiable greed. A single head was worth 2 million high-grade spirit stones, and they were merely a collection of worthless individuals. It is perplexing which powerful force you have offended to warrant such an extravagant price on your lives. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the members from several prominent families quaked. 2 million high-grade spirit stones. That equates to 200 billion low-grade spirit stones. How could the Su family members be valued so highly in the shadows? Su Hongyuan suddenly bellowed, Qitian, take Chenner and flee at once. At that very moment, an explosive aura emanated from him, growing increasingly fierce. Su Hongyuan was igniting his vital essence, forcibly augmenting his strength in a brief span. He had to impede the three in the void refinement stage to buy time for the Su family to escape. Little did Su Hongyuan anticipate that he had just broken through and was now compelled to fight for his life once more. Su Qingtian trembled slightly. The sight before him was all too familiar, and he clenched his fists, rooted to the spot. Su Yunqian spoke in a low voice, we must leave immediately. Su Qingtian replied slowly, second brother, the events of that year are deeply intertwined with me. It was my actions that led to our patriarch being gravely injured and on the brink of death. I cannot allow such a tragedy to unfold again. You must take Chenner and escape. I shall remain here. Chapter 21. The Triumph of the Su Clan. Just how formidable is Su Chen's enigmatic mentor? With unrestrained fury, Su Yunqian bellowed, nay, you shall not abscond from my grasp. None shall elude us. Sneered Lu Ming, casting a disdainful gaze upon Su Hongyuan, a nascent realm of refinement, scarcely sufficient to pose a challenge. As his words echoed, the aura emanating from him erupted instantaneously, enveloping the city like a celestial decree. Countless denizens felt their scalps prickle with apprehension, their eyes wide with terror. In this world, such is the plight of the powerless. Confronted by the mighty, they can only beseech for clemency, for naught else avails them. Here, might reigns supreme, and the strong may vanquish the weak with impunity, their actions deemed justifiable by all. I shall engage Su Hongyuan, Lu Ming declared. The two of you, eliminate the remaining 6 designated targets. Ensure their escape is thwarted. With a savage guffaw, Luo Xingye proclaimed. Rest assured, elder brother, they shall find no refuge. From afar, Su Chen, witnessing the sudden emergence of the trio, shook his head with resignation. He had hoped that with the patriarch's arrival, matters would be resolved, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. It appears I must intervene after all. With a subtle gesture, a burst of spiritual radiance erupted, tearing through the void and hurtling towards Luo Xingye. Thud! Luo Xingye's head detonated instantly, splattering blood in all directions. A scene of gruesome horror. What? Wielding lethal prowess honed from lives spent on the razor's edge, Lu Ming and Pan Huan, seasoned veterans of countless battles, reacted with astonishing alacrity, instantly seeking to flee. The uncanny ability to dispatch Luo Xingye without a trace bespoke of an adversary of immense power, one they were certain to be incapable of vanquishing. Yet, in a reprise of the spectral flash, their craniums too were rent asunder, their life force extinguished in an instant. These 3 cultivators, paragons of the refining emptiness stage, proved utterly defenseless against Su Chen's might, their demise as inconsequential as the crushing of ants. The demise of the trio of refining emptiness experts transpired in less than the span of a single breath. A pall of silence descended upon the scene, the onlookers' gazes reflecting a collective bewilderment. What had just transpired? Though the assembled were no ordinary folk, and despite their ignorance of the precise events, the demise of the 3 refining emptiness cultivators spurred a frenzied retreat among the scions of the various families. Su Hongyuan took the initiative, unleashing a devastating blow that instantly extinguished Wang Ming's existence. The gulf between the late stage of spirit transformation and the refining emptiness stage proved insurmountable. Slaughter them! Su Hongyuan roared, his voice laced with chilling resolve. The members of the other families, their eyes brimming with a mixture of terror and vengeful ire, found themselves ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Regardless of the unfolding events, their doom was all but assured. Should the Su family emerge victorious, their annihilation was certain. Conversely, should the Su family falter, the three refining emptiness experts would undoubtedly silence any potential witnesses through extermination. He Hongyuan, in particular, was consumed by remorse, lamenting his ill-fated decision to align with the Wang family's treacherous schemes. What he had once perceived as an assured victory now lay in ruins, a shattered illusion. Following the Wang family, death was inevitable. Soon, several prominent families' transcendental cultivators were slain on the spot, leaving only members of the Su family present. Su Hongyuan respectfully addressed the lofty skies, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance." An eerie silence enveloped the realm, with no response whatsoever. Confusion clouded Su Hongyuan's gaze as he pondered who had lent their aid. Su Chen stepped forward, inquiring, "Master, is it you?" Suddenly, a vortex of spiritual energy swept through the air, only to vanish in an instant. The pupils of the Su family members dilated in shock. Was it truly Su Chen's master who intervened? They had heard whispers of his master, yet had never encountered them, leaving an ethereal sensation lingering in their hearts. However, the events of today were undeniably tangible. The ability to effortlessly obliterate three cultivators at the void refinement stage, one of whom was in the latter phase, was indeed terrifying. Observing the reaction, Su Chen expressed his gratitude once more. "Disciple thanks you, master." Yet this time, the heavens offered no reply. Su Hongyuan cast a glance at Su Chen, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He had not anticipated that the one repeatedly saving the Su family was merely a junior. "Qi Tian, perhaps you should step aside and allow Chen to assume the role of family head. He is more suited for it. You may then assist him." Su Qingtian replied. "Old man, is that polite?" However, he seemed unfazed. Turning to Su Chen, "Chen, what say you? Would you like to become the head of the Su family? Rest assured, by that time, your father along with several uncles will manage everything for you with utmost clarity. Your only responsibility will be to make overarching decisions." The prowess exhibited by Su Chen is truly formidable, setting aside the fearsome master he has. His remarkable record of battling two mid-stage transformation gods without faltering in the Yuanying stage is sufficient to overshadow all others. Often, the head of a family remains at the helm, symbolizing the pinnacle of strength, rather than engaging directly in every endeavor. Presently, Su Chen undeniably possesses the qualifications to become the head of the Su family. After some contemplation, Su Chen ultimately chose to decline. "Father, you may continue to hold this position for now. We can discuss it again in a few years." After a moment of reflection, Su Qitian nodded with a smile, saying, "Then I shall allow you to occupy this position for the time being. Whenever you desire it, just inform me." Following this, Su Qitian turned his gaze back to Su Hongyuan, his expression laden with gravity. Su Hongyuan was aware of his unspoken inquiry and preemptively responded, "It is solely due to Chen that I have been able to recover from my injuries and achieve a breakthrough." Indeed, Su Qingtian's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Su Chen. The secrets surrounding his son were multiplying. However, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that Su Chen harbored his own mysteries. Su Hongyuan continued, "Second, please take care of those who were secretly observing earlier. Qingtian, return and lead the Su family in managing the enterprises of the four great families. Furthermore, eradicate any roots of the problem." In Su Hongyuan's gaze lingered an aura of murderous intent. They hailed from a bandit clan, inherently not of noble character. The members of the four great families must be exterminated completely to eradicate any future threats. Su Qingtian's eyes brimmed with the same lethal resolve as he clasped his hands and uttered, "Understood." With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. Soon, a tempest of bloodshed engulfed Mingwei City. Within a single day, the four great families were annihilated, their lineage obliterated without a trace, no remnants left, not even a whisper. It was said that not a single egg would remain unshaken, and boiling water would be poured into every anthill. The entire city understood that the conflict between the four great families and the Su clan had reached a decisive conclusion, with the Su clan emerging victorious. As the new ruler ascended the throne, the myriad forces within the city fell silent, paralyzed by fear of retribution, retreating into their homes, too frightened to venture outside. The streets became eerily desolate. At least until the dust settled, they dared not roam freely. Particularly the vassal forces of the now-defunct four great families were gripped by terror, anxious that the Su clan might turn their wrath upon them as well. In the current Mingyue city, aside from the Su clan, there was not a single practitioner at the transformation stage. On the same day, Su Qingyun utilized the spirit essence jade liquid to break through to the rank of a transformation stage powerhouse. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Qingtian was met with reports that darkened his expression. His demeanor turned icy as he commanded, "Summon the collateral elder, Su Yi." Chapter 22. The Extinction of Four Families and the Secrets of the Su Clan. Soon, Su Yi approached, his demeanor respectful as he bowed. "I pay my respects to the family head." Su Qingtian's gaze darkened as he spoke. "Elder Su Yi, do you comprehend the purpose of my summons?" A chill ran down Su Yi's spine, yet he forced a smile, feigning confusion as he replied, "I do not know." Witnessing his demeanor, Su Qingtian's eyes grew even colder. The Su family harbors a profound disdain for traitors. According to the regulations of the Qifeng gang, do you understand the repercussions of betrayal? Upon hearing these words, Su Yi realized the gravity of his situation. Panic gripped him as he knelt, pleading, "Family head, allow me to explain. It was the Wang family that compelled me. I beseech your mercy." "Compelled?" Su Qingtian scoffed. "The Wang family made it abundantly clear that you approached them of your own volition." The desperation on Su Yi's face froze instantaneously, terror reflecting in his eyes. From the outset of his collaboration with the Wang family, he was acutely aware that the Su family was destined for defeat. Thus, he had invested in advance, yet the unfolding of events had proven utterly unpredictable. The four prominent families had actually been vanquished. Moreover, the defeat was utterly comprehensive. The Su family had sustained no losses whatsoever, with only Su Qingtian and Su Yinxian suffering minor injuries. Su Qingtian spoke coldly, as the head of a lineage. "You must adhere to the rules. Your betrayal of the Su family necessitates the eradication of your entire lineage's cultivation and expulsion from the Su family." Upon hearing this, Su Yi was struck with terror. He hurriedly pleaded, "Please spare my life, master of the house. I am willing to bear all consequences. I only ask that you spare my lineage." Su Qingtian's gaze was frigid, and he raised his hand to decisively strip Su Yi of his cultivation. "Bring forth Su Yi's entire lineage and expel them from the Su family. I shall show no mercy to traitors. Hang Su Yi at the entrance of the Su family for 3 days. After that, he shall be executed as a warning." Su Qingtian's words pierced Su Yi's heart like daggers. Aware that his pleas were futile, Su Yi screamed in rage, "Su Qingtian, you butcher! You dare to harm your own kin, you wretched beast!" Su Qingtian coldly retorted, "Did you consider these consequences when you betrayed your kin? Were it not for Chen and the old master breaking through to the void refining stage, the entire Su family would have faced annihilation. Have you pondered these matters?" In a desperate bid to protect his own lineage, he audaciously committed acts of treachery. "Su Yi, your sins are beyond redemption." Ignoring Su Yi's furious outcry, he turned and departed. The guards of the Su family promptly dragged him away, suspending him beside the grand entrance. News of Su Yi's actions quickly spread throughout the Su family. Upon hearing of the incident, countless family members were filled with righteous indignation, each seizing a whip to strike at Su Yi. The Su family harbors an intense hatred for traitors. Su Yi's deeds were utterly heinous and profoundly selfish. Initially, it was intended to subject Su Yi to 3 days of torment before execution. However, within merely half a day, he was mercilessly lashed until his skin was flayed, his body drenched in blood, ultimately succumbing to the brutal beating. Yet, the members of the Su family remained infuriated, relentlessly whipping his corpse. Collaborating with the enemies of the Su family was an abominable act that, if escalated, could potentially lead to the annihilation of the Su clan. Thus, their fury reached an unbearable crescendo. In the days that followed, Mingwei City gradually returned to tranquility. After the Su family eradicated the 4 prominent clans, they refrained from any further actions, which brought a sigh of relief to many. In fact, for a considerable period thereafter, the Su family maintained an eerie silence, prompting speculation among the populace regarding possible upheavals within their ranks. Within the inner sanctum of the Su family, Su Hongyuan, Su Qingtian, and Su Chen were gathered in earnest discussion. Su Hongyuan appeared somewhat hesitant, yet after a prolonged internal struggle, he finally spoke. "Chener, in your youth, I allowed Qi Tian to withhold certain truths from you. However, now that you possess sufficient strength, it is time for you to learn the truth." Su Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that there were indeed undisclosed secrets from the past. Su Hongyuan sighed, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. "You should know that our family was once known as the Qingfeng gang. The root of all these events stems from that girl, Yuqi Ling, who is your mother." Upon hearing the name Yi Ling, Su Qitian's eyes clouded with sorrow and melancholy, his mood becoming exceedingly somber. Su Hongyuan continued. Your mother and father met by chance and became husband and wife within 3 short years, giving birth to you. However, less than a month after your birth, the formidable forces behind Qi Ling came knocking. These individuals were extraordinarily powerful, beyond imagination. At that time, I was merely on the brink of the void refinement stage. Yet, even the weakest among them instilled in me a suffocating sense of pressure. A look of fear washed over Su Hongyuan's face as he recalled the dreadful events. They abducted Qi Ling with the intention of annihilating the Su family, believing that we had sullied their bloodline. Were it not for the intervention of a mysterious and powerful ally, the Su family would have likely been erased. Nevertheless, I was left with indelible scars. To this day, we remain in the dark about Qingling's fate, and we do not even know the identities of her captors. Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell into silence. In his previous life, as a seasoned internet enthusiast, such a narrative seemed hauntingly familiar. Su Qingtian, his eyes filled with hope, said, I have heard that those with a holy grade physique may one day transcend the shackles of heaven and earth, becoming the legendary saints. Chenner, should you ever reach that pinnacle, you must bring your mother back. As he concluded, Su Qingtian's tone was imbued with sorrow and helplessness. The agony of being unable to protect the woman he loved was a torment that no man should endure. Without Su Chen's assistance, Su Qingtian might have been condemned to a lifetime of regret. The entirety of the unfolding events can be traced back to him, had it not been for his actions. The Qi Feng gang would not have disbanded, the elder would not have sustained life-threatening injuries, and Qi Ling would not have been captured, her fate uncertain. All these occurrences are intricately linked to him. Yet, he is acutely aware that he can never bring Qi Ling back. His innate talents have reached their zenith at the void refinement stage. Only Su Chen from the Su family possesses the potential to achieve this. Endowed with formidable talent and a powerful mentor to guide him. With unwavering determination, Su Chen declared, Rest assured, I will certainly bring back my mother. Despite having never met her, he feels an obligation to return her for both himself and Su Qingtian. Hearing Su Chen's resolute affirmation, Su Qingtian nodded appreciatively. Su Hongyuan sighed and remarked, This may be the one thing you're unaware of, but I implore you not to act recklessly. Until you have sufficient strength, do not seek them out. Su Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, though he refrained from providing a direct response. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with a celestial brilliance, revealing an enigmatic rhythm of Tao. In the next moment, his figure ascended to the heights of the sky. Gazing down at the minuscule expanse of Mingwei City below, he would not merely speak of retrieving his mother. He had connections and did not need to endure the arduous trials akin to protagonists in novels to ultimately rescue her. Chapter 23, The Might of the Sage. Anomalies in heaven and earth in the realm of sages, where the great Tao is perfected and all things are immortal, boundless power is possessed. Su Chen directly delved into the heavenly path, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of his blood relatives. However, he soon furrowed his brow, realizing he could not glean any information. How could this be? Such a situation could only yield 2 possibilities. Either his mother had perished, or there existed a practitioner more formidable than he, obscuring the truth. With narrowed eyes, Su Chen resolved to ascertain the reality, be it life or death. Yet, as he persisted in his inquiry, he found himself utterly at a loss. Nevertheless, he could surmise that the inability to uncover the truth stemmed from the presence of a powerful entity shrouding it. For when he sought knowledge of his mother, he was met with a complete void of information. Under normal circumstances, even if his mother had indeed passed away, he would still be able to detect something. Utilizing cultivation of 100,000 years, he recognized that his current prowess was insufficient. Hence, he would strive to augment it further. Does the host require suppression of cultivation fluctuations? The system's frigid voice echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Su Chen opted for suppression. Instantly, his aura began to surge. He advanced from the late stage of sagehood through the perfected sage realm to the initial stage of the sage king, then to the mid-stage, and finally to the late stage of the sage king. This span of 100,000 years permitted him to breach a significant threshold. Su Chen's brow knitted slightly as he declared, utilized 200,000 years of cultivation. The aura emanating from him began to surge once more, manifesting with astonishing speed. As if he were engaged in his own cultivation, exhibiting no signs of any after-effects. At the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, he had transcended into the early and mid-stages of the Saint Emperor realm, ultimately reaching its zenith, followed by the initial stages of the postnatal ancient saint. The peak of the postnatal ancient saint, and the early stages of the innate ancient saint. This 200,000 years of cultivation had enabled Chen to break through two significant realms. At this moment, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence, as if the very heavens and earth lay within his grasp. His spiritual consciousness extended forth, instantly enveloping the entire eastern region, where every significant event registered in his mind, leaving no secrets hidden from him. Indeed, if he so desired, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire eastern region with a mere gesture. Is this the essence of an innate ancient saint? Upon further probing, he finally received a response, a faint resonance of bloodline fluctuations. He had discovered it. Having attained such a remarkable state, he inherently grasped many truths about the universe. Beyond the innate ancient saint lies yet another realm, the supreme sage. Ascending further leads to the emperor realm, which is divided into three stages: the quasi-emperor, the emperor, and the ancient emperor. However, the most recent individual to achieve the emperor level had vanished from existence hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just as Chen prepared to exert his full strength in search of this elusive figure, the surrounding void suddenly began to collapse, a phenomenon that continued to spread. The heavens and earth seemed incapable of withstanding Chen's power. Should he attempt to probe forcefully, a radius of 1,000,000 miles would likely descend into utter nothingness. What is happening? Chen furrowed his brow, pondering whether the heavenly Tao of this world was truly so feeble. Yet he quickly regained his focus, contemplating how to locate his mother. To exert his full strength would result in the collapse of the void, leading to the demise of countless beings, and potentially plunging much of the eastern domain into chaos. However, if he did not search with all his might, he would be unable to ascertain his mother's whereabouts. After much deliberation, Chen ultimately resolved to refrain from such measures. The fact that his mother was still alive and shielded by such formidable cultivators indicated that there would be no imminent danger. Although he could not pinpoint her exact location, he was certain she resided within the Xiantian realm. As long as she remained within its confines, they would eventually cross paths. Furthermore, the ability to obstruct his search implied that the opposing cultivator's strength was formidable, at the very least at the early stages of the innate ancient saint. With such power, finding them within the Xiantian realm should not pose a challenge, requiring merely a bit of time. Yet, what was the state of the heavenly Tao? Chen concentrated, sensing the power of the heavenly Tao within the Xiantian realm, and it felt as if it were barely hanging by a thread, akin to a fragile ember. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated in his mind, amidst the tumult of the heavenly Tao's power surrounding him. What is this? Chen trembled, his eyes filled with gravity. It seemed as though the heavenly Tao was attempting to communicate with him, much like a beast seeking aid from humanity, imbued with a rich tapestry of emotions, pleading, despair, and anguish. As he sought to delve deeper, he realized that the celestial power surrounding him had vanished without a trace, leaving him unable to sense anything. What on earth was happening? Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a significant upheaval within the Xiantian realm. This situation had eluded even his previous awareness. Had it not been for his intention to utilize the celestial power to investigate his bloodline, he likely would have remained oblivious to the disturbance in the celestial order. It was bizarre, inexplicably odd. He had an unsettling feeling that this world concealed some profound secrets, a notion that even the sage Chen had previously overlooked. It was not until he transcended into the ancient sage and conducted a thorough investigation of the celestial order that he experienced a faint perception of its anomalies. After conducting a meticulous inquiry, he still found himself at a loss. Peculiar. With no results to show, Chen had no choice but to abandon his search. As for his mother, there was no need for him to seek her out. The individuals who had issued the tasks from the hidden sentries would surely act swiftly to obliterate the Su family upon discovering their whereabouts. How intriguing. A smile graced Chen's lips. If everything unfolded without a hitch, it would be utterly mundane. In any case, he possessed numerous hidden cards. Should the situation become dire, he could unleash all his cultivation, and his 100 billion years of experience would suffice to propel him to an extraordinarily terrifying level. If that still proved insufficient, he had the summoning card from Su Shaokei. After the downfall of the four great families, the Su family had entered a phase of rapid development. After inheriting the legacies of the four prominent families, the Su family now enjoys immense wealth, with a staggering accumulation of 30 billion spiritual stones. In addition, they possess a plethora of rare treasures and resources, countless in number. However, the most significant aspect lies in their enterprises, which continuously furnish the Su family with abundant resources. Among the four families, the He family was the smallest, yet they boasted a population nearing 10,000. The Wang family, on the other hand, was even more formidable. With close to 70,000 members, their ability to maintain family operations while amassing such a vast quantity of spiritual stones underscores the enormity of their profits. The smaller population of the Su family results in a greater allocation of resources per individual. The cultivation resources originally designated for the direct lineage have increased tenfold. And following the demise of the four families, this figure has escalated to approximately 30 times. Even the cultivation resources available to the collateral branches have seen a threefold increase. Merely half a month after the annihilation of the four families, the surrounding four major cities began to extend their congratulations to the Su family. In this corner of the eastern region, there are 5 significant cities: Minghua City, Gusu City, Wanli City, Pingyang City, and Fengshua City. The power dynamics among these 5 cities are relatively balanced, and they have historically maintained an allyship reminiscent of a confederation. Each city governs its own affairs, yet they stand ready to support and assist one another in the face of external threats. Chapter 24. A return to the treasure pavilion. The influence of the other 4 major cities has reached a point where they willingly agree to pay an annual protection fee to the Su family. The amount is modest, with each God Transformation Realm force contributing 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, resulting in nearly 10 million spirit stones for the Su family each year. Among the other 4 major cities, there are nearly 20 forces at the God Transformation level. In the long run, over a decade, this amounts to a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones, a sum that is indeed considerable. However, their actions reveal a certain foresight. The Su family's strength now far surpasses that of the other 4 major cities, which publicly boast 4 God Transformation Realm members and 1 refined Void Realm expert. Behind the scenes, they are also protected by the powerful Su Chen. The actions of the 4 major cities essentially equate to a voluntary subjugation to the Su family. If they do not take the initiative, Su Qingtian will inevitably unify the 4 cities in due course. In the Xiantian realm, forces are classified by levels: King level, Emperor level, Saint level, and Imperial level. The King level includes entities such as the Jinghong dynasty, which is in close proximity to Minghua City. And any force with a nascent Soul Realm expert can also be classified as King level. The Emperor level consists of forces with Dao Entry Realm experts. The Saint level comprises the holy sites and ancient clans within the Xiantian realm, guarded by beings of Saint level strength. As for the Imperial level, it refers to forces or families that possess an Emperor level expert. However, such entities are now virtually non-existent in the Xiantian realm. There are still some families that once birthed an emperor who continue to refer to themselves as imperial clans. The Su family is not composed of idle individuals. Su Qingtian harbors his own ideals and aspirations, desiring to elevate the Su family to the status of a royal power. To achieve this, an abundance of resources is undoubtedly essential, and bringing the other 4 great cities under the Su family's influence would yield innumerable benefits. Even though the major factions are currently extending goodwill towards the Su family, Su Qingtian will eventually compel them to submit, complete, and utter submission. Chen, you should keep this dragon transformation pill for yourself, Su Qingtian said, handing over the pill he had acquired at auction. In his view, this particular elixir would yield the best results if utilized by Su Chen. However, Su Chen's expression darkened. Father, I have already told you that I am not in need of resources. You may keep it for yourself. Whatever I provide to the Su family should be theirs to utilize. Please do not feel the need to be courteous with me in the future. While Su Qingtian's concern for him is genuinely commendable, the crux of the matter is that Su Chen is entirely self-sufficient in terms of resources. With a simple wave of his hand, the hall became suffused with a rich aroma of elixirs, each emanating energy that surpassed that of the dragon transformation pill in Su Qingtian's possession. I am certainly not lacking in 6th grade elixirs. Su Qingtian had intended to respond, but upon witnessing the 7 or 8 6th grade elixirs in Su Chen's hand, his pupils widened in astonishment. What on earth? He stood there, utterly dumbfounded. 6th grade elixirs are rare treasures in Minghua City, akin to the dragon transformation pill, the last appearance of which was a decade ago. However, Su Chen casually produced several 6th grade elixirs, all of which surpassed the quality of the transformation dragon elixir. This left Su Qingtian utterly astounded and speechless. Indeed, I have been woefully ignorant. This is simply outrageous, beyond outrageous. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Qingtian retracted the elixirs. Observing this, Su Chen remarked, "Keep this elixir for yourself and strive to break through to the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. At that time, I shall procure a void transition elixir for you." Su Qingtian's expression shifted dramatically. You can obtain a Void Transition Elixir? In comparison to the Transformation Dragon Elixir, the Void Transition Elixir is a true treasure, enabling practitioners at the Divine Transformation stage to directly ascend to the Void Refinement stage. However, such an elixir can only be crafted by 7th-grade alchemists, making it an exceedingly rare gem throughout the eastern region. Su Chen calmly replied, "It is merely a 7th-grade elixir. I can acquire 8th-grade and even 9th-grade elixirs. You may not fully comprehend the capabilities of my master. After all, the existence of that master is somewhat nebulous, allowing for any manner of embellishment." Su Qingtian was left speechless by the revelation that 8th-grade and 9th-grade elixirs could be obtained. Are there really 8th-grade alchemists in the eastern region? While he was lost in thought, Su Chen stood up and turned to leave the hall, saying, "I will step out for a moment." As he watched Su Chen's departing figure, Su Qingtian remained silent for quite some time before finally lifting his head with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. "Qingling, our child is truly remarkable." After departing from the Su family, Su Chen made his way directly to the Wanao Pavilion. Although the Su family currently possesses an abundance of cultivation resources, a significant issue persists. The resources are overly homogeneous, and the selection of techniques is rather limited. There are no alchemists or artifact crafters among them. It seems rather illogical for such a vast family to consist solely of combatants. Furthermore, Su Chen faces another dilemma: the surplus of low-grade spirit stones. These stones are cumbersome to absorb and far less effective compared to rare celestial materials. Consequently, Su Chen intends to expend some spirit stones to acquire more precious resources to bolster the Su family's strength. Upon arriving at the Wanao Pavilion, the receptionist's eyes instantly brightened. "Greetings, young Master Su. The Su family is now the dominant power in Mingwei City, and given Su Chen's extravagant bidding at the previous auction, his presence is akin to that of a wealthy magnate. What does the young master wish to purchase? Allow me to escort you immediately." The receptionist's countenance was adorned with overt flattery and eagerness to please. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied coolly, "Please summon Manager Zhu. I have a considerable list of items to acquire." The receptionist's smile remained unwavering as he respectfully responded, "Young master, please hold for a moment. I shall fetch the manager at once." After saying this, he promptly departed. Were it anyone else, even the former Wang Ming would not have possessed such audacity to directly call for Zhu. Since the recent auction incident, Zhu Li has particularly instructed that he must be notified immediately whenever Su Chen arrives. Not long after, Zhu Li approached him, a forced smile adorning his face. "Young friend Su Chen, I was occupied earlier and could not personally welcome you. I truly feel remiss." It must be said that the representatives of Wanao Pavilion are quite adept in their demeanor, even as a cultivator in the Void Refinement stage. They still maintain a low profile in Su Chen's presence. However, this is to be expected, as they are here to present spirit stones. Adopting a humble stance is of little consequence. For merchants, a thick skin is indeed a formidable weapon. With a smile, Zhu Li gestured, "Please, young friend, this way." Soon, they entered an opulent private room, where the two sat across from each other, a selection of pastries and freshly brewed tea laid out on the table. Su Chen picked up a piece of light pink pastry and remarked with a smile, "Manager Zhu, you have truly spared no expense. To serve such high-quality spirit cakes is quite generous." The pastries on the table were infused with immense spiritual energy, each piece worth no less than 30,000 spirit stones if sold individually. Zhu Li chuckled, "You flatter me, young friend, as you are a valued guest of Wanao Pavilion. If you fancy these delicacies, I shall have some packaged and sent to the Su family immediately." Truly a shrewd merchant, Zhu Li's words brought great comfort to Su Chen. Changing the subject, Zhu Li inquired with curiosity, "What is it that you wish to purchase this time, young friend Su Chen? I can have it delivered right away." Chapter 25. Purchasing from Wanbage 200,000 pieces. Are you jesting with me? Su Chen inquired with curiosity, "What is the typical inventory of spirit stones that Wanbage maintains?" Zhu Li, somewhat perplexed by Su Chen's intentions, adopted a contemplative demeanor. After a brief moment, he provided an approximate figure. The branches of Wanbage generally determine their inventory levels based on the specific region, as well as the quality and quantity of items stocked. For instance, our branch in Mingwei City possesses a reserve of at least 4 billion spirit stones and merchandise. As he concluded, a sense of pride illuminated Zhu Li's face. As a steward of Wanbage, he carried an inherent haughtiness in the presence of local factions in Mingwei City. After all, their financial strength utterly overshadowed that of the native powers within the city. He anticipated a look of astonishment from Su Chen. However, The reaction was quite the opposite. For billion? Su Chen's brow furrowed, taken aback by the seemingly meager amount. He calmly stated, "Please, Steward Zhu, do me the favor of calculating the exact sum of spirit stones and prepare everything for me. I wish to acquire all that Wanbage has to offer." Zhu abruptly turned to Su Chen, his expression one of astonishment as he confirmed, "Young friend Su Chen, are you serious?" Su Chen replied with unwavering calmness, "I mean it. I wish to purchase everything from Wanbage, regardless of what it is." Zhu gasped sharply, his eyes filled with gravity and confusion. For billion spirit stones, was young friend Su Chen truly serious? This was no trifling matter. The prospect of purchasing the entirety of Wanao Pavilion is indeed terrifying, a situation unprecedented until now. Moreover, Zhu harbors considerable doubts regarding the financial prowess of the Su family. After all, they have expended an immense quantity of spirit stones. Even if the Su family had vanquished the 4 great clans, they could scarcely muster 40 billion spirit stones. Yet, he cannot fathom that the Su family would invest in such a plethora of seemingly superfluous items. Among the goods valued at 40 billion spirit stones, at least a third would offer little to no benefit to cultivation, effectively amounting to items consigned to languish in storage. Su Chen, disinterested in further discourse, promptly produced a spatial ring containing 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, presenting it as a deposit. Upon receiving it, Zhu gasped in astonishment. A deposit of 1 billion spirit stones. At that moment, despite his lingering skepticism, he could not deny the reality. No one would offer such a substantial deposit without sincerity. Zhu's eyes gleamed with fervor. The commission from a transaction worth 40 billion spirit stones would be staggering. "Please wait a moment. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately," he exclaimed, eager not to keep Su Chen waiting. Zhu swiftly exited, mobilizing personnel to gather the items and commence valuation. In merely half an hour, he returned, presenting all the goods before Su Chen. "Young Master Su, here lies the entirety of Wanbao Pavilion's inventory, valued at a total of 4,357,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, as this is the first time we have encountered such a lavish client, we have graciously waived 7 million spirit stones from your total." Zhu possessed 11 exquisite spatial rings, each endowed with immense capacity, meticulously filled with nature's most precious treasures. With thoughtful consideration, Zhu had categorized these diverse valuables, ensuring effortless identification. Following a thorough inspection, Su Chen promptly dispensed the remaining spirit stones. Yet, with a lingering sense of unfulfillment, he inquired, "Is this all that Wanbao Pavilion has to offer? Surely there are finer articles to be found?" Zhu could not help but gulp, taken aback by the question. Were these treasures not sufficient? Among the items Su Chen had acquired, several were intended for the use of powerhouses in the refined void stage. Did the Su family not possess but a single cultivator of that caliber? However, Su Chen's tone was imbued with a sense of disdain, as if to imply, "Wanbao Pavilion. Is this truly all you amount to?" Zhu had always held Wanbao Pavilion in high regard, but Su Chen's immediate emptying of their reserves caused him to momentarily waver in his confidence. "In what regard do you seek improvement?" he asked. Su Chen did not respond directly, instead inquiring, "Wanbao Pavilion offers the service of placing orders, does it not?" A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Zhu's being. Su Chen intended to place an order, implying that the Su family still possessed a substantial reserve of spirit stones. "Good heavens!" Zhu hastily replied, "Indeed, anything you desire. I can procure from other branches or even the headquarters. However, a partial deposit will be required in advance." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement before proceeding to state, "For cultivation elixirs ranging from the 3rd to the 5th tier, I shall require 100,000 of each, along with 100,000 healing elixirs." Having finished his request, Su Chen lapsed into contemplation. Suddenly, the smile on Zhu's face shrank, replaced by an expression of utter bewilderment. "What on earth are you saying? You want 100,000 pieces of 3rd to 5th grade medicinal pills? Are you absolutely certain it's 100,000? Hold on a moment, young Master Su. Are you sure you haven't misspoken? A single 3rd grade pill starts at a minimum of 50,000 spirit stones, which means 100,000 would amount to 5 billion spirit stones. The price for 4th grade pills begins at 500,000 spirit stones, while 5th grade pills typically start at 2 million. Are you truly intent on purchasing such a quantity?" If Su Chen had emptied the Wanao Pavilion and had come to him expressing a desire to acquire 100,000 3rd to 5th grade pills, he would have thought the man a fool. Yet now, he instinctively felt that Su Chen was indeed capable of affording it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen calculated that the total cost of everything discussed thus far would be just over 200 billion, seemingly falling short of a trillion. His remaining balance of low-grade spirit stones stood at 6,515 trillion. Well, adding 100,000, that amounts to 200,000. Observing Chen's serious demeanor, Zhu Li could hardly contain himself. He had assumed Chen's pensive expression was merely him reorganizing his thoughts. Little did he know. Chen found the initial amount insufficient. After Chen finished speaking, he cast a skeptical glance at Zhu Li, inquiring, "Manager Zhu, is Wanbao Pavilion capable of managing this?" "Capable? Not a chance," Zhu Li replied, his lips twitching in distress. "This is indeed quite a challenging endeavor. 3rd and 4th grade pills are certainly manageable. However, the demand for 200,000 5th-grade elixirs is somewhat excessive. Even the headquarters cannot amass such a quantity in a short span of time. Perhaps you might consider other options?" As he spoke, Zhu Li hastily presented a booklet that cataloged all the items available at the Wanbao Pavilion. In truth, he had been somewhat obstinate earlier, not to mention 5th-grade elixirs. They could scarcely gather 20,000 4th-grade elixirs. Only a collection of 3rd-grade cultivation elixirs might be feasible. Chen cast a skeptical glance at him, surmising that the Wanbao Pavilion likely did not possess such an abundance of elixirs. He pointed to the Huolong Dan he had purchased at the auction and inquired, "Does your Wanbao Pavilion have many of such elixirs?" Zhu Li's expression grew somewhat awkward as he replied, "The refinement of such elixirs is exceedingly complex, and the Wanbao Pavilion does not maintain a large stock." Chen waved his hand, unwilling to continue the conversation, and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Your Wanbao Pavilion is rather disappointing. It seems you have no elixirs at all." The smile on Zhu Li's face froze, yet he found himself unable to counter the statement. How could he refute the assertion of needing 200,000 5th-grade elixirs? To be honest, Zhu Li harbored some concerns in his heart. Even if the Wanbao Pavilion were to produce 200,000 5th-grade elixirs, they would represent a value of at least 2 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Could he truly procure such a sum? Chapter 26. Ordering. After perusing for quite some time, Chen, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "How about this? You return and consult with your superiors to ascertain the exact inventory of Wanbao Pavilion. I wish to acquire all of it." He contemplated the excessive low-grade spirit stones he possessed, considering transforming them entirely into treasures, which would significantly enhance his capabilities. Moreover, he still had an abundance of mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones lying unused. Zhu Li furrowed his brow, utterly speechless as he responded, "Young clan leader Su, our Wanbao Pavilion possesses an extensive array of treasures, which roughly amounts to at least 10 trillion in value. This is no trivial matter. If Chen had proposed to purchase 100,000 pills, he might have entertained the notion. However, the idea of depleting the entire Wanbao Pavilion was essentially unfathomable. It was preposterous. Who in the eastern region could possibly empty Wanbao Pavilion? Only those of the saintly powers might have such capability. 10 trillion? Chen silently calculated. 10 trillion equates to a myriad. Therefore, 10 trillion would be 100 trillion. Remaining low-grade spirit stones, 6,500 trillion 1,563 billion. Chen could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "Have I truly expended only 1/6,000th of my efforts?" After careful consideration, Chen ultimately abandoned the notion of liquidating everything. It was simply too daunting and indeed rather outrageous. Chen shook his head and spoke, "Let us abandon this approach. Instead, I request that your Wanbao Pavilion deliver to the Su family resources amounting to 30 billion low-grade spirit stones each month. Please select popular techniques, formations, and elixirs, avoiding those that are obscure. The quality should be consistent, spanning from the qi condensation stage to the void refinement stage. Should the quality of the items you provide be satisfactory, I shall continue to make purchases, otherwise, I will cease." As he spoke, Chen produced a spatial ring and handed it over. This contains 2 billion low-grade spirit stones, serving as a deposit. As a congenital ancient sage, he harbored no fears of Zhu Li absconding with the spirit stones. Finding a void refinement stage practitioner would pose no challenge. Zhu Li, observing Chen's calm demeanor, felt an overwhelming shock. Having been a merchant for many years, he realized that the young patriarch of the Su clan was far more complex than he appeared, concealing significant secrets. However, Zhu Li dared not entertain even a hint of greed. Chen's willingness to hand over the spirit stones directly and his confident purchase demonstrated that he was unconcerned about the potential for avarice. Furthermore, the Wanjin Merchant Association had no history of taking action against its patrons. With a respectful expression, Zhu Li replied, Yes, esteemed young patriarch. Rest assured that I will report this matter to headquarters immediately and ensure prompt delivery to the Su family. Su Chen offered no further words. Nodding slightly, he turned and departed Wanbao Pavilion without hesitation. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Zhu Li felt somewhat dazed, as if the events of the day were but a dream. Smack! He suddenly slapped himself, the sting surging into his mind, and Zhu Li realized the truth of the matter. Gazing at the empty Wanbao Pavilion, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The once bountiful pavilion had now been stripped of its treasures, leaving only spirit stones behind. After being lost in thought for a considerable time, he departed from Mingwei City and made his way to the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion to report. Their establishment had always been focused on business. Even with Su Chen's vast reserves of spirit stones, they harbored no ill intentions. It was precisely for this reason that Wanbao Pavilion could continue to thrive and grow in the Xintian realm to its current scale. However, Su Chen was indeed somewhat monstrous. How could he possess such an abundance of spirit stones? Such a figure should not exist in Mingwei City. On the return journey, Su Chen contemplated the treasures acquired through the system's sign and feature and curiously inquired, "System, can those spiritual roots and bodies be utilized by others?" He had amassed an overwhelming number of physiques from sign-ins. For instance, he possessed hundreds of top-tier spiritual roots. Among the better ones were the sacred body and immortal body, also in plentiful supply, while he could only embody one physique at a time, as having more would lead to conflicts. Thus, the excess would go to waste. The system responded, "They can be used by others, but without the protection of the system, outsiders will endure unbearable pain when integrating with spiritual roots or special physiques." Su Chen immediately felt elated. It seemed he could allocate the surplus physiques to the direct descendants of the Su family. Was there still a need to worry about the Su family's rise? Su Chen has now regarded the Su family as his own, naturally wishing for its greater strength. Upon returning to the Su family, he did not present all the acquisitions from the Wanjin Merchants Guild, but rather selected treasures worth 1 billion spirit stones that would aid in cultivation, keeping the rest for himself. With the substantial resources previously provided by Su Chen, Su Qitian remained notably more composed this time. Holding the spatial ring gifted by Su Chen, he was engulfed in a myriad of emotions, accompanied by a profound sense of bewilderment. The transformations surrounding Su Chen were exceedingly peculiar, imparting an air of unreality. Shaking his head, Su Qitian's gaze regained its tranquility. "Regardless of the secrets you harbor, you are still my child, Su Qitian, and the young lord of the Su family. That alone suffices." He had no desire to delve into the mysteries enveloping Su Chen. Returning to his courtyard, Su Chen reclined in his chair, his face radiating sheer enjoyment and comfort. This life after his traversal was not in vain, having spent 1,000,000 years in the void. Upon seeing Su Chen return home, Hanshi promptly approached him, obediently offering a massage. The servants of the Su family, having undergone training, possessed skills that rivaled those of professionals outside. Su Chen smiled and remarked, "Well done. You have already reached the 8th layer of qi condensation." Hearing Su Chen's praise, Hanshi's face lit up with excitement, and she gratefully replied, "It is all thanks to the young lord's guidance that I was fortunate enough to break through." Su Chen smiled faintly. He did not continue to speak, but instead closed his eyes to quietly savor the moment. His decision to nurture the Su family stemmed not only from his fondness for this place, but also from a profoundly significant factor. Su Chen had an aversion to solitude. He preferred the company of many. In his previous life, while perusing web novels, he often encountered protagonists who led solitary existences, utterly devoted to their cultivation. However, Su Chen found such a lifestyle exceedingly mundane. Whether human or animal, it is inherently challenging to detach from social groups. Moreover, Su Chen had no need for arduous cultivation. The signing-in system had meticulously arranged everything for him. Resources, cultivation, treasures, almost all could be attained through this system. He could easily embrace a life of leisure. A single bowl of rice consumed alone feels rather ordinary, yet when 3 individuals eagerly vie for it, the experience becomes delightful. If his future path of cultivation were to be traversed alone, what difference would it have from existing in a void? Nevertheless, the members of the Su family possessed inferior cultivation and aptitude. Among the younger generation, apart from him, the finest spiritual root quality was merely of the medium grade, and their cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. Although this was commendable within Mingwei City, it still fell significantly short. After some contemplation, Su Chen resolved to elevate the members of the Su family to celestial spiritual roots first, and then gradually advance them to spiritual bodies and sacred bodies. After all, to elevate them directly to spiritual and sacred bodies would indeed be rather difficult to justify. Chen did not wish to hastily enhance the strength of the Su family. A gradual and measured approach was indeed the most prudent course of action. Chapter 27. Transformation of Spiritual Roots. Chen opened his system backpack to examine the quantity of his celestial spiritual roots. Celestial spiritual roots, 1798, such an abundance. This quantity could nearly elevate the entire Su family's qualifications, though he certainly had no intention of doing so. Among the collateral branches and servants, he would selectively choose only those who were loyal and dependable. Turning to Ruashi beside him, he instructed, "Please inform the direct line of the Su family to gather here, including the family head and the esteemed elders." The direct line of the Su family was not numerous, totaling just over 30 individuals. Upon receiving her orders, Ruashi promptly departed with a swift pace. She was acutely aware of Su Chen's elevated status within the family and understood the importance of performing her duties well to earn his greater favor in the future. Before long, the direct line of the Su family had assembled. The elders, displaying great respect, hurried over at the mere call of Su Chen. It was uncommon for him to summon them, so this occasion hinted at something significant. Su Yuanba chuckled, "Little Chen, do you have something to discuss?" Su Chen surveyed the gathering, noting the expressions of curiosity on their faces, and began, "Indeed, there is a minor matter at hand. Fourth uncle, since you were the first to speak, I shall allow you to be the first to experience it." "Me?" Su Yuanba was taken aback, yet he approached and, under Su Chen's guidance, seated himself upon the stone bench. The members of the Su family gazed with keen curiosity, their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment. Utterly uninformed of Su Chen's intentions, with a smile, Su Chen addressed his fourth uncle, "It may hurt a bit, but you must endure it." "Hurt?" Su Yuanba laughed heartily. "Little Chen, you underestimate your fourth uncle. Pain is the least of my fears. Yet, what exactly are you planning?" With an enigmatic smile, Su Chen replied, "You will find out soon." Utilizing the heavenly spirit root, a beam of spiritual light coalesced in Su Chen's hand and subsequently entered Su Yuanba's body through the crown of his head. In the next moment, Su Yuanba's previously calm demeanor shifted drastically. He felt an intense fire igniting within him, growing more fervent by the second, as if needles were being relentlessly thrust into him. Clenching his teeth, Su Yuanba bore the agony. Though excruciating, it remained within the bounds of his endurance. Out of trust in Su Chen, he refrained from resisting this pain. A mere 10 breaths had passed when the torment intensified, transforming into a sensation akin to a stick stirring his insides. Su Yuanba's face contorted in agony, the searing pain causing his entire body to tremble, veins bulging on his forehead. Observing his uncle's distress, Su Tian could not help but inquire, "Chen, will your fourth uncle be all right?" Su Chen shook his head, reassuring him, "Do not worry, it will only be a bit painful." Upon hearing this, Su Tian felt a slight sense of relief, yet he remained perplexed about Su Chen's true intentions. Not only he, but the members of the Su family also found it incomprehensible. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed as Su Yuanba lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, with his body visibly writhing. It was as if a monstrous worm was squirming within him, presenting a sight of utter horror. "Father!" Su He's bright eyes were filled with concern. Soon, the screams intensified, as Su Yuanba appeared to endure unimaginable agony. The expressions of the Su family members shifted. Was this merely a bit of pain? "Father, are you all right?" Seeing Su Yuanba in such a state, Sui prepared to rush over to check. But Su Chen stopped her. "Sister He, fret not. Your brother Chen would never harm our own kin," Su Chen said with a serene smile. Upon hearing this, Sui's anxious heart eased slightly. At that moment, Su Yuanba's scream ceased, and he lay on the ground gasping for breath. "Xiao Chen, is this what you call a bit of pain?" Su Yuanba spoke weakly, clearly having endured severe torment. However, his expression soon changed dramatically. "What is this?" As Su Yuanba felt the continuous influx of spiritual energy around him, along with the vast meridians within his body, disbelief washed over his face. "Why has the speed at which I absorb spiritual energy increased so dramatically, at least 5 times faster than before?" 5 times. Suddenly, Su Qingtian was taken aback as he sensed the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Su Yuanba. With a hint of uncertainty, he advised, "Fourth brother, first try to refrain from absorbing spiritual energy and cease your cultivation." Although Su Yuanba was somewhat perplexed, he complied. However, an astonishing scene soon unfolded, despite not cultivating. An incessant flow of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth continued to converge into his body. This harmonious connection with the universe, resulting in automatic cultivation, was a clear indication of a heavenly spirit root. What? The members of the Su family were all astounded. At this moment, Chen stepped forward and declared, "Indeed, this is the heavenly spirit root. I possess a method to elevate your innate qualities to that of a heavenly spirit root, without any adverse effects. Perfectly attuned to your physical form, the only requirement is to endure the pain. However, the younger and less advanced one is, the less agony they will experience." The reason Su Yuanba felt such intense pain was due to his deeply entrenched foundation, and the process of enhancing his spirit root constituted a forcible transformation, making discomfort inevitable. Fortunately, this process would not be overly prolonged, typically concluding in around 30 breaths. Otherwise, Su Yuanba might truly reach the brink of collapse. The prospect of attaining a heavenly spirit root. Su Qingtian could not suppress a gulp. Realizing that the best innate quality within the Su family was merely of the upper-grade spirit root. If the direct descendants could all be elevated to heavenly spirit roots, it would be immensely beneficial for the entire Su family. The enhancement of spirit roots after birth was typically deemed impossible, yet Su Chen had achieved it. If not for the undeniable truth laid bare before him, Su Qingtian would find it exceedingly difficult to believe. Su Chen proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Who shall step forward next?" The prospect of becoming a heavenly spiritual root compelled Su Qingyun to promptly advance. "I shall," he declared, his countenance brimming with defiance as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Yuanba, remarking, "Fourth brother, your ability to endure pain is rather lacking. It's not as if you were to perish. I fail to comprehend your lamentations." A hint of shame flickered across Su Yuanba's face, for he had previously boasted to Su Chen about his resilience to pain, only to succumb to a pitiful scream. Indeed, it was rather embarrassing. Su Chen resumed the same procedure with Su Qingyun. Soon, the courtyard was once again filled with piercing cries of anguish, even louder than those of Su Yuanba, nearly resonating throughout the entire Su family estate. Many collateral relatives and servants wore expressions of bewilderment, wondering what transpired in the inner courtyard. As a cultivator in the transformation stage, Su Qingyun's alteration of his innate qualities was inevitably more agonizing. The cries of torment soon ceased, and Su Qingyun, drenched in sweat, appeared utterly drained. The pain was excruciating. Yet, before long, Su Qingyun erupted into laughter. What a swift rate of absorption. I, Su Qingyun, am no longer merely a mid-grade spiritual root. I have ascended to a heavenly spiritual root. Su Yuanba scoffed. Who was it that claimed they would not scream? The smile on Su Qingyun's face faltered, replaced by an expression of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Chen paid no heed to the exchange and continued. Next. Chapter 28. The clan's celestial roots within the inner courtyard of the Su family. Anguish cries intermittently echoed, persisting for nearly an hour. The members of the Su family sat on the ground, their faces etched with exhaustion, as all the direct descendants had been elevated by Su Chen to possess celestial roots. This, however, was merely the initial step. In due time, Su Chen would further enhance their innate qualities. The expressions of the Su family's direct descendants were suffused with unrestrained joy. Celestial roots. I, too, have attained celestial roots. Such a level of aptitude was virtually unheard of in the 5 great cities. I have heard that within the astonishing Hong Empire, only 2 or 3 individuals possess such extraordinary qualities. Heavens, slap me. I feel as though this is all but a dream. Smack. Su Kongshan, you actually struck me. Are you serious? Do you not realize my astonishment? I merely wish to convey my shock, yet you struck with such force. Could it be deliberate? Su Kongshan wore an expression of grievance, exclaiming, Did you not ask me to do so? Su Qingyun's face also radiated joy. With such a cadre of celestial roots, how could the Su family not flourish in the future? Suddenly, he spoke. Young patriarch has aided you in enhancing your qualities. Should you not express your gratitude? Though the reasons behind Su Chen's ability to perform such miraculous feats remained a mystery, it was no longer of consequence. The future of the Su family was undoubtedly tied to Su Chen. At this moment, it was imperative for the younger generation to cultivate a good rapport with him, as it would undoubtedly benefit them in the days to come. The younger generation promptly reacted, rising to their feet and bowing in unison. Thank you, young patriarch. In that moment, the gazes directed at Su Chen shifted, imbued with a sense of reverence and gratitude. Su Chen did not refuse. He merely smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Su Qitian spoke with grave seriousness. No one is permitted to leave. Everyone must go to the Grand Elder. The other elders immediately grasped Su Qingtian's intention. Today's events must not leak. for it would spell certain doom for the Su family. The notion of enhancing one's innate abilities was unprecedented, even after perusing countless ancient texts. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. There existed only some extraordinary treasures that could fortify the body and elevate one's potential. However, the assistance Su Chen provided was entirely different. He genuinely altered their innate qualities, representing two wholly distinct concepts. Thus, Su Chi Tian resolved to employ the soul-binding curse on all direct descendants, forcibly restraining their souls to ensure that today's events remained confidential. Su Yunqian also spoke. Everyone, follow me. A sense of bewilderment enveloped some of the direct descendants, uncertain of the purpose, while others, possessing keen insight, understood the reason without exhibiting any resistance. For them, it was imperative that today's occurrences remain undisclosed. Once they had all departed, Su Chen glanced at Ruashi beside him and calmly said, "Ruashi, you should come over as well." Ruashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, a look of sheer delight illuminating her face. "Thank you, young clan leader." Soon, Ruashi was writhing on the ground, letting out anguished cries. The enhancement of Ruashi's cultivation by Su Chen was, in fact, a rather straightforward endeavor. This young girl was deeply loyal to him and demonstrated commendable capabilities in her tasks. By elevating her cultivation, she would be able to assist him further in his pursuits. Within the courtyard, only Su Chen and Ruashi remained. Before long, the anguish etched upon Ruashi's face vanished, replaced by an exhilarating thrill as she felt the surge of spiritual energy flowing into her being. "From this day forth, I too possess a heavenly spirit root." Ruashi quickly knelt before Su Chen, her tone imbued with reverence. "Ruashi is immensely grateful for the young patriarch's generous bestowal." Su Chen replied with a measured indifference. "I grant you the heavenly spirit root with the expectation that you will diligently fulfill your duties. Do not let me down." Ruashi's heart tightened as she solemnly assured him. "Rest assured, young patriarch, Ruashi shall be yours in this life and the next, never to betray." She understood clearly that what the young patriarch valued was not merely capability, but unwavering loyalty. Given Su Chen's status, he could easily find someone more efficient to carry out his tasks. Yet, he chose to enhance her potential, signifying that he esteemed her loyalty above all. Filled with exhilaration, Ruashi realized that her steadfast devotion to Su Chen would ensure her significance in his eyes. From the moment she began to serve him, she had become his, and loyalty was the most fundamental principle. Moreover, she was willing to sacrifice everything for Su Chen. What difficulty could there be in being loyal? Su Chen, maintaining his calm demeanor, remarked, "I hope your words reflect your true intentions." He turned and returned to his chamber. While Ruashi gazed at Su Chen's retreating figure, gently biting her lip, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. "Does the young master require me to attend to your bedchamber?" It was customary within the Su family for a maidservant to not only tend to her master's daily needs, but also to provide companionship when necessary. Su Chen arched an eyebrow and stepped back into his room. Ruashi, filled with elation, realized that the young master had not closed the door, which implied an invitation for her to enter. Her face radiated excitement and anticipation as she hurried after him. Upon seeing Su Chen reclined upon the bed, she approached and delicately shed her garments before climbing onto the bed, recalling the stewardess' teachings. Ruashi felt a blush spread across her face as she gently unfastened Su Chen's clothing, and then, a night of blossoming romance ensued. As dawn broke, the world was shrouded in a misty rain, exuding a refreshing ambience. Su Chen emerged from his room, invigorated, while Ruashi followed behind, her steps somewhat awkward, clearly indicating her defeat the previous night. Su Chen felt a profound sense of contentment. After all, he was not a saint, having traversed into this new world. He was determined to savor life to the fullest. Living a solitary existence without family was not an option. The most alluring pursuits for a man are power, wealth, and women. Only a child would make choices. He desired them all. This is why he did not refuse when Ruashi offered her companionship. However, there remained one individual in the Su family yet to awaken his spiritual roots, Su Hongyuan. The elder has recently attained the void refinement stage, yet his realm remains somewhat unstable. Upon returning to the Su family, he immediately retreated into seclusion, leaving the task of enhancing his abilities to a later time. Several days later, Su Hongyuan emerged from the underground after stabilizing his realm. To celebrate, the Su family held a grand feast, albeit only for the family members, not open to outsiders. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen elevated the elder's spiritual root to the heavenly spiritual root. In Mingwei City, Su Chen lay on his bed, clad in a thin white garment, while Ruashi gently massaged him by his side. Young master, there is someone outside looking for Ruo Shi, named Li Qingqing, she reported. Ruo Shi's hands momentarily halted, but she soon resumed her ministrations. Go and see who it is. It's nothing to worry about, Su Chen replied. Ruo Shi hesitated, her expression filled with conflict, before rising to her feet. Thank you, young master. With a wave of his hand, she turned and left the courtyard. At the entrance of the Su family, a woman in her early 20s paced anxiously, her face etched with worry. Moments later, Ruo Shi emerged. Upon seeing Ruo Shi, Li Qingqing approached as if she had spotted a beacon of hope. Sister, I beg you, please help me. Something has happened at home. Chapter 29. Seeking to retrieve a lost one. Fabricating the identity of the Su family? Ruo Shi's expression was somewhat detached as she disregarded Li Qingqing's words, stating coolly, Since the moment you abandoned me at the Su family's doorstep, we have ceased to be connected. Do not seek me out again. She had been cast away to the Su family at a tender age, hardly 2 years old. Had it not been for the kindness of a steward within the Su household, she might not have survived. After uttering these words, Ruo Shi turned to leave. Witnessing this, Li Qingqing's face was etched with desperation. Little sister, our parents did not wish to act so harshly. At that time, our family could scarcely afford a meal. And the winter was particularly cruel. You were far too young to endure such hardship. It was with a heavy heart that they entrusted you to the Su family. I implore you, please help us. As she spoke, Li Qingqing knelt before Ruo Shi, nearly bowing her head in supplication. Ruo Shi paused, taking a deep breath, her face betraying a flicker of compassion. She was aware of the dire circumstances that had beset her family. In her youth, they would occasionally visit her, and during festivals, they would inquire if she wished to return home for the celebrations. However, Ruo Shi harbored a profound resentment towards that family. She wondered why she was discarded in favor of her 3 elder sisters. Despite her harsh words, Ruo Shi did not truly wish for harm to befall her family, for that would burden her with guilt for a lifetime. Turning her head back, she spoke in a tone that was still somewhat aloof. Speak then. What is it that you desire? Upon encountering Ruo Shi, Li Qingqing halted her steps, her face suffused with gratitude. She hurriedly conveyed, a few days ago, the Changya gang captured both Sister Ying and Sister Xiao, injuring my parents in the process. Fortunately, they were not gravely harmed. However, the Changya gang intends to send Ying and Xiao to the Changhong courtyard to serve as courtesans. You are the only one who can rescue them. Her voice trembled with sorrow, her countenance reflecting profound despair and helplessness. The Changya sect was a notorious power within Mingwei City, boasting 2 formidable Yuanying-level experts. Apart from the Su family, they ranked among the city's most influential factions. As ordinary mortals, how could they possibly contend with such a formidable cultivation sect? Huan Qi's eyes narrowed, swiftly replaced by a fierce anger. Where are Ying and Xiao now? These 2 women were her elder sisters, despite having seen them only a handful of times throughout her life. The bond of blood stirred a tempest of rage within her upon hearing that her kin were to be taken as courtesans. They were held in the Changhong courtyard, and 2 days had already passed. She wondered about their well-being. Li Qingqing swiftly rose, tears streaming down her face as she led the way ahead. Before long, they arrived at a bustling building adorned with fluttering red banners, where a throng of charming young women eagerly solicited patrons. The Changhong courtyard. Huan Qi stepped forward, and a smiling young woman at the entrance immediately greeted her. Ah, we have a little beauty here. However, this establishment caters to men, not women. Within the Longhong courtyard, many young ladies could not help but smile. However, Han Qi's expression darkened as she declared, I am a member of the Su family. Summon your overseer. The mention of the Su family startled the woman momentarily. She scrutinized Han Qi with a hint of skepticism before responding, please wait a moment. Although she harbored doubts regarding Han Qi's claim, the reputation of the Su family was formidable, compelling her to act with caution. Furthermore, Han Qi's demeanor suggested she was seeking trouble. And in Mingwei City, few dared to confront the Longya sect. Soon, 5 individuals emerged from the Longhong courtyard. The middle-aged man at the forefront furrowed his brow upon seeing Ruo Shi. I am Hu Huan, the deputy leader of the Longya gang. May I inquire as to your identity? Su family, Ruo Shi replied, producing a token that symbolized her affiliation with the Su clan. Previously, as a mere servant, her token was fashioned from ordinary wood. But due to Su Chen's influence, her status had risen significantly, and she had been bestowed a silver token reserved for overseers. The sight of the silver token caused Hu Huan's expression to shift dramatically. Only those at the peak of the core formation stage possess such a token. Despite his surprise at Ruo Shi's age and cultivation level, he approached with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. Ah, I did not recognize you as an overseer of the Su family. Please forgive my oversight. May I inquire if your visit to the Longhong courtyard pertains to a specific matter? Hu Huan appeared respectful on the surface. Yet he could not help but scrutinize Ruoxi. When had the Su family appointed such a young steward? Why had he never heard of her before? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he could only harbor a sense of skepticism, for in Mingyue City, no one dared to fabricate the identity of the Su family. Ruoxi coldly stated, I have come to seek Hu Bangzhu for 2 individuals. 2 individuals? Hu Huan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Suddenly, Gao Qiao, standing beside Hu Huan, glanced at Li Qingqing, momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sharpened as he whispered urgently in Hu Huan's ear. Deputy leader, that girl beside him is. Upon hearing this, Hu Huan narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards Li Qingqing, then back to Ruoxi. He bellowed, how dare you impersonate the Su family's identity? Seize them both. The men beside him immediately surged forward, intent on encircling the two. Ruoxi's beautiful eyes flashed with fury as she demanded, what do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of offending the Su family? Offend the Su family? Gao Qiao scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. You overestimate yourselves. Have you become addicted to pretending to be the Su family? And you, Li Qingqing, to save your sister, dare to usurp the Su family's name for your own purposes? If the Su family discovers this, your entire family will face annihilation. To save her sister is a simple task. Merely present 1,000 spirit stones, and upon their return, she shall be reunited with her sibling. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's eyes brimmed with loathing as she exclaimed, Gao Qiao, my sister merely borrowed 50 taels to pay for our parents' medical care, yet you demand a repayment of 1,000 spirit stones. We possess no such wealth to offer you. Surrounding Mingyue City, a significant number of mortals still reside, their currency being silver and gold, mundane possessions. The majority of the populace in the vicinity consists of these common folk, nearly 70% of whom are ordinary. A single spirit stone can be exchanged for approximately 500 taels of silver, revealing the exorbitant nature of Gao Qiao's demands. It is akin to usury of the highest order. The maidens within the Changhong courtyard, upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, exhibited fleeting shadows of despair in their eyes. Most of the women who found themselves here had suffered at the hands of the Longye gang, coerced into serving as courtesans to please men. The location of the Changhong courtyard attracts a considerable crowd. Upon witnessing the quarrel, many gathered around. How shameless is the Longye gang to convert 50 taels of silver into 1,000 spirit stones. This is but their customary tactic. It has long been rumored that the maidens of the Changhong courtyard are forced into their roles. Alas, these two appear quite young. Is that not a token of authority from the Su family in his hand? How reckless is the Longye gang to provoke the Su family? The Su family, indeed. Have you ever encountered a steward so youthful? It is merely a nascent stage of energy condensation. The situation is as follows. The sister of that young lady was captured and taken to the Red Lantern courtyard, presumably driven to madness in her attempts to rescue her. In a fit of desperation, she forged an identity associated with the Su family to effectuate her rescue. How foolish. If one is to fabricate an identity, it would be prudent to select a persona of commensurate capability. To have a mere novice in energy condensation impersonate a steward of the Su family is utterly ludicrous. Whispers of disbelief circulated. No one was convinced that Ruoxi was indeed a steward of the Su family. Upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, Gao Qiao let out a derisive laugh. If you cannot repay your debts, why did you borrow in the first place? Or do you suggest that I coerced you into borrowing the money? It is only natural to repay what is owed. Since you lack the spirit stones to return to me, is it not reasonable for me to bring you to the Red Lantern courtyard to settle your debts? Chapter 30. Dumbfounded. These people aren't even afraid of the Su family? Gao Qiao's words were spoken with such audacity, as if they were the ones wronged. Ruoxi trembled with rage, her eyes filled with icy disdain. Isn't it spirit stones you desire? I have provided them. Release them at once. With that, she cast forth 1,000 spirit stones. Conflict with the Longtooth gang was clearly disadvantageous to her. Although she was of the Su family, she held no real authority. Even if she truly wished to act against the Longtooth gang, she lacked the power. Moreover, with 2 nascent soul cultivators in the Longtooth gang, the Su family would likely not risk enmity for a mere servant, unless she sought Su Chen's aid. But she was a servant, and Su Chen was the master. It was always the servant who served the master, never the other way around. Seeing Ruoxi genuinely produce 1,000 spirit stones, Gao Qiao's eyes lit up. He exchanged a glance with Hu Huan, and upon receiving Hu Huan's affirmative nod, Gao Qiao sneered and said with contempt, 1,000 spirit stones is the debt owed by Li Ying and Li Xiu. We brought them to the long red pavilion for training and guidance, teaching them how to be courtesans. Therefore, you must add an additional 100,000 spirit stones for the guidance fee to take them away. Ruashi's face was filled with anger. This is outrageous. Her expression was incredibly displeased. With the price soaring to 100,000 spirit stones at once, it seemed they had no intention of releasing them. The passers-by who witnessed this scene couldn't help but shake their heads. The manner in which the Longya gang conducts its affairs is utterly repugnant. Alas, there is little one can do when faced with such formidable power. Even if they are despicable, what recourse do we have? These two young ladies are likely doomed, having lost both their dignity and their freedom. Under the ruthless tactics of the Changhong courtyard, they will probably find themselves as mere courtesans here in the future. One cannot deny that the youthful beauty possesses a certain charm. Should she become one of the courtesans, I would undoubtedly wish to summon her. Some gazes reflected disdain, while others were filled with compassion. However, the might of the Longya sect was too overwhelming. Even those who felt sympathy dared not intervene. Gao Xiao coldly proclaimed, "Enough of this prattle. Produce 100,000 spirit stones, and you may take her away. Fail to do so, and both of you shall remain in the Changhong courtyard." As he spoke, he licked his lips, a lascivious glint dancing in his eyes. Ruashi was not without her allure, even in the entirety of Mingwei City. She was a rare gem. With a little cultivation, she could undoubtedly become a top-tier courtesan. Moreover, with his status, he could indulge in the courtesans of the Changhong courtyard at will, and he was determined to savor her charms. Gao Qiao exuded an air of certainty regarding their fate. Even if Ruashi were to produce 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could always concoct another excuse, such as their alleged impersonation of the Su family. Li Qingqing's face was painted with panic as she hid behind Ruashi, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Sister, what shall we do now?" Ruashi's complexion darkened. "I am a member of the Su family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me without fearing retribution from the Su clan? Is it the Su family?" Gao Qiao wore a smirk, his face brimming with disdain. If Li Qingqing and her kin had a steward from the Su family backing them, how could they be leading such a wretched existence, reduced to borrowing money, even for medical care? He simply could not fathom that Ruashi was of the Su lineage, let alone the Su family. If they could not produce spirit stones today, even the heavenly sovereign would be of no help. Gao Qiao was all too familiar with Li Qingqing's family. They possessed no substantial background, merely ordinary folk from a small mountain village, with 3 generations devoid of any cultivators. Such individuals were easily manipulable, presenting no risk whatsoever. As the crowd around them grew ever larger, Hu Huan suddenly interjected, "Rest assured, my Longya gang is not unreasonable. If you can earn 100,000 spirit stones for the Changhong courtyard, I shall graciously allow your departure." Hu Huan sought to preserve his reputation. Hence he opted to play the role of the merciful enforcer. Han Shi trembled with indignation, unable to comprehend Hu Huan's shamelessness, adorned with a facade of righteousness. Hu Huan swiftly shifted his tone, adopting a more menacing demeanor. "Of course, you have another option. We can take you to the Su family. However, the consequences would be dire. You and your family would face death. Forging an identity linked to the Su family is a grave offense. Yet, as the leader of this gang, I am extending you a rare opportunity to preserve your life, which is a considerable mercy." Hu Huan surveyed the surroundings, subtly signaling to Gao Qiao with his gaze. Gao Qiao immediately grasped the situation. "Arrest her." Han Shi felt a jolt of alarm, drawing forth her long sword and exclaiming with fervor, "Who dares? Such formidable sword energy!" A look of astonishment flashed in Gao Qiao's eyes. Han Shi was merely at the qi condensation stage. Yet, he sensed a perilous aura emanating from her. How laughable! A mere qi condensation practitioner attempting to put on airs before me. Gao Qiao scoffed, recognizing that although Han Shi displayed a potent aura, nearly rivaling that of a foundation establishment cultivator, she remained fundamentally a qi condensation practitioner. He lunged towards Han Shi, unleashing the aura of the core formation stage, instantly tightening her expression with trepidation. Anxiety flooded Han Shi's heart. She had not anticipated that this group would dare challenge the Su family. Since her arrival in the Su residence, she had never encountered such a situation nor contemplated the issues of survival. Her daily thoughts revolved solely around how to serve her master well. Yet today, upon stepping out of the Su family, she discovered the world outside to be fraught with peril. "Stop!" A thunderous voice rang out, and from the crowd emerged a robust figure clad in simple attire. Witnessing Gao Qiao's aggression towards Han Shi, he erupted in fury. "What are you doing? Do you not recognize she is from the Su family?" Gao Qiao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter. You go to such lengths to rescue her, and yet you involve others in this farce. A farce? Upon hearing these words, the robust man immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, "How dare you insult me?" He swiftly produced a wooden token embossed with a prominent character for Su. However, this token was adorned with a silver edge, and the reverse side bore the character Pang, setting it apart from the ordinary servant tokens. I am Su Li, the seventh son of the steward of the third branch of the Su family. Do you dare to claim I am feigning my identity as a member of the Su family? Are you seeking death? Ordinary branches might hesitate to provoke a force of the nascent soul stage, yet the third branch is indeed considered part of the Su family's core. As a steward, I am the leader of this branch, wielding considerable power within the Su family, and being at the initial stage of the nascent soul. I naturally do not fear the Longya gang. Su Li continued his tirade. You pack of curs, this lady is Miss Ruoxi, someone close to the young master. How dare you suggest she serve as a courtesan in Chang'an courtyard? If the young master were to learn of this, your Longya gang would meet its demise. It was evident that upon hearing someone claim he was impersonating a member of the Su family, his fury escalated. Gao Qiu, initially taken aback, soon regained his composure after some contemplation. How dare you insult me? He retorted. He was resolute in his belief that Li Qingxing lacked any affiliation with the Su family. Their household had not fared well in recent years. If they truly had ties to the Su family, even as mere servants, they would not be suffering so. Gao Qiu's eyes blazed with indignation. To insult my Longya sect, I shall sever your limbs today as a warning to others. Unleashing a formidable aura, he transmuted his hand into an unyielding gauntlet of iron, lunging to seize Su Li with lethal intent. Panic seized Su Li, a mere novice in the foundational stage, dwarfed by the impending blow of a core formation expert. Bewilderment clouded his senses as he exclaimed, "Do you defy even the Su family? Has the world of Bright Moon City descended into anarchy? My father is a steward of the third branch. Dare to kill me, and the Fanged Tooth Gang shall face utter annihilation." A scornful sneer twisted Gao Qiu's visage as he retorted, "Continue your charade. I shall witness the demise of the Fanged Tooth sect firsthand. If you are of the Su lineage, then I am the celestial sovereign himself. Desist." A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, succeeded by a radiant sword beam hurtling from afar. Imbued with profound sword intent, it instantaneously severed Gao Qiu's arm. Chapter 31. The boldness to strike against the Su family. Su Chen takes action. The anguished scream of Gao Qiu pierced the air, resonating with a chilling intensity. Su Qian emerged from a distance, his eyes brimming with a frigid murderous intent. He was the eldest son of Su Yuanba and the brother of Su He. With an icy tone, Su Qian remarked, "Indeed, I have witnessed the audacity of the Tooth Clan, daring to lay hands on a member of the Su family." He had initially been enjoying drinks with Su Li when he stumbled upon this calamity. He had believed Su Li would handle the situation. Yet the Tooth Clan had brazenly attempted to take the life of a Su family member. Upon seeing Su Qian, Hanshi felt an immediate sense of relief. With the direct descendants of the Su family present, it seemed that the day's events would not escalate further. Su Qian cast a cold glance at Hu Wan, stating, "Chief Hu, you had better provide me with an explanation, otherwise, this matter shall not conclude amicably." Before Hu Wan could respond, Gao Qiu roared in fury, "You little brat. Are you seeking death?" Having lost an arm, his rage surged to its zenith, especially considering that Su Qian had only reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, while he was at the early stage of core formation. To be bested by someone at the foundation stage was nothing short of a humiliation. Hu Wan quickly restrained Gao Qiu, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Su Qian exuded an impressive aura and possessed the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. If this Li Qingxing truly had a foundation establishment cultivator backing her, there would be no need for her to borrow money from Gao Qiu. Could it be that they were genuinely members of the Su family? At that juncture, Hu Wan was seized by a sudden disquietude. With clasped hands, Hu Wan inquired, "May I venture to ask your name, young master?" Su Qian responded with a serene air, "Su, of the Su family." Su Qian. Su Qian? Hu Huan's brow furrowed, for the name was unfamiliar to him. The Su family had only arrived in Bright Moon City less than 2 decades prior, and few of their younger generation, whether of direct or collateral lineage, had made public appearances. Hence, Hu Wan was unacquainted with the name Su Qian. Yet, observing Su Qian's self-assured and composed demeanor, a sense of unease stirred within him. After careful deliberation, Hu Wan stated, "Young Master Su Qian, if you can substantiate your claim as a member of the Su family, I shall immediately release Li Ying and Li Xiu." Upon hearing these words, Su Qian erupted in mirth. Ha 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 ha. Witnessing Su Qian's unrestrained and audacious laughter, Hu Huan's countenance darkened. Gao Qiu interjected coldly. Vice leader, they are assuredly feigning. I have investigated Li Qingqing, and she bears no relation to the Su family whatsoever. These words further diminished the sliver of caution in Hu Huan's heart. After his laughter subsided, Su Qian turned his gaze, laced with derision, upon Hu Huan. Headmaster Hu, are all members of your Longtooth gang imbeciles? Su Li could not resist adding, indeed, I have never encountered such dolts in Bright Moon City. Insolence! Hu Huan, his patience exhausted, succumbed to his fury and lost his composure. Moreover, with Gao Qiu asserting that these individuals could not possibly be from the Su family, he launched an assault with the ferocity of a tempest, targeting Su Qian. The overwhelming force radiated forth, and Hu Huan's attack manifested as two formidable strikes imbued with the power of lightning, which caused Su Qian's expression to shift dramatically. After all, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Before the Yuaning stage, Su Qian, being merely at the late foundation establishment stage, was akin to a mere insect. What perplexed Su Qian even more was Hu Huan's audacity to attack a direct descendant of the Su family in Mingwei City. Did he not fear for his life? Was he truly mad? Hu Huan, you seek death. Su Qian bellowed, for as a direct descendant of the Su family, he undoubtedly possessed some life-preserving trump cards. However, just as he prepared to employ them, a figure suddenly interposed itself before him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Hu Huan was propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing into the ground before Changhong Courtyard and creating a deep crater several meters wide, blood gushing from his body incessantly. Standing before Su Qian was a figure of striking appearance. He was clean-cut and handsome, with a tall and graceful stature. Young master! A cry of astonishment rang out, and Ruoshi's face was alight with joy. Su Qian also quickly regained his composure, his expression brightening. Fifth brother. He was a few months younger than Su Chen, so addressing him as fifth brother was entirely appropriate. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze towards Hu Huan, his tone indifferent as he remarked, a mere initial Yuaning dares to lay hands on a direct descendant of the Su family. How utterly unaware of his own mortality. Upon seeing Su Chen, many onlookers were instantly taken aback. This individual appears remarkably familiar. Do not be mistaken, he is Su Chen, the young patriarch of the Su family. My heavens! Could these individuals genuinely be members of the Su clan? It seems the Longye gang is doomed. If Su Qian is indeed of direct lineage, their fate is sealed. To dare lay hands on someone from the Su family, Hu Huan has truly met his end. No. It is more accurate to say that the Longye gang has reached its conclusion. Although Su Qian is not well acquainted with many, he does have some familiarity with Su Chen. Upon witnessing Hu Huan's plight, a group of onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Hu Huan's chest was caved in. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago. However, with the remarkable vitality characteristic of the nascent soul stage, he clung to life, albeit severely injured, enduring excruciating pain. Hu Huan hastily rose to his knees, his face a mask of terror as he implored, Young Master Su, spare my life. I was misled by slanderous words, nearly causing harm to the Su family. He could never have anticipated that these individuals before him were indeed from the Su family. The crux of the matter lies with Li Qingqing. How could she associate with so many from the Su family yet live in such dire conditions? Now, even if he were to doubt Su Chen's identity, it would be futile. For after their recent confrontation, he was certain that he was no match for Su Chen. Enough. Su Chen uttered coolly, I have no desire to listen to such drivel. As his words fell, he appeared next to Hu Huan like a specter, then raised his foot and brought it down. What appeared to be an unremarkable kick shattered Hu Huan's nascent soul, plunging him from the heights of cultivation to the depths of mortality. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their astonishment. A practitioner at the nascent soul stage was reduced to a mere mortal, treated with the same disdain as a pig or dog. Su Chen spoke with a tone of authority. How dare anyone challenge the Su family's direct lineage? What will remain of our prestige in Mingwei City if this continues? He commanded Su Qian, bring this person back to the Su family. In 3 days, we shall execute him in the martial arena. His hesitation to kill Hu Huan immediately stemmed not from mercy, but from a desire to establish dominance, ensuring that the name of the Su family instills fear in all. To prevent such incidents from recurring, the absurdity of the day's events was not lost on him. The Su family's identity had been revealed. Yet someone still dared to assault them, and in Mingwei City, no less. Su Qian nodded in compliance. Yes, young clan leader. Despite being of the same lineage, Su Qian's status overshadowed his own. He swiftly seized Hu Huan and handed him over to Su Li. Take him back. At that moment, despair filled Hu Huan's eyes. He realized he was doomed, having unwittingly crossed paths with the Su family. Simultaneously, his hatred for Gao Qiao reached its zenith. Had it not been for Gao Qiao's misleading guidance, he would have exercised caution and thoroughly verified the other's identity before making any decisions. As the vice leader of the Toothlong gang, attaining the Yuanying stage naturally signifies an individual of considerable intellect. However, today he has stumbled at the hands of his own. Li Qingqing is but an ordinary person. How could she possibly possess the audacity to falsely assume the identity of the Su family? This alone warrants caution. Yet, due to her lowly status, he finds it challenging to correlate her with a colossal entity such as the Su family. Moreover, influenced by Gao Qiao's misdirection, he naively concludes that the individuals before him are not affiliated with the Su family at all. Suddenly, Hu Huan erupts in fury towards Gao Qiao, exclaiming, "Gao Qiao, you wretched cur!" The harsh words spill forth incessantly from his lips, yet at this moment, Gao Qiao is rendered utterly paralyzed by fear, his composure disintegrating. With a subtle grasp, Chen unleashes a terrifying force, resulting in the immediate demise of the Toothlong gang members, Gao Qiao included. The obliteration of the Toothlong gang instills profound dread in the hearts of all present. Is this truly the Su family? A Yuanying-level power appears so feeble before him. The crux of the matter lies in Chen, who seems to possess an even greater ferocity than what the rumors had suggested. Chapter 32. The extinction of the Longtooth gang. Now that I am unrivaled, shouldn't I pursue splendor? Simultaneously, two auras erupted within Bright Moon City, imbued with a suffocating sense of oppression, one of which markedly surpassed the other. A transcendent transformation stage cultivator, and a nascent soul stage cultivator. Elders Su Qingyuan, why do you assail my Longtooth sect? I have never offended the Su family. Accompanied by a furious roar, the nascent soul stage aura was extinguished in short order. The crowd was shaken, especially those outside the Evergreen Pavilion, who were acutely aware of the events that had transpired. To many, a nascent soul cultivator was a figure of immense power. Yet, before the Su family, such a person was so feeble, bereft of even a modicum of resistance, so easily annihilated. Many felt that the Longtooth gang leader had met an unjust demise, slain without comprehending the cause. However, such occurrences were commonplace in Bright Moon City. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, reason was a rare commodity. Meanwhile, Chen, having slain Hu Huan, vanished from the spot. Ruoshi gazed at the place where Su Chen had disappeared and once more offered a respectful bow. I am grateful to you, young master. With the Longtooth gang eradicated, some of the more audacious courtesans in the Evergreen Pavilion immediately began to flee. One took the lead, and eventually, the entire cohort of women scattered in disarray. Two figures emerged from the Evergreen Pavilion, adorned in flamboyant attire, their faces etched with panic. The two individuals in question are Li Ying and Li Xiao. The Longye sect has coerced them using their parents as leverage, compelling them to engage in prostitution at the Changhong courtyard. Initially, both women were enveloped in despair, resigned to their grim fates. Today marked their debut in this unfortunate profession, yet before they could even receive any clients, calamity struck. At first, they were filled with trepidation and hesitant to flee, but upon witnessing numerous other girls escaping with no one to intervene, they too decided to join in the flight. Xiao Jie, Ying Jie, Li Qingqing called out to them urgently. Startled, Li Ying and Li Xiao turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes landing on a familiar figure alongside an unfamiliar one. Nonetheless, they immediately recognized the individual. A few years prior, the entire family had visited the Su residence to see Ruoshi. Although their encounter had been brief, the memory of their younger sister lingered vividly in their minds. Without hesitation, the two rushed forward, seizing her hand as they fled. Hurry! Ruoshi did not resist, and after they had run a considerable distance, they paused by the roadside, panting heavily. The joy of reuniting with Ruoshi filled Li Ying and Li Xiao, and they were astounded to learn that it was their sister who had come to their rescue. They had assumed Ruoshi was merely a servant at the Su household, only to discover that she served as a handmaiden to the young master of the family. Observing Ruoshi's fortunate circumstances, both sisters were filled with envy. The last three sisters fervently urged Ruoxi to return home for a visit, yet she steadfastly declined, as she remained uncertain about how to confront their parents. I will find you a suitable residence. You should promptly relocate to Mingwei City. When the time comes, simply come to the Su residence to find me, Ruoxi declared before turning to leave. Li Qingqing could not help but smile wryly, observing, it seems our younger sister harbors some resentment. Both Li Ying and Li Xiao sighed in unison. Indeed, the past actions were regrettable. Ruoxi, alone and vulnerable at the Su residence, had endured much without the warmth of familial care, which naturally bred feelings of bitterness. However, compared to the dire fate of starving together, her situation was relatively bearable. At that time, a natural disaster had struck, and while the temperature plummeted, it had little effect on cultivators, yet the common folks suffered greatly. Had they not sent Ruoxi away, starvation would have been the inevitable outcome. The three elder sisters, being slightly older, were capable of work. But Ruoxi was too young and thus had to be reluctantly entrusted to the Su family. In truth, their parents had been deeply concerned when they initially left Ruoxi at the Su residence, lingering at a distance for half a day until they saw her safely taken in before departing. Nonetheless, judging by Ruoxi's current demeanor, there remained a substantial possibility for reconciliation. At the Su residence, Chen reclined comfortably in his chair, a look of contentment gracing his features. Indeed, there was no place like home. After dozing for half an hour, he gradually opened his eyes once more. The Su family now boasts 3 deification realm cultivators, Su Qitian, Su Yunqian, and Su Qingyan. The remaining 3 elders have all reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and are expected to ascend to the deification realm before long. While this progress is commendable, there is still much to be desired. A formidable power requires more than just cultivation. It also necessitates potent techniques and mastery of auxiliary arts such as alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formations. Chen produced an array known as the Spirit Evocation Array, a mid-grade celestial formation that accelerates the generation of ambient spiritual energy. Centered on the Su family, it doubles the rate of spiritual energy creation within a radius of 500 meters, increases it by a factor of 1 within 3,000 meters, and enhances it by 50% within 10,000 meters. The cultivation environment of Bright Moon City is, at best, mediocre, making the emergence of void refinement cultivators exceedingly rare and composite body cultivators virtually impossible. To remedy this, one could either improve the environment, which would entail considerable effort, or relocate the Su family from Bright Moon City altogether. Relocation. Evidently, Chen deemed the latter option more desirable. There is no compelling reason to remain in Bright Moon City. The Shin Heaven realm abounds with paradisiacal havens. Would it not be more advantageous for the Su family to reside in such a place? Even if environmental enhancement were the goal, it would be preferable to select a more auspicious location. The primary issue is that the 5 great cities are situated in a remote area, which is detrimental to the Su family's advancement. However, these are matters for the future and do not require immediate attention. Chen began to contemplate his own matters once more. Due to his previous utilization of cultivation, his primordial immortal body had reached a remarkable state, within which resided the terrifying killing technique known as the primordial purple chi. Nonetheless, he felt that something was still lacking. His offensive capabilities seemed somewhat monotonous, devoid of that captivating flair. He directed his gaze towards the array of techniques at his disposal, which ranged from yellow tier to immortal tier, an overwhelming multitude. The art of fiery balls, a high-level technique, could unleash scorching waves of heat, exhibiting immense power. Without hesitation, Chen chose to employ it. In the next instant, the operational pathways of the art of fiery balls were indelibly etched into his mind, as if he had been practicing it all along. Subsequently, Chen began to select additional techniques. The illusory divine art, a high-level technique. Cultivate. The sky-splitting sword technique, a mid-level technique. Cultivate. The devouring goddess 9 slashes, a third-tier technique. Cultivate. In total, Chen selected nearly 100 techniques for cultivation, with a small portion being below the level, while the majority were of the tiers. Only then did he contentedly close the system space. In the future, when he engaged in combat, he would no longer rely solely on his physical prowess. He could also wield these techniques. Although their effects were similar, the sophistication was elevated to countless heights. The primordial immortal body was immensely powerful, with a single punch capable of rivaling in technique. However, this approach felt too simplistic and direct, lacking the elegance he desired. Since one has become invincible, is it not time to pursue a touch of grandeur? Chapter 33, The Rapid Development of the Su Family and the Eruption of the 9 Dragons Contending for the Throne in the Jinghong Empire in the period following the upheaval. Chen devoted himself to guiding the younger generation of the direct lineage within the Su family in their cultivation. Gradually, the Su family began to perceive the terrifying and enigmatic nature of Chen. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, 3 formidable auras erupted within the Su family, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Many residents of Mingwei City looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment. This was the direction of the Su family. They had once again broken through to 3 powerful cultivators in the transformation realm. Does this mean that the Su family now boasts 5 transformation realm experts? But wait, have you forgotten about Chen? It was rumored that he possessed peak Yuan Ing stage prowess. Could it be that he has now also ascended to the transformation realm? By this calculation, the Su family would have 6 transformation realm cultivators and 1 in the refinement void stage. It seems the head of the Su family is also at the peak of the transformation realm. It is likely that he will soon break through to the refinement void stage as well. However, breakthroughs to the refinement void stage are incredibly challenging. They are not achieved so easily. Discussions echoed throughout the city, with all who spoke of the Su family expressing profound reverence. The current Su family indeed exudes an aura of terror, with the addition of 3 new transformation realm experts. The Su family's status among the 5 great cities has become unassailable. Chen has also provided the Su family with numerous potent cultivation techniques, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Moreover, they have begun to explore the ancillary paths of alchemy and artifact refinement. Previously, the Su family had only 1 third-tier alchemist. Now, the number of third-grade alchemists has escalated to 7, along with the presence of a 4th-grade alchemist. With the enhancement of the heavenly spirit roots, the younger generation of the Su family has also experienced rapid growth. For instance, Su Yuza has already reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, merely a step away from the nascent soul stage. A year has swiftly passed. In Mingwei City, everyone felt a sudden tightening in their chests, as though the very air of the heavens and earth had been siphoned away, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression and discomfort. What is happening? The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the overwhelming aura, their eyes filled with trepidation. Subsequently, an extraordinarily formidable presence erupted from within the Su family, causing those nearby to feel as insignificant as ants, compelled to prostrate themselves on the ground. The aura of the void refinement stage. The inhabitants of Mingwei City were engulfed in terror, overwhelmed by the sheer power of this formidable being, rendered utterly powerless. Soon, this aura blossomed in its full glory. As a figure soared into the sky, ripples of distortion manifesting in the surrounding void. Ha ha ha. I, Su Qi-Tian, have finally broken through to the void refinement stage. Su Qi-Tian laughed heartily, embodying the overwhelming presence of a celestial being in that moment. He is the head of the Su family, Su Qi-Tian. My heavens! Another member of the Su family has indeed broken through to the void refinement stage. How powerful! Is this the oppressive sensation that accompanies the void refinement stage? Countless faces exhibited astonishment and fear. With 2 void refinement stage experts now within the Su family, their strength has become utterly unassailable. Upon learning of the situation in the other 4 major cities, they all arrived at Su's residence, bearing gifts to express their heartfelt gratitude and loyalty. Su Qi-Tian directly demanded that the remaining 4 cities submit to the Su family. Naturally, all factions from the 4 cities acquiesced and willingly agreed to offer tributes to the Su family annually. Thus, the 5 cities fell entirely within the domain of the Su family. In that year, among the younger generation of the direct line of the Su family, 5 individuals successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage, while 2 members from the collateral line also advanced to the transformation stage. Presently, the Su family boasts a total of 8 members at the transformation stage, and the combined count of both direct and collateral members at the nascent soul stage approaches 30. A staggering figure indeed. Half a year later, Su Honyuan achieved another breakthrough, reaching the mid-stage of void refinement, which quelled any lingering discontent among the other 4 cities. The direct line of the Su family inherently possessed celestial roots, and with the monthly influx of cultivation resources from the One-Out Pavilion, they were able to expedite their breakthroughs. In a short span, the Su family attained unprecedented prosperity, and news of the 5 cities' affairs even reached the Jinghong Empire, attracting considerable attention. The Jinghong Empire, however, was not in a state of stability. Emperor Jinghong intended to enter seclusion to attain the return to Origin Realm, thus preparing to abdicate. Nevertheless, the imperial throne must be upheld. Consequently, the 9 princes commenced their contest for the position of heir apparent. Throughout the history of the Jinghong Empire, including the current Jinghong king, there have been 3 emperors. Yet, each time a struggle for the throne arose, nearly all participating princes met their demise, leaving only the final victor. In other words, among the 9 individuals, ultimately only one shall survive. This is the nature of royalty, exceedingly brutal and merciless. Consequently, during this tumultuous period, the empire of Jinghong is in a state of upheaval, with each of the 9 princes backed by formidable allies. The eldest prince, possessing the greatest strength, has even reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. He is accompanied by the most followers and stands as the most likely candidate to seize the throne. Presently, the struggle for the throne has intensified to a fever pitch, with nearly all factions approaching the level of void refinement aligning themselves. Yet, at this juncture, two individuals at the void refinement stage suddenly emerge from the 5 major cities. One of whom is at the mid-stage of void refinement, prompting all 9 princes to entertain a similar thought: they must ally with the Su family. Although the empire of Jinghong is immensely powerful, the number of individuals at the void refinement stage is limited, representing a critical aspect of elite combat strength. Thus, the presence of 2 such individuals can often prove pivotal. Shortly after the exploits of the Su family became known, the princes of the empire of Jinghong hastily dispatched envoys to express their desire for alliance. However, the Su family had only just stabilized their position, and Su Qingtian declined almost all overtures. In the reception hall of the Su family, a magnificently attired man sat, his expression somewhat grim. Having just rejected the proposal to ally with the eldest prince, Huang Qi, visibly displeased, remarked, "Master Su, the eldest prince has shown great sincerity. Declining this offer brings no advantage to you. Moreover, the first prince possesses the most formidable influence. Should the 2 alchemists from the Su family emerge in the void refinement stage, their chances of success would undoubtedly increase. Once the first prince secures the throne, he shall be the sovereign of the Jinghong Empire. At that juncture, will your Su family still need to reside in the remote territories of the 5 great cities? The first prince could select a location rich in spiritual energy within the Jinghong Empire for you." Su Qitian smiled and remarked, "Lord Huang, the Su family harbors no desire for conflict. Our sole aim is self-preservation. The competition among the 9 dragons is exceedingly terrifying. A moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of the Su family, making participation utterly unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression darkened further. "Given the gravity of the situation, you still choose to decline?" Huang Qi rose to his feet, releasing the aura of mid-void refinement, his demeanor akin to an enraged lion. "Head of the Su family, I hope you comprehend that the 5 great cities are ungoverned, merely a relic of the prior emperor's agreement with the lords of the 5 great cities. However, with the lords' abodes now vanished and your refusal to ally with any prince, there will be no refuge for the Su family, regardless of who ascends to power. Do you truly believe that you can remain aloof and safeguard your family?" Su Qingtian's countenance shifted dramatically. Despite having 2 individuals at the void refinement stage, they still lacked the capacity to contend with a behemoth like the Jinghong Empire. If the princes set their sights on them, it would indeed spell doom for the Su family, regardless of who ultimately claims the throne. Huang Qi, disinterested in further discourse with Su Qingtian, let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "Humph, may the head of the Su family take care of himself." Within the confines of the room, Su Qingtian found himself alone, his expression tinged with melancholy. Was it truly so difficult for the Su family to seek a stable development, a request so simple? Shaking his head, Su Qingtian let out a resigned sigh. Such was the nature of this world, where the lack of power remained the fundamental issue. Thus, 2 more days passed. "Head of the family, there is someone outside requesting an audience. He claims to be an old acquaintance of yours." Chapter 34. The 7th Prince of the Jinghong Empire, Lin Jin in the reception hall. Upon seeing the person standing inside, Su Qingtian's face instantly lit up with delight. "Brother Lin Jin, what a pleasant surprise." Standing in the reception hall was a man whose demeanor exuded warmth and an air of maturity, embodying the essence of a dignitary. Lin Jin responded with a smile, "Brother Su, it has indeed been quite a while." Without hesitation, Su Qitian burst into hearty laughter. "Brother Lin, we have not crossed paths in ages. Please, do not leave so soon. We must share a drink and indulge in merriment." Lin Jin was someone he had known since the days of the Qingfeng gang. Indeed, it was Lin Jin's assistance that facilitated the Su family's migration to Minghua City. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Jin's smile faded, and he let out a bitter chuckle. "Brother Su, do you truly believe I still have the heart for revelry at this moment?" Su Qitian suddenly fell silent. Momentarily forgetting Lin Jin's esteemed identity, the 7th prince of the Jinghong Empire, he became acutely aware of Lin Jin's purpose for visiting, and his expression grew somber. "The struggle for the throne, can one not withdraw from such a contest?" Lin Jin replied with an unperturbed tone. "Withdraw? How does one simply withdraw? Regardless of who emerges victorious, all will ultimately face reckoning. If I were to ascend as the crown prince, I would not spare the other princes either. In the Jinghong Empire, with the ancestral elders of the fusion stage exerting their power, the ownership of the throne becomes inconsequential as long as one belongs to the royal lineage. Even if one were to become the Jinghong king, others could still conspire to bring them down. In this world, power reigns supreme, and popular sentiment holds no sway. Whoever possesses the strength to vanquish the king of Sorengese shall ascend as the sovereign of this empire. Consequently, the paramount task for any newly crowned monarch is to eliminate potential threats by executing all other royal siblings. Su Chi-tian was rendered speechless, having long been aware of the brutal and merciless nature of such succession battles. Yet, this practice yields a benefit. The individual who ascends to the throne is invariably of exceptional caliber, possessing both extraordinary talent and shrewd strategies. Such a ruler ensures the empire's continued prosperity. However, this comes at the cost of familial bonds, as even the closest of brothers may become adversaries. A palpable tension filled the hall, as both men remained silent. Finally, Lin Jin sighed with resignation. Among the 9 princes, his faction was the weakest, with only 2 void refinement stage experts assisting him, while his brothers each had at least 3. Judging from their movements, it seemed they all intended to eliminate him, the weakest, first. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian's eyes reflected his inner turmoil. Lin Jin was a dear friend who had expended considerable resources and connections to aid the Su family's relocation. Without Lin Jin's assistance, their arrival in Bright Moon City would have been far more arduous. Thus, the Su family owed Lin Jin a significant debt. However, with the Su family's very survival at stake, he could not help but feel anxious. Lin Jin, among the princes, possesses relatively inferior strength, which signifies a high probability of his defeat. Should the Su family choose to align with him, they would inevitably encounter misfortune. Although he is the head of the Su family, it is a lineage belonging to all, not solely to him. At this juncture, Lin Jin's intentions have become exceedingly clear. He hopes to rally support from Su. Suddenly, Su Qingtian inquired, "Brother Lin, prior to your arrival in Mingyue City, you mentioned your child was soon to be born. Pray tell, was it a boy or a girl?" Lin Jin replied with a smile, "It has been quite some time. I have a daughter who is now 18 years old. If the opportunity arises, I shall bring her to meet you." As he spoke, a hint of bitterness crept into his expression. Having failed in the struggle for succession, his family would surely face dire consequences. It seems that such an opportunity may never come to pass. Lin Jin discerned the predicament faced by Su Chi-tian. Rising to his feet, he stated, "In that case, Brother Su, I shall not impose any longer. There are numerous matters within the empire of Jinghong that require my attention." He understood well that urging Su Chi-tian to take his side was a perilous endeavor. Thus, his visit to the Su family was merely an attempt, without the intention of leveraging the past debts owed to him by the Su family. After all, even with their assistance, his chances of success in the power struggle were not particularly high, and it would be unwise to lead the Su family to ruin alongside him. As Lin Jin prepared to depart, Su Chi-tian hastily called out, "Brother Lin, please wait. The Su family is not composed of individuals who prioritize profit over loyalty." Previously, among the 9 royal princes, the other 8 had sent envoys to our door, making it difficult for the Su family to evade this matter. However, given the gravity of the situation, I must convene a discussion with my kin before reaching a decision. Lin Jin was instantly elated, expressing his gratitude. Su Qingtian nodded and proceeded to summon all the senior members of the Su family, including the 5 primary elders and the 13 leading stewards from the collateral branches. Naturally, Su Chen was included as well. In the conference hall, Su Chi-tian recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After listening, Su Qingyan spoke without hesitation, stating, "The 7th prince aided us in the past. Now, to assist the other princes would essentially mean becoming adversaries to the 7th prince." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. In the realm of royal princes, choosing sides appeared to be a matter of options, yet in reality, there was only one viable choice, the 7th prince. To choose any other prince would equate to condemning the 7th prince to death, a notion that starkly contradicted the Su family's principles of loyalty and righteousness. Sui furrowed his brow, remarking, "I have also conducted an investigation into the situation within the Jinghong Empire. The 7th prince possesses limited strength, with only 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage by his side, whereas the 1st prince commands 9 such cultivators, 3 of whom have reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. The disparity in strength is rather pronounced." As these words resonated, those who had initially harbored intentions to support the 7th prince found themselves rendered speechless. The disparity in strength is so pronounced, how can one possibly contend with it? The hall buzzed with speculation, yet none offered a definitive stance. whether to align with the seventh prince or abstain from choosing sides. Some deemed it wisest to retreat entirely, opting for neutrality. By fleeing now, they could await the conclusion of the battle for succession, even if they sought vengeance against the Su family. Locating them would not prove simple. After an hour of debate, a satisfactory resolution remained elusive. Finally, Su Qitian turned to Su Chen. "Chenner, do you have any suggestions?" Immediately, the clan members cast their hopeful gazes upon Su Chen, for in times of familial crisis, he had always been their beacon of resolution. Would he rise to the occasion once more? With a calm demeanor, Su Chen replied, "There is no need for indecision. Given that our Su family owes a considerable favor to Lin Jin, we ought to assist him. Should my father choose to abstain from aiding anyone, no one would dare to hold him accountable afterward." His words resonated with unwavering confidence, and the atmosphere in the hall grew noticeably steadier. In Su Chen's perspective, should the Jinghong Empire dare to seek retribution, he would advocate for the replacement of its ruler or even the complete annihilation of the empire itself. To him, a king-level force of merely the harmonization stage was no different from an ant. Upon hearing Su Chen's declaration, Su Qingtian resolved firmly, "We shall assist Lin Jin. The favor we owe him must be repaid." Furthermore, Su Qingtian could not bear to witness Lin Jin's demise. Apart from the core direct lineage elders of the Su family, the collateral line stewards were not intimately familiar with Su Chen. However, they were all aware that Su Chen's current transformation was entirely due to Su Chen's influence. Therefore, they placed their utmost trust in Su Chen. Su Chen reiterated, "In that case, allow me to venture alone to the Jinghong Empire. It so happens that I was also planning a sojourn there." Chapter 35. Journey to the Jinghong Empire, setting an ambush. "Are you going alone?" Su Qingtian's expression turned serious, and the others in the hall exchanged puzzled glances. Su Chen claimed his strength to be at the initial stage of the transformation god realm, a statement that few believed. Even if he possessed combat prowess akin to that of a peak transformation god, or even the virtual refinement stage, it seemed inconsequential. The seventh prince did not particularly require an individual of virtual refinement capability. With calm assurance, Su Chen replied, "Rest assured, with my presence, the seventh prince will undoubtedly secure his claim. No one can usurp it." Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. The battlefield for the dragon battle for succession was indeed at the virtual refinement stage. Could Su Chen truly sweep away the competition? After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingtian finally nodded, saying, "Very well." He held a profound trust in his son, recognizing that Su Chen was both enigmatic and formidable, undoubtedly possessing strengths beyond mere transformation god stage. However, since Su Chen had never disclosed the full extent of his abilities, Su Qitian chose not to press the matter. Additionally, with the presence of his mysterious and powerful mentor, there was a degree of assurance that, regardless of the seventh prince's fate in claiming the throne, at least his son would be safe. The Su family quickly reached a consensus, deciding that only Su Chen would accompany Lin Jin, while the Su household would maintain its usual affairs. Outside of Minghui City, 3 dragon carriages came to a halt, drawing fearful glances from passers-by. The unique insignia on the carriages unmistakably identified them as belonging to the royal family of the Jinghong Empire. As Su Chen and Lin Jin stepped out of the city, Lin Jin glanced at the serene-faced young man beside him, his eyes filled with confusion. Could he truly assist in his quest for the throne? The unwavering tone of Su Qingtian before his departure began to cloud Lin Jin's thoughts. Was it possible that Su Qingtian was merely jesting with him? With Su Chen's aura only at the transformation stage, what influence could such a person wield in the fierce contest for succession? The struggle for the position of heir was not merely a brutal clash among the princes. It unfolded in 2 distinct phases. The first phase occurred prior to the actual battle, wherein the princes would strive to diminish the ranks of their opponents. Only when the contest for the heir truly commenced would the real conflict arise, presided over by the illustrious Emperor Jinghong, who would set the strongest warriors of each prince against one another. Ultimately, the victor would claim the title of heir. This contest not only tested individual strength but also heavily emphasized the cunning of political strategy. Among the 9 princes, although the eldest possessed the greatest power, the second and third princes were not far behind, differing by merely 2 levels in their cultivation. Should they form a temporary alliance? The threat to the eldest prince would be considerable. However, with merely 7 days remaining until the battle for succession, Lin Jin found himself with only 2 capable individuals at his disposal. The odds of victory appeared bleak. Lin Jin had not even factored Su Chen into his calculations. In his view, the Su family's decision to assign Su Chen to him was likely an attempt to avoid awkwardness. Yet, he bore no resentment, recognizing that his chances were exceedingly slim. Even with the assistance of the Su family, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. He did not wish for his own predicament to lead to the annihilation of the Su household. Lin Jin could not help but sigh. In just over a decade, Su Qingtian had become so foreign, so entrenched in the ways of the world. If he was unwilling to assist, a direct refusal would suffice. There was no need for Su Chen to accompany him to certain doom. Pay your respects to the seventh prince. A middle-aged man immediately approached the dragon carriage, bowing respectfully, his gaze lingering on Su Chen, his brow slightly furrowing. A stage of transformation. Lin Jin remarked coolly, "This is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. He will accompany us to the Jinghong Empire." He offered no further elaboration, clearly not placing significant value on Su Chen. Zhang En's brow furrowed at once, and he could not suppress a sigh. It appeared that His Highness had not invited any additional practitioners from the Su family. He himself was one of Lin Jin's subordinates, a novice in the void refinement stage, specifically tasked with protecting Lin Jin during this journey. "Your Highness." Zhang En's expression reflected concern. The absence of more void refinement practitioners meant that only 2 would accompany the seventh prince. Lin Jin waved his hand dismissively. "Let us depart. We shall discuss matters further upon our return." Both men refrained from regarding Su Chen too seriously. After all, he was merely at the transformation stage. Even if he were a prodigious talent, how formidable could he truly be? Before long, the dragon steed lifted its hooves and soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. This hybrid dragon horse was tamed by the founding emperor of the Jinghong Empire and has always served as the royal steed, capable of soaring through the winds with astonishing speed, comparable to that of a peak transformation stage being. Within the carriage, Su Chen gazed at the rapidly receding scenery and began to contemplate whether he should also acquire a magnificent mount. However, he found ordinary beasts beneath his consideration. It must be a divine creature to begin with. That would require a gradual search in the future. Just then, Su Chen cast his gaze into the distance, a trace of cold amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Little did he expect trouble to arrive so swiftly. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the air before the dragon horse carriage suddenly rippled. Following this, a vast rift in the void materialized, from which 4 formidable attacks surged forth, swiftly heading towards the carriage occupied by Lin Jin. The clouds above churned tumultuously, affected by the terrifying might of these assaults. "Your Highness, be careful." Zhang En's pupils constricted sharply as he exerted every ounce of his strength to defend. Yet, the ferocity of the 4 strikes, coupled with the element of surprise, rendered his early-stage defense inadequate. A mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth, and Zhang En's aura began to wane. An ambush. Lin Jin's eyes widened with fury, filled with a frenzied intent to kill. Were they so eager to end his life? His gaze turned to another dragon horse carriage, the one occupied by Su Chen, which was now utterly obliterated. The fall of Su Chen extinguished all hope within him. When departing from the Su family, Su Qingtian had confidently proclaimed that Su Chen possessed remarkable abilities. Yet, in hindsight, the situation was far more complex than mere words could convey. Lin Jin could scarcely fathom that his dear brother had truly been deceiving him. "Ha ha ha, Your Highness the seventh prince, you shall not escape today." A figure clad in black emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, as if capable of cleaving through all existence. Merely gazing upon him was enough to cause one's eyes to ache. Following closely, 3 additional silhouettes materialized from the void, each radiating an aura of immense power. For individuals, all at the mid-level of void refinement. In stark contrast, Lin Jin's side boasted only Zhang En, a novice in void refinement. The outcome was glaringly apparent. Lin Jin lifted his head, his tone icy as he inquired, "Who sent you? Is it my elder brother or my second brother?" The knife-wielding man replied with a chilling smile, "No wonder you are the seventh prince. To remain so composed in such dire circumstances is indeed commendable, yet regrettable." With that, he raised his hand and lunged toward Zhang En, knowing that with Lin Jin merely at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, eliminating Zhang En would render the prince an easy target. Zhang En bellowed, "Your Highness, flee. Do you truly believe you can escape today?" A voice, cold as ice, echoed, freezing the surroundings for miles and plunging temperatures into a sudden chill. Even Zhang En, at the void refinement stage, could not suppress a shiver. The instant this person acted, Lin Jin discerned his identity: Duan Wuhan, the master of the Frozen Valley, a subordinate of the first prince. On the other side, Zhang En cried out miserably as one of his arms was severed. His expression was extremely contorted. However, Such an injury was not fatal to a cultivator in the refinement void stage. Upon reaching this level, limb regeneration was not a difficult feat, Your Highness, the seventh prince. Please meet your demise, Duan Wuhan uttered in a chilling tone, as if a vengeful spirit from the deepest abyss. A massive ice cone materialized, hurtling towards Lin Jin. In this battle for the crown, the princes vied for the throne, while their subordinates contended for their futures. If the prince they supported ascended to the throne, boundless benefits would accrue to them and their factions. Conversely, they would plunge into an endless abyss. Thus, they were even more determined to win than the princes vying for the throne. You wish to kill me? It won't be that easy. Lin Jin's eyes were filled with icy resolve. The aura emanating from him seemed to shatter its shackles, instantly breaking through from the perfection transformation stage to the initial refinement void stage. Immediately afterward, he seized Zhong'an, preparing to tear through the void and escape. Unexpected. You're actually in the refinement void stage. A look of astonishment flashed across Duan Wuhan's eyes. Chapter 36. Lin Jin, the scheming old fox. Full of trump cards, nowhere to run. The void refinement realm assassin wielding a blade cleaved across the sky. The blade's aura rending the void and severing the spatial rift Lin Jin had torn open. At this moment, the four void refinement cultivators' eyes were filled with intense, killing intent. Lin Jin was actually in the early void refinement stage, and judging by the robust aura emanating from him, he had clearly broken through some time ago. Among the 9 princes, only 4 had reached the void refinement stage, and now another one had emerged. The crucial point was that the previous 4 were open about their strength, while Lin Jin had been concealing his abilities. Such forbearance suggested he had numerous hidden tactics yet to be employed, so they had to eliminate him today. Simultaneously, the 4 of them resolved to kill him without fail. Before the battle for the throne even began, a person like Lin Jin would undoubtedly feign weakness, secretly gather strength, and await an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to others. They could not allow such a latent threat to exist. Kill him. The 4 of them simultaneously attacked Lin Jin, causing the heavens and earth to quake. The ground seemed unable to withstand the force, cracking inch by inch. A terrifying sight to behold. Countless low-level demonic beasts in the mountains and forests scattered in terror. Zhong'an's eyes were also filled with shock, as he had evidently just learned that Lin Jin was in the early void refinement stage. Nevertheless, he roared, "Your Highness, don't worry about me. Escape quickly." Lin Jin ignored him, removing the jade pendant from his waist and throwing it towards the 4. Instantly, violent energy poured out, engulfing the 4 of them in an instant. The energy seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently, with enormous fissures appearing in its wake, accompanied by the resounding explosions. A deep chasm suddenly emerged from the earth, stretching for dozens of miles. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Jin and Zhong'an tore through the fabric of reality and departed. He understood that this strike could not possibly vanquish the 4 adversaries. As for Zhong'an's suggestion to escape alone, that was never a consideration. Even if he could flee today, how could he escape the struggle for succession? Lin Jin's expression darkened to an extreme. Among the 8 princes, he was the most overlooked, having received scant support since birth. In contrast, the other princes had familial backing that facilitated their paths significantly. Thus, Lin Jin learned to conceal his talents from a young age, with the hope of amassing sufficient strength to vie for the position of heir apparent. Unfortunately, fate proved unkind, as the abdication of King Jinghong came too abruptly. Despite possessing various schemes, he commanded only 2 formidable warriors in the void refinement stage, which was a tangible disadvantage. Should he abandon Zhong'an, it would mean he had but 1 void refinement warrior at his disposal. When the day of the succession battle arrived, defeat would be inevitable. What awaited him would be the reckoning by the new king. How infuriating! Lin Jin's eyes brimmed with resentment. If only he were granted a little more time, perhaps a century. Even a mere 100 years, he would not find himself in such a wretched state. In the span of a century, he could accomplish an abundance of feats. He might transcend the mid-stages of the void refinement realm, or even reach its later stages, while attracting a multitude of formidable practitioners at the same level. At that juncture, his chances of contending for the position of heir apparent would be significantly heightened. Just as he teleported a mere few dozen miles away, for formidable auras swiftly pursued him, albeit lacking the prior intensity. What cunning tactics the 7th prince possesses! As the voice echoed, a rift in the void several dozen feet wide was torn open. Immediately thereafter, a blade of light surged toward Lin Jin. The might of this strike eclipsed that of its predecessors, causing the very space to collapse in its wake. A sight most terrifying. Concurrently, 3 other relentless assaults rushed toward Lin Jin. Yet, the anxious expression on Lin Jin's face suddenly transformed into tranquility. He halted abruptly, his gaze icy as he regarded the 4 behind him. Miraculously, all 4 attacks were arrested 10 meters before him, as if an invisible barrier stood resolutely in their path. Witnessing this, the 4 were instantly struck with trepidation. This is not good. At that very moment, flames began to flicker in the heavens, and colossal pillars, inscribed with mysterious and arcane red runes, abruptly emerged from the surrounding space. Within the area encircled by these pillars, the temperature surged alarmingly, rendering even those at the void refinement stage somewhat overwhelmed. The 4 attempted to break free, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from the pillars rendered them utterly immobile. Lin Jin's gaze was frigid. This inferno array was originally intended for use in the struggle for the throne, to decimate those at the consummation of the void refinement stage. I did not anticipate it being squandered on you. You deserve death. Inferno Array, a high-grade Earth-ranked formation, renowned for its formidable lethality. As they felt themselves being incessantly refined, terror manifested on the faces of the 4 individuals. Did the 7th prince possess yet another trump card? Moreover, his cunning was truly appalling. From the very beginning, they had meticulously planned all of this, revealing his cultivation base to incite their apprehension, then exploiting the explosion to stall for time, and subsequently laying down this array to ensnare them. All of this had been foreseen by Lin Jin from the outset. Perish! Lin Jin roared, his eyes filled with fierce determination. This formation was one of his trump cards, yet now that it was being employed, it signified that his original 20% probability of victory in the battle for the throne had been significantly diminished. The 4 individuals cried out in agony, the scorching temperature becoming unbearable for them. Within 30 breaths at most, they would be directly melted. Are you still not going to act? Duan Wuhan could not help but bellow. He cultivated ice-attributed techniques, and this intense heat was causing him extreme distress. Accompanying his words, a sharp sword light suddenly cleaved out from the void, directly cleaving an opening in the inferno array. The temperature within began to plummet incessantly, and the formation teetered on the verge of collapse. To dismantle the inferno from within is exceedingly arduous, an endeavor beyond even the capabilities of a seasoned cultivator. However, from an external vantage, the task is remarkably straightforward, a significant vulnerability in its design. Concurrently, a spectral figure lunged toward Lin Jin, brandishing a short dagger, their gaze devoid of emotion, akin to an automaton. Lin Jin's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes betraying disbelief. To assassinate him, they had deployed 2 late-stage cultivators and 4 mid-stage cultivators. Infuriating. Lin Jin's countenance darkened considerably. In truth, he possessed a trump card. However, to utilize it in this locale would jeopardize his prospects in the succession war. His heart seethed with indignation. Damn it! Why target him, the weakest contender, for immediate elimination? Among the assailants, there were at least 3 factions, each representing a different prince, all converging upon him. From their perspective, he was the most vulnerable, with virtually no chance of securing the throne, essentially relegating him to the role of a mere spectator. It was akin to silencing the audience before the commencement of hostilities to prevent any opportunistic gains. Lin Jin's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. If they all sought his demise, then none would emerge unscathed. As he prepared to retaliate, he discovered himself paralyzed, unable to move. What was transpiring? A look of astonishment washed over Lin Jin's face. Soon, he realized that everyone around him had also frozen, as if the very fabric of reality had solidified. Intriguing. Most intriguing. A voice, tinged with a languid quality, emerged as Su Chen gradually stepped forth from the void. Upon catching sight of Su Chen, Lin Jin's gaze transformed, reflecting profound astonishment. It is him. Chapter 37. Arrival at the City of Astonishing Swans. At that moment, a look of utter astonishment filled Lin Jin's eyes. It was actually Su Chen. How could this be? Had he not perished? Lin Jin sensed an extreme pressure emanating from Su Chen, as if his own spiritual power had encountered a natural enemy, cowering within him, frozen in place. How terrifying! Could this young master Su Chen truly possess such formidable power? Lin Jin had initially believed Su Chi Tian was jesting with him, but it seemed he was quite serious. To exude such potent pressure, he must be a cultivator of the integration stage. If he could secure the support of an integration stage expert, who could contend with him for the position of crown prince? Within the Astonishing Swan Empire, there were 3 integration stage cultivators: the Astonishing Swan King, the Grand General of the nation, and the Grand Tutor. However, the latter 2 had not appeared for a century, secluded in cultivation. The astonishing Swan King's regulations for the succession war did not explicitly forbid the involvement of integration stage experts. In his view, if a prince could enlist the aid of an integration stage powerhouse, it was a testament to his own capabilities. Su Chen trod upon the void, his body radiating an aura that caused palpitations, instilling extreme fear in everyone present. This aura was subtle, yet infinitely more terrifying than that of the refinement stage. Enveloped by this aura, they felt as if they were being pricked with needles, with intense stinging sensations assaulting their entire being, even their souls, pushing them to the brink of mental collapse. The cultivators lying in ambush for Lin Jin were now filled with trepidation. They had subtly deduced that Su Chen was likely the ally Lin Jin had summoned. The fact that Lin Jin could enlist the help of a powerful cultivator in the fusion stage implied that he was destined to triumph in this contest for succession. At that moment, regret overwhelmed them. They had not anticipated that the seemingly weakest seventh prince would turn out to be the most formidable of them all. They had foolishly targeted the strongest from the outset. Was this not akin to courting death? As Su Chen emerged fully from the void, he raised his hand to retrieve a longsword, which appeared unassuming and devoid of any visible power. With a swift motion, he unleashed an invisible sword chi, which surged forth toward the distance, unaccompanied by any fierce fluctuations or extraordinary phenomena. Everything seemed remarkably ordinary. Yet, this seemingly mundane strike effortlessly felled a late-stage cultivator standing before Lin Jin. One after another, Su Chen swung his sword, and with each arc, a life was extinguished. Before Su Chen, they resembled mere ants. The most agonizing aspect was that none could move, forced to watch helplessly as their demise approached. This sense of despair was their greatest torment. Ultimately, the six were dispatched with the same ease as slicing through vegetables. With their defeat, the overwhelming pressure that had engulfed the realm dissipated entirely, restoring normalcy to Lin Jin's actions. He hurried towards Su Chen, his expression tinged with respect as he spoke. "Thank you, young Master Su, for your timely intervention." Although Su Chen was ostensibly a junior, he dared not presume upon his status or act pretentiously before Su Chen, for the latter was, in fact, a cultivator of the integration stage. The memory of Su Chen's slaying of the 6 void refinement stage cultivators filled him with trepidation. Lin Jin was deeply shaken, realizing that had Su Chen wished to kill him, it would have been just as effortless. Su Qingtian's son possessed an extraordinarily monstrous talent, having actually reached the integration stage. To achieve such a breakthrough at this age was exceedingly rare, even in the entire Xiantian realm. Perhaps only the peerless prodigies of the sacred clans could boast such. Lin Jin felt an intense envy, remarking inwardly that Su Qingtian had indeed begotten a remarkable son. Su Chen merely nodded indifferently and stated in a tranquil voice, "It was nothing of consequence. Let us proceed." As the dragon horse carriage had been destroyed, the three were left to travel on their own. Lin Jin once again suppressed his cultivation to the transformation spirit stage. As for Su Chen, his aura remained consistently at the transformation spirit stage. Zhang glanced askance at the two, involuntarily swallowing hard. Truly devious. It was one thing for a void refinement stage cultivator to feign the transformation spirit stage, but for an integration stage expert to masquerade as such was quite another. All that had transpired that day filled him with mixed emotions. Originally, he had owed Lin Jin a tremendous debt of gratitude, which was why he had offered his assistance. He had even prepared himself for certain death, as Lin Jin's chances of success were exceedingly slim. However, his perspective had now undergone a radical transformation. Lin Jin is far more complex than he appears. Moreover, he currently has the assistance of a formidable being in the integration stage, which raises the probability of seizing the throne to at least 90%. Contemplating this, Zhang felt an exhilarating surge of hope, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. He need not face death. Should Lin Jin ascend as the new king, he would be afforded a vast future, akin to the current Grand Chancellor and the General of National Defense. These two individuals were instrumental in aiding King Jinghong's ascension to the throne. The pace of Lin Jin and Su Chen was not particularly swift. Zhang took the initiative to lead them through the rift in space toward the Jinghong Empire. The 5 great cities and the Jinghong Empire are merely 1,000 miles apart, and they had already entered the territory of the Jinghong Empire. However, their destination was the royal city, Jinghong City. As a royal-level power, the Jinghong Empire boasts an incredibly expansive territory, comprising 27 prefectures, each spanning tens of thousands of miles, vast beyond measure. Su Chen observed his surroundings with keen interest, noting that the spiritual energy in the Jinghong Empire is indeed much denser than that of the 5 great cities, making it more likely for heavenly materials and spiritual stone veins to emerge in such a locale. Furthermore, the population density here is considerably higher, with even a single city being twice the size of Mingwei City. Within less than 2 hours, a colossal city came into view. Jingyang City. They had arrived. In terms of scale, this city is approximately 30 times larger than Mingwei City, a truly astonishing sight. Su Chen was arranged by Lin Jin to reside in a guest room within the inner courtyard of the Wangfu, attended to by 3 exquisitely beautiful maidens. Lin Jin, with a respectful demeanor, remarked, "Young Master Su, should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. The young prince will exert every effort to accommodate you." Su Chen smiled graciously, replying, "Thank you for your kindness." Observing that Su Chen seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation, Lin Jin withdrew from the courtyard. Simultaneously, upon returning to Jingyang City, Lin Jin's activities were swiftly disclosed to the other princes. While some remained composed, 3 of them bore grave expressions. At the Mu Wangfu, the residence of the eldest prince, Lin Mu's countenance was exceedingly dark as he coldly inquired, "Are we still unable to establish contact with them?" Beside him stood an elderly man, whose somber expression confirmed the disheartening news with a nod. Taking a deep breath, the eldest prince's gaze regained its composure as he reflected. This time, both the 3rd and 5th princes joined in the endeavor, yet together we could not subdue the 7th. It appears he harbors considerable depth. Having dispatched 6 formidable practitioners of the void refinement stage, although his tone remained calm, the underlying fury was palpable to all present. The deployment of a late-stage and a mid-stage void refinement warrior had resulted in both their deaths, an irretrievable loss for him. Where he once commanded 9 void refinement experts, he now found himself with only 7, significantly narrowing the gap between himself and the 2nd and 3rd princes, which incited deep discontent within him. The elder pondered briefly before speaking. "Your Highness, I believe it is not due to the 7th prince." Lin Mu furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that other princes are involved?" The elder nodded, and Lin Mu's expression deepened in contemplation. It is well known that Lin Jin's capabilities are woefully inadequate, even if he were to conceal his shortcomings. The undeniable fact remains that he possesses only 2 subordinates at the void refinement stage. Moreover, with his own cultivation at the spirit transformation stage, it is utterly impossible for him to eliminate 6 at the void refinement stage. This implies that other princes may not wish for Lin Jin's demise, covertly intervening to ensure his protection. Upon this realization, a chilling expression crossed Lin Mu's features as he coldly scoffed. "If you seek to exploit the chaos, you ought to consider whether you possess the qualifications to do so." Chapter 38. The infuriating Su Chen. Lin Mu inquired once more. "Does the Su family of Mingwei City extend assistance to the 7th prince?" The elder promptly responded with utmost respect, according to reports from our scouts. It appears that the Su family is indeed aiding the 7th prince. However, their 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage have yet to take action. They have merely dispatched the young clan leader, Su Chen. "Oh?" Lin Mu furrowed his brow. "What is the background of this Su Chen?" The elder took a moment to collect his thoughts before continuing. "There is a wealth of information regarding this individual. Yet the most peculiar aspect is that he was merely at the core formation stage a few years ago. Following an ambush that rendered him incapacitated, he re-emerged and effortlessly vanquished a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage. Subsequently, rumors within the Su family suggest that Su Chen has since broken through to the god transformation stage. Many within the Su family hold him in high regard, and at times, his status surpasses even that of Su Chi Tian." He recounted in detail the exploits of Su Chen within Mingwei City. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu fell into deep contemplation. Although he believed the throne was destined for him, he remained cautious and would not underestimate any adversary. God transformation stage, is it? Ultimately, Lin Mu let out a cold snort. Despite the information suggesting that Su Chen had inexplicably ascended from the core formation stage to the god transformation stage in a short span, it was of little consequence. After all, he was merely at the god transformation stage. Even if his ascension appeared somewhat enigmatic, could he truly rival those at the void refinement stage? Lin Mu's expression turned somewhat cold. "The Su family is ungrateful. Once I seize the position of the crown prince, I shall ensure their entire clan is eradicated." Meanwhile, after entering the Jin Wangfu, Su Chen had been lavishly treated, which drew the attention of many within the royal residence. At such a critical moment, when Lin Jin returned with someone, they had initially believed Su Chen to be their savior. However, upon realizing that he possessed only the strength of the transformation realm, despair washed over the inhabitants of the Jin Wangfu. They were all of Lin Jin's faction. If their master were to perish, they knew they would not escape unscathed. Su Chen, on the other hand, remained remarkably at ease. enjoying a life of comfort as servants brought him exquisite delicacies daily, almost all imbued with rich spiritual energy. Indeed, Jinghong City was extraordinarily prosperous, and once he resolved Lin Jin's matters, he intended to explore it thoroughly. With a contented expression, Su Chen relaxed as a maid massaged his shoulders, relishing the comfort. "Miss, this is the place." Suddenly, a servant's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Following that, a gentle voice floated into the courtyard. "Young Master Su, I am Lin Yimeng. I have heard that you hail from the Su family of Mingyu City, and I have come to pay my respects." Su Chen furrowed his brow. The name sounded familiar, as he had occasionally heard servants of the Jin Wangfu mention it. Ah, she was the princess, Lin Jin's daughter. What could she want with him? "Come in." Su Chen spoke in a calm tone, then resumed reclining in the grand chair, relishing the gentle comfort bestowed upon him by the three handmaidens. Before long, two figures entered the courtyard. Leading the way was a tall, graceful woman, her bright eyes and pearly white teeth captivating, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup that accentuated her already enchanting beauty with a hint of mature allure. She wore a pale green gown, complemented by a pair of intricately embroidered black and white shoes. In terms of looks and poise, she far surpassed Ruoxi, the disparity between them quite pronounced. On a scale of 100, Ruoxi might score 80, while Lin Yimeng would undoubtedly achieve at least 95. Though the difference appeared merely 15 points, it was glaringly evident to the discerning eye. Following her was an elderly man in his 60s, despite concealing his cultivation level. Su Chen discerned that he was a practitioner at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. It seemed he was indeed the second practitioner of the void refinement stage from the Jinwang mansion. Upon entering, Lin Yimeng cast her gaze upon Su Chen, who lay with his eyes closed in blissful enjoyment. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. "I have come to pay my respects, and yet you remain reclined, showing no inclination to rise. How dismissive of you." Initially, Lin Yimeng believed that her father had reason to bring a practitioner of the transformation god stage at this moment. But it now appeared that Su Chen was nothing more than a genuine scion of privilege, undoubtedly deceived. The three maidservants also noticed that the young lady seemed somewhat discontented, their faces betraying a hint of anxiety. Nevertheless, the prince had given orders, compelling them to continue attending to Su Chen with a resolute demeanor. As Su Chen savored the ethereal grapes bursting with spiritual energy, he spoke nonchalantly. "You are Yimeng, I presume? I have heard of you. What brings you to seek my company?" Upon hearing the address of Sister Yimeng, Lin Yimeng was immediately engulfed by a wave of discomfort. "You," she began, her expression tinged with indignation, but she ultimately stifled her ire. "Young Master Su, my father has announced your designation as the third participant in the struggle for succession on behalf of the Jin Wangfu. Thus, I wish to observe for myself what manner of person you are to warrant such favor from my father." Lin Yimeng forced a smile, her tone gentle and placid. Her purpose for visiting was straightforward. She aimed to probe Su Chen's character. Although there was no longer a necessity for such scrutiny, her cautious nature compelled her to adhere to the customary procedures. The extent of Su Chen's abilities had not been made public by Lin Jin, and to this day, only Zhang Yin and Lin Jin were privy to that information. Even Lin Yimeng, his own daughter, had not been informed. However, upon encountering Su Chen, she felt a profound sense of disappointment. Prior to this meeting, following the emergence of two individuals from the Su family who had attained the realm of void refinement, she had conducted an investigation into the Su family and had therefore acquired considerable knowledge about Su Chen. Discarding irrelevant details, she arrived at a singular conclusion. It is evident that the remarkable rise of the Su family from a mere two entities of the transformation realm to its current stature within a span of less than 2 years is likely attributed to Su Chen. This conclusion, coupled with the fact that her father specifically brought Su Chen back, leads her to believe that he must possess a complexity that belies his outward simplicity. However, at present, although Lin Yimeng is aware that one should not judge by appearances, Su Chen's demeanor does not exude the aura of a master. Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Yimeng, then closed them once more, stating, "Well, now you have seen." Lin Yimeng waited in silence, expecting Su Chen to elaborate. But after a considerable pause without further words from him, her frustration began to bubble over. How infuriating. Su Chen. Chapter 39. The ascension of Su Chen and the commencement of the succession war. Lin Yimeng found Su Chen's demeanor infuriating, to the point where she contemplated turning on her heel and leaving. How exasperating. Under normal circumstances, any man would be eager to please her. Yet Su Chen appeared rather indifferent. After taking a deep breath to suppress her growing frustration, she steered the conversation back on track and inquired, "Young Master Su, do you possess any confidence regarding the succession war?" This was the very purpose of her visit, to gauge Su Chen's sentiments. Despite his seemingly lackadaisical attitude, Lin Yiming could not bring herself to believe that her father would return with an incompetent. While others might view Lin Jin as weak and inconsequential, Lin Yiming understood that her father was a man of great ambition and cunning. He would never engage in an endeavor devoid of significance. With an air of nonchalance, Su Chen replied, "As someone in the ascendant stage, what confidence could I possibly have?" Lin Yiming frowned, her eyes betraying her displeasure, though she managed to contain her irritation. The elder beside her could not restrain himself. Impudent! Su Chen's demeanor was truly infuriating. How could a mere ascendant be so presumptuous? With a sharp reprimand, Gong Sun Yang unleashed his mid-refinement stage pressure, enveloping Su Chen in an instant. Typically, an ascendant would wither under such circumstances, yet Su Chen remained unfazed. What was happening? Gong Sun Yang furrowed his brows, a flicker of bewilderment passing through his gaze. However, as if on cue, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped Gong Sun Yang in an instant. In that moment, it felt as though Gong Sun Yang was ensnared in the depths of the underworld. Surrounded by vengeful spirits, his eyes brimming with terror, and his entire being rendered icy cold, despair and helplessness surged within him. Gong Sun Yang glanced toward Su Chen once more, and in his gaze, Su Chen appeared as a lofty, untouchable deity. Gong Sun Yang swallowed hard. Gripped by fear, he instinctively took a step back. Lin Yiming observed Gong Sun Yang's unusual demeanor, her eyes filled with confusion. "Master?" Gong Sun Yang was Lin Yiming's mentor from her childhood. In light of the recent crisis at the Jin Wangfu, he chose to risk his life to assist his disciple. As Su Chen withdrew his gaze, the oppressive aura surrounding Gong Sun Yang vanished abruptly, and he felt as though he had been revived. With a look of trepidation, he hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. "I apologize for my rudeness. I hope you will not take offense, esteemed sir." Although he was uncertain of Su Chen's precise realm, the mere presence of that pressure suggested he was at least a half-step into the harmonization stage. Never did he expect that the Prince of Jin could summon such an extraordinary figure. Witnessing Gong Sun Yang's respectful demeanor, Lin Yiming couldn't help but reveal her astonishment. Her master was a mid-level void refinement practitioner, and if he required such deference, it indicated that Su Chen was indeed remarkably exceptional. Truly, her suspicions had been confirmed. However, what just transpired? Lin Yiming gazed at Su Chen, who appeared rather disinterested, and immediately flashed a captivating smile. "Young Master Su, we shall not intrude any further. Please continue to rest." In that moment, she suddenly found Su Chen to possess a certain charm. Su Chen nodded slightly and resumed his repose, savoring the tranquility of his leisure. It was only after they had distanced themselves significantly from Su Chen's courtyard that Lin Yiming halted, her expression becoming grave as she inquired, "Master, what is the situation with Su Chen?" Gong Sun Yang swallowed hard, his eyes still reflecting a hint of fear and lingering trepidation. And he spoke in a hushed tone, "I do not know." "Do not know?" Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend. Why the uncertainty? Gong Sun Yang's demeanor turned exceedingly serious. This individual must not be offended. His strength is extraordinarily formidable, and beyond that, I possess no further information. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiming formed a tentative assessment of Su Chen. Yet, her curiosity piqued, as her investigation into Su Chen revealed that he was merely a person with exceptional spiritual roots who had, 2 years prior, only reached the foundational stage. Why then? In these 2 years, had he seemingly transformed into a different being altogether? Indeed, he had now ascended to such a terrifying level. Su Chen was currently not yet 21 years of age. At such an age, coupled with his outstanding spiritual roots, even with rapid cultivation, reaching the stage of divine transformation would seemingly be the utmost limit. Lin Yiming's eyes brimmed with bewilderment, pondering when the shift had begun. Even before she had laid eyes upon Su Chen, she was already consumed by curiosity regarding this enigmatic figure. She turned her gaze towards the courtyard where Su Chen resided, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. She harbored the hope that he could aid her father in the succession battle. For the contest for the throne was a zero-sum game, and they were compelled to emerge victorious. Retreat was not an option. They had no choice but to press forward with unwavering resolve. Time elapsed swiftly, and soon the day of the succession battle arrived. The Royal Martial Arena, the most expansive arena in the city of Jing'an, capable of accommodating millions, was the venue for this momentous occasion. A multitude of individuals from across the Jing'an Empire flocked to witness this grand spectacle. The royal martial arena buzzed with fervent activity, teeming with a dense throng of spectators. The Nine Dragons succession. Such an event was previously unheard of. Similarly, the open competition for the throne among 9 princes was unprecedented in the history of the Jinghong Empire. In the past, princes had always amassed power covertly, employing clandestine schemes to undermine their rivals and ultimately seize the throne through cunning. However, this time, the situation was markedly different, perhaps because the Jinghong king possessed such formidable power, a realm bordering on the nascent divinity stage. This was a truly awe-inspiring level of strength, implying that the Jinghong Empire would endure as long as the Jinghong king remained alive. Even if the princes engaged in fierce contention, it would be of little consequence. To ascend to the throne of the Jinghong king meant access to the empire's vast resources, making the breakthrough to the integration stage a relatively simple matter. Furthermore, it entailed wielding supreme authority, a prospect that ignited the envy of many. The fundamental reason behind this fierce struggle for supremacy likely stems from the urgency of the esteemed King Jinghong to enter seclusion and achieve a breakthrough, leaving no time for the princes to compete leisurely. Thus, they are compelled to engage in a direct contest. The battle for supremacy among the 9 dragons is indeed exhilarating. Well worth my arduous journey from Cheonong County. Who do you believe will emerge victorious this time? I am inclined to think that the first prince has a solid chance of triumph. However, I remain skeptical. Just a couple of days ago, I heard that an unfortunate incident befell the first prince's faction, which originally boasted 9 formidable practitioners at the void refinement stage, but now only 7 remain, with one at the initial stage and another at the mid-stage having reportedly fallen. And yet, what does it matter? The first prince still has 3 fully realized practitioners at the void refinement stage by his side, more than capable of overwhelming any contender. The second and third princes merely possess 1 fully realized practitioner each. In the Huang family martial arena, the atmosphere is electric, filled with animated discussions about who will seize the throne today. The majority seem to favor the first prince, as he possesses the greatest strength. While all of you speculate on who will prevail, I firmly believe that the 7th prince stands no chance. I second that. It is utterly amusing. Upon reviewing the list of participants for the struggle, I noticed that the 7th prince has even enlisted a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Is this a desperate measure in a time of crisis? In a contest dominated by void refinement practitioners, the 7th prince brings forth a transformation stage individual, which is truly laughable. Such a fool is hardly fit to be a ruler of our esteemed Jinghong Empire. The mockery directed at the 7th prince is considerable, with no one believing he can claim the crown. When discussing the 7th prince, their tone seemed to mock him as if he were a mere jester. It can only be said that there is no shortage of keyboard warriors anywhere. Chapter 40. The enigmatic prince in the Royal Martial Arena's preparation hall. A multitude of figures stood, each exuding a formidable aura. Among them, the 9 foremost individuals were the illustrious princes of the Jinghong Empire. Some bore expressions of indifference. Others wore faint smiles, while a few appeared visibly anxious. Among the 9, the eldest prince was accompanied by a presence of unparalleled strength, causing the expressions of the other princes to turn grave. 7th prince has even brought a transcendent stage practitioner. How determined is he to win? Remarked the 3rd prince. Lin Yu, with an air of nonchalance, though the disdain in his gaze was unmistakable. Upon hearing his words, others turned their attention toward the 7th prince. Within the preparation hall, aside from a few princes who had attained the pinnacle of the transcendent stage, the remaining cultivators were at the void refinement stage, making Su Chen's figure stand out conspicuously. The gazes directed at Lin Jin were filled with scorn. Previously, Lin Mu had suspected that Lin Jin's decision to bring along a transcendent stage individual was either a clever stratagem or a concealment of his true capabilities, intended as a trump card. However, upon their meeting, he became almost certain that Su Chen had not concealed his prowess at all. To ensure victory in this endeavor, Lin Mu had even procured a precious artifact for detection, a mid-grade earthly treasure, rendering him nearly omniscient in his scrutiny of others. He cast a cold glance at Lin Jin, a faint glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes as he offered a contemptuous smile. In the early stages of the void refinement period, concealing one's cultivation seems futile, as there are only 2 available practitioners at that stage. The rules of the struggle for imperial succession are rather straightforward. Akin to a conventional contest, it entails each prince selecting a representative from his ranks to challenge others. The challenge party cannot decline, regardless of any disparity in cultivation levels. For instance, if the first prince sends forth a fully realized void refinement practitioner to confront one at the initial stage, refusal is not an option, rendering the situation exceedingly inequitable. This implies that two princes can simultaneously target a single individual, specifically challenging his subordinate. Should a prince find himself devoid of capable subordinates, he may choose to enter the fray himself or opt to forfeit. Ultimately, victory will determine who ascends as the sovereign of the illustrious Hongkong Empire. Such rules, albeit seemingly arbitrary, are devoid of loopholes. They compel a contest of raw strength and cunning strategy. Lin Jin remarked nonchalantly, "The outcome of this contest remains uncertain." "TSK, TSK, TSK," Lin Yu exclaimed, a tone of disdain evident in his voice. "So, it appears that the seventh prince possesses considerable confidence in surpassing us. It seems you still have some hidden trump cards yet to be unveiled." The crowd immediately turned their gaze toward Lin Jin, scrutinizing the three individuals behind him. After a moment of contemplation, they shared a derisive chuckle. One was at the transformation stage, another at the initial void refinement stage, and the last at the intermediate stage. What difference could such a combination make, even with some secret weapon in reserve? Although this line of reasoning holds, a few individuals cast altered glances toward Lin Jin. As the battle for supremacy approaches, it would be prudent to eliminate him first, lest they engage in a fierce struggle, allowing him to opportunistically reap the rewards. Observing this scene, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Inciting animosity towards Lin Jin would effectively remove a contender, thereby diminishing the competition. The difference between 9 and 8 competitors, though seemingly minor, significantly enhances their chances in the contest for dominance. Consequently, their thoughts converged. Suddenly, the fifth prince, Lin Hong, interjected with a faint smile adorning his face, suggesting, "Elder brother, since your strength is unparalleled and seventh brother appears to be out of the running, why not take the initiative to resolve this matter? It would grant seventh brother an early reprieve while simultaneously showcasing your authority." Given Lin Jin's capabilities, he could ostensibly overpower him with ease, requiring merely a practitioner of the late stage of the void refinement realm. Should Lin Jin possess any hidden cards, they could serve to deplete Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu, with an inscrutable smile, readily acquiesced, "No problem." Upon hearing this, Lin Hong's eyes narrowed, and his smile blossomed further. Meanwhile, Su Chen observed the intricate dynamics at play among these individuals, each of the 9 competitors harboring a multitude of ulterior motives. In the face of their overt and covert antagonism, Lin Jin exhibited an extraordinary calmness, maintaining an air of tranquility. To him, as long as Su Chen was present, his odds of victory appeared exceedingly favorable. A formidable cultivator, at the very least at the half-step integration stage, stood before them. And even Lin Mu's 3 fully realized void refining stage disciples were no match for him. However, a flicker of apprehension crossed Lin Jin's eyes. The upcoming battle for succession allowed an unprecedented degree of freedom. All manner of formations, talismans, and numerous formidable treasures could be employed. Such high freedom essentially turned the contest into a test of resources, and the first prince's resources were the most profound. His maternal family was none other than the Du clan, another royal power within the Jinghong Empire. Though the Du clan was merely a vassal of the Jinghong Empire, should they choose to lend their full support to Lin Mu, even the ancestral figure of the Du clan, a being of the integration stage, could intervene directly. Fortunately, the participants in the battle had been determined 3 days prior, and none among them included the ancestral figure of the Du clan. Perhaps fearing the suspicions of the Jinghong king, the Du clan hesitated to openly assist Lin Mu. Among the 7 individuals under Lin Mu's command, there were 3 at the pinnacle of the void refining stage, 3 in the late void refining stage, and 1 in the mid void refining stage, their collective strength far surpassing that of the other princes. Furthermore, this was merely their surface power. With Lin Mu's cunning, he would undoubtedly procure numerous extraordinary treasures, significantly enhancing their strength. Lin Jin felt somewhat at a loss. Were Lin Yu and Lin Hong truly foolish? Among the 9 present, who did not possess some hidden trump card, focusing their efforts on the weakest among them instead of targeting the strongest, Lin Mu, seemed illogical. Would it not be wiser to neutralize the greatest threat first, allowing for a subsequent clash among the lesser contenders? Of course, such thoughts did not take into account Su Chen's presence. However, Lin Hong's objective was indeed achieved. Under normal circumstances, Lin Mu would have aimed to eliminate him, which would serve as a test of Lin Mu's capabilities while simultaneously depleting his strength. After a round of verbal sparring and psychological maneuvering, the preparation stage fell into a profound silence. Approximately half an hour later, a sharp voice resonated throughout the entire martial arena. "Silence! Our king has arrived." The first to emerge was a eunuch clad in white silk adorned with cloud patterns, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. half a step into the harmonization realm. Instantly, the royal martial arena descended into stillness, where even a falling needle could be heard. Countless gazes turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes filled with trepidation. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in pale purple stepped forth. His face was resolute, emanating an air of authority without the need for anger, akin to a sovereign ruling over the heavens, instilling a profound sense of oppression. From his presence, one could faintly sense a suffocating and terrifying aura. This was the king of the Jinghong Empire, a cultivator of half a step into the returning origin realm. Numerous onlookers gazed at the Jinghong king in horror, hardly daring to breathe. He was the stabilizing force of the Jinghong Empire. As long as he existed, the empire would remain unshakable. Chapter 41. This seventh brother is quite remarkable. In the preparation arena, the ninth prince gazed upon the esteemed King Jinghong, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes. Each one of them fantasizing about the day they too might stand in such a position. An unparalleled sovereign, exalted above all. King Jinghong ascended to the highest point of the martial stage, surveying his surroundings as his calm voice resonated. Today marks the contest for the throne of the Jinghong Empire. I extend my gratitude to all for your presence. The identity of the next King Jinghong shall be revealed today. As his words echoed, the arena erupted with fervent cheers, a multitude of eyes brimming with exhilaration. After a brief moment of fervor, King Jinghong raised his hand slightly, and the clamor ceased, plunging the arena back into profound silence. Such is the influence of a king. Each word and action commands reverence from the multitude. Seated upon his rightful throne, King Jinghong spoke with an air of nonchalance. The rules of the contest for the throne are unequivocal. Each shall rely on their own abilities, employing whatever means necessary. With that, let the battle commence. As his words fell, a figure suddenly leapt from the preparation platform, brandishing a long blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of combat. Boom! A figure landed heavily at the center of the vast arena, the sound resonating in the ears of the onlookers as if they had suffered a tremendous blow. It has begun. Countless eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. This was a momentous battle between those at the refinement void stage. Although the empire of the stunning phoenix is formidable, practitioners below the nascent soul stage still account for a substantial 80%. While nascent soul cultivators are relatively common, those above that tier become increasingly rare. Today's battle for succession, however, predominantly features formidable beings of the void refinement stage. And witnessing such a clash of titans ignites unparalleled excitement among the onlookers. As their gaze shifts to the stage, they immediately recognize the individual before them, the esteemed leader of the Mingtai sect, Ji Wuchang, a practitioner at the late void refinement stage. He is also a disciple under the Great Prince. Truly befitting of the Great Prince, he confidently sends forth his champion right at the outset. The crowd erupts in cheers. Upon the elevated platform of the martial arena, Ji Wuchang's eyes glimmer with icy resolve as he turns to observe the preparation stage behind him. I represent His Highness, the Great Prince, to challenge Gongsun Yang, a disciple of the Seventh Prince. Please enlighten me. Within the preparation stage, Gongsun Yang wears an expression of grave concern. Ji Wuchang's prowess vastly surpasses his own, and as a swordsman, his defeat seems almost inevitable. Lin Jin conveys a message. Mr. Gongsun, should you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to concede. This contest for succession is ostensibly for the purpose of friendly sparring, and with His Majesty observing, he would not dare to take your life. Just do your utmost. Gongsun Yang solemnly nods in agreement, and then tears through the fabric of the void to ascend to the preparation stage. In an instant, the atmosphere is once again ignited with fervor. The battle of the void refinement stage is a sight I behold for the first time in this lifetime, and I never imagined I would witness it from such close proximity. Regrettably, it seems that Gongsun Yang is destined for defeat. I dare not speculate further. But it is evident that the Seventh Prince's aspirations for supremacy are doomed to fail. The Seventh Prince lacks capable followers, and having a mid-stage void refiner like Gongsun Yang is already commendable. However, one must not overlook that the Seventh Prince's scarcity of allies is due to his own mediocre strength. If he were truly formidable, even possessing a single void refinement expert would not result in merely 2 followers. In a certain corner of the viewing platform, a stunningly beautiful woman gazes on with deep concern. Lin Yiming clutches her garment tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. Master, please do not come to harm. Ji Wuchang is a late-stage void refiner, exceptionally gifted, having reached his current cultivation before the age of 2000, while her master, Gongsun Yang, is nearing the end of his lifespan. This stark contrast makes the outcome painfully clear. A eunuch beside the king of Jinghong speaks, "Let the battle commence." In the next moment, two formidable auras surge forth, one piercing blade of light slicing through the air, akin to a startled swan, directed towards Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang forms a seal with his hands, and the power within him surges wildly. Mount an opening seal. A colossal dark green seal hurtles towards the blade of energy. Boom. An explosion erupts, a tempest tearing through the air, with a continuous wailing sound resonating. This was merely a single clash, had the arena lacked its array. One could only imagine how many would perish in the aftermath. Such is the might of a cultivator at the void refinement stage. Gong Sun Yang was sent hurtling through the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura in disarray. The confrontation between the two bore no semblance of hesitation. They unleashed their most formidable techniques right from the onset. Yet, it was evident that Gong Sun Yang was the vanquished. Ji Wuchang let out a cold laugh, his gaze devoid of warmth. He raised his hand once more, the intent of his blade soaring skyward, piercing the heavens. At that moment, he resembled a sword itself. In the blink of an eye, Ji Wuchang vanished from sight, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Gong Sun Yang. "Master." Lin Yiming rose, her eyes brimming with concern. It seemed inevitable that Gong Sun Yang would succumb. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Ji Wuchang was indeed a prodigy. Having once battled at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, his prowess far surpassed that of Gong Sun Yang, who was merely at the mid-level of the same stage. The crowd regarded Gong Sun Yang's impending defeat with a sense of resignation. It was a foregone conclusion. Gong Sun Yang, gazing at the swiftly approaching Ji Wuchang, felt a chill of indifference wash over him. Undaunted, he charged forward. Witnessing this scene, countless onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Clearly outmatched, yet refusing to evade the impending danger, was this not a fool's errand? A sheer act of folly. Ji Wuchang's cold laughter echoed once more, his blade becoming increasingly fierce, causing those gathered to wince as if their very eyes were being pricked. Death. Just as the two were about to collide, a glimmer of golden light suddenly emanated from Gong Sun Yang's hand. Buzz. The void began to tremble violently, and an overwhelming sword intent spread forth. What is this? Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with gravity. This sword intent sent shivers down his spine, as if he were facing a formidable nemesis. In the next moment, the golden light entered his sight, instantly piercing through Ji Wuchang's neck, severing his head entirely. He didn't even have time to react before being slain. Yet, this was not the end. The golden radiance did not cease, but instead pierced through the formation of the martial arts arena, leaving behind a massive gash before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? Ji Wuchang's pupils dilated in disbelief, his life force rapidly fading. How could he possibly lose? Thud, thud. His head fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound, leaving the spectators in the martial arts arena stunned. Ji Wuchang had been defeated. This was something no one had anticipated. They had believed that in the next move, Gong Sun Yang would be stained with blood on the arena. But the reality was the opposite. Ji Wuchang's head had been severed. The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered, their expressions tinged with confusion. What had just transpired? Upon the throne, the glorious king squinted his eyes, glancing at the array that had opened a breach. With keen interest, he remarked, "Heavenly Sword Mountain. The sword intent of the Sword King. This seventh brother is quite extraordinary." Chapter 42, The Seventh Prince's Defeat and Preparations. In Taichung, the gathered princes displayed expressions of astonishment, for they had never anticipated the direct demise of Ji Wuchang. Several princes cast narrowed gazes toward Lin Jin, relieved that their initial intention was to eliminate him first. Otherwise, he might have seized an unexpected advantage. From the overwhelming sword intent they had just witnessed, they surmised the origin of Lin Jin's treasure. Tianjin Mountain, a formidable royal-level power, where the Sword King is a formidable sword cultivator at the mid-stage of the fusion realm. In the past, when King Jinghong had yet to break through to the semi-return to origin stage, the Sword King had been capable of contending with him. Of course, that is no longer the case. Within the Jinghong Empire, only the Sword King could wield such potent sword intent. The golden light they had just witnessed likely contained a strike from the Sword King, which was sufficient to slay Ji Wuchang. The first prince's countenance darkened significantly, his eyes icy to the core, for he had suffered yet another loss of a late-stage void refinement expert. These individuals not only represented him in the struggle for succession, but were also crucial ministers for his future reign. The death of any one of them constituted a tremendous loss. Lin Mu cast a cold glance at Lin Jin and remarked indifferently, "Seventh brother, you possess quite the cunning." Lin Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, disregarding him entirely. Observing this, Lin Mu smirked. I am curious to see how many more cards you have up your sleeve. Wei Zhou, you shall proceed. Behind him, a rather unremarkable individual emerged, exuding a formidable aura, indicative of one at the late stage of the void refinement realm. However, his presence was slightly weaker than that of Ji Wuchang. This individual was Wei Zhou, the master of the Wanfu sect. He was a senior talisman master of the 7th rank and possessed numerous treasures, granting him exceptional capabilities for self-preservation. Even if Gong Sun Yang had any hidden cards, as long as he exercised caution, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate Wei Zhou. Wei Zhou inclined his hand in a gesture of respect towards Lin Mu before vanishing from the preparation platform. When he reappeared, he had already arrived atop the arena. The rules of the air competition dictated that one could challenge anyone, and conversely, anyone could challenge you, with no option to decline this choice. Of course, one could opt to concede, but such an admission would equate to elimination, precluding any further challenges or being challenged. However, the victor enjoyed the liberty to either continue challenging or take time to recuperate. At this moment, the spectators gazed intently at the two figures on the arena, their expressions imbued with gravity. Following the earlier demise of Ji Wuchang, they no longer underestimated Gong Sun Yang. Indeed, none of the 9 imperial princes were to be taken lightly. This was hardly a revelation. However, one might wonder how long such hidden trump cards could be sustained. It would be absurd if the 7th prince possessed an abundance of such treasures. If so, the throne would surely be his for the taking. Although Gong Sun Yang had slain Ji Wuchang, the majority still believed that the 7th prince was doomed. Victory? Utterly impossible. The voice of the high eunuch resounded once more. Commence. As the words echoed, Wei Zhou raised his hand and unleashed a talisman that surged toward Gong Sun Yang, detonating in midair and transforming into a torrential flood of destruction. This talisman retained the lethal power capable of vanquishing someone at the void refinement stage, causing Gong Sun Yang's countenance to shift dramatically. His eyes brimmed with seriousness, this time. Defeat was inevitable, and his sole aim was to wound Wei Zhou and diminish his strength. With this resolve, Gong Sun Yang's aura surged to its zenith. His gaze a fierce crimson as he charged at Wei Zhou. Kill. Wei Zhou scoffed. You believe you can withstand my heavenly sea talisman? You overestimate yourself. In an instant, the raging flood enveloped Gong Sun Yang, the immense force nearly tearing him apart. He exerted every ounce of his strength to escape its grasp. Bang! Gong Sun Yang collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood, his aura utterly depleted. A single talisman had proven too much for him to bear. Such was the prowess of one at the late stage of void refinement. For the majority of ordinary cultivators, they lacked the capability to slay foes of a higher tier. Even when faced with adversaries merely a minor realm above their own, they could only be suppressed and beaten. Moreover, Wei Zhou had commenced with his most formidable talisman to probe Gong Sun Yang's hidden capabilities. Even the slightest threat posed by those in the late stage of void refinement is formidable, how much more so for Gong Sun Yang, who is merely in the mid-stage of void refinement. To have salvaged his life is indeed a rare feat. Wei Zhou let out a cold chuckle. What is the matter? Do you possess no other trump cards? As he spoke, a fiery red talisman materialized in his hand, emanating an extraordinary and terrifying power, causing the temperature on the arena to surge dramatically. Just as Wei Zhou was poised to unleash it, Gong Sun Yang gritted his teeth and declared, I concede. Upon hearing these words, a wave of scornful voices erupted from the audience. Wei Zhou narrowed his eyes, withdrawing the talisman while a detached smile graced his lips. To refuse defeat is to court death. To concede is also to embrace death. Once the 7th prince is defeated and the eldest prince ascends to power, they would surely not be spared. Gong Sun Yang struggled to rise, disappearing from the arena, only to reappear at the preparation platform. Approaching Lin Jin, he sincerely apologized. Your Highness, I am truly sorry. Lin Jin shook his head dismissively, indicating no offense was taken. Mr. Gong Sun, please take the time to rest. At that moment, Wei Zhou's voice rang out once more from the arena. I challenge Zhang Yang, under the banner of the 7th prince. Lin Jin's faction was left with only one in the early stage of void refinement, and one in the spirit transformation stage. If they could eliminate the one in the void refinement stage, the remaining spirit transformation stage opponent would pose little threat. Zhang Yang was about to step onto the arena when Lin Jin halted him, saying, concede. Zhang Yan's injuries had yet to fully heal. Confronting Wei Zhou in a battle would be tantamount to courting death, and he might not even be able to utter the words of surrender. Casting a glance at Lin Jin, he immediately proclaimed, I concede. The moment his voice resonated within the battleground, an air of peculiarity enveloped the spectators. What was happening? Could it be that the seventh prince's match was to conclude so swiftly? With only one opponent at the transformation stage left, was it not a foregone conclusion? Even if there were prior hidden trump cards, the disparity between the void refinement and transformation stages was insurmountable. Possessing formidable artifacts would not guarantee their effective utilization. It seemed the seventh prince was destined to exit the arena in record time. One could only wonder why he had summoned a transformation stage opponent. Was it a jest? The laughter was palpable. I suspect the transformation stage contender would be dispatched with alarming swiftness. Upon the arena, a glimmer of derision flickered in Wei Zhou's eyes. I challenged Su Chen, one of the seventh prince's subordinates. In the preparation area, Lin Jin turned to Su Chen behind him and courteously remarked, "I apologize for the trouble." Witnessing this scene, the other princes wore expressions of mockery. Could the seventh prince truly be so naive as to show such deference to a transformation stage warrior? Did he genuinely believe that a transformation stage contender could emerge victorious? It appeared the seventh prince's desire to prevail had clouded his judgment, leading him to an irrational disposition. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then gracefully descended from the preparation area, his figure soaring lightly before landing softly upon the arena. His aura consistently emanates the essence of the transformation realm. For him, engaging in battles of such caliber necessitates suppressing his own cultivation level in order to savor the joy that combat brings. Otherwise, it would merely be a swift and decisive defeat. Observing Su Chen's somewhat youthful appearance, many spectators in the training arena displayed expressions of disdain. Indeed, he truly embodies the transformation realm. It seems the seventh prince is destined for defeat. Chapter 43. What an extraordinary situation. Is a being at the transformation stage truly this formidable? Ha ha ha. Could it be that the seventh prince is merely jesting? Do not scoff. Perhaps he has concealed his true cultivation level? Impossible. One cannot hide their cultivation to such an extent without others noticing. If Su Chen's actual prowess were to exceed the late void refinement stage, do you truly believe the crown prince would permit Wei Zhou to challenge him? A mere transformation stage cultivator like Su Chen seems to diminish the caliber of the struggle for succession. Does he truly deserve to partake in such a contest? Derisive laughter echoed continuously, as the sole transformation stage participant in the battle for succession was met with incredulity. This is utterly absurd. One wonders what the seventh prince was thinking by introducing a transformation stage cultivator. Is this not a farce? Or is it that the seventh prince is truly at his wit's end? Upon the arena, Wei Zhou's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression replete with disdain for Su Chen. Yet, undeterred by the ridicule surrounding him, Su Chen calmly drew forth a longsword. This sword was unremarkable, merely a low-grade, earthly artifact. Eunuch Gao cast a glance at the nearby King Jinghong. Barring any unforeseen developments, it was imminent that the seventh prince would be eliminated, and he naturally sought his master's counsel. King Jinghong nodded with indifference. For him, as long as nothing excessively outrageous transpired during the proceedings, he would refrain from intervening. Eunuch Gao promptly announced, "Begin." With a piercing sound, a burst of blood erupted in the center of the arena. Su Chen had vanished from sight. While Wei Zhou was cleaved in two, the scene steeped in unimaginable brutality. Su Chen murmured, "I still haven't mastered my strength. Even suppressing it to the divine transformation stage proves insufficient. I must also restrain the primordial immortal body." The perfected primordial immortal body was overwhelmingly powerful, with an acceleration in speed that was staggering. Even though he had just restrained his power, he still managed to obliterate Wei Zhou in an instant. As Wei Zhou's demise resonated throughout the martial arts arena, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Even the expression on the face of the astonishing Phoenix King was one of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. After a considerable pause, the crowd emerged from their stupor, their eyes filled with disbelief. What transpired? Wei Zhou was killed in an instant. Was he at the divine transformation stage? How could he possibly annihilate Wei Zhou, who was at the late stage of void refinement? My heavens, is this truly the seventh prince? I realize now that no prince should be underestimated. Su Chen evidently possesses the ability to suppress his cultivation. To eliminate someone at the late stage of void refinement in a heartbeat, he must be at the perfected stage of void refinement himself, right? The gazes of the crowd were awash with horror, unable to come to terms with the revelation. Clearly, Su Chen's might had left them utterly astonished. In the preparation area, the first prince's face was ashen, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying intent to kill. Su Chen concealed his cultivation, yet he remained unable to discern this, which left him feeling somewhat incredulous. It appeared that there were but two possibilities regarding Su Chen. Either he possessed a treasure capable of cloaking his true strength, where he was an extraordinary powerhouse, most likely a formidable figure at the threshold of the fusion stage. Lin Mu's gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity. He refused to believe that Su Chen was a practitioner at the fusion stage. The strongest member of the Su family in Mingwei City was merely at the mid-level of the void refinement stage, and as a member of the younger generation, Su Chen's prowess could hardly exceed the spirit transformation stage. He glanced at Lin Jin, his expression dark and foreboding. He had not anticipated that Lin Jin harbored such means. Exploiting his sense of complacency and then employing a unique treasure akin to that of Gong Sunming to eliminate others, this was clearly a scheme. In Lin Mu's view, Su Chen lacked the capability to have slain Wei Zhou on his own. It was evident that Lin Jin must have provided Su Chen with some treasure that enabled him to dispatch Wei Zhou in an instant. Lin Mu inhaled deeply and addressed the middle-aged man behind him, saying, "Mr. Ban Xing, it is time for you to take action." This individual was his strongest subordinate. Previously, in dealing with Lin Jin, he had lost 2 men, and he could not afford further casualties, lest his authority be reduced to dust. Ban Xing's expression turned grave, and he nodded before vanishing from sight. On the arena, when the crowd beheld Ban Xing, expressions of confusion flickered across their faces, clearly indicating that they had never encountered this individual before. Could it be that he was not a person from the Jinghong Empire? Though unfamiliar, the aura emanating from Ban Xing instilled trepidation in countless hearts. A consummate mastery of the void refinement stage. Should such a formidable being advance a step further, they would ascend to the realm of the harmonization stage adept. Even if Su Chen possesses some concealed trump cards, it seems implausible that he could triumph over such a powerhouse, for he is merely at the divine transformation stage, someone remarked gravely. Yet, it was evident that the continuous feats of the 7th Prince's followers had sown seeds of doubt among many. Consequently, they chose to reserve their judgments until the matter reached its conclusion. Numerous onlookers exhibited expressions of exhilaration. If each prince wielded such an array of tactics, then today's battle for succession promised to be truly captivating. At the edge of the arena, Lin Yiming's eyes shimmered with hope, her palms unwittingly slick with perspiration. "Su Chen, you must prevail." Ban Xing regarded Su Chen with a frigid tone, declaring, "Your fortunate slaying of Wei Zhou may have been a stroke of luck, but it all ends here. Today, you shall not triumph over me. I will elucidate the vast chasm that separates the divine transformation stage from the void refinement stage." Unlike the preceding 2, who relied solely on their own abilities, he possessed additional treasures bestowed by Lin Mu. For Su Chen to aspire to vanquish him would be akin to chasing a mirage. Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, silently observing Ban Xing, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Moments later, the voice of Grandmaster Gao resonated throughout the training arena. "Commence." In an instant, 2 figures collided with remarkable intensity, the sharp essence of their swords pervading the entire arena. "What?" Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this scene. Su Chen was indeed able to keep pace with Ban Xing's speed. Could it be that he too was a consummate practitioner of the void refinement stage? If he truly possessed such mastery, then why was Lin Mu unable to discern his cultivation level? Upon the platform, Su Chen maintained a calm and composed demeanor, wielding his long sword with an ethereal grace. On the surface, it appeared that the 2 were evenly matched, yet the reality was starkly different with every strike. Su Chen inflicted injuries upon Ban Xing, while Ban Xing was unable to land a single blow on Su Chen. This illustrated the profound disparity between them. Damn it! Ban Xing's gaze was fraught with tension, for he understood that Su Chen was far from being as straightforward as he seemed. He must have been concealing his true power. Could it be that he was on the verge of the integration stage? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of sword light suddenly cleaved towards him. Caught off guard, Ban Xing was struck in the chest, sustaining a gruesome wound. This spectacle caused the hearts of the spectators in the arena to tighten in alarm. What was happening here? Was a mere transformation stage practitioner truly this formidable? Chapter 44, The Great Ones of Fusion Stage, a turn of events with Ban Xing's injury. The mindset of all present shifted once more. On the arena, Su Chen and Ban Xing engaged in a swift and fierce confrontation, powerful waves of energy radiating outward, causing the arena itself to tremble under the might of their assault, gradually revealing cracks. As the battle progressed, Su Chen lost his enthusiasm. It was simply too effortless. Even while suppressing his power to the transformation stage, he could still engage in a back-and-forth struggle with Ban Xing with ease. If he desired, he could even end Ban Xing's existence with a single strike. The disparity between them was undeniably vast. The difference in strength between the transformation stage and the void refinement stage was indeed significant. Yet this was only applicable to ordinary individuals. In the eyes of the elite prodigies of the Xiantian realm, the chasm between the transformation stage and the void refinement stage was not insurmountable. Ultimately, with a gentle move, Su Chen unleashed a stroke of his sword, its radiance slicing through the air as if imbued with life, accompanied by a chorus of roars that enveloped Ban Xing entirely. Crack! A clear and melodious sound rang out, as if something within Ban Xing shattered, propelling him backward at lightning speed. At this moment, Ban Xing's expression became gravely serious. Such a simple sword strike had obliterated the protective treasure on his person. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had that blow landed upon him. The exchange between the two did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, leaving countless spectators in awe. From the very beginning, it was difficult for everyone to believe in Su Chen's prowess. However, gradually, they began to accept it. Su Chen was indeed formidable, almost absurdly so. It turned out that the seventh prince was the most unexpected contender. My heavens, who is this person, and how does he possess such extraordinary strength? I have heard that he is supposedly the young patriarch of the Su family from Mingyue City, but this level of power seems utterly preposterous. Is he the one who recently achieved breakthroughs in 2 phases of the refinement void? Gasps of astonishment echoed around, clearly shaken by Su Chen's overwhelming capabilities. Ban Xing gazed at Su Chen with an expression of grave seriousness, which gradually transformed into indifference. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "Your strength is considerable. At least half a step into the fusion realm, yet you still fall short." As he spoke, his aura surged with immense power. Resembling a fierce beast breaking free from its shackles, emanating an overwhelming presence. In that moment, Ban Xing's aura intensified exponentially, starkly contrasting with before. He was in the fusion realm. A wave of gasps erupted from the spectators, all eyes filled with shock as they regarded Ban Xing. The crown prince had indeed summoned a mighty being of the fusion realm. Did this not imply that his victory in the battle for supremacy was all but guaranteed? Indeed. Even if Su Chen's strength were formidable, it could scarcely surpass that of a fusion realm expert, could it? This fusion realm individual seemed far from ordinary. I surmise he is at least at the mid-stage of the fusion realm, a figure in the observation seat, possessing the strength of the transformation stage. Spoke with a grave expression. Upon hearing these words, those around could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The mid-integration stage. Lin Yiming, witnessing this scene, was filled with despair. It was not that she harbored doubts about Su Chen, but rather that the mid-integration stage was overwhelmingly powerful. She had also discerned that although Su Chen's combat prowess was formidable, his aura consistently remained at the transformation stage. The extraordinary strength he exhibited could only suggest 2 possibilities. Either he possessed an extraordinary treasure of unparalleled might, or he was an extraordinary genius with immense power capable of overcoming realms. Such individuals, though exceedingly rare, do exist in this vast world. Rumors occasionally circulated within the Jingong Empire about prodigies defeating foes from higher realms, such as a disciple from a revered sanctuary triumphing over a mid-integration expert, or even a mid-integration expert besting a returning origin master. Lin Yiming found it hard to believe that Su Chen could be such a prodigy, given the significant distance that separated them. Although his displayed strength was indeed formidable. Comparable to some of the top talents, the Su family was merely a small clan. Regardless of Su Chen's exceptional aptitude, he would inevitably face considerable limitations. While a part of her instinctively believed defeat was imminent, she still held on to the hope that Su Chen could emerge victorious. As Ban Xing revealed his aura, the eyes of the Jinghong king narrowed. He did not express joy at the presence of a mid-integration expert under Lin Mu's command, but rather appeared contemplative. At this moment, upon the stage, Ban Xing elevated his strength to its zenith. With a swift motion, he drew forth a crescent moon-long blade, a manifestation of his formidable power at the mid-stage of fusion. Initially, Ban Xing believed that suppressing his opponent to the pinnacle of the void refinement stage would not pose significant difficulty, given his experience in martial arts. However, he was taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events that compelled him to unleash his full potential. With a frosty demeanor, Ban Xing remarked, "To compel me to exhibit my complete prowess is indeed a testament to your pride, yet this is where it culminates." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding void to shatter, a powerful sense of oppression radiating from the arena. Even with the protective formations in place, the spectators in the martial arts arena felt a suffocating pressure. Such terror. Is this the might of a practitioner at the fusion stage? Merely witnessing it sent shivers down their spines, and it became evident that Su Chen stood little chance of victory. Indeed, he had only managed to hold a slight advantage moments ago, but overcoming Ban Xing, a formidable opponent at the fusion stage, now seemed implausible. The display of power from Ban Xing swayed the audience entirely in his favor, extinguishing any hope of Su Chen's triumph. Where once there was certainty that Su Chen would emerge victorious, uncertainty now prevailed. The contest for the throne had only just commenced, yet its intensity had already captivated everyone present. A tale of twists and turns unfolded. Initially, the consensus was that the seventh prince was destined to fail. Yet he repeatedly defied the odds. The crown prince possesses formidable prowess, commanding an extraordinary cultivator at the fusion stage who sweeps away all rivals. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of the other princes in the preparation area transformed from nonchalance to sheer terror and panic. Although they were somewhat prepared, none of them had the means to confront a fusion stage opponent. This signified that in the battle for the throne, Lin Mu would undoubtedly emerge as the strongest, leaving them with no chance to vie for victory. On the arena, Su Chen regarded Ban Xing, whose countenance was laced with disdain, and remarked coolly, "Are you so certain that you can slay me?" With that, Su Chen raised the sword in his hand, his demeanor tinged with contempt. "Since you are so eager to court death, I shall demonstrate a few techniques to remind you that there are always greater beings beyond your comprehension." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ban Xing inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety, as if confronted with an impending, monstrous terror. His expression turned gravely serious as he vanished from sight in an instant, his aura surging to its peak. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his might, aiming to eliminate Su Chen swiftly to prevent any further complications. Su Chen offered a cold smile, and in the next moment, he too made his move. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Power of Su Chen, Astonishment Among the Crowd. Su Chen raised the sword in his hand and suddenly swung it forward. Heavenly slash. In an instant, a scene emerged that filled countless hearts with dread. A colossal rift appeared between heaven and earth, emanating with starlight, brilliantly radiant, captivating all who gazed upon it. This immense rift stretched nearly several thousand zhang, casting its reflection above the city of Jinghong, where nearly everyone bore witness to its presence. Countless faces turned pale. Although the starlight within the rift was dazzlingly beautiful, it was suffused with a violent force of annihilation. They could scarcely fathom the terror that would ensue should the starlight cascade forth. What unfathomable power would that unleash? Could anyone in this world withstand it? Among them, the most terrified was Ban Xing, who was struck directly by this sword. He found himself enveloped in starlight, his physical form rapidly disintegrating. In but a fleeting moment, he would likely face complete obliteration. Such was the horror of it. To an ordinary person, a moment might feel fleeting. However, for a cultivator in the integration stage, that moment stretched into an eternity. Ban Xing, ensconced in starlight, found himself utterly immobilized. His gaze shifted from confusion to despair and regret. Why? Why was there such a formidable being participating in the struggle for the throne? The crux of it all was the necessity to aid that waste of the seventh prince. Ban Xing was utterly bewildered. The strength exhibited by Su Chen was nothing short of terrifying. Even he, a mid-stage fusion practitioner, found himself utterly powerless to resist. This was sufficient evidence to suggest that Su Chen's prowess was at least at the returning origin realm. He could not fathom the possibility of a prodigy capable of slaying a mid-stage fusion practitioner during the transformation god stage. Even if someone were to rely on magical artifacts and unique physical attributes to contend with the fusion stage, it would be implausible for them to achieve such a decisive victory so effortlessly. Surely, there should be room for at least a couple of exchanges, yet with Su Chen, he felt nothing but despair and utter helplessness. Not only could he not withstand a few exchanges, but he was unable to block even a single strike. The disparity was simply too vast. The entire martial arts arena fell into a profound silence, with all eyes wide open and expressions frozen, as if they had lost the awareness to even process their emotions. The scene before them delivered a staggering shock that shattered all their preconceived notions and rational beliefs. A fusion stage practitioner was about to fall, and they were to witness this unprecedented event. It had been many years since the empire of Jinghong had witnessed the downfall of a fusion stage practitioner, yet today they found themselves bearing witness. As they observed Ban Xing's continuous struggles, it felt as though their hearts had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving them in a state of utter stupor. They were at a loss for words, unable to articulate the tumultuous emotions that swirled within them. The most bewildering aspect was that the one who sought to take his life was merely at the transformation god stage, albeit possibly an illusion. Yet Su Chen's aura was undeniably that of a transformation god, leading them to instinctively believe that a fusion stage powerhouse had been vanquished by one at the transformation god stage. He has slain a being at the integration stage. From this moment forth, the name Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, shall resonate throughout the entire Jingong Empire. Not merely within the Jingong Empire, but even across the entirety of the eastern region. No, the name will echo throughout the entire Xintian realm. Do you comprehend what it signifies for a soul transformation stage cultivator to vanquish one at the integration stage? Even in ancient texts, it is said that only legendary sons of emperors possess such capability. Sons of emperors, are they not the descendants of great sovereigns? Indeed. This realization underscores the sheer terror of Su Chen. He stands comparable to the mythical sons of emperors. Throughout, Su Chen has merely exhibited the prowess of the soul transformation stage. Even the final strike was executed solely with the cultivation of the soul transformation stage. Were he to employ that technique with the power of the integration stage, one can only imagine that the entirety of Jingong City would be enveloped by that stellar domain. In the blink of an eye, the life force of Banxing was extinguished. Suddenly, the Jingong king, seated upon his throne, sprang to his feet. His eyes filled with disbelief and panic. It is unfathomable that the ruler of the Jingong Empire would display such trepidation. Given Banxing's strength, it would have been impossible for him to be so easily dispatched. Yet, Su Chen accomplished this feat with apparent ease, exuding an air of nonchalance. This indicates that the individual before him possesses strength far surpassing his own. The return to origin realm. The Jingong king could hardly fathom that the seventh son, Lin Jin, had managed to enlist the aid of such a formidable powerhouse. However, he found it somewhat perplexing that a formidable being from the origin realm would take an interest in the modest assets of the Jingong Empire. If he so desired, he could effortlessly incorporate the Jingong Empire under his command. Why would he need to assist Lin Jin in ascending to the throne, regardless of the reasons? He understood that he must adopt a more favorable attitude towards Lin Jin henceforth. This young man not only garnered the support of the Sword King, but could now also summon the attention of someone from the origin realm, truly a terrifying prospect. He cared little for who the Jingong king was, as long as the strength displayed was sufficient to govern the empire and lead it towards greater horizons. Though somewhat ruthless, a degree of coldness is essential for survival in this world. At this moment, within the preparation area, Lin Mu bellowed in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Impossible. How could Banxing possibly be inept? He is a mid-stage cultivator of the fusion realm. Not only was he struggling to accept this reality, but Lin Jin was equally astonished. Recalling the words of Su Qitian when they departed from the Su family, he felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Was it truly so outrageous? Could Su Qingtian's son possess such extraordinary talents? Surely, the Su family's power had surged to such an extent due to Su Chen's influence. Though Lin Jin had limited interactions with the Su family, he believed he understood them reasonably well. Their ability to sweep aside rival factions upon entering Mingwei City and subsequently experience rapid growth was clearly beyond their inherent capabilities. Initially, Lin Jin had presumed that the Su family had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, enabling such swift advancement in a short span. Upon reflection, is it not clear that this opportunity is none other than Su Chen? With such a formidable individual, how could the Su family possibly fail to progress? Within the arena of preparation, all the princes are engulfed in profound terror. If Su Chen were merely a cultivator at the integration stage, they might muster the resolve to fight to the death, but he is a powerhouse of the returning origin realm. How could they possibly contend against him? It is akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot or a sparrow trying to strike a stone. Had they possessed the strength to vanquish Su Chen, they would have long since ousted the Jingong king, rather than engaging in this futile struggle for the throne. The ninth prince, Lin Feng, was the first to speak. Addressing Lin Jin with the utmost respect, "Seventh brother, it appears the throne rightfully belongs to you. I extend my early congratulations." The eighth prince, Lin Bu, followed suit, saying, "Congratulations, seventh brother. Though historically, those who ascend to the throne have exterminated their own brothers, a flicker of hope remains in their hearts. No one desires death." The other princes also offered their congratulations to Lin Jin, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. After taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, he finally responded with a smile. "The matter is not yet concluded. Let us refrain from celebrations for the time being." Truth be told, he had long since made his decisions regarding his brothers. Those who must be eliminated would undoubtedly face their fate, while those who need not be harmed could be spared. Among the 9 princes, not all aspired to seize the throne. For instance, the 9th prince, Lin Feng, had never contemplated such ambitions, seeking only a life of leisure, albeit reluctantly thrust into this contest for the crown. Moreover, he posed no threat to himself, thus there was no need for assassination. However, individuals like Lin Mu harbored a lethal mindset. Yet, it was inconceivable for him to coldly declare his intentions of extermination once he ascended the throne, at the very least. He must feign benevolence to instill a semblance of hope for survival among them. Once his rule was firmly established, he could swiftly turn against them. After all, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Should they be driven to desperation, they might resort to any means, inevitably resulting in a plethora of complications. Subsequently, his gaze shifted once more to Chen, the realm of returning origin. Chen was indeed formidable beyond measure. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged within him. Was Chen still unwed? My daughter Yiming is renowned as a breathtaking beauty in Jinghong City, yet with Chen's astonishing prowess. What woman could he not possess? If all else fails, perhaps Yiming could serve as a concubine or maid. Lin Jin's mind raced with these thoughts. And little did Lin Yiming realize how close she had come to being offered by her beloved father. Chapter 46, The Cloud-Watching Mountain. A land of immortal blessings for Chen, eliminating a formidable opponent at the integration stage was a matter of little consequence. Thus, his expression remained largely unchanged. To save time, it would be more prudent for all the prince's subordinates to engage him simultaneously. His calm voice echoed throughout the martial arena, leaving everyone momentarily speechless at his audacity. A single individual daring to challenge dozens of formidable practitioners at the void refinement stage was indeed a terrifying display of power. All eyes turned towards the preparation platform, eager to witness the reactions of the princes, anticipating that they might possess even greater abilities. However, it soon became apparent that the other princes lacked any superior strategies. Ultimately, the contest for succession concluded with Chen's effortless victory, leaving the eldest prince in a state of despondency as he departed the preparation platform. Chen represented the seventh prince, signifying that Lin Jin was destined to become the future Jinghong king. With the support of a practitioner at the return to origin stage, the Jinghong king exhibited neither aversion nor disdain. Such a powerful ally could only bode well for him, a boon for the Jinghong Empire. At his level of achievement, concerns about influence were no longer paramount. In his eyes, only gains and losses mattered. Lin Jin's reliance on a return-to-origin practitioner would undoubtedly benefit the Jinghong Empire. After a mere 3 days, the announcement of Lin Jin's ascension to the throne reverberated throughout the Jinghong Empire, a testament to remarkable efficiency. The entire Jinghong Empire wields immense power. Aside from the current representatives of various princes participating in the struggle for the throne, there are dozens of others in the void refinement stage who remain neutral, largely due to their affiliations with beings of the integration stage, thus refraining from involvement. However, with Lin Jin's ascension to the throne, they all come forth to offer their congratulations, signaling goodwill. In the Imperial Palace, within the Howren Hall, is where Lin Jin now resides. In stark contrast to the Jin Wangfu, it is a realm of unparalleled grandeur, clad in a flowing blue robe. Lin Jin smiled and expressed his gratitude. I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you, young Master Su. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, replying, it is but a trifling matter. You assisted the Su family in the past. It is only fitting that I return the favor now. Lin Jin offered an awkward smile, harboring a desire to cultivate a closer relationship with Chen. Yet, Chen maintained a demeanor of indifference, seemingly devoid of any interest. This was, however, entirely understandable. There was no prior connection between them, and the only reason he could engage this esteemed figure was due to Su Qingtian's influence. Were it not for the Su family's indebtedness, it was likely that Chen would not have paid him any heed. Just then, Lin Yimeng gracefully entered, having paid her respects to both her father and young Master Su. She exuded the poise of a refined lady, her presence immensely pleasing. Her bright eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration as she regarded Chen. In every corner of the world, women hold a reverence for those of great strength, which in the mundane realm manifests as status, wealth, and power. In this world where strength reigns supreme, women naturally uphold power. Lin Jin suddenly remarked, young Master Su, I have instructed my people to seek out areas abundant in spiritual energy over the past couple of days, and we have already made some progress. At that time, the Su family can directly relocate to the Empire of Jinghong. This matter had been mentioned previously by Chen, prompting Lin Jin to immediately leverage royal influence to initiate the search upon ascending to power. The royal family possesses extraordinary strength, making it no challenge to locate places with spiritual veins. A smile finally graced Chen's lips. I appreciate your efforts. Observing Chen's demeanor, Lin Jin displayed a flicker of delight. It seemed that gaining his favor would not be an easy task. Yet she could strive to win his goodwill through gestures of kindness towards the Su family. The two continued to engage in light conversation, though Su Chen remained rather indifferent, lacking a strong desire for discourse. Ultimately, Lin Jin was left with no choice but to suppress her wish for Lin Yiming to accompany him deep within her heart. Moreover, from Su Chen's demeanor, he appeared to harbor little enthusiasm for Lin Yiming. In resignation, Lin Jin suggested, since young Master Su has yet to explore Jingang City, why not allow Yiming to accompany you? She has resided here long enough to be well acquainted with the local delights and could serve as your guide. This was a compromise, as Su Chun had not indicated any intention of departing from the Empire of Jinghong in the near future. Thus, it would be prudent for him to maintain a connection with Lin Yiming. After all, one can never be certain of the potential between the two. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yiming cast a nervous yet anticipatory glance at Su Chun. It is unclear when precisely she began to harbor peculiar feelings towards him. She could not articulate the nature of these sentiments, yet she felt an undeniable desire to draw nearer to him. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. He had initially intended to explore the wonders of Jinghong City, and having a guide would certainly prove advantageous. As a traveler from another realm, endowed with formidable strength, he could easily adopt a leisurely attitude, perceiving life in this world as a mere game. With Su Chen's consent, Lin Yiming felt a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Her delicate complexion flushed with excitement. Did this imply that they would share moments of solitude? A wave of joy washed over her, and her mind wandered back to Su Chen's gallant figure at the Royal Martial Arena, overshadowing the less favorable impression he had made during their first encounter at the Jin Wangfu. After engaging in further conversation, Lin Yiming, somewhat shy, led Su Chen away, and they began to meander through the vibrant streets of Jinghong City. She guided him through various locales, indulging in delightful foods and beverages. Indeed, Jinghong City was significantly more prosperous, boasting culinary ingredients far superior to those found in Mingwei City. Here, one could even procure the meat of advanced demon beasts at the transformation stage, and occasionally, even that of the void refinement stage, though such delicacies were rare. This would have been inconceivable in Mingwei City. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed since Lin Jin ascended to the throne, and the Jinghong Empire has fully acclimatized to the reality that Lin Jin is their new monarch. The first prince, Lin Mu, was cunningly dispatched by Lin Jin just half a month ago. There has been no whisper of dissent from the Du family, who backed Lin Mu. And with the national general publicly extending his congratulations, the implication of support is unmistakable. Consequently, Lin Jin has firmly established his position within the Jinghong Empire. Mount Wangyun rises majestically into the clouds, surrounded by an unbroken chain of mountains that presents a breathtaking spectacle. At the foot of this mountain lies a river, several dozen zhang wide. This locale is imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, as the mountains conceal exquisite spiritual veins. Spiritual veins are generally categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite tiers. Inferior veins contain millions of inferior spirit stones, medium veins hold billions, and superior veins boast hundreds of billions of inferior spirit stones. Exquisite veins are even more formidable, housing at least tens of billions of inferior spirit stones. It is worth noting that inferior spirit stones merely serve as a statistical measurement. Exquisite veins predominantly consist of medium and superior spirit stones, with only a smattering of exquisite spirit stones, while inferior spirit stones are comparatively rare. Most significantly, exquisite veins harbor dragon veins, which, if left undisturbed, will perpetually generate more spiritual energy, ensuring that the spiritual power in this area remains abundant over time. Mount Wangyun is now the residence of the Su family. Nestled in the heart of Qinghu County within the Jinghong Empire, it can indeed be regarded as a rare celestial paradise. Chapter 47. The Scarlet-Horned Lizard. Treasures abound in the empire of the soaring phoenix at the pinnacle of Mount Wangyun. Su Chun gazed downwards and nodded in approval. This locale far surpassed Mingwei City in its splendor. However, the Su clan had not entirely abandoned the 5 great cities. Su Chun made some modifications to the area, establishing several spirit awakening arrays that significantly enhanced the flow of spiritual energy. He then left Elder Su Yuanba and Elder Su Haluan to alternately guard the place. Additionally, a few branches of collateral relatives were stationed there as well. The Su clan's strategy was to wait until the collateral branches grew stronger before assigning one of them to oversee the area, a common practice among prominent families. The 5 great cities, after all, still held the potential for immense profit, and the Su clan was reluctant to relinquish such opportunities. The lordship of Qinghe was centered in a city named Qingfeng, which, while not as expansive as Jinghong City, was still a bustling hub, at least 3/5 its size. With the backing of the imperial family, the Su clan successfully established a foothold in the city, launching numerous enterprises. Although other factions were not pleased with the Su clan's entrance, the recent ascension of Lin Jin made them wary of confrontation, leading them to remain silent. Of course, even in the absence of Lin Jin, they would still hesitate to provoke the Su clan, given that they possessed a practitioner at the Guiyuan realm. With a stable presence in Qifeng City, the Su clan had firmly established their position within Jinghong City. Mount Wangun is divided into 3 distinct sections. At the pinnacle resides the esteemed branch of the Su family, followed successively by the collateral relatives and the servants. The vast expanse of Wangyun Mountain is capable of accommodating tens of thousands, yet the direct lineage of the Su family comprises merely a few dozen individuals, rendering Su Chen's residence exceptionally opulent. It is nearly 5 times the size of his abode in Mingwei City, adorned with lavish decorations, and guarded by dedicated sentinels at the entrance, a meticulous arrangement made by Su Qingtian. Within the entirety of the Su household, apart from Su Chen and his servant Ruo Shi, any individual wishing to enter must first seek Su Chen's explicit consent, a stipulation that even he is not exempt from. This regulation, however, is not of Su Chen's own making, but rather established by Su Qingtian. Presently, Su Chen wields formidable power, acting as the guardian of the Su family. Thus, it is imperative that no one disrupts him, and that all members of the family harbor a sense of reverence towards him. Su Qingtian's measures serve to ensure that the entirety of the Su clan acknowledges Su Chen's elevated status, paving the way for his eventual ascension to the role of family head, albeit somewhat superfluously. After all, given Su Chen's prowess, none would dare to oppose him should he assume leadership. Wangan Courtyard, that is the name of Su Chen's residence. Seated within the courtyard, Su Chen enjoys the gentle ministrations of Ruo Shi, who stands by, dutifully offering him a massage. Despite the abundant spiritual energy of Wangyun Mountain, there remains a deficit of certain elements. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen begins to make arrangements within the mountain's confines. He demonstrated the establishment of an advanced summoning array at Tianjia, complemented by 2 formidable defensive formations that would automatically activate upon the detection of an enemy attack. These formations are known as the Luring Sky Array and the Demon Suppression Array. The latter is particularly astute, capable of autonomously recording the auras of all individuals within Wangan Mountain, should any individual exhibit hostile intent, especially if they have never been encountered before. The array would execute an immediate and lethal response. The Luring Sky Array serves as a supplementary formation, drawing energy from specific individuals, while also providing an energy source for the Demon Suppression Array. Coupled with the Dragon Vein located beneath Wangan Mountain, this creates a continuous flow of energy. With the implementation of the summoning array, the Dragon Vein has become increasingly vibrant, accelerating the generation of spiritual energy within Wangan Mountain by at least 3-fold. If this trajectory of development continues, the Su family will soon possess their own cultivators in the combined body stage. At that juncture, the Su family will have solidified their standing in the Jinghong Empire based on their own merits, rather than merely relying on the influence of Su Chen. Zixia Mountain Range, situated in close proximity to Wangyun Mountain, spans nearly 10,000 miles and features a remarkable natural phenomenon. In other regions, the evening glow is typically a golden hue. However, the twilight over Zixia Mountain Range is uniquely a delicate shade of purple, leading many to speculate about the presence of hidden treasures, prompting numerous powerful beings to investigate. Ultimately, upon discovering the absence of anything extraordinary, it was regarded as a mere natural spectacle. Within the Zixia Mountain Range, while there are no beasts of the void refinement stage, there are indeed a considerable number of beings at the god transformation stage. Su Yuza, accompanied by 3 loyal companions, raced through the Zixia Mountain Range. Recently, Su Yuza's presence had become formidable. He had just ascended to the nascent soul stage, becoming the first practitioner in the Su family to achieve this milestone. Aside from Su Chen, his purpose for venturing out today was to hunt fierce beasts in the Zixia Mountains, aiming to solidify his strength. Before long, they encountered a suitable target, a fully matured 3rd-tier crimson-horned lizard. This beast exuded a powerful aura, not far from the 4th tier, with a strength comparable to that of an early nascent soul practitioner, making it an ideal candidate for their trial. "Slay it," Su Yuza exclaimed. Leading the charge against the crimson-horned lizard, flanked by Su Minghu, Su Qian, and Su Kongshan. After an intense struggle, the 4 managed to vanquish the creature without sustaining serious injuries, Although Su Mingze bore several wounds, none of which were critical, he slowly approached and, with a decisive stroke, severed the fiery red horn from the lizard, a smile of triumph illuminating his face. From this day forth, I, Su Mingze, am also a nascent soul practitioner. Witnessing this moment, Su Minghu's face was filled with envy. Brother, your speed in breaking through is astonishing. Su Yuza chuckled. What are you saying? I have merely cultivated 6 months longer than you. You three have all reached the perfected core formation stage. Breaking into the nascent soul stage will only take you a month or two. Upon hearing this, smiles blossomed on the faces of the three companions. The current growth rate of the Su family is astonishingly rapid. Nearly all of the younger generation have reached the core formation stage, with the least accomplished being Su Yunpeng's fourth daughter, Su Qingran, who is merely at the foundation establishment stage, though this is largely due to her youth. The collateral members of the Su family are on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul stage, and the esteemed elder, Su Yunxian, has already attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, not far from the void refinement stage. Suddenly, Su Qian exclaimed, "Look over there." The crowd turned to see a small nest in the area previously occupied by the crimson-horned lizard, containing nearly 10 crimson eggs. Crimson-horned lizard eggs. Su Minghu gasped in astonishment, as they had not anticipated encountering such a fortuitous event. The crimson-horned lizard is considered quite unique among magical beasts. It secretes a substance known as crimson blood crystal, which aids cultivators in cleansing their meridians and refining their marrow, remarkably gentle and non-irritating, even surpassing the effects of certain elixirs. If the crimson-horned lizard were to be properly nurtured and elevated to the nascent soul stage, or even the divine transformation stage, it would provide immense assistance to the younger members of the Su family, allowing them to benefit from the crimson blood crystal from an early age. Furthermore, due to the extreme rarity of these eggs, one might go a lifetime without witnessing a single offspring. Their scarcity, combined with the advantages offered by the crimson blood crystal, means that a single crimson-horned lizard egg could fetch around 500 million low-grade spirit stones in the market. With 10 of them at hand, it is as if they have stumbled upon a fortune amounting to 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. The four individuals bore expressions of exhilaration. Truly befitting the illustrious empire of the Phoenix, treasures lay scattered all around. Chapter 48. The city of Clear Winds, the Zixia mountain range, has now become the private hunting ground of the Su family. Ever since the Su family established their dominion over Wangan Mountain, few have dared to venture this way. It resembles the instinct of wild beasts, each possessing a sense of territoriality. No one wishes to offend the Su family, hence they maintain a respectful distance. Furthermore, influenced by the dragon vein of Wanyan Mountain, the entire Zixia mountain range is abundant in spiritual energy, rendering it a substantial resource reservoir for the Su family. Recently, the treasures acquired by the Su family within the Zixia mountain range have amassed nearly 100 billion low-grade spirit stones, a feat previously deemed unimaginable. Time has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the Su family has resided in Wangan Mountain for half a year. Just a couple of days ago, the patriarch Su Qitian achieved a breakthrough to the consummate stage of the spirit refinement realm, while Su Qingyun reached the same milestone a month prior. The Su family now boasts 3 formidable practitioners at the spirit refinement stage. In this half-year, the Su family has undergone remarkable transformations, with 13 sideline stewards advancing to the God transformation stage. Although the Su family currently lacks any practitioners at the combined body stage, it stands as a powerful force within the Jinghong Empire. Excluding a few royal powers at the combined body stage, the consummate forces of the spirit refinement realm are nearly the strongest in the entire Jinghong Empire. Additionally, the younger generation of the Su family has largely embarked on their own journeys of training. Su Yuza has even established a faction named Luoyan Sect. Though it is merely a small endeavor, he is earnestly dedicated to its development. It may very well evolve into a formidable power in the future. Wangyun Academy. Reporting to the young master, Princess Lin Yumeng has sent a letter. Su Chen opened his eyes and said softly, "Bring it in." During this time, Lin Yumeng frequently sent him letters and gifts, often bringing along delicacies and amusements. The guard entered the courtyard respectfully and presented the letter. Su Chen tore open the envelope, revealing 3 sheets of yellowed paper, inscribed with densely packed, exquisite characters, flowing like a work of art. "Young Master Su Chen, have you been staying at Wangan Mountain recently? When will you come to Jinghong City to visit? I recently discovered a restaurant that serves exceptionally delicious food." The first and second sheets contain nearly 100 words detailing the recent happenings in Jinghong City, as well as events occurring around her. Then, Su Chen picked up the last sheet. I have heard that Qianshan County boasts breathtaking scenery, regarded as the most beautiful place within the Jingong Empire. I plan to go there soon to attend to some matters. Young Master Su Chen, do you not enjoy traveling? Would you care to accompany me for some leisure? Upon reading the final words, Su Chen furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Was she extending an invitation? A beautiful figure flashed through his mind, one who always appeared slightly bashful in his presence. Qianshan County? He had heard servants mention it before, and by all accounts, its scenery was indeed remarkable. However, he currently had no plans to visit that place. It might happen in the future, or it might not. Ruoshi smiled and remarked, "Young master, it seems that Her Highness the Princess holds quite an affection for you." Su Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. In his previous life, although he led an ordinary existence, he had experienced several romances, thus he was well aware of Lin Yimeng's sentiments. Observing this, Ruoshi stepped closer to offer Su Chen a massage. Deep down, she harbored little apprehension regarding Lin Yimeng's presence. Fully cognizant of her own position and refraining from coveting what did not belong to her. Turning to the guard outside the courtyard, Su Chen instructed, "Send someone to convey my message, stating that I shall not be visiting Qianshan County in the near future." "Understood," replied the guard with utmost respect. Gazing into the distance, Su Chen seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a delicate voice resonated from beyond the courtyard. "Elder brother, are you there?" Instantly, Su Chen recognized the speaker and responded, "Come in." Before long, a young girl adorned in a light pink gown entered, her eyes sparkling with brightness, exuding an adorable charm reminiscent of a porcelain doll. The newcomer was none other than Su Yunping's daughter, Su Shanshan, who was merely 15 or 16 years of age. Despite her youth, her cultivation was remarkably advanced, having already reached the foundation establishment stage, a feat surpassing even that of his original self. This clearly illustrates the immense advantage that resources provide to a cultivator. Straightening his posture, Su Chen greeted her with a warm smile. "Ninth sister, do you seek my counsel?" Susan's face bore a hint of embarrassment. "Fifth brother, there are no suitable techniques within the family for me, and my father asked me to inquire with you, so..." "Techniques?" Su Chen paused momentarily, then inquired, "What aspect do you cultivate?" At his words, Susan promptly produced a delicately crafted red fan, and Su Chen immediately understood. Indeed, the Su family lacked formidable techniques pertaining to fans, as this was an uncommon pursuit, with few practitioners in such disciplines. In the Xiantian realm, the most prevalent cultivators were sword and saber wielders, comprising nearly half of all practitioners. Su Chen began to search within the system's repository and soon discovered a high-tier technique belonging to the fan category, the Flame Wind Azure Fan. This technique, embodying both fire and wind attributes, seemed quite fitting for Susan. "Take a look." Su Chen handed her the memory jade slip containing the technique. Upon seeing that Su Chen actually possessed one, Susan's face instantly lit up with joy. "Thank you, fifth brother." As Susan activated the memory jade slip, the cultivation path for the Flame Wind Azure Fan vividly materialized in her mind. However, in the next instant, she stood frozen in place. High tier. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief as she realized that this technique was indeed of high-tier status. The most advanced technique currently available in the Su family was the high-tier earth-level technique that Su Chen had previously provided, sufficient to cultivate to the integration stage. Initially, it was believed that this was the extent of possibilities. Little did she know that Su Chen would bestow upon her a celestial tier advanced technique. With a smile, Su Chen remarked, "Throughout your life, my dear sister, I have never gifted you anything. Consider this technique as my overdue present." Upon hearing these words, the typically sentimental Su Shanshan's eyes immediately glistened with tears. "Thank you, fifth brother." After exchanging a few more words, it wasn't long before Su Shanshan departed the courtyard to commence her cultivation. The records of the technique within the memory jade talisman were exceedingly detailed. As long as one adhered to the prescribed steps, there would be no significant issues, thus eliminating the necessity for guidance. In Qifeng City, Suhi and Su Transhian strolled arm in arm, meandering through the vibrant streets. The city lay a mere 300 miles from their home at Wangan Mountain, a distance that, given their current cultivation at the nascent soul stage, could be traversed in approximately 10 minutes. Moreover, there was no need for them to walk, as the Su family had established a teleportation array between Wangan Mountain and Qifeng City for convenience. This short distance could be covered in a mere 10 breaths using the teleportation array. The two young women possessed striking appearances, drawing the attention of numerous young men, whose eyes sparkled with admiration as they gazed upon them. Qifeng City was vast, and as they wandered into a less populated street, two hands suddenly grasped them. And in an instant, they vanished from sight. Fear filled their eyes, and a soft whimpering sound ensued. Ultimately, they were captured and taken into a secluded courtyard. Given the sparse foot traffic on this street, the disappearance of the two went virtually unnoticed. Chapter 49. The Cult of Refinement. The tragedy of the Su family. Who are you? Sui gazed at the three figures before her, her eyes brimming with terror. Their flamboyant attire and sinister demeanor only heightened her fear. From the moment they entered, her cultivation had been sealed, and a formation had been laid out around her, rendering any sound utterly inaudible. "Aha, what exquisite little maidens we have here." One of the men, with single eyelids, grinned malevolently and added, "Why don't you take a guess at who we are?" Upon noticing the insignia on their sleeves, Su Qianshan's face paled with sudden realization. "You are from the Cult of Refinement." Hearing that name, Sui's complexion shifted to one of profound dread. The Cult of Refinement. A nefarious force within the empire of Jingong, specialized in the cultivation of women through their very essence. Their method of refinement mirrored that of the Joyous Union sect, extracting the vital energies from women through carnal means. However, in comparison to the Joyous Union sect, the Cult of Refinement was exponentially more sinister. While the Joyous Union sect was a dual cultivation sect, the Cult of Refinement was unequivocally a malevolent entity, notorious throughout the empire of Jingong. How could they have encountered such a demonic sect? Overwhelmed by anxiety and fear, tears shimmered in Suhi's eyes. The single-eyed man smirked wickedly, licking his lips as he said, "Indeed, it is impressive that you can recognize our sect. You must also be aware of what we do then." Upon finishing his words, he fixed his gaze upon Su Qianshan, his eyes brimming with malevolent coldness. His utmost delight lay in witnessing the terror etched upon the faces of these young women in their final moments, a sight that granted him immense satisfaction. Indeed, upon hearing this proclamation, the expressions of Suhi and Su Qianshan shifted dramatically. These individuals were undeniably from the Transformation sect, and the fate that awaited them was all too foreseeable, one that would be utterly tragic. A chill ran down their spines as they felt an overwhelming sense of despair. How could they be so unfortunate as to encounter the demonic cultivators of the Transformation sect within the confines of Qifeng City? The sinister man with monolid eyes flashed a charming smile and slowly approached. He lifted his hand to grasp Su Qianshan's chin, appraising her for a moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, such delicate skin." However, his expression abruptly changed. The aura of spiritual energy within her was astoundingly dense. Something was amiss. She possessed a heavenly spirit root. A look of elation spread across the man's face as he channeled his own spiritual power into Su Qianshan's body, seeking to ascertain her condition. Moments later, his delight intensified. She truly possessed a heavenly spirit root. The Transformation sect could consume a woman's entire essence and bloodline, and if her cultivation and aptitude were commendable, it could also enhance their own physical spiritual roots to a certain extent. Although this enhancement is limited, he has now reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and a slight improvement in his spiritual root would enable him to break through to the transformation stage, or even advance further. He then turned his attention towards Suhi, only to discover that both individuals were, surprisingly, of the heavenly spiritual root. Ha ha ha, casually capturing two individuals for a bit of indulgence. Yet it turns out they both possess heavenly spiritual roots. What a stroke of luck. His face radiated with exuberance. Such talent is exceedingly rare within the Jingong dynasty. Even among the powers of the refinement void stage, they are regarded as treasures. Despite his desires, he lacked the strength to seize such high-caliber prey. Never did he expect that the two he randomly captured today would both possess heavenly spiritual roots. It was akin to stumbling upon a million high-grade spiritual stones on the street, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Little girl, have you not been warned by your family? The outside world is perilous. Do not wander out aimlessly. The single-lidded man wore a wicked grin as he eagerly proclaimed, "Take these two to my chamber. I wish to savor them thoroughly." Upon hearing that Suhi and the others possessed heavenly spiritual roots, the other two members of the Huajing sect were ablaze with fervor. However, being merely early-stage nascent soul cultivators, they harbored some ambitions regarding Suhi and his companion, but dared not defy him. Thus they could only respond, "As you command." With that, they hoisted Suhi and his companion toward the room. The expressions of Suhi and his companion were filled with utter despair. They lacked any strength to resist, unable even to consider self-harm. Once they entered the room, they were acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited them. Su Qianshan suddenly bellowed, "We are of the Su family. Should you dare to slay us, the Su family will undoubtedly seek retribution, and the Transformation sect shall surely face annihilation." The Su family? The man with single eyelids paused, turning to cast a grave glance at the two, his lips curling into a sneer. No wonder you, as prodigies blessed with heavenly roots, lack even a single guardian. Do you truly believe that the protection of the Su family grants you immunity from all consequences? This formation is a gift from the sect master, a high-level Earth-grade shielding array. As long as that individual from the Su family in the returning origin realm remains absent, none will know what transpires within these walls. If I eliminate you both, who could possibly trace it back to me? How could they cause trouble for the transformation sect? Upon hearing these words, despair enveloped the two. They understood the truth in his statements. The formation was indeed a high-level Earth-grade shielding array. Even a mere Mystic-grade formation could thwart the probing of a cultivator in the returning origin realm, provided the distance was sufficient. Chen typically resided in Wangzhen Mountain, seldom venturing out, and within Clearwater City, there were but a few of the Su family's god transformation guardians, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discover their demise. At that moment, a blinding ray of cold light erupted forth. Who goes there? The man with single eyelids turned sharply towards the source, his voice booming as he saw a sword light piercing through the outer shielding array, surging towards him with lethal intent. Although the courtyard is enveloped in a shielding array, its protective capabilities are lamentably inadequate. While it obscures those outside, it inadvertently cloaks its own. Luyin, you shall pay with your life. As this fierce cry reverberated, a woman garbed in white materialized from beyond the array, her countenance icy and rife with murderous intent. Luyin's expression shifted dramatically, a half-step into the transformation realm. A formidable aura erupted from her being as she struck towards the sword light, endeavoring to thwart its assault, yet her efforts were in vain. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival, Sui and her companion's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Yuan Ming wasted no time and, with unrelenting force, swiftly severed Lu Yin's arm. A chilling scream echoed, resonating throughout the courtyard. Who exactly are you? Lu Yin's gaze darkened to a profound extent. It was evident that this woman was aware of their presence and had been stealthily tracking them. After all, how could a perfected nascent soul-stage cultivator possibly discern the circumstances within the array? This individual had come expressly to eliminate him. Yuan Ming let out a cold laugh. You have slain my two sisters, and now you fail to even recall my visage? Lu Yin scrutinized Yuan Ming intently, and his pupils dilated in sudden realization. You are the little girl from the Yuan family. Chapter 50. Do not fear, your fifth brother comes to your rescue. Yuan Ming let out a cold laugh, her face etched with resentment as she said, Lu Yin, the Huajing sect annihilated my Yuan family, and you drained the life force of my two elder sisters. Today, I shall surely slay you to appease the spirits of my kin in the afterlife. As she spoke, her movements became a blur, launching an even more ferocious onslaught towards Lu Yin. A look of terror crept onto Lu Yin's face. He had never anticipated that Yuan Ming could break through to the semi-divine stage. At the time of the Huajing sect's massacre of the Yuan family, she was merely at the core formation stage, and yet, in less than a decade, she had ascended to the semi-divine threshold. In these 10 years, Lu Yin himself had only progressed from the early stage of the nascent soul to its consummation. Such rapid advancement was nearly comparable to many exceptional spiritual roots. But Yuan Ming had surpassed them all. With a swift motion, Lu Yin brandished a small flag that appeared in his hand and hurled it directly at Yuan Ming. Boom! The violent explosion reverberated through the air as Yuan Ming, caught off guard, was sent flying, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. This artifact had been bestowed upon him by an elder of the Huajing sect. Capable of delivering a blow befitting the divine stage, it was meant for his survival. Yet today he found it necessary to employ it. Lu Yin sneered, Since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall consume you today. A glint of greed shone in his eyes. Two female cultivators with celestial spiritual roots, combined with this semi-divine Yuan Ming, if he were to devour all three, he would undoubtedly break through to the divine stage. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Yuan Ming's aptitude appears to be merely that of a superior spiritual root. The remarkable speed at which she has transcended to the threshold of semi-transformation into divinity undoubtedly suggests that she has encountered some fortuitous opportunity. If one could seize that chance from her, it would surely propel them further along the path, possibly even to the status of an inter-sect elder. The Huajing sect, being a demonic faction, imposes limitations on the cultivation techniques available to its disciples below the rank of inter-sect elder. Only upon reaching the semi-refinement void stage and attaining the rank of inter-sect elder can one expect the sect master to personally alleviate these shortcomings. For nearly all disciples of the Huajing sect, breaking through to the semi-refinement void stage is a cherished aspiration. Yuan Ming's eyes gleamed with icy resolve. Rest assured. You shall not have that opportunity. Rising to her feet, she charged once more towards Lu Yin. How is this possible? Why are you unharmed? As Yuan Ming's formidable presence remained unyielding, panic washed over Lu Yin's face. Although the previous attack had not been lethal, it should have inflicted significant injury. How could a practitioner at the semi-transformation stage possibly emerge unscathed? Yuan Ming let out a cold laugh, while that strike had indeed wounded her. The majority of its force had been mitigated by the protective talisman she bore, leaving her to endure merely a fraction of its potency. With astonishing speed, Yuan Ming closed the distance to Lu Yin in an instant. Suhi, witnessing this scene, was filled with elation once Lu Yin met her demise. Their salvation would be at hand. A sense of survival after calamity lingered in their hearts. Fortunately, luck was on their side today. They encountered someone seeking revenge against the Huajing sect, or else the consequences would have been dire. However, just as Yuan Ming was about to take the life of Lu Yin, an unforeseen change occurred. How dare you? A deep reprimand echoed, reverberating through the minds of those present. The most affected was Yuan Ming, who collapsed to her knees, anguish etched across her face. From the main house in the courtyard, a man in his 60s emerged slowly, his countenance cold and forbidding. Though he appeared somewhat aged, his eyes sparkled with intensity, sharp and piercing. Upon seeing this, Lu Yin quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to Elder Wang. Elder Wang glared at him, his expression somber. Lu Yin, is this truly the place you sought? You were unaware that someone was tailing you. If she disrupts the sect master's plans, your life will be insufficient to atone for your folly. Hearing these words, terror washed over Lu Yin's face, and he hastily knelt. Elder Wang, I was momentarily negligent. I implore you to punish me. There was no need for clever excuses in this matter. With Yuan Ming now subdued, his best course of action was to sincerely acknowledge his mistake. Elder Wang's tone was icy as he continued. Had this been another elder, your life would be forfeit today. However, this is an exception. Do not repeat such a grave error. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lu Yin had been meticulously nurtured by him, having accomplished numerous tasks and procured many women for him each year. Naturally, Wang Jin would not so easily take his life. Feeling the icy tone of Wang Jin, Lu Yin's heart trembled. He understood that should such an issue arise again, his life would truly be in jeopardy. Thank you, Elder Wang. Wang Jin refrained from elaborating further, turning his gaze towards Yuan Ming. In the next moment, he abruptly waved his hand, causing Yuan Ming to crash into the corner as if struck by a heavy blow, her aura diminishing to an alarming degree. A half step to the divine transformation stage is indeed a delectable prize. I shall take this one, and you may have the other two. Wang Jin's tone brooked no dissent. Though Lu Yin felt a twinge of reluctance, he could only hastily nod in agreement. At least 2 celestial roots remained for himself. In truth, a single half step to the divine transformation stage was of minimal assistance to Wang Jin, who had fully attained that stage. His interest in Yuan Ming surely stemmed from something of great allure she possessed. It appeared that Yuan Ming harbored significant fortune. Alas, Lu Yin's heart burned with fury. Unable to direct his anger towards Wang Jin, he instead turned his gaze towards Suhi and her companion. Little beauty, soon you shall experience the depths of desire and despair. A chilling smile graced his face, rendering him akin to a demon, instilling unparalleled terror in Suhi and her companion. They had initially believed they would be rescued today, only to find themselves confronted by another in the divine transformation stage. Su Qianqian is younger than Suhi, her eyes filled with tears. Sister Suhi, what should I do? At merely 17 years of age, she is still a young girl. How could she not be frightened by such circumstances? Fear and despair enveloped the hearts of the two. Yuan Ming, witnessing this scene, felt as if she were reliving the torment endured by her own family at the hands of the Huajing sect. Release them. Fury ignited within Yuan Ming, prompting her to unleash a fierce cry. Although Su He and Su Qianqian were merely strangers to her, she could not bear to witness the repetition of the tragedies that had befallen the Yuan family. At that moment, a suffocating sense of oppression descended upon her, accompanied by the cold, indifferent voice of Wang Jin. You are struggling to save yourselves. Do you still have the capacity to concern yourself with others? Yuan Ming's anger remained unabated as she hastily channeled her spiritual energy into the ring on her finger, her tone laced with urgency. Master, have you awakened? In an instant, a resigned sigh echoed. You child, I merely slumbered for 3 months, and you have managed to create such turmoil. Truly, you cause me endless worry. With your insufficient strength, why must you provoke the Huajing sect? The voice carried a hint of tenderness and indulgence. Recalling that her prior slumber had been a consequence of Yuan Ming seeking vengeance against the Huajing sect during her nascent infant stage. Ultimately, she had encountered a relentless pursuit during the void refinement stage, leaving her no choice but to intervene. It was precisely due to that battle that her mental fortitude suffered a severe blow, forcing her into an involuntary slumber. Now, upon her recent awakening, she finds herself confronted with yet another predicament. This foolish disciple truly seems disinterested in her recovery. Here I am, a dignified sage, having awakened for a decade. Yet I am still more feeble than when I first emerged from my slumber. Very well, I shall clear the aftermath for you, so let your spirit be at ease. However, I cannot guarantee that I can eliminate this perfected transformation. At best, I can only facilitate an escape for you and those two young ladies. My mental strength has only just begun to restore, and I may not be able to ensure the safety of all three of you. If it becomes utterly impossible, I will have to abandon the two of them. Just as she was about to take control of Yuan Ming's body, a presence that sent shivers through her being began to pervade the courtyard. Soon after, a gentle yet magnetic youthful voice resonated from within. Do not fear. Little sister Suhi, your fifth brother has come to rescue you. Chapter 51. Su Chen takes action, merely an insect of the transformation sect. Upon hearing these words, Suhi was initially taken aback, but soon her face was flooded with excitement and grievance. Big brother, is that you? She turned to the direction from which the voice had emanated, and there stood a gentle-faced young man, akin to a caring elder brother, evoking a sense of warmth and comfort merely by his presence. In that moment, Su Chanqian, upon seeing this individual, also exclaimed in excitement, Big brother. Everyone from the Su family was well aware of Su Chen's immense strength. With his arrival, the transformation sect posed no threat. Tears welled in their eyes, uncertain whether they were a result of fear or overwhelming joy. Wang Jin, confronted by Su Chen's sudden appearance, wore an expression of grave concern. In the next instant, he unleashed his aura, resembling an enraged lion, and charged ferociously towards Su Chen. Though Su Chen did not emit any aura, Wang Jin still felt an immense pressure. Faced with such an adversary, one could either expend all their energy to eliminate him or flee. However, with the bustling Qifeng city outside, escape was not an option. The only choice was to dare to confront Su Chen. Su Chen regarded him with a calm and indifferent gaze, uttering a single word, insect. His voice seemed to resonate with divine authority, echoing through the air. Bang! Wang Jin was immediately crushed to the ground, as if a mountain had fallen upon him. His bones creaked under the unbearable pressure, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. You! Wang Jin struggled to lift his head. His eyes filled with sheer terror. Who on earth are you? The suffocating pressure enveloped him, plunging him into despair. He had never experienced such a sensation, even in the presence of the sect master during the fusion stage of the transformation sect. Deep down, Wang Jin already knew the answer previously. Sui had mentioned that they hailed from the Su family, and the figure before him could only be one person. Su Chen of the Su family, a practitioner of the returning origin realm. At that moment, his fear reached its zenith, and he yearned to beg for mercy, but the intense pressure rendered him speechless. Wang Jin ground his back teeth to dust. He genuinely wished to eliminate Lu Yin. Of all the individuals to target, why did it have to be someone from the Su family? Witnessing this, Lu Yin felt an overwhelming dread surge within him. In this perilous moment, he resolved to use the lives of Suhi and her companion as leverage. However, just as he reached out toward them, his body began to contort uncontrollably, searing pain coursing through him. His limbs twisted and coiled around his waist like a twisted pastry, leaving him utterly incapacitated. His eyes widened in horror, and the expression on his face betrayed the agony he had endured. The other two members of the transformation sect met a similar fate, unable to emit a sound, only able to silently scream in despair. Meanwhile, Wang Jin could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and was crushed into a mere pulp. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply insurmountable, a chasm that transcended any notion of equality. Su Chen had not even utilized 1/10,000th of his power. For him, eliminating a perfected transformation stage cultivator was exceedingly effortless. It's all right, Su Chen remarked gently as he turned to Suhi and the others. Next time, remember to bring the family token. It contains a formation that can safeguard your lives in critical moments and also notify the other members of the Su family. At that moment, however, Suhi and her companion were oblivious to his words. With tears in their eyes, they rushed to embrace Su Chen, exclaiming, "Fifth brother." Although they had previously suppressed their urge to weep, upon seeing Su Chen, Their emotions surged forth uncontrollably. Su Chen tenderly ruffled their hair and spoke softly. It's all right. With fifth brother here, no one in this world can harm you. After a brief moment of emotional release, they gradually composed themselves. Su Chen expressed further concern for the two before finally turning his gaze to Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming's heart tightened instantly. She recognized that the individual before her was far from ordinary, prompting her to bow respectfully. I pay my respects, esteemed senior. Su Chen glanced at Yuan Ming, then at the ring she wore. An elderly figure within the ring? Yet, it appeared to be a woman based on the aura emanating from it, which also bore a faint trace of sanctity, albeit quite weak. Even at her peak, she seemed to be merely a sage. Retracting his gaze, Su Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Are you willing to serve the Su family? The Su family aspires to grow, and possessing formidable subordinates is indispensable. Whether it be Yuan Ming or the sage within her ring, both significantly contribute to the advancement of the Su family. Yuan Ming's expression shifted with shock. The individual before her belonged to the Su family. With such impressive strength at such a young age, he must be Su Chen of the returning element realm. However, her face soon displayed a look of conflict. Joining the Su family would mean being dependent on others, and she still harbored a deep-seated vendetta. Would she be able to exact her revenge after aligning herself with the Su family? Cautiously, Yuan Ming spoke. Senior, I have yet to avenge a great grievance. And I fear. She wished to decline, yet was apprehensive that a direct refusal might displease Su Chen. A great grievance? Are you referring to the Transforming Essence sect? Su Chen replied in a calm tone. That sect will cease to exist in this world today. So you need not worry about that matter. He had no intention of sparing the Transforming Essence sect. Once the affairs here concluded, he would directly eradicate it. Yuan Ming was taken aback, her face brightening with joy. Senior, do you truly mean it? Upon uttering those words, she realized her indiscretion. A being of such power had no need to deceive a mere half-step divine transformation ant like her. Immediately, Yuan Ming declared, Senior, if you are willing to annihilate the Transforming Essence sect, then I shall become a member of the Su family from this day forth, ready to sacrifice everything for them. Su Chen nodded, then turned with a smile to Su He and the others, saying, I shall take my leave now. Do exercise caution the next time you venture out. The two individuals nodded heavily, having come to realize through this experience that the world is far more perilous than they had ever imagined. In the next moment, Su Chen vanished from sight, accompanied by Yuan Ming. Due to Su Chen's extraordinary speed, Yuan Ming found her vision blurring, rendering her unable to comprehend the unfolding events. She felt as if she were caught in a dizzying whirlwind. After a few moments, clarity returned, revealing before her a colossal sect. At the forefront of the sect hung a sign, adorned with elegant, swirling characters that read, Huajing Sect. Although this sect belonged to the dark forces, its formidable strength granted it a place within the Jinghong dynasty. From the perspective of the imperial family, despite its affiliation with the dark arts, as long as it did not overstep its bounds, the sect remained a part of the imperial domain. Thus, the royal family opted for suppression rather than complete eradication. Upon encountering this sect, Yuan Ming's eyes brimmed with resentment. Huajing Sect, Yuan Ming uttered through gritted teeth. This was the very force she yearned to annihilate at every moment, for it was they who had caused the demise of her kin, leaving her to wander the world, desolate and alone. Had it not been for the Huajing Sect, she might still be enjoying her life as the cherished daughter of the Yuan family, basking in the love of her parents and sister. But now, all of that was lost. Su Chen lowered his gaze, and a formidable wave of energy emanated from his being, akin to an awakening primordial beast, instilling a profound sense of dread. He lifted his hand and pointed downward. With that singular gesture, the very fabric of reality began to fracture, rifts appearing in the void, while the earth trembled as if it too feared this overwhelming power. Which esteemed elder has arrived? A voice filled with terror resonated from within the Huajing sect. In the next moment, a figure dashed out from the sect, his face etched with indescribable fear. This individual was none other than the sect master of Huajing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an immense force descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the entirety of the Jinghong Empire, felt by all those at or above the God transformation stage. Countless individuals turned their gazes toward the source of this explosive energy, their eyes reflecting sheer panic. What an utterly terrifying presence! Who could it be? Chapter 52. The terrifying Su Chen, the ascendance of the Saint Emperor. Under the weight of this formidable power, the leader of the Huajing sect appeared as helpless as a mere mortal in the face of a natural disaster. utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Without even a scream, he was directly dissolved into the ether, his soul extinguished. In the place where the Huajing sect once stood, a gaping pit, several hundred meters deep, was left behind. This chasm extended for dozens of miles, evoking sheer awe in all who beheld it. Almost every formidable being within the Huajing sect perished in this singular strike. Yuan Ming, witnessing this scene, was left utterly speechless, astounded by the sheer strength displayed. Is this the power of a Gu Yuan realm cultivator? How astonishingly powerful. Her previous encounters with the mightiest of cultivators had only been with those in the void refinement stage. Yet, in the presence of Su Chen, she felt an insurmountable disparity, a chasm as wide as the heavens and the earth. Previously, she had thought the void refinement stage represented true strength, but today, her perception was irrevocably transformed by Su Chen's prowess. Meanwhile, Su Chen maintained an air of calm, as though he had merely accomplished a mundane task. After fulfilling this grim duty, he escorted Yuan Ming to the foot of Wanyun Mountain, where he entrusted her to Su He before departing. A person of Yuan Ming's caliber could hardly be treated as an ordinary servant. She was destined to serve specifically the direct lineage. Thus, although Yuan Ming was technically a servant upon joining the Su family, her status would not be insignificant. Upon witnessing Su Chen's formidable prowess, Yuan Ming naturally expressed her eagerness to join the Su family. After Su He completed her identity registration and assigned her residence, she truly became a part of the Su clan. In a chamber nestled on the mountainside, Yuan Ming could not suppress a soft call. "Master, are you still there?" Since Su Chen's departure, her master had remained utterly unresponsive. After a considerable time, a wisp of azure smoke emanated from Yuan Ming's ring, eventually coalescing into a woman. Dressed in a flowing azure gown, her beauty resembled that of a celestial being, her figure exquisitely graceful, akin to a work of art. And Qinglian gazed with a complex expression towards the summit of Wangan Mountain, remarking, "That individual must be aware of my existence, and there is no need for concealment." Her tone carried a hint of reverence and respect, which immediately elicited a look of astonishment from Yuan Ming. "Master, who is that? What do you mean?" She was acutely aware that her master was a being of saintly caliber. To invoke such reverence in her was nothing short of extraordinary. Could it be that the young master of the Su family was not merely a practitioner of the returning origin realm, or was there something more? After a moment of silence, Qinglian recalled the overwhelming divine presence that emanated from Su Chen. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "It is none other than the young master of the Su family, Su Chen. Your joining the Su family poses no issue, with Su Chen safeguarding the family. It is destined to become one of the most powerful forces in the entire Xiantian realm. Though our previous encounter was brief, I have already discerned that Su Chen's cultivation far surpasses my peak period. At the very least, they all commence as formidable sovereigns. Such practitioners, within the entire Xiantian realm, are nearly all titans in their own right, guarding sacred grounds as venerable ancestors." She could scarcely fathom the existence of such a practitioner within the Su family. Yuan Ming could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Who exactly is he?" And Qinglian shook her head, indicating her own ignorance, yet she elaborated, "I am not well acquainted with him, but this young master Su Chen is undoubtedly more powerful than I was at the peak of my own abilities." "What?" Yuan Ming was immediately taken aback, her eyes reflecting astonishment. The Su family, indeed, harbored a being of saintly caliber. In the next moment, exhilaration surged across her face. To align herself with a force commanded by such a powerful figure was nothing short of a monumental opportunity for her. A saint. Yuan Ming could not suppress a swallow. The outside world believed Su Chen to be merely at the returning origin stage, yet unbeknownst to them, he was a being of saintly strength. And Qinglian's expression turned grave as she cautioned, "Minger, such matters must not be divulged without the young master Su's consent. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire." She understood that beings of this caliber operate according to their own reasoning. Perhaps Su Chen was devising something significant, and should Yuan Ming disseminate this information, calamity might very well ensue. Yuan Ming's spirit stiffened. "Rest assured, master, I shall not breathe a word to anyone." Speaking thus, she, for the sake of precaution, cast a silent spell upon herself to prevent any inadvertent slip of the tongue. However, after a brief moment of joy, Yuan Ming gradually regained her composure. She lifted her gaze towards the distance. Being situated on the hillside of Wangan Mountain granted her a remarkably expansive view. As the gentle breeze caressed her face, Yuan Ming could not help but let out a deep sigh. The annihilation of the Huajing sect brought her no joy. Instead, her heart was weighed down with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. What did it matter that the Huajing sect had been destroyed when her sister and kin could never return? Noticing her distress, Qinglian placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and spoke softly. Child, you are the last remaining member of the Yuan family. For the sake of your family, you must live well. This will grant them peace in the afterlife. Yuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Master, I understand. Her heart was not as fragile as it seemed. She merely felt a tinge of melancholy. Soon, Yuan Ming collected herself, her expression resolute as she declared, since the Su family possesses such formidable strength, my progress in reconstructing your physical form will surely accelerate. Moreover, Master, did you not mention that there are numerous pursuers after you? With the protection of young Master Su Chen, those individuals will undoubtedly refrain from causing you further trouble, correct? And Qinglian nodded with a smile. Indeed, none among them can rival the Saint Emperor, and thus, they would not dare to trouble me. Saint Emperor? Yuan Ming's mind was clouded with questions, clearly unfamiliar with the term. And Qinglian shook her head, saying, once you mature, you will naturally comprehend that the pressing matter is to awaken your void sacred body. Yuan Ming immediately nodded in agreement, replying, yes, I will heed my master's words. Whispers of discussion continued to echo within the confines of the dwelling. Meanwhile, at the location of the Huajing sect, numerous powerful beings cautiously arrived to assess the situation. Upon discovering that the Huajing sect had vanished without a trace, leaving only a gaping pit, shock enveloped all present. The Huajing sect had been annihilated. Who could have perpetrated such an act? This was a force at the integration stage. Could it have been the old sovereign? Unlikely, as the old sovereign had long since entered seclusion to break through to the return to origin realm. Given the proximity to Wangan Mountain, the only individuals capable of slaying a formidable being at the integration stage could be from the Su family, who were also highly likely suspects. I strongly suspect it to be someone from the Su family. That aura we sensed earlier was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing even that of the old sovereign, one remarked. The Huajing sect truly brought this upon themselves by provoking such a figure. Clearly, they all attributed the destruction of the Huajing sect to Su Chen. This demonic force was immensely powerful, with its master being a practitioner of the mid-integration stage. Only the royal family had the capability to eradicate such a sect within the entire Jinghong Empire. Unfortunately, the royal family had yet to take action. Now, with the Huajing sect eradicated by the Su family, countless individuals expressed their approval and applauded the outcome. In an instant, the reputation of the Su family soared once again, establishing itself as the most coveted force within the empire of Jinghong. Countless prodigies even sought out the Su family, eager to pledge their allegiance. However, Su Qitian selectively retained only a portion of the most promising individuals, while the majority were turned away. The Su family sought loyalty and reliability, rather than those who merely sought to curry favor and descend the social ladder. Chapter 53, Subduing the Azure Jiao of the Ink Sea with the allegiance of more individuals. The Su family experienced rapid growth, its power expanding exponentially. However, Su Chen paid little heed to these matters, preferring to recline peacefully within the confines of Wangan Courtyard. He relished this serene state of existence, free from concerns. During moments of ennui, he would venture out for leisurely strolls. In fact, Su Chen had taken to hosting barbecues, occasionally setting up a grill in the courtyard, leading a life of utmost comfort. Such tranquil and leisurely living was precisely what he sought. Reporting to the young master, outside the courtyard, a respectful voice from a guard resounded. As you previously instructed, we have made progress in the search for mounts of the Demon King level. In the eastern region of Wanhai County, known as the Sea of Misguidance, there is said to be a Demon King in the integration stage, whose true form is that of a Jiao dragon. The guard's tone carried a hint of excitement and reverence. The young master was indeed formidable, daring to capture a Demon King of the integration stage as a mount. Wanhai County? Su Chen nodded. I understand. Upon uttering these words, he extended his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Wanhai County in an instant, swiftly locating the Jiao dragon. However, Su Chen soon discerned that the creature's aura was somewhat feeble, its life force steadily waning. It was evident that this Jiao dragon's lifespan was nearing its end. Typically, demon beasts enjoy longer lifespans than humans, with integration stage cultivators living up to 10,000 years. Given its powerful lineage, this Jiao dragon likely boasted a lifespan of at least 20 to 30,000 years. However, his lifespan was drawing to a close, a clear indication of his advanced age. The legendary dragon, alas, was not a true dragon, yet, with a modicum of refinement to its bloodline, it could serve as a mount, albeit barely sufficient. Su Chen murmured softly before vanishing from Mount Wangan. When he reappeared, He had reached the vast misty sea of One-Eye County. This expansive sea was fraught with treacherous undercurrents and inhabited by numerous monstrous beasts, including formidable sixth-tier creatures of the void refinement stage, rendering it a forbidden domain for humanity, hence the name Misty Sea. Deep within the Misty Sea, a colossal creature lay ensconced, its body nearly 1,000 feet in length, and within a 100-mile radius. No other beast dared to approach. This magnificent being possessed a pair of claws, a horse's head, and a serpent's tail, adorned with a coat of dark-scaled armor, crowned with a pair of impressive horns that exuded a verdant glow. This was the sovereign of the Misty Sea, the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao, a descendant of the Azure Dragon, albeit with a diluted lineage. Suddenly, the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao's eyes snapped open, its immense pupils shimmering like the cosmos, radiating a soft green luminescence. Human. Its voice resonated, causing the surrounding waters to erupt in turbulence, waves surging fiercely across the surface. A grave expression filled its gaze, for beasts possessed a keener sense than humans. The fact that this individual could approach unannounced signified an extraordinary level of power. As a demon king in the stage of fusion, he was certainly not as foolish as the lower-tier demon beasts, hence refraining from a reckless assault. However, the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao remained exceedingly cautious. Continuous friction existed between the human and demon clans, with the former capable of becoming sustenance for the latter, and various parts of the demon race being invaluable for alchemy and weapon crafting. Could this unfamiliar human truly be here to slay him? Chen did not respond but scrutinized him intently before nodding and remarking, "Indeed, your appearance is rather acceptable." He then raised his gaze towards the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao and spoke with a composed tone, "I offer you an opportunity to become my steed." The Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao's immense eyes widened in disbelief as he thundered, "Human, do you comprehend the words you utter?" A formidable aura of malice emanated from his being, causing the entire Misty Sea to grow restless, with countless demon beasts hastily retreating to the periphery. The Demon King had awakened. He was about to commence his hunt. Some demon beasts, having attained a modicum of intelligence, gazed in terror towards the source of the overwhelming presence. The Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao's eyes glinted with murderous intent. To dare to claim him as a mount was an affront that even the esteemed Jing Hong Wang could not merit. As a flood dragon, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable, though he was merely of the 7th-tier intermediate stage, akin to the mid-stage of human fusion in reality. His fighting capability could be likened to that of a half-step into the origin realm. In the depths of S' gaze flickered a hint of trepidation as he coldly remarked, "Human, my lifespan is drawing to a close, and I possess no further potential for advancement. I shall perish within a century at most. Allow me to spend my remaining days in peace, and when the time comes, my body may be yours. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make your existence unbearable, even at the cost of my own life." He was nearing death and yearned only to witness the world one last time. He had no qualms about confronting if it meant securing that fleeting glimpse, for death was an inevitability. Remained silent, his palm coalescing a drop of crimson blood, which seemed to resonate with the roar of a true dragon, emanating a deafening and terrifying energy. Trembled, his pupils constricting in shock as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Replied coolly, "A drop of true dragon blood. As a descendant of the dragon lineage, you must comprehend the immense benefits this could bestow upon you." Quaked with anticipation, his breath growing increasingly agitated. At that moment, exhilaration surged within him. True dragon blood. Should he manage to absorb it, not only would his bloodline evolve, but his cultivation would also ascend to new heights. He regarded with profound seriousness, realizing that the offering of true dragon blood indicated that his visitor did not come with intentions of murder. A steed's eyes were filled with inner turmoil. Despite the dilution of his bloodline, pride surged within him as a descendant of the true dragon. It is indeed difficult to accept being reduced to a mere steed for the human race. Observing his hesitation, Chen refrained from pressing him. In Chen's view, forcing the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao into submission would serve no purpose. If he desired him as a mount, it would be akin to having a companion. Should the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao ultimately refuse, he would not insist. After a prolonged silence, the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao lifted his head and declared with a resounding voice, "Very well, I shall agree." After all, he was on the brink of death. The blood of the true dragon could not only elevate him further, but also offer the chance of ancestral bloodline revival. Such an extraordinary benefit was indeed difficult to resist. Most importantly, he did not wish to perish. The blood of the true dragon could grant him the opportunity to continue living. Chen nodded and raised his hand, inscribing a mark directly onto the Imo-Hai-Ching-Jiao's brow. This was the contract of servitude. How could this be? The Mo Hai Qing Jiao's pupils constricted sharply, his face reflecting an intense fear as he gazed at Su Chen. Establishing a master-servant contract with a beast typically required the beast's consent. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging to accomplish. Yet, he had been completely unaware of the process, which had been forcefully enacted upon him. This signified that the strength of this human surpassed his wildest imagination. In that moment, the pride within him was utterly relinquished, leaving only profound respect. The demon race venerates the strong. If you were stronger than I, then you were king. And the power exhibited by Su Chen was truly terrifying. To submit to such a formidable force could hardly be seen as a loss to him. The fact that the other party could casually produce such a miraculous substance as true dragon blood speaks volumes of his extraordinary nature. Su Chen handed over the true dragon blood and calmly said, "Hurry and refine it." The Mo Hai Qing Jiao felt a sudden chill in his heart and promptly replied, "Yes, master." Chapter 54. The prestige reaches new heights. The blood of the true dragon was ingested by the Inksea Azure Flood Dragon, and immediately, the immense power of its lineage began to circulate throughout its entire being, as if it had been rejuvenated. In an instant, a formidable aura pervaded the entire misty sea. A resounding dragon roar erupted, and on the forehead of the Inksea Azure Flood Dragon, a small horn transformed into a larger, more prominent one. Accompanying this roar, all the beasts within the misty sea prostrated themselves, trembling with palpable fear. Subsequently, the Inksea Azure Flood Dragon let out a series of anguished roars, clearly in torment. The essence of the true dragon's blood was overwhelmingly dominant, relentlessly reshaping the flood dragon's flesh and bloodline. This process of rebirth was undeniably excruciating. Yet, despite the discomfort, the flood dragon reveled in the experience. It sensed the burgeoning power of its bloodline, which filled its entire being with exhilarating fervor. Soon, its physique began to transform. The once inky black scales shed rapidly, leaving behind a gory sight. However, it was not long before vibrant green scales re-emerged, emanating an extraordinary luminescence, harmonizing with the undulating sea, creating an aura of enigma. The aura surrounding the Inksea Azure Flood Dragon continued to ascend, propelling it from the mid-stage of the fusion realm to the brink of the primordial realm. In terms of the demon race's hierarchy, this equated to half a step into the 8th tier, a half step towards the demon emperor. The Azure Flood Dragon of the Inksea suddenly emerged from the sea of confusion, its aura erupting with unrestrained intensity as it traversed the realms, resembling a soaring dragon. "Ha ha ha, I have transformed into a dragon. This is the true dragon." At that moment, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Although he could not compare to the mighty bloodlines of the dragon clan, he had indeed transcended the realm of a mere flood dragon, becoming a genuine dragon. His form had expanded nearly threefold, growing from a mere 1,000 zhong to approximately 3,000 zhong, presenting an imposing figure that evoked a sense of dread merely by its presence. Within the Jinghong Empire, countless individuals sensed this terrifying aura, their expressions tinged with astonishment. This emanation originated from Wanhai County. Could it be that the demon king of the Sea of Confusion had broken through again? Wasn't the Azure Flood Dragon nearing the end of its lifespan? How could it achieve such a breakthrough at this moment? The strength of this aura was too formidable, vastly different from that of the Azure Flood Dragon. Could it be that a new demon king had arisen from the Sea of Confusion? Almost simultaneously, the powerful beings within the Jinghong Empire gazed gravely towards the direction of the Sea of Confusion. With the Azure Flood Dragon already possessing immense power, this recent breakthrough could allow it to stand toe-to-toe with the Jinghong Empire. Above the Sea of Confusion, after a hearty laugh, the Azure Flood Dragon once again approached Su Chen, lowering its head in silence. As a steed, it required no superfluous words. It merely needed to act upon its master's commands. Su Chen leapt onto its head and gazed into the distance, appreciating the splendid view. The enhancement of the Mo Hai Qing Jiao's bloodline rendered it exceptionally striking, exuding an air of grandeur. Su Chen was thoroughly pleased with his mount. "Let us proceed," he declared, turning his gaze towards Yunshan. Accompanied by a resonant roar, a colossal creature surged through the sea of clouds, advancing into the horizon. As it passed over the territories of various human cultivators, countless onlookers stared in awe and trepidation at the dragon soaring above them. What a terrifying aura! From whence does this beast originate? Is there such a formidable demon king within our Jinghong dynasty? Could it be that demon kings from other regions have come to assault our Jinghong Empire? This beast seems rather peculiar. It resembles a dragon. Are you jesting? Our eastern domain has long been devoid of dragons, save for a single flood dragon in the misty sea. Discussions erupted among them. Initially alarmed at the sight of the immortal-grade, they soon relaxed upon realizing it bore no malevolent intent. As they passed through Qifeng City, the city lord's expression shifted dramatically. He promptly emerged from the city lord's residence, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Which esteemed demon clan elder graces us with their presence?" Despite the historical discord between humans and demons, they were united in their pursuit of cultivation and the quest for immortality. Moreover, upon reaching the realm of the Demon King, the intelligence exhibited was indistinguishable from that of the human race, rendering it entirely appropriate to address him as senior. The immortal-grade remained silent, merely gazing coldly at the diminutive creature before him. At last, the Lord of Qifeng had discerned the colossal entity ahead. A true dragon. His eyes shimmered with disbelief, for the creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the dragon lineage. Antlers akin to a deer, a head resembling a camel, eyes like a rabbit's, a neck reminiscent of a serpent, a belly akin to that of a clam, scales resembling those of a fish, claws like an eagle's, paws akin to a tiger's, and ears reminiscent of a cow's. Aside from minor discrepancies in a few areas, it was indistinguishable from a dragon. Could it be that a true dragon still existed within the Xiantian realm? Such divine beasts had indeed once roamed the realm, but following the disappearance of the Xiantian emperor, many divine creatures faded into obscurity, including the true dragon. After years of evolution, the divine beasts that remained in Xiantian realm had become exceedingly rare. The most alarming aspect was the aura emanating from the immortal-grade, which was overwhelmingly terrifying and entirely distinct from that of the demons, imbued with divinity. Could it truly be a divine beast? However, he soon noticed a handsome young man seated atop the dragon's head. A human. The Lord of Qifeng's pupils constricted sharply. Could this dragon be his mount? To tame such a formidable dragon, what level of power must its master possess? The Lord of Qifeng hastily bowed. "I pay my respects, Senior." He dared not gaze too long at Chen, yet a fleeting glance had awakened a sense of uncanny familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Chen, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Ah, it is Lord Zhou. I trust you are well." Lord Qifeng suddenly lifted his head, and upon gaining a clear view of the figure atop the colossal dragon, he was struck with profound astonishment. Chen. The Su family resided on Wangan Mountain, which lay in close proximity to Qifeng City. During a previous visit to the Su family, he had once met Chen. The remarkable memory of a cultivator allowed him to instantly recognize Chen at a glance. Zhou Yuan stood in a daze. Could Chen's prowess truly be so extraordinary? To tame a true dragon? The aura emanating from the immortal-grade suggested that it was at least at the half-step Gu Yuan realm, exuding an oppressive presence far surpassing that of the former old Jinghan king. Zhou Yuan hastily bowed to Chen, saying, "I pay my respects to young Master Su. May I inquire about this?" Chen replied nonchalantly, "Just my mount." A mount? Zhou Yuan's heart brimmed with astonishment. It was indeed his mount. To have such a formidable beast as a companion would undoubtedly solidify the Su family's status beyond challenge. Without further ado, Chen proceeded directly to Wangan Mountain aboard the immortal-grade. Upon his return, the entirety of the Su family was engulfed in profound shock, particularly as they beheld Chen seated majestically upon the dragon's head, an image that radiated unparalleled prestige. The admiration of the Su family was palpable. Ultimately, immortal-grade resided amidst the lofty clouds of the Zixia mountain range, having transformed into a dragon. Although its lineage was not yet robust, it possessed the innate abilities befitting a dragon. Mastery over wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were mere fundamental skills, and soaring through the heavens was no challenge at all. Immortal-grade was also bestowed with a new name by Chen, Qingshi. From Wanyan Mountain, gazing towards the Zixia mountain range, one could discern its immense silhouette, faintly visible amidst the mist and clouds. Chapter 55, The Secrets of the Xiantian Realm and the Ascension to the Sacred Body. The tale of Chen's conquest of the true dragon swiftly spread throughout the Jingong Empire, igniting a tempest of curiosity and intrigue. Even neighboring empires prepared to witness the truth behind this astonishing claim. A true dragon. It had been ages since the Xiantian realm had encountered such a magnificent creature, not to mention the draconic lineage. Even other divine beasts had become mere whispers of the past, spoken of only within the ancient clans of sacred lands. The existence of a living divine beast sparked insatiable curiosity among the populace. Consequently, throngs of individuals flocked to the vicinity of the Zixia mountain range daily, eager to behold the towering entity above. Its form indeed resembled that of a dragon, exuding an aura of formidable strength. at least at the later stages of the fusion realm, verging on the return to origin realm. The very notion that such a terrifying beast could be subdued by the Su family was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, doubts lingered. Was this truly a divine beast? Many expressed skepticism, asserting that divine beasts had long since vanished, particularly the dragons. Whispers of speculation filled the air, reaching the ears of Chen, who found himself somewhat exasperated. In his former demeanor, he would have eliminated all the skeptics without a second thought. However, as Su Chen's steed, he refrained from acting without his master's command. Thus, he summoned clouds and mist to envelop himself entirely, rendering him invisible to those who had come to the Zhixiao mountain range. This shroud of obscurity effectively dampened their enthusiasm, leading to a significant decline in daily spectators. However, due to the absence of a true appearance, many people remained skeptical about the existence of the Dragon Clan, and gradually, discussions surrounding this matter faded away. In the Wangyun courtyard, Su Chen languidly reclined on a chair, gazing at the clouds drifting in the distance. With time on his hands, he turned his attention to the system backpack, curious about what new items he had recently acquired. The system automatically marked the new possessions obtained within the past 6 months, and upon inspection, it appeared that his item level had reached the 8th rank of the celestial tier, though he was not entirely certain of its corresponding realm. A glance at the cultivation he had gained through sign-ins revealed that, after expending over 2 million units of cultivation, he still possessed over 100 billion years. Let me use a bit, he thought. I shall utilize 1 million years of cultivation. As Su Chen executed his command, an immense surge of power flooded into his being. In mere moments, he transcended from the innate ancient sage to the supreme sage, and the Taoist power within him became exceedingly potent, with life force seemingly boundless, surging forth. Upon reaching the sage rank, one's lifespan extended to at least 100,000 years. Should one manage to break through within the sage ranks, the lifespan could reach between 200,000 and 300,000 years. Currently, his cultivation stood as a supreme sage, with a lifespan exceeding 1 million years. The cultivation accrued through the system's sign-ins was calculated based on conventional training, while his primordial celestial body was inherently extraordinarily powerful, demanding an even greater amount of energy for breakthroughs. Without any external resources to assist him, under normal cultivation circumstances, the pace of his breakthroughs was agonizingly slow. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of sagehood, Su Chen's internal cultivation continued its relentless ascent. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed within his mind. Warning, the host is on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. This world cannot sustain an emperor-level being. Should the host wish to halt the breakthrough, as its occurrence would lead to the collapse of this realm? A prompt materialized before Su Chen's eyes. Halt. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose to cease his progression, though a deep furrow formed upon his brow. The interruption was successful, returning to him 500,000 years of unused cultivation power. Gazing upwards into the heavens, he became acutely aware of the Tao of heaven within the Xiantian realm. It felt feeble and insignificant. With his current strength, a single punch could likely shatter the entire eastern region, such was the fragility of this world. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The weakening of the Tao of heaven and the inability to ascend to the emperor level were undoubtedly linked to the mysterious disappearance of the great emperors from hundreds of thousands of years ago. During his idle hours at the Wangyun Academy, he often perused various texts. According to the records, there were once 3 emperor-level powerhouses stationed within the Xiantian realm. Yet for reasons unknown, these 3 eminent figures inexplicably vanished. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy throughout the entire Xiantian realm had diminished by nearly 2/3. In just a few 100,000 years, there should be sages and powerful beings from that era still alive today. One could inquire and learn the truth then. Su Chen did not dwell on these thoughts, for he preferred not to become entangled in such matters, knowing that the answers would eventually reveal themselves. After some contemplation, Su Chen decided to summon Su Qi Tian, Su Hongyuan, and Su Yunqian. Having previously elevated their status to celestial roots, he was now prepared to enhance them once more. However, he intended to do this in batches rather than all at once. Before long, the 3 arrived at Wangyun courtyard. "Chenner, what brings us here?" Su Hongyuan inquired, his face radiating warmth as he gazed fondly at his little grandson. Su Chen smiled and replied, "I am here to elevate your qualifications." The 3 were momentarily taken aback. "Elevate our qualifications?" Su Chen nodded and continued, "Previously, I raised you all to celestial roots, and now that you have fully adapted, I plan to elevate the direct descendants of the Su family to divine physique. Additionally, I will enhance some core members of the collateral line to celestial roots as well." At this revelation, the 3's pupils dilated in shock. The divine physique. Su Yunqian stammered, his lips trembling as he asked, Chen, are you certain? Celestial roots are already regarded as supreme qualifications within the realm of the Jinghong Empire, while any physique beyond that is exceedingly rare. Regarding the legendary saint body, it is said that only one appeared in the entirety of the Jinghong Empire 3,000 years ago. This individual ultimately devoted himself to a sacred place in the eastern domain, known as the Xiantian Sacred Ground. Su Chen smiled and remarked, Is there any doubt about this? Great Elder, what kind of cultivation technique do you practice? I can assist you in finding a suitable saint body. He had access to numerous saint bodies of all varieties. Su Yunqian swallowed hard and replied, I practice the sword Dao. Sword. Su Chen nodded and began to search through his system's inventory. The moon-embracing sword body, the starry sword body, the yin-yang sword body, one by one, the saint-level physiques passed before his eyes. Soon, Su Chen selected a fitting saint body. Thunderclap sword body. Su Yunqian's sword style was fierce, emphasizing power, and among the saint bodies, the Thunderclap sword body was known for its formidable explosive energy, making it well-suited for him. Su Chen said with a smile, Great Elder, please take a seat. Filled with excitement, Su Yunqian could hardly believe he had the opportunity to become a saint body. If it were anyone else, he would have dismissed the notion entirely. However, the numerous astonishments that Su Chen had brought forth compelled Su Yunqian to accept the possibility. He sat on the stool as Su Chen placed his hand upon his head. Moments later, a surge of electric power coursed into Su Yunqian's body. In an instant, the ferocious lightning energy erupted from him, seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path. Su Chen swiftly erected a barrier to contain this surge of power, encircling Su Yunqian. Should these bolts of lightning be unleashed in their entirety, the safety of Wangan Academy would be imperiled. Before long, piercing and harrowing cries echoed through Wangan Academy, sending shivers down spines and causing hair to stand on end. Chapter 56. The four symbols sect. The anguished cries persisted for an extended duration, nearly threefold that of the earlier transformation of the heavenly roots. Yet the suffering experienced was far beyond mere multiplication. Naturally, Su Chen was unaware of this. It was merely conjecture on his part. For Su Yunqian's visage indeed bore the mark of excruciating agony. Lying prostrate on the ground, Su Yunqian writhed in torment, his entire being convulsing violently, his countenance contorted in the utmost distress. However, amidst these harrowing screams, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. The two guards stationed at the entrance of the Wangan courtyard exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion. What, indeed, was transpiring within? The lamentations continued for quite some time before they gradually subsided. Inside the Wanyan courtyard, Su Yunqian appeared utterly drained, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. I feel as though I am on the brink of death, he thought to himself. Yet Su Qitian, indifferent to his plight, hastened towards him and inquired, Second brother, what is your condition? Taking a deep breath and sensing the immense power of lightning coursing within him, Su Yunqian's expression transformed into one of profound exhilaration. This surge of lightning was extraordinarily potent, surpassing even that generated by many advanced earthly-level techniques, and this was merely the preliminary stage of his thunderous sword body. He could hardly fathom the terror that awaited upon its full maturation. What was most crucial was the perfect synergy between the thunderous sword body and the swordsmanship. The lightning could seamlessly integrate into his martial path. Su Yunqian exclaimed with great excitement, Elder brother, this truly is the sacred body. I feel as though my physical form has been enhanced at least fourfold, and my being is now suffused with the power of thunder and lightning. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, and a long sword materialized in his hand. Slash! Su Yunqian shouted fiercely, swinging his blade towards the heavens. In an instant, a formidable beam of sword light surged forth, accompanied by immense thunderous energy, and a terrifying rift in the void manifested above Mount Wangan. My heavens! Both Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan were left astounded, overwhelmed by such terrifying power. Su Yunqian laughed heartily. Is this the essence of the sacred body? I can feel that the potency of the same technique has increased at least tenfold. No wonder those prodigies can slay foes beyond their realm. Although he was merely at the initial stage of void refinement, this single strike was already capable of rivaling that of someone at the late stage of void refinement. Should he reach the minor accomplishment of the thunderclap sword body, he could even contend with those at the threshold of integration. A glimmer of envy shone in Su Qingtian's eyes as he eagerly urged, Chener, quickly, grant me a similar boon. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Su Qingtian was also a swordsman. However, his sword style differed from that of Su Yunqian, who pursued dominance. Su Qingtian's swordplay resembled the relentless waves of the ocean, growing ever stronger with each clash. Indestructible sword body. Although this sword body lacked the destructive power of the thunderclap sword body, it significantly enhanced the physical form and was inherently a sword-born constitution, regardless of the cultivation method that Su Qingtian may pursue in the future. His innate constitution allows for rapid mastery, enabling him to wield sword intent with formidable potency. Soon, anguish cries echoed once more. After a span of 30 minutes, Su Chen elevated all three individuals to the sacred body. Su Hongyuan, having cultivated the physical form, was directly bestowed with the ancient sacred body, a prestigious constitution renowned for its extraordinary strength. Achieving great perfection in this form grants the ability of blood rebirth as a fundamental skill. The sacred body. From this day forth, they are all sacred bodies. Excitement illuminated their faces. Previously, while enhancing their spiritual roots, they experienced a modest increase in cultivation speed and a slight fortification of their physical forms, yet the augmentation was not particularly pronounced. However, the sacred body imparted an unmistakable sense of newfound strength, akin to a child abruptly maturing into adulthood, with an overall combat prowess that far surpassed their former capabilities. The remarkable aspect is that they have only just begun to integrate the sacred body, not yet attaining even a minor accomplishment in this realm. Once they fully acclimate to their newfound physical forms, their combat prowess will indeed become truly terrifying, allowing them to effortlessly vanquish foes across a significant realm. Naturally, this applies predominantly to ordinary cultivators. Should they encounter other prodigies endowed with formidable constitutions, the challenge would prove considerably more arduous. In the following period, Su Chen frequently summoned certain direct descendants to his presence, assisting them in attaining the sacred body. Within a fortnight, every direct descendant of the Su family had achieved the sacred body level. The enhancement of physical bodies undoubtedly incurs a tremendous expenditure, particularly with so many sacred physiques at play. Therefore, Su Chen directly bestowed upon Su Qingtian nearly 300 billion top-grade spirit stones, along with an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once the affairs of the direct lineage were settled, Su Chen turned his attention to elevating the qualifications of the collateral branch. From a bloodline perspective, they too were members of the Su family, and it was inconceivable to neglect them entirely. Among the collateral branch, Su Chen selected nearly 30 individuals to elevate them to the status of celestial roots. Thus, the Su family emerged as the most formidable force in the eastern region, boasting unparalleled talent. Even the sacred grounds could not claim such a distinction with their direct lineage consisting entirely of sacred physiques. With the enhancement of the Su family's strength, their development surged once more. It would not be long before the members of the Su family became renowned powerhouses within the Jinghong Empire. In the 5 great cities. Upon departure, Su Chen specifically transformed the local environment, enhancing the abundance of spiritual energy. Although it still fell short compared to the Jinghong Empire, there was a significant improvement. Presently, the 5 great cities held little value for the Su family, yet they continued to reap some benefits. Thus, the family never relinquished their claim to this territory. After all, which force would disdain an expansive domain? In Mingyue City, the Su family is no longer as bustling as it once was. The comings and goings have diminished significantly, with only 3 collateral branch stewards and Su Yuanba stationed here for its defense. The Su family currently stands formidable. However, were Su Yuanba not present in Mingyue City, the inhabitants of the 5 great cities would undoubtedly behave with less decorum. This scenario is akin to being at work without the oversight of a supervisor, where one might be inclined to be lax in their duties. Initially, Su Yuanba and Su He took turns guarding the area, but eventually, Su Yuanba chose to remain here permanently. Although the spiritual energy in the 5 great cities pales in comparison to that of Wanyan Mountain, Su Yuanba can cultivate with spirit stones, yielding nearly equivalent results. Suddenly, Su Yuanba's eyes flew open, a grave expression etched upon his face. Who goes there? No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous aura surged throughout Mingyue City, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of countless individuals. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures materialized before the Su family. The individual standing at the forefront appeared relatively youthful, perhaps in his 20s, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Both exuded an overwhelming presence, one at the late stage of refinement void, and the other at the threshold of integration. Su Yuanba sprang to his feet, stepping out of his chamber. Upon sighting the two, his heart skipped a beat, and he hastily approached, smiling as he inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Esteemed seniors? The young man at the front replied in a chilling tone, devoid of any room for dissent. I am Zhang Bu of the Four Symbols sect. From this day forth, the 5 great cities shall come under the jurisdiction of my sect. Do you have any objections? Chapter 57. The resolute Su Yuanba. As Zhang Bu spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, enveloping Su Yuanba entirely. Despite Su Yuanba being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, the presence of the sacred body could not shield him from the immense disparity in their realms. It felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him, causing his internal energy and blood to stagnate slightly. This display of dominance left Su Yuanba with no semblance of the ability to refuse. In another direction of the 5 great cities, the Four Symbols sect, a somewhat weaker royal faction, was under the watch of an early-stage integration realm cultivator, still lagging behind the likes of the Jinghong Empire. Initially, they had regarded the 5 great cities with disdain, but upon hearing reports from their disciples about the recent flourishing of the area, they reconsidered. While one city might not be significant, the collective strength of 5 could rival some of the mid-sized cities under their sect, promising substantial gains. Upon their arrival in Mingyue City, Zhang Bu and his companions sensed the rich concentration of spiritual energy, corroborating the information relayed by their disciples. In the eastern region, most territories were dominated by powerful factions, and the Four Symbols sect lacked the vast expanse of the Jinghong Empire. If they could subjugate the 5 great cities, it would undoubtedly enhance the sect's foundation. Su Yuanba's expression twisted in anguish. Under such pressure, he felt as though he were gasping for breath. Yet, gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, Senior, the 5 great cities are the territory of the Su family. Are you not afraid of incurring our wrath with such actions? The current Su family is no longer the same as it once was, and he possesses this confidence, even in the face of the Four Symbols sect, a royal-level power. Impudence! Zhang Bu bellowed furiously, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Boom! In an instant, Su Yuanba was violently propelled away, countless courtyard walls shattered. And he was even sent flying beyond the confines of the Su family estate. With a chilling expression, Zhang Bu remarked, What fear should a mere Su family instill? The inhabitants of such small locales are foolish. Our Four Symbols sect is a royal-level force. Why should we fear a mere transformation stage practitioner? Prior to their arrival, they had gathered a cursory understanding of the Su family, realizing that their strongest member merely resides in the void refinement stage. What is there to be concerned about? The Four Symbols sect can easily handle them. Su Yuanba crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his enhanced sacred body was of the physical reinforcement type, sparing him from severe injuries. However, the tumultuous surge of energy and blood within him caused considerable discomfort, turning his complexion a deep shade of crimson. The Su family's residence is situated on the most prosperous street in the entirety of Mingyue City. As those nearby sensed the commotion, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. That is Su Yuanba, the 4th elder of the Su family. How dare anyone lay hands on a member of the Su family? Do they not fear for their lives? Hush! Speak softly. Did you not sense those 2 auras earlier? Such formidable strength must belong to someone in the void refinement stage, perhaps even a powerful figure among them. Has the Su family provoked some formidable force? It appears that the Su family has dwindled in numbers, seemingly having migrated elsewhere. Could it be that they have incurred the wrath of a powerful figure and fled for their lives? This seems quite plausible. Otherwise, why would the Su family be so desolate? The once prominent members of the Su family are now nowhere to be seen. Although the events transpiring in the Jinghong Empire have had widespread repercussions, the 5 great cities remain relatively remote, and the information available is scant. It is challenging to associate the colossal entity of the Su family in the Jinghong Empire with the Su family in Mingyue City. Moreover, the Su family's presence in the Jinghong Empire is relatively recent, and their reputation has not yet spread widely. Elder 4th. The remaining members of the Su family in Mingyue City have also sensed the gravity of the situation. The steward from the collateral 7th branch hastily retrieved a communication jade talisman to notify the Su family in Wangan Mountain. Others rushed to assist Su Yuanba to his feet. Elder 4th, are you unscathed? Su Yuanba struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury and coldness. However, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Zhang Bu. Thus, he could only suppress his anger and assert, Are you implying that my Su family must relinquish the 5 great cities? Zhang Bu replied indifferently, naturally. It is not just the 5 great cities. Your Su family must also submit to me. Otherwise, there will be no reason for the Su family to continue to exist. As he spoke, A fierce, murderous intent suddenly erupted in his eyes. After conquering the 5 great cities, they still required management, and it was most fitting for the Su family to continue such endeavors. They merely needed to supply tributes annually, a common tactic employed by many formidable factions. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury erupted on Su Yuanba's face, while other elders might have feigned agreement. Waiting for reinforcements from the Su family to retaliate against the Four Elements sect, Su Yuanba's fiery temperament could not tolerate such indignation. If they wished to consume the Su family, they must first prove their worthiness. As his words echoed, Su Yuanba's body turned crimson, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that caused the surrounding temperature to soar. This was the manifestation of his sacred body, the Scarlet Sun's sacred body. In the next moment, Su Yuanba charged directly at Zhangbu, raising his fist for a powerful strike. Observing Su Yuanba's audacity, Zhangbu narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, "You seek death." He retaliated by raising his own fist, channeling his strength to meet Su Yuanba head-on. A thunderous explosion resonated as Su Yuanba was sent flying, the shockwave shattering nearby structures into ruins. Zhangbu stumbled back a dozen steps, experiencing a stinging and burning sensation in his hand, his face etched with disbelief. How could this be possible? Su Yuanba's aura was evidently that of a perfected transformation realm cultivator, and he had clearly only recently attained this breakthrough. His foundation still somewhat unstable. He had long since surpassed the late stage of the void refinement realm, and the disparity in their strengths was vast. How could a mere transformation stage cultivator inflict harm upon him? Despite Zhangbu's reluctance to acknowledge it, Su Yuanba had indeed damaged his physical form. Damn it! Zhangbu's expression darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead, as a sense of humiliation surged within him. How could he possibly be injured by a transformation stage cultivator? Zhangbu vanished from his location, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Su Yuanba. Following their previous exchange of blows, Su Yuanba remained unscathed in a fatal sense, though his arm felt as if it might snap from the excruciating pain, struggling to rise from the ground. He had barely begun to stand upright when a tremendous impact jolted him from his abdomen. Bang! Su Yuanba was once again sent hurtling through the air. Zhangbu immediately pursued, his expression cold as he declared, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Su Yuanba was relentlessly battered by Zhangbu. The gulf in their realms was insurmountable, and even with his holy body, he could not withstand it. Soon, he was drenched in blood, lying on the ground, his breath growing increasingly feeble. Zhangbu approached with a grim demeanor, deliberately placing his foot upon Su Yuanba's head, and coldly uttered, "A mere transformation stage cultivator dares to defy me." Even in such a battered state, Su Yuanba's fury remained undiminished. He had never endured such degradation before. "If you intend to kill, then do so without further ado. Even in death, I shall never submit to you. The term fear of death does not exist in my grandfather's lexicon. Should you take my life, rest assured that your Four Symbols sect will ultimately face annihilation at the hands of the Su family." Chapter 58. The unimaginable Su family. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth, embodying a fierce tenacity. His character was such that he would rather die standing than live on his knees. The notion of bowing to the Four Symbols sect was utterly inconceivable to him, and even the pretense of submission was beyond his willingness. Many observers in Mingwei City, upon witnessing Su Yuanba's dire predicament, could not help but shake their heads in dismay. It seemed inevitable that Su Yuanba would meet his demise here today. The jade tokens worn by the two individuals appeared to be elder insignias of the Four Symbols sect. How had the Su family entangled themselves with such a formidable royal force? The Four Symbols sect? No wonder the Su family sought to flee Mingwei City. They had unwittingly provoked a royal power. Engaging with such a colossal entity, it was indeed prudent for the Su family to vacate the city. Curiously, ever since someone suggested that the Su family might be attempting to escape, this notion had taken root in the minds of all. The Su family's recent behavior had been exceedingly unusual. As a prominent clan in Mingwei City with thousands of members, they had been remarkably silent, to the point of their absence becoming conspicuous. With the Four Symbols sect now knocking at their door, their suspicions were further validated. Zhangbu's expression was frigid. He harbored a desire to crush Su Yuanba beneath his heel. Yet, observing the derisive expression on his adversary's face, he realized that this individual was not one to cower in fear. Zhangbu let out a cold laugh. For such a person, a swift death would serve no purpose. They must be made to suffer profoundly. If you seek death, then I shall ensure that you do not find it easily. As he spoke, he produced a talisman, his gaze laced with scorn. This object, known as the Soul Control Talisman, contained a fragment of a canine spirit. Affixing it to your person would render your every action akin to that of a dog. I intend to make you, a wretched insect, endure the utmost humiliation of this world. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanba erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You vile creature, if you possess any courage, kill me now." In response to his roar, Zhangbu merely scoffed, just as he was about to affix the soul control talisman to Su Yuanba. The spiritual energy in Mingwei City surged unexpectedly. What is happening? Zhangbu was taken aback, then turned his gaze skyward towards the heights of Mingwei City. There, for beams of light illuminated the sky, emanating spatial fluctuations from their center. A teleportation array. Zhangbu's brow furrowed in concern. What could this mean? In the next moment, a massive spatial rift tore open, and two figures emerged. At the forefront was Su Hongyuan, exuding an aura reminiscent of a primordial beast, imposing and powerful. With flecks of golden light shimmering in his eyes, golden patterns manifesting across his form, both mysterious and formidable. Following closely behind him was Su Qitian, his sword intent soaring toward the heavens, resembling a razor-sharp blade capable of severing all. Many onlookers gazed upward, awestruck by the sharpness of this sword intent. Those of lesser cultivation even felt a prickling sensation, as if pricked by needles. As Su Qitian beheld Su Yuanba lying on the ground, an icy, unyielding killing intent flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike directed at Zhangbu. This strike was imbued with formidable might. Sword intent. Zhangbu was immediately taken aback. Although Su Qingtian's aura suggested he was merely at the early stage of the void refinement realm. A sword cultivator wielding sword intent was an entirely different entity from one who did not. The crucial factor was that Su Qingtian's sword intent was exceptionally potent, posing a threat even to Zhangbu, who was at the late stage of the void refinement realm. However, Zhangbu's expression soon turned cold. Seeking death, he declared. Despite the impressive sword intent, an early-stage cultivator was still an early-stage cultivator, and a gap in cultivation levels remained. He unleashed his own imposing aura, charging towards Su Qingtian's sword light. Yet, in the next moment, a startling turn of events occurred. Zhangbu's hand was abruptly severed, blood gushing forth from the wound in a gruesome display. What? A middle-aged man who had accompanied Zhangbu from a distance wore an expression of disbelief upon witnessing this scene. How could Su Qitian, merely at the early stage of the void refinement realm, so effortlessly dismantle Zhangbu's assault? Su Qingtian's gaze was as cold as ice. Dare to threaten the Su family? You seek death. He had initially been elevated to the sacred body realm, and, through rigorous training over time, had reached a minor accomplishment in that state. Coupled with his own early-stage void refinement, he felt no pressure whatsoever in confronting an ordinary late-stage cultivator. Even he could find an opportunity to strike him down directly. Such is the power of the sacred body. In an instant, Su Qingtian's figure vanished from sight, his sword slicing through the air like a startled swan, aimed directly at Zhangbu's head. The terrifying might of the blow instilled a profound dread in all who bore witness. Confronted with this overwhelming sword intent, Zhangbu felt as though he were facing some unspeakable horror, his body rendered powerless to resist. Perhaps it was not merely a lack of strength, but an absence of courage to fight back. Why? He was but an initial cultivator of the void refinement stage. How could he possess such formidable power? In the face of Su Qingtian's strike, despair and helplessness consumed Zhangbu's heart. It was no wonder that the members of the Su family had warned that killing him would not go unpunished. They indeed possessed such formidable warriors. Regret flooded Zhangbu's mind. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted with more caution, leaving himself some room for retreat. Zhangbu. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, intent on intervening, but it was already too late. A clear, crisp sound echoed as, contrary to expectations, Zhangbu was not cleaved in two by the sword. Instead, his physical form crumbled under the weight of that sword intent, reduced to mere dust. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted sharply. As a half-step to the integration stage cultivator, his power vastly surpassed that of Zhangbu. Yet even so, it was inconceivable that he would kill Zhangbu so effortlessly. What exactly is the Su family's true nature? The middle-aged man was filled with profound regret. Had he known such circumstances, he would have conducted a thorough investigation before arriving in Mingwei City. It was evident that the terrifying nature of the Su family far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, whether it was the collateral branches of the Su family or the inhabitants of Mingwei City, their faces were adorned with expressions of fear and astonishment upon witnessing Su Qitian effortlessly slay the late-stage virtual refinement cultivator with a single stroke of his sword. Such formidable prowess. Is this truly the strength of Su Qitian, the head of the Su family? who previously claimed that the members of the Su family fled. A mere slap would suffice to silence such assertions. It seems the Su family simply deemed Mingwei City beneath their notice and sought fortunes elsewhere. How terrifying it was, one sword strike to annihilate a late-stage virtual refinement expert. If Su Qitian possessed such might, one could only imagine the formidable nature of Su Hongyuan, the first among the Su family to transcend the virtual refinement stage. Why has the Su family's power escalated so rapidly? Hadn't it only been a few years? Such a dramatic transformation was unfathomable. Gasps of astonishment echoed as they grappled with their bewilderment regarding Su Qingtian's capabilities. It was overwhelmingly strong. It surpassed the collective imagination of the onlookers. Over the past few years, the Su family had seemingly faded into obscurity, their exploits rarely surfacing within the 5 great cities. Thus, the populace's understanding of the Su family's strength remained anchored in the past. However, with Su Qingtian's display of extraordinary power, it became apparent that the Su family was indeed far more formidable than they had ever conceived. Chapter 59, The Eerie Zhaojian. The middle-aged man who arrived with Zhang Bu had no thoughts of retaliation. His sole intention was to flee from this place. Particularly, the prowess displayed by Su Qingtian instilled within him an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Furthermore, he was not the only one who returned via the teleportation array alongside Su Qingtian. Another individual emanated an even more terrifying aura. Even he, a half-step into the integration stage, felt an intense pressure weighing down upon him. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Su Hongyuan's gaze sharpened, and he coldly remarked, "You wish to escape?" He raised his hand, and the void erupted violently as his formidable physical power surged forth. Su Hongyuan strode forward, his figure instantaneously appearing beside the middle-aged man, and he swung his hand downwards towards the man's head. This strike seemed to possess the might to annihilate worlds. The middle-aged man, witnessing Su Hongyuan materialize before him, could not help but reveal a look of horror in his eyes, especially upon sensing the cataclysmic power contained within Su Hongyuan's fist. His complexion shifted to one of palpable fear. Instinctively, he understood that should he fail to evade this blow, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injury. How infuriating. What exactly is the Su family? A mere initial stage of void refinement can effortlessly contend with someone at the late stage of void refinement. Now, this perfected stage of void refinement toys with him, a half-step into the integration stage, as if their realms had been completely reversed. Even before the two had exchanged blows, he realized with certainty that he was no match for Su Hongyuan. Boom. In the end, he could not evade Su Hongyuan's fist. The middle-aged man soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground. The intense tremors reverberated throughout Mingwei City, instilling fear in the faces of many whose cultivation was insufficient to comprehend the unfolding chaos. What on earth had transpired? Despite the force of Su Hongyuan's strike, the man was not embedded into the earth. Rather, the sheer power exerted upon him created a deep pit with a diameter of several meters, nearly 10 meters deep. Within this chasm, intricate fissures began to emerge. This scene alone was enough to reveal the terrifying strength encapsulated within Su Hongyuan's punch. Su Hongyuan's gaze was icy, golden streaks shimmering across his skin, embodying the essence of a war god as he charged towards the middle-aged man. Su Yuanba had narrowly escaped death, fueling a blaze of fury within him. Those who dared to act against the Su family must pay the price. The middle-aged man could only watch in horror as Su Hongyuan approached, too slow to react to the overwhelming speed. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, and the distant void exploded. Immediately thereafter, a figure hurtled towards Su Hongyuan, colliding with him and sending him flying, causing an entire block of houses to collapse. Under the force of this impact, Su Hongyuan was propelled against the outer wall of Mingwei City. A tall figure approached, clad in a dark robe, his countenance shrouded in an ominous gloom. The aura emanating from him was immensely powerful, far surpassing the realm of the void refinement stage. It was the integration stage. Su Lin, a member of the Su family's collateral branch, helped Su Yuanba to his feet and then turned his gaze towards the distance, his eyes filled with trepidation. What a terrifying presence. What kind of powerhouse is this? Su Yuanba's expression also grew solemn. The integration stage. What? Su Lin's face darkened. He was unaware that the direct descendants of the Su family had already reached the sacred body level. Faced with a practitioner of the integration stage, could the family head and the old family head triumph? Perhaps he should send a message to the young clan leader? Worry etched across his face, as he believed that only Su Chen could handle such a formidable being. Su Yuanba shook his head, reassuring him. Have faith, the old man will be fine. Though he harbored some concerns, he chose to trust Su Hongyuan. An early-stage integration practitioner should be manageable. However, to be prudent, Su Yuanba added, "Let us send another message to the Su family, informing them of our situation. If necessary, have little Chen come here." Despite his confidence in the old man, he remained wary of unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Jian, the sect master of the Four Symbols sect, spoke with a grim expression. "You have harmed our esteemed elder and slain our fifth elder, Zhangbu. If you cannot provide an explanation today, I fear you may not leave unscathed." At the moment of Zhangbu's misfortune, he hastened towards Mingyue City with utmost urgency. Had he been a moment slower, even the Grand Elder might not have been able to survive. In his perception, although Su Hongyuan exuded a formidable aura, he was merely at the void refinement stage. The chasm between the void refinement stage and the harmonization stage was as vast as the heavens. Even the most powerful practitioner at the void refinement stage would be no different from an ant in the presence of a harmonization stage master. Before Zhao Jian made his appearance, many within Mingyue City were merely spectators. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Jian, numerous individuals could no longer remain seated and hastily fled into the distance. The residual waves from a battle of such titans could easily claim their lives 1,000-fold. How had the Su family provoked such a formidable adversary? Judging by this aura, it was undoubtedly beyond the void refinement stage. The Su family was doomed. How could they have entangled themselves with a harmonization stage powerhouse? If a royal-level expert were to strike at the Su family, Su Hongyuan, being merely at the void refinement stage, would stand little chance of resisting. In the conflict between the Su family and the Four Symbols sect, scarcely anyone held any hope for the Su family. This was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of the Four Symbols sect, a royal-level force. As for the Su family, despite the impressive power previously demonstrated by Su Qitian and Su Hongyuan, he remained confined to the void refinement stage. The disparity between the harmonization stage and the void refinement stage was insurmountably vast. Su Hongyuan rose from the ground, calming the tumultuous energy within him. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "I had intended to visit the Four Symbols sect personally. Since you have come seeking me, I shall save myself the trouble." With that, his figure vanished in an instant, akin to an arrow released from a bow, as he surged directly towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian's heart jolted. His awareness, sharpened by his advanced stage, detected the terrifying power emanating from Su Hongyuan. How audacious for one in the void refinement stage to behave so recklessly. Though a sense of caution flickered within him, Zhao Jian was not intimidated. After all, he was a being of the integration stage. How could he fear one of the void refinement stage? He unleashed his formidable strength, casting a heavy pressure over the entirety of Mingyue City. In the next moment, he too charged at Su Hongyuan. The two clashed in an explosive encounter, their violent energies radiating outward, causing buildings and roads to crumble around them, transforming structures within a near-mile radius into ruins. Zhao Jian was sent flying 100 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. As the excruciating pain coursed through his arm, he found himself in a state of shock. How could this be possible? A mere practitioner of the void refinement stage managed to injure him. He lifted his gaze to Su Hongyuan, only to find his pupils constrict in astonishment. Su Hongyuan had merely staggered back a few steps. Was his own physical form truly no match for him? The disparity between the refining void stage and the harmonization stage resembles that between an elementary school student and an adult. For an adult, a single punch might suffice to defeat a child. Yet, it is precisely Su Hongyuan who has triumphed over him. Zhao Jian's gaze subtly shifted, gradually transitioning from initial fury to a state of calm. He fixated intently on Su Hongyuan. Saintly power. Zhao Jian finally grasped the reason behind Su Hongyuan's formidable strength. It stemmed from his possession of a saint-level constitution. With this realization, a surge of greed flickered in his eyes. A saint-level constitution undeniably marks one as a renowned genius within the Shintian realm, typically supported by terrifying forces. However, the individual before him appeared to be no one of those sacred lands. A sinister smile crept across Zhao Jian's lips, and his gaze took on an eerie quality. His pupils as dark as ink. An oppressive aura emanated from his being. What if his combat prowess was fierce? Ultimately, he remained merely at the refining void stage. Today, none could come to your aid. As Zhao Jian's voice resonated, his aura intensified, growing increasingly potent. In just a few breaths, he ascended to the return to origin stage. With strange black patterns emerging on his face, enveloped in an unsettling evil aura that instilled discomfort. A saint body is indeed sufficient for me to risk exposing my identity. In other circumstances, I would never dare to reveal myself. Yet here in the 5 great cities, there are no formidable warriors. Alas, all the inhabitants of Mingyue City shall accompany you to your doom. Chapter 60. The Demon Clan, Yin and Yang realms sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Zhao Jian. Su Hongyuan's pupils abruptly contracted, and his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. It was not solely the prowess of Zhao Jian, who had attained the realm of returning origin, that instilled such fear, but rather the overwhelming, sinister energy that enveloped him. You are of the Demon Clan. Su Hongyuan could not suppress a shriek, his countenance laden with grave seriousness. Although both the Demon Clan and Demon Cultivators bear the character for demon, they are, in truth, worlds apart. The Xiantian realm is divided into 2 facets, Yin and Yang. The Yang side is predominantly governed by the human and beast races, while the Yin side is ruled by the Demon Clan, often referred to as the Demon Realm. Despite existing within the same world, the 2 realms have perpetually been at odds, each seeking to devour the other, leading to countless protracted battles over the ages. The regulatory framework of the Demon Realm is akin to that of the Beast Clan, featuring a singular monarch. In contrast, the Yang Realm is marked by its intricate power dynamics, ruled by multiple potentates, which frequently results in treachery and deception. Thus, throughout the prolonged conflict with the Demon Realm, the Yang Realm suffered defeat after defeat. Historical records indicate that ultimately, a great emperor sacrificed himself to sever the 2 realms completely, bringing this lengthy war to a close. Although the hostilities between the Yang and Demon realms have ceased, the Demon Realm has never relinquished its ambition to invade the Yang Realm. In the years that followed, demons would sporadically traverse the rifts in space to infiltrate the Yang Realm, especially after the disappearance of the great emperor of the Yang Realm several 100,000 years ago. The seals that once confined the 2 realms began to weaken, leading to an increasing number of demons manifesting in the Yang Realm. However, Su Hongyuan never anticipated that he would be so unfortunate as to encounter a demon. At this moment, many inhabitants of Mingyue City noticed the figure in the sky and felt the repugnant aura emanating from him, which caused many to furrow their brows. A demon cultivator? No, this is a demon. Some faces turned pale with horror, a chilling fear etched upon their features. Run quickly, a demon has appeared in Mingyue City. The aura was unmistakable. This is disastrous. I've heard that wherever demons materialize, it is often a scene of carnage. Are we in Mingyue City doomed as well? In an instant, chaos erupted throughout Mingyue City. Beings from the realms of Yin and Yang could devour one another to cultivate, yet this demon was evidently far too powerful. Su Hongyuan shouted decisively, "Qi Tian, quickly lead the Su family to safety. I will hold them off." As he spoke, golden radiance erupted from his body, transforming him into a golden war deity. However, he did not initiate an attack. Instead, he guardedly observed Zhao Jian. In the face of such a formidable opponent, it was evidently unwise to strike first. Zhao Jian's expression turned peculiar as he revealed a look of ecstasy. Finally, I need not disguise myself any longer. As he spoke, he gazed toward Mingyue City, a chilling smile curling upon his lips. Not a single one shall escape today. Zhao Jian was determined to keep today's events from leaking, for the repercussions would spell catastrophic ruin for him. Entering the realm of the living was not particularly arduous. Those below the saintly rank could traverse the threshold with a suitable price. However, the path back was far from simple, leaving him with no escape route. The malevolent aura emanating from Zhao Jian spread outward, enveloping the entire Mingyue City in mere moments, effectively isolating it from the outside world. His strength was overwhelming. The most formidable beings within the city were merely in the transformation stage, utterly incapable of breaking free from that sinister energy. After executing his grim task, Zhao Jian turned his gaze towards Su Hongyuan, excitement flickering in his eyes. The sacred body, what a boon. With that, he raised his hand and swiftly dispatched the half-step union stage disciple of the Four Symbols sect. Master. The middle-aged man gasped, disbelief etched across his face. His eyes wide as he succumbed to his fate. A faint essence drifted from his lifeless body, which Zhao Jian absorbed in an instant, leaving the man a mere withered husk, a scene that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Once he had absorbed the essence, Zhao Jian vanished from sight. Su Hongyuan immediately felt a surge of tension, elevating his state to its zenith, as an overwhelming sense of oppression radiated in all directions. The golden patterns and the resilience of his physique suggested he might indeed be the fabled ancient sacred body. If I could consume such a formidable constitution, perhaps I could glimpse the realm of the demon saint. How thrilling! The sinister laughter echoed incessantly, sending shivers down the spine merely by its sound. Zhao Jian's figure suddenly materialized beside Su Hongyuan, seizing him with a fierce grip, causing the surrounding space to collapse and chaotic currents of void to swirl around. Su Hongyuan's body tensed instinctively, and he retaliated with a punch to his side. Zhao Jian sneered, remarking, merely an ant in the refinement void stage. Even with the ancient sacred body, ultimately you are but a fledgling, foolishly attempting to oppose me. It's akin to a mandish trying to stop a chariot. With a slight exertion of force, Su Hongyuan was thrust violently to the ground, a stream of golden blood erupting from his mouth. This blow inflicted unimaginable damage upon Su Hongyuan. He felt as if his entire body would tear apart, his limbs threatening to detach, an overwhelming pain flooding his mind. The ancient sacred body could mend flesh and heal him, yet the severity of his injuries rendered him immobile for the time being. His eyes were filled with horror. Is this the power of the returning origin realm? Since acquiring the sacred body, he had felt invincible. Yet reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. While he could barely contend against those in the fusion stage, before a practitioner of the returning origin realm, he was utterly powerless. Zhao Jian floated in the air, his expression eerily reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the depths of the underworld. The ancient sacred body is nothing more than this, he scoffed, his face brimming with disdain. In the next moment, he appeared beside Su Hongyuan, an aura of malevolence surging from his being, enveloping Su Hongyuan entirely. With the imminent threat of consuming a sacred body, a sinister grin adorned his face. Suddenly, a sharp ray of sword light surged from afar. Bang! Zhao Jian effortlessly raised his hand to seize the sword light, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Su Qingtian. A look of surprise flashing across his countenance. It seems you too harbor sacred power within you. Could it be that you are also a sacred body? Haha. I never anticipated my fortune would lead me to encounter two sacred bodies. Su Hongyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. We must flee at once. Flee. Zhao Jian sneered, asserting, neither of you shall escape today. With a casual flick of his wrist, a terrifying force struck Su Qingtian, rendering him incapacitated and collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Having completed this, Zhao Jian turned his gaze back to Su Hongyuan, licking his lips in anticipation. It is time for a proper feast, he declared, preparing to devour Su Hongyuan directly. But suddenly, a chill coursed through Zhao Jian's heart, compelling him to turn his head and look up at the sky with an expression of grave concern. There, amidst the clouds, a colossal creature lay coiled. As the mist gradually dissipated, its true form revealed itself, a magnificent true dragon, adorned with 5 claws, green scales, and verdant horns. What is this? Zhao Jian held no particularly strong impression of such a being. However, instinctively, one cannot help but perceive that this demonic beast possesses formidable strength. Chapter 61. The Origin of the Demon Clan. Breakthrough to the Return to Origin Realm. He was a being of the demon realm, where no creatures of the dragon clan existed, thus he could not possibly recognize them. A half-step into the return to origin realm, Zhao Jian furrowed his brow, his heart racing as he felt as though he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. Yet, the creature before him merely emanated the fluctuations of a half-step into the return to origin realm. Why did it evoke such a response within him? Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Mingwei City had all caught sight of this colossal being that had suddenly appeared. What is happening? What manner of beast is this? Such a terrifying aura. The demon clan is a common enemy of both our human race and the beast clans. Does this signify our salvation? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the city, now enveloped in Zhao Jian's demonic energy, rendering them powerless to act, leaving them to await their inevitable demise. Initially, despair had gripped them, but now, with the emergence of the mysterious entity, hope rekindled among the people of Mingwei City. Something is amiss. Look at this beast's appearance. How strikingly similar it is to the legendary dragon clan. It seems indeed to be the case. And it appears that a person is seated upon its head. Could this be the steed of a powerful human warrior? To tame such a formidable beast suggests that we may yet find salvation today. Within Mingwei City, a young woman frowned deeply. She had married into the Jingong Empire long ago and had returned today to visit her parents, only to encounter this unforeseen predicament. Taming the dragon clan. Previously, my father mentioned that there exists a Su family within the city of Bright Moon. Could it possibly be the same Su family from Mount Wanyan? Before she could ponder this further, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated from the heavens, and the figure of Qishir descended rapidly, his immense form spiraling through the skies above the city of Bright Moon. Qingshi glanced down towards Zhao Jian, who, at that moment, felt his pupils constrict sharply, instinctively shrinking back from the malevolent aura that enveloped him. However, it was not Qingshi that instilled this reaction within him, but rather the strikingly handsome youth who sat above him, exuding an aura of elegance and strength. Su Chen remained motionless, yet he emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. A true powerhouse. A genuine, formidable presence. At the very least, he was at the entry realm. Zhao Jian's heart trembled. Such a formidable being was far beyond his capacity to confront. His own strength lay in the mid-stage of the returning origin realm, while the beings from the realms of Yin and Yang possessed comparable power. Some prodigious demons could engage entry realm experts while still at the mid-stage of returning origin. Yet, he was utterly incapable of such feats. Zhao Jian's countenance darkened considerably. He had thoroughly researched all the sacred places in the eastern domain, and Su Hanyuan bore no connections to these esteemed locations. Moreover, they were devoid of any affiliations with powers beyond the eastern domain or even with the elite royal forces within it, existing purely as free agents, devoid of any formidable backing. And now, suddenly, an entry-realm powerhouse had emerged. The Su family. What is their true origin? Could it be the Su family of the Empire of the Stunning Phoenix? Yet, do they not possess only a single practitioner at the returning origin stage? In that instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through Zhao Jian's mind. However, what he yearned for most at this moment was to swiftly depart from this place, as the pressure from Qingshi's gaze was overwhelming. Just then, Su Chen gradually opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded Zhao Jian. Demonic tribe. Observing the malevolent aura swirling within his opponent, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This was his first encounter with a member of the demonic tribe. As a supreme sage, he effortlessly discerned the essence of Zhao Jian. A look of surprise crossed Su Chen's face. Although the aura emanating from the demonic tribe was exceedingly sinister, its essence was remarkably sweet and delectable, precisely as recorded. It appeared that the realms of the demon and the sun could mutually devour one another. Did this not imply that if a practitioner from the sun realm were to consume him, they could directly seize his essence and ascend beyond the returning origin stage? The demon and sun realms seemingly shared a common origin, yet due to their extreme divergence, they could absorb each other to compensate for their respective flaws. A spark of interest flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The interplay between the demon and sun realms appeared to be quite intriguing. He was almost certain that this duality of yin and yang was far from a mere simplistic enmity. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations. He reached out directly towards Zhao Jian, who immediately attempted to flee, yet before he could even move, he found himself ensnared in midair like a fledgling chick. As Zhao Jian found himself ensnared, the malevolent energy enveloping Mingwei City began to dissipate rapidly. Fear engulfed Zhao Jian's gaze. Curse it! A saint! The moment Su Chen made his move, Zhao Jian sensed that Su Chen was far beyond the realm of an ordinary practitioner. He was at least a half-step saint-level powerhouse. Beings from the demon realm possess a profound sensitivity to those from the yang realm. And it seems this sensitivity is mutual, as beings from the yang realm can easily discern their presence as well. Just moments ago, Zhao Jian distinctly felt the faint aura of sanctity emanating from Su Chen, a clear indication of a saint's presence. Zhao Jian was paralyzed with dread. He felt like weeping. He had initially thought he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune by discovering two saint physiques, only to realize he had been ensnared instead. Regret filled his heart. After all, these were two saint physiques, and it was impossible that they were not backed by formidable power. Even if he harbored murderous intent, he should not have been so reckless. He ought to have prepared the perfect moment to strike, and then made a swift escape. This would have undoubtedly been the most prudent course of action. Xiao Chen. In the distance, Su Yuanba's face radiated with joy and astonishment. Although the members of the Su family were aware of Su Chen's formidable strength, witnessing him effortlessly subdue Zhao Jian left them in awe. Su Chen smiled in response. Fourth uncle. The collateral members of the Su family approached in unison, greeting. We pay our respects to the young clan leader. Su Chen nodded at them and then waved his hand towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian fell directly on the spot, condensing into a massive black orb, roughly the size of a basketball. This was the essence of Zhao Jian's origin, which Su Chen had directly gathered. After dealing with Zhao Jian, they returned to the Su family estate. The four direct descendants of the Su family convened in the inner courtyard. Su Hongyuan gazed at his young grandson and couldn't help but exclaim, "My boy, your strength is truly formidable." The power Su Chen displayed genuinely astonished him, especially considering how easily he had dealt with someone as powerful as Zhao Jian. The members of the Su family began to realize that Su Chen's strength was perhaps not as simple as that of the returning origin realm. However, they shared a tacit understanding not to inquire further. Su Chen harbored his own secrets, and pressing him for answers would be rather pointless if he was unwilling to disclose them. Su Chen smiled and did not dwell on the matter. He took out the essence of Zhao Jian's origin and said, "Grandfather, this substance is the essence of the demonic clan. I trust you are aware that beings from the realms of yin and yang can devour one another. The demonic clan possesses the cultivation of the returning origin realm. By consuming this, one could break through to that realm without any adverse effects. I leave it to you, grandfather, to decide who shall absorb and refine it." Upon hearing this, Su Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the black orb in Su Chen's hand. He certainly understood the concept of mutual devouring between the realms of yin and yang. If they were to consume Zhao Jian, the Su family would thereafter possess their own returning origin realm. Without relying on Su Chen, it has also emerged as a sovereign force. Chapter 62. How should the Taoist priest address? Regarding the essence of the demon race and to whom it should be refined, both Su Qingtian and Su Yuanbai unanimously agreed on letting Su Hongyuan consume it. The elder has devoted much to this family, and now that there is a benefit, it is only fitting that he be the first to enjoy it. Su Hongyuan is not one to dawdle. He swiftly retreated into seclusion within Mingyue City with the essence of the demon race. Meanwhile, Su Qingtian returned to Wanyan Mountain, and Su Chen remained in Mingyue City, awaiting the elder's breakthrough. In the eastern domain, within the Jinghong Empire, there exists but one individual capable of riding a dragon, Su Chen. Additionally, there were visitors from the Jinghong Empire in Mingyue City. Soon, news regarding the Su family of Mingyue City spread to Wanyan Mountain. Wait, what connection does the Wanyan Mountain Su family have with the Mingyue City Su family? Recently, everyone became aware of the 8th prince's ascension to the throne, and it is known that the 7th prince's rise was supported by a Gu Yuan realm cultivator, who happens to be the young clan leader of the Su family. Su Chen. I am also aware that subsequently, the royal family provided the Su family with a blessed land, namely, Wanyan Mountain. This implies that the disappearance of so many members of the Su family was not due to fleeing, but rather because they found a better place and relocated. In Mingyue City, upon learning of the Su family's achievements, many displayed expressions of reverence. No one had anticipated the Su family's formidable strength. Thus, half a month passed, and the atmosphere in Mingyue City gradually quieted down. For the inhabitants of Mingyue City, the emergence of the formidable Su family has brought them great joy, as they now enjoy the protection of a powerful force, significantly enhancing their sense of security. For instance, during the recent invasion by the Demon Clan, had it not been for the Su family, their fate would have been dire. Suddenly, a potent aura erupted from within the Su residence, radiating outward towards Mingyue City. The terrifying pressure instilled a sense of dread among the citizens, compelling many to gaze upwards and fear towards the source of the overwhelming force. Recollecting a fortnight ago, that day's pressure was equally as formidable. This was the presence of a Gu Yuan realm expert. Soon, the oppressive aura began to retract. Inside the Su family's courtyard, Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, his face betraying an unmistakable elation. Gu Yuan realm. Could this truly be the Gu Yuan realm? At this moment, the aura emanating from Su Hongyuan was harmonious and ethereal, embodying a return to simplicity and authenticity. The path of cultivation is divided into two directions. One seeks to enhance their power, while the other aims for purification and a return to one's true essence. From the moment of birth, individuals are plagued by numerous impurities, and through the process of cultivation, they strive to attain a state of complete purity. As their cultivation strengthens, they become increasingly clear and transparent. The entry into the Tao realm and the transcendence of the heavenly stages, culminating in the sage's eradication of the 3 corpses, marks the achievement of true clarity. However, Su Chen, having directly utilized his cultivation, bypassed these stages and achieved a breakthrough without undergoing the traditional trials. The figure of Su Chen emerged, and he smiled as he said, "Congratulations, old man, on breaking through to the returning origin realm." Su Hongyuan nodded in response, but soon his expression began to grow solemn. He gazed intently at Su Chen, striving to see through the depths of his young grandson, yet ultimately found this endeavor futile. Su Chen seemed enveloped in a shroud of mist. No, it was more apt to say he was cloaked in countless layers. Each veil he lifted revealed yet another. And no matter how many he peeled away, there appeared to be no end, akin to an abyss, infinite and boundless. A grave look flickered in Su Hongyuan's eyes. He had presumed that upon reaching the returning origin realm, he would at least grasp the essence of Su Chen's true level of power. However, upon attaining this realm himself, he realized that Su Chen was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. He could not help but let out a wry smile. The extent of Su Chen's strength was utterly inscrutable. There were numerous uncertainties surrounding Su Chen. Questions lingered regarding the origin of his extraordinary abilities and the rare treasures he possessed. Previously, Su Chen had mentioned a mysterious master. Yet now it seemed that this enigmatic figure was none other than himself. Nevertheless, Su Hongyuan found little concern regarding these mysteries. What mattered most was that Su Chen wished for the prosperity of the Su family, and that was sufficient. Regardless of the secrets he harbored, he would always remain a part of the Su family. With a smile, Su Hongyuan asked, "Chen, I am preparing to return to Wangan Mountain. Will you accompany me?" Su Chen shook his head and replied, "No, I intend to wander about." Since entering this world, he had not taken the opportunity to explore. Not even the surrounding areas of Mingwei City. He had grown weary of Wangan Mountain and thought it would be refreshing to clear his mind. Su Hongyuan paused for a moment, then a suggestive smile crept onto his face. "Chen, you're not a child anymore. Shall I find you a suitable partner?" Su Chen lightly coughed twice. "Perhaps not. I currently have no such intentions." Su Hongyuan smiled, choosing not to press further, and turned to leave the Su residence. Su Chen also departed, meandering through the streets of Mingwei City. After several hours, he exited the city, heading towards Pingyang City. In his recollections, he had a playmate during his childhood, when he was merely 10 years old. However, she later moved to Pingyang City with her parents. And now Su Chen planned to pay her a visit. He remembered that they shared a good relationship, making her one of his few friends from his early years. Su Chen was in no rush. After leaving Mingwei City, he ambled towards Pingyang City, pausing frequently to rest at picturesque spots along the way. Alone amidst the mountains and rivers, he reveled in the tranquility of the setting sun. Su Chen cherished this serene and comfortable lifestyle, quietly observing the rise and fall of the sun while embracing the essence of the universe around him. The city of Mingwei is situated at a considerable distance from Pingyang, and without haste, it took nearly 2 months for him to traverse merely half the journey. On this particular day, Su Chen reclined on a stone by a small stream, taking a moment to rest, when 2 figures emerged from the adjacent woods. Both were clad in the attire of Taoist priests. One was an elderly man in his 60s, whose countenance bore a semblance of confusion, and the spark of wisdom in his eyes had dimmed. Beside him stood a young Taoist, whose age was not dissimilar to that of Su Chen. Despite his youthful appearance, there was an air of weariness about him that belied his years. Upon catching sight of Su Chen, the young Taoist's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming serious. In his perception, he had completely failed to detect the presence of another individual by the stream. A formidable presence. In an instant, the young Taoist understood that the person before him was far from ordinary. Within the entire eastern region, those capable of evading his scrutiny were few and far between. Just as he contemplated departing, Su Chen sat up and, with a smile, inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed Taoist?" Chapter 63, The Slaying of the 3 Corpses and the Trials of Cultivation. The young Taoist paused in his steps, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he spoke. "I am from the Jiuyan Taoist temple, known as Ziyang Zhenren, and this beside me is my humble disciple." Ziyang Zhenren. Su Chen nodded, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. To be addressed with such a title, one could only be of the saintly caliber. It was unexpected to encounter a sage in such a place. Su Chen returned the gesture, introducing himself. "I am Su Chen." Su Chen. Ziyang Zhenren was taken aback. He hailed from the Jingong Empire, thus he was exceedingly familiar with this name. Su Chen was a prominent figure within the Jingong Empire, renowned and recognized by all. It was said that he had merely attained the return to Origin Realm, yet from their interaction, he appeared to possess a far more formidable presence. As a mid-stage Saint King himself, he found it difficult to fathom the depths of such an individual. One could only conclude that Su Chen was indeed extraordinarily powerful. With genuine curiosity, Su Chen inquired, "What brings you to this place, Taoist?" Ziyang Zhenren did not shy away from the question. He glanced at the elderly man beside him and replied with a hint of resignation. "My disciple has lost his sanity after slaying a middle corpse and has been wandering in this direction. With no other options, I am compelled to follow." Middle corpse. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that the elder was on the verge of breaking through to the status of a saint. The 3 corpses are categorized into the upper corpse, middle corpse, and lower corpse. The lower corpse embodies desire, the middle corpse represents wisdom, and the upper corpse signifies life and death. If one can sever the 3 corpses, it seems this old sage possesses a degree of prowess. Should he succeed in crossing over, then the act of severing the 3 corpses would be deemed a significant achievement. The essence of severing the 3 corpses lies in relinquishing one's obsessions, a transformative journey from death to life, akin to a chrysalis emerging as a butterfly. In severing the corpse, one's wisdom is entirely extinguished, leading to a state of foolishness. If enlightenment cannot be attained and wisdom is not regained, one risks descending into true folly. Each of the three corpses is intrinsically linked to life and death. The lower and middle corpses may not face true demise. Yet the upper corpse, if unable to transcend, will face genuine death. The esteemed Master Ziyang glanced at his disciple beside him, noticing his apparent reluctance to continue their journey. He chose a stone upon which to sit, observing the gently flowing stream ahead, his expression tinged with melancholy. The heavens are devoid of compassion. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril at every turn. To transition from the return to origin stage into the Tao, one must endure the tribulation. Failing to do so leads only to a dead end. To ascend from the Tao stage to sagehood, the severing of the three corpses is an exceptionally daunting task. Having thwarted countless cultivators throughout history, as he reminisced about his own experience of severing the three corpses, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Chen smiled and remarked, "Is this not a trial in itself? Without enduring hardship, how could one attain formidable cultivation?" Upon hearing these words, Master Ziyang paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed, it seems I have become like a beggar." With that, he turned his gaze back to the old sage, his demeanor calm. The severing of the three corpses inherently represents three tribulations. He possesses the autonomy to choose not to traverse these trials. Having opted for this path, regardless of the outcome, it falls within the realm of reason. With this thought, he no longer dwelled on such matters. He firmly believed that his disciple's decision to sever the three corpses was made with the acceptance of the worst possible outcome in mind. Shortly thereafter, the old Taoist resumed his dazed march into the distance, stepping directly into the frigid stream, yet remained oblivious to the chill. The flicker of wisdom in his eyes guided him onward. Ziyang Zhenren also rose, bowing respectfully to Chen. "I shall take my leave now." Chen nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. He observed the direction in which they departed, noting its slight convergence with his own, both heading towards Pingyang City. However, Chen chose not to accompany them. Each individual must tread their own path. Thus, he journeyed for another 3 months, finally arriving at Pingyang City. Among the 5 great cities, Pingyang was somewhat less grand than Minghua City. Following the contours of his memory, he made his way to the Ning residence. As his childhood friend belonged to the collateral branch of the Ning family, he had spent his early years managing affairs in Minghua City before being summoned back for various reasons. "May I inquire whom you seek, young sir?" asked the guard at the entrance of the Ning residence, upon noticing Chen's dignified demeanor. Chen replied, "Please pass a message to Ning Yan, stating that an old acquaintance has come to visit." "Ning Yan." The expressions of the 2 guards suddenly darkened, and one of them spoke up, inquiring about the purpose of the young master seeking Miss Ning Yan. Although Ning Yan belonged to a collateral branch, she was still considered a young lady within the Ning family, albeit of relatively modest standing. Chen replied nonchalantly, "Simply inform them that I hail from Minghua City." "Minghua City?" The 2 guards' expressions eased slightly, indicating that it likely had no connection to the Su family. "Please wait a moment, young master." With that, one guard turned and departed. After some time, he returned. "Please follow me," he said. Chen complied, and soon they arrived at the reception hall of the Ning family, where a dignified woman sat. Clad in a flowing azure gown, she exuded a gentle aura, her features pristine, reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Upon seeing Chen, Ning Yan's face registered confusion. Chen possessed a remarkable demeanor and strikingly handsome features, yet she had no recollection of having met someone of his caliber in Minghua City. Upon seeing her childhood friend, Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. He marveled at how much they had both changed over the years, almost unrecognizable from their former selves. Had he not known that she was indeed Ning Yan, he might have doubted his own recognition. "Ah, how a woman can transform." Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "What, do you not recognize me at all?" As he spoke, he produced a pale purple stone, engraved with the character Yan, a memento from their adventures in Minghua City. They found the stone to be quite exquisite and decided to split it in 2, with one half engraved with the character for Chen and the other with the character for Yan. Subsequently, they exchanged the halves with one another, signifying a token of their affection. Chen came here not only to revisit an old acquaintance, but also because he harbored feelings for Ning Yan. Feelings he could not articulate in his youth due to his naivety. As he matured, his family constantly faced threats from rival families in Minghua City, leading him to prioritize the enhancement of his strength over romantic sentiments. Now that he has some leisure time, Chen felt compelled to return, offering a form of closure to his past affections. Upon seeing the stone in Su Chen's hand, Ning Yan's expression turned momentarily bewildered. However, she quickly regained her composure, her face illuminating with joy. "You are Su Chen," she exclaimed, removing a small purple stone from her waist and placing it on the table. Su Chen was taken aback at the sight of Ning Yan's stone. He had not anticipated that she would still keep it after all these years, having presumed it long lost. Nodding with a smile, Su Chen remarked, "It has been a long time." However, as Ning Yan gazed at his smile, tears welled up in her eyes, the weight of her impending fate pressing heavily upon her heart, filling her with profound sorrow. Yet, she mustered a smile and replied, "It is truly wonderful to see you again, Su Chen." Chapter 64. The aggrieved Ning Yan. Upon encountering Su Chen once more, Ning Yan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Once childhood companions, he had now ascended to a realm beyond her reach. The Su family ruled over 5 major cities, and rumors from Mingwei City indicated that Su Chen had become a formidable practitioner at the return to Origin Realm. In terms of both strength and status, he had distanced himself from her significantly. With a smile, Su Chen inquired, "So, how have you been lately? I haven't been to Pingyang City. Why haven't you come to Mingwei City to visit me?" Ning Yan could only manage a wry smile in response, momentarily at a loss for words. The truth was that after returning to her family, her branch of the Ning clan had faced considerable hardship, constantly suppressed and targeted. The one who had summoned them back was the elder of the Ning clan. Ning Yan's father had skillfully managed the business in Mingwei City, expanding its scale nearly tenfold, which likely prompted the direct descendants to covet their achievements. Ever since returning to the Ning family, she had to report every time she left the Ning residence, leaving her with little opportunity to see Su Chen. Noticing her expression, Su Chen's curiosity piqued, and he asked, "What's the matter? Have you been bullied?" Upon hearing those words, Ning Yan felt a slight tremor within her. Back when they were in Mingwei City, every time she faced reprimands from her parents, she would seek solace in Su Chen, often shedding tears in his presence. He always asked her the same question, "Have you been bullied?" To this day, Ning Yan can still vaguely recall the visage of Su Chen, imbued with a blend of anger and concern. For reasons unknown, a warm sensation envelopes her heart as she shakes her head and says, "It's nothing. Everything is quite well." With that, she rises to her feet, a smile gracing her face. "Please wait a moment. I shall take you for a stroll around Pingyang City. It has been far too long since we last met, and I intend to treat you to a delightful meal." Noticing his reluctance to speak, Su Chen refrains from pressing further, merely nodding in assent. "All right." Ning Yan then exits the reception hall, only to return shortly, her face illuminated by a cheerful smile. "Let us go, Su Chen." He rises, and together they prepare to leave the Ning family estate. Before their arrival, Su Chen had anticipated Ning Yan's demeanor might be one of reverence, fear, or perhaps an eagerness to please. However, he was taken aback to find that Ning Yan harbored none of these sentiments, but rather an overwhelming joy, a pure and unadulterated happiness that was palpable. Just as they were about to step out of the Ning household, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Ning Yan, halt." Upon hearing this command, her expression shifted dramatically. She turned to behold the source of the voice, a young man with a defiant countenance, his gaze icy and unyielding. Ning Lin. He was none other than the son of the Grand Elder, likely acting on his father's behest, and he had not been a stranger to tormenting her in the past. Ning Lin slowly approached, his voice laced with reprimand. "Return at once. Who permitted your presence?" Under ordinary circumstances, Ning Yan might have tolerated such insolence. However, with Su Chen by her side today, perhaps not wishing him to witness her predicament, her heart brimmed with indignation. "The third elder has sanctioned my departure. By what right do you presume to control me?" Ning Lin's eyes narrowed with fury as he stepped closer, raising his hand to strike Ning Yan's face. Dare to retort? "You're asking for a beating." Yet before his hand could connect, Su Chen intervened, blocking the blow. Ning Lin, incensed that Su Chen would dare to obstruct him, seethed. Who is this illegitimate wretch, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Ning family? You seek death. With that, he unleashed his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, attempting to break free from Su Chen's grasp, only to find himself utterly unable. Su Chen's hold was as unyielding as iron. Frustrated by his impotence, Ning Lin spat with rage. "Cursed be you. Release me at once, or I shall see to your demise today." With a mere flick of his wrist, Su Chen pushed Ning Lin away, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his aura diminished to the brink of collapse. Begone! If not for the fact that Ning Lin was a member of Ning Yan's clan, Su Chen would have ended him without hesitation, allowing him to flail about in this manner. At that moment, A formidable aura erupted from within the Ning residence, and a figure swiftly approached them. It was none other than the esteemed Grand Elder of the Ning family, Ning Wei. Upon encountering him, Ning Lin was instantly filled with excitement and shouted, "Father! He dares to harm me, quickly eliminate him." Ning Wei first cast a glance at Ning Lin, instructing the attendants to take him for treatment. Then turned his gaze towards Su Chen, his expression icy as he stated, "You possess audacity indeed to injure a direct descendant of the Ning family." After speaking, he looked towards Ning Yin. "Ning Yin, is this individual you brought into the Ning family?" A flicker of fear crossed Ning Yan's eyes as she regarded Ning Wei. Her voice faltering as she replied, "Elder, he is my friend, and it was young Master Ning Lin who first assaulted me, preventing my departure from the Ning family." Preposterous! Ning Wei thundered, his anger surging within him. The sight of his son grievously injured drove him to the brink of madness. Were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of the entire collateral branch, he would have wished to strike Ning Yin dead with a single blow. Ning Lin is of the direct lineage. You, a mere collateral, ought to heed his commands. What does it matter if the third elder consents? If Ning Lin decrees that you shall not leave the Ning family, then you shall not. Furthermore, you are to be wed to the Su family. How dare you consort with other men? What sort of behavior is that? Ning Feng has already been imprisoned because of you. Do you wish for your mother to join him in the dungeon? Return at once, and after half a month, obediently marry into the Su family." As Ning Wei's cold words resonated, Ning Yin lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Ning Feng was indeed her father. 6 months prior, Ning Wei had orchestrated a scheme to frame her father, compelling her into a marriage with the Su family. The Su family stands as the preeminent power within Pingyang City, boasting 3 formidable beings at the transformation stage. The 4th young master of the Su family has long harbored affections for her, prompting Ning Wei to exploit her to curry favor with him. Naturally, Ning Yin is reluctant to wed the 4th young master of the Su family. However, under the pressure of her parents, she finds herself compelled to acquiesce to the elder's demands. Reflecting on these circumstances, Ning Yin is inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. She has committed no wrong, nor has her lineage, yet she finds herself persistently targeted by the elder. Ning Wei's tone leaves no room for negotiation, making it abundantly clear that Ning Yin has no choice in the matter. He then shifts his gaze towards Su Chen, his voice laced with a chilling intent to kill. "Boy, it is now your turn. You dare to strike at the direct line of the Ning family. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, while you may enter the gates of the Ning family, you shall not leave." Ning Wei's eyes are frosty as he regards Su Chen. Were it not for Su Chen's remarkable demeanor, suggesting a noteworthy background, he would have undoubtedly struck him down already. Chapter 65. The feelings of that your Su Chen gazed at him, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "What explanation do you expect from me?" With an air of curiosity, he turned his attention to Ning Wei, intrigued by his next move. Ning Wei's eyes darkened as he fixed his stare on Su Chen. Over the years, Ning Yin had remained within the confines of the Ning family, seldom venturing out, and even then, not far. It was inconceivable that she had any formidable connections. With this thought, a chill filled Ning Wei's gaze. "You are courting death, boy." In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Su Chen with an impressive aura. Yet, Su Chen's expression was one of utter disdain. "Just an ant." As the words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped Ning Wei, forcing him to his knees. His face flushed with effort, he struggled to maintain his stance. But the bones in his kneecaps began to crack under the immense weight. How could this be? In that instant, Ning Wei was overcome with horror. Merely the pressure alone had such a devastating effect on him. If he were to strike, would he not be obliterated in an instant? Fear gripped Ning Wei's heart. He never anticipated that Ning Yin would have such a powerful friend. Su Chen slowly approached him, his expression one of icy indifference. "You think you are worthy to seek an explanation from me?" As Su Chen approached Ning Wei, the oppressive aura intensified to a terrifying degree, causing Ning Wei to cry out in agony. "My lord, spare me. I was momentarily blind and beg for your forgiveness." Ning Wei shouted, his voice laden with humility and desperation. Before Su Chen, he felt no different from an insignificant insect. If Su Chen wished to take his life, a mere flick of his finger would suffice. This harrowing sense of pressure was something he had never experienced, even in the presence of those at the divine transformation stage in Pingyang City. Could it be that he faced a being beyond that level? In that moment, Ning Wei's fear reached its zenith. At that instant, a figure emerged nearby, prompting Ning Wei to step forward hastily. "Please, young Master Su, show mercy." The newcomer was Ning Huayu, the head of the Ning family. Having visited Mingwei City numerous times, he was no stranger to Su Chen. However, he could never have anticipated that Ning Yin would be linked to him. This was Su Chen, the renowned master of the returning origin realm. Ning Huayu couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have allowed Ning Wei to oppress Ning Yan's family. If the Ning family could align themselves with the Su family, it would be a far superior alliance compared to the Su family. Su Chen glanced at Ning Huayu before turning his gaze away once more. With a subtle wave of his hand, Ning Wei immediately coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, his aura diminishing to the brink of collapse, as if he were on the verge of death itself. This strike not only inflicted severe injuries upon Ning Wei, but also severed his meridians, effectively crippling his ability to advance further on the path of cultivation. Were it not for Ning Wei's lineage within the Ning family, he might have been slain without hesitation. The decision to spare his life was primarily motivated by concerns for Ning Yin. After executing this act, Su Chen turned towards Ning Yin with a smile, assuring her that should anyone bully her, she could always seek him at the Su residence. Upon hearing these words, Ning Huayu's expression shifted dramatically, as it was evident that Su Chen was extending his protection to Ning Yin. Observing the departing figures of the two, he hastily instructed his servants to release Ning Feng from the dungeon and to treat Ning Yan's mother with kindness. In truth, Ning Huayu and Ning Yin bore no enmity towards one another and had never actively sought to antagonize their family. However, he had refrained from offering assistance. He was aware of Ning Wei's antagonism towards Ning Feng, but deemed the matter not worth jeopardizing his relationship with the Grand Elder. Thus, he chose to remain indifferent, allowing the Grand Elder to act freely. Yet, the circumstances seemed to have transformed considerably. The Su family now stood as the sovereigns among the 5 great cities, a formidable entity in the eyes of the Ning family. The alliance formed between Ning Yin and the Su family could potentially elevate her status, ensuring that within the 5 great cities, no one would dare to harm them again. Disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Ning Wei laboriously inquired, "Head of the family, who is that person?" Ning Huayu cast a fleeting glance his way, then replied in a tone that was both calm and indifferent. "The Grand Elder should be aware. It is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family." "What?" Ning Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being deflating like a punctured balloon as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. He could sense the head of the family's apathy towards him, and he could vividly envision the significant blow his standing within the Ning family would inevitably suffer. In stark contrast to him, Ning Yin evidently held greater investment value. Her close association with Su Chen rendered the Ning family untouchable. Yet, Ning Wei could not fathom why Ning Yin enjoyed such a close relationship with Su Chen. Regret consumed him, for had he known this day would come, he would have acted differently. Had he refrained from targeting Ning Feng and from scheming against him, he would at least have retained some avenue for retreat. Ning Huayu, with a chilling detachment, declared, "Grand Elder, since the engagement between Ning Yin and the Su family originated from you, it is your responsibility to dissolve it personally. Given Ning Yan's evident connection with Su Chen, should he become aware of this matter, your life may no longer be secure." At these words, Ning Wei felt a jolt of apprehension. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never dare approach the Su family to annul the engagement. However, with Ning Yin now entwined with Su Chen, a mere mention of Su Chen would surely compel the Su family to acquiesce. As this realization dawned upon him, he could not suppress a bitter smile. Such a small loss had led to a far greater calamity. Had it not been for the oppression of the Ning family, he might have leveraged his connection with Ning Yin to ascend the ranks of the Su family. Outside the Ning residence, Ning Yin wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, a radiant smile blossoming once more on her face. "Su Chen, thank you," she expressed gratefully. Su Chen shook his head, replying it was merely a trifling effort. In the ensuing hours, Ning Yin guided Su Chen through Pingyang City, indulging in a delightful array of culinary treats. Originally, Ning Yin had intended to cover the expenses, yet the relentless exploitation by the Ning family had left her with scant spirit stones. Ultimately, it was Su Chen who settled the bill, though he bore no concern over such matters. As they strolled together, their conversation flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of their childhood companionship. In Su Chen's presence, Ning Yin felt a comforting ease, devoid of any burdensome pressure. Their shared moments were free from awkwardness, even in silence, as a simple walk together brought immense comfort. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ning Yan's mind, prompting her to ask, "Su Chen, I recall that when we parted in Mingwei City, you mentioned you would say something upon our next meeting. Do you still remember? One sentence?" Su Chen pondered, indeed recalling the promise. Back then, He had harbored affections for Ning Yin and had intended to confess his feelings upon their reunion, aspiring to take her as his bride. Alas, time had transformed everything. Turning to gaze at Ning Yin, her delicate and fair visage captivated him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Time has passed, and my memories have begun to fade. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ning Yin responded with a soft "oh," her gaze lowering, betraying a hint of disappointment. A sigh of helplessness escaped her lips. The disparity in their social standings had always been significant, and now it seemed even more pronounced, rendering her unworthy of Su Chen. She exhaled softly, poised to speak, when suddenly her path was obstructed by several figures. As she discerned the identities of those before her, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 66. The proposal to withdraw from the engagement. This person is utterly annoying. The visitor was none other than Su Zhengqi, the fourth young master of the Su family. With a somber expression, Su Zhengqi cast a glance at Ning Yin before shifting his gaze to Su Chen. After a brief moment, he smiled and remarked, "Yinner, might you introduce this individual?" Ning Yin inhaled deeply and replied with composure, "This is my friend." "Friend?" Su Zhengqi's demeanor turned cold as he scrutinized Su Chen, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "Do you not comprehend that Ning Yin is to be my concubine?" At these words, Ning Yin trembled, her eyes ablaze with fury. She had never consented to marry Su Zhengqi. This arrangement had been forcefully imposed upon her by her family. Furthermore, Su Zhengqi was nothing more than a debauched playboy, indulging in a life of hedonism, having toyed with countless women. How could Ning Yin ever consider marrying him? "Su Zhengqi, when did I ever agree to wed you?" Su Zhengqi gazed at Ning Yin, a fervent glimmer momentarily flashing in his eyes before being swiftly suppressed. The Su family has already formed an alliance with the Ning family. Henceforth, you, Ning Yin, are recognized as my concubine, a fact well known throughout Pingyang City. And furthermore, Su Zhengqi's countenance grew increasingly frosty. "You shameless woman. We are already bound by a marital contract. Why do you still consort with other men? Do you possess no sense of shame?" Due to their prominent location on the street, numerous onlookers had immediately turned their attention to this unfolding drama. "Isn't that Su Zhengqi, the fourth young master of the Su family? Who are those two individuals? I have been observing for quite some time now. The one opposite is Ning Yin from the Ning family, who was once betrothed to Su Zhengqi. It seems that she was caught by Su Zhengqi for being in the company of another man. How thrilling. This fellow truly exhibits audacity, daring to provoke Su Zhengqi's woman. Does he not fear for his life? Nevertheless, one must admit that he possesses a far superior appearance and demeanor compared to Su Zhengqi." Whispers began to circulate, albeit filled with unflattering remarks, many criticizing Ning Yin for her lack of shame. As numerous gazes turned towards Su Chen, they could not help but shake their heads. Su Zhengqi is known for his ruthless nature and vengeful spirit. Anyone who dares to touch his woman can already anticipate a grim fate. Fury burned in Ning Yan's eyes as she declared, "Su Zhengqi, when did I ever state I would marry you? A person like you is not worthy of my hand in marriage." Under normal circumstances, Ning Yin would never dare to speak to Su Zhengqi in such a manner. However, with Su Chen by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. With Su Chen present, Ning Yan's courage grew significantly. "You shameless wretch," Su Zhengqi, infuriated, retorted. "You fail to appreciate my favor. You are merely a collateral member of the Ning family. If I wished to toy with you, I could simply seize you without the need to take you as a concubine. Since you are so ungrateful, very well. Summon someone to take Ning Yin back to the Su residence. Today, I shall teach her a lesson on what it means to confront a man." As he spoke, a lecherous expression emerged on Su Zhengqi's face. Under normal circumstances, having set his sights on Ning Yin, he would have had no qualms about seizing her by force. For the Ning family would undoubtedly dare not protest. However, during that period, the head of the Su family had advised him to avoid trouble. And the beauty of Ning Yin had truly captivated him, which led him to acquiesce to Ning Wei's suggestion of having Ning Yin become a minor concubine. Otherwise, why would he permit such a lowly relative to enter the Su household? "At your command," he declared. The servants surrounding Su Zhengqi immediately advanced towards Ning Yin, their faces adorned with malicious grins. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. Here was a perfectly good opportunity to attain the status of a concubine, yet she foolishly turned it down. Now, she was bound to face dire consequences. But what choice did she have? The Su family was immensely powerful. To marry into such a family would be a boon, not a burden. Now, not only would she be barred from entering the Su household, but her reputation was also at stake. Losing one's reputation was a minor inconvenience, yet everyone was well aware of Su Zhengqi's ruthless methods. How many women who had been taken into the Su family emerged unscathed? It is rumored that the fourth young master of Su indulges in rather perverse pursuits. It is truly regrettable, for Ning Yin had been my former goddess, and now she was destined to be defiled by Su Zhengqi. In Pingyang City, Ning Yin was certainly considered a beauty. Otherwise, the fastidious Su Zhengqi would not have taken notice of her. Naturally, she had many admirers. In this moment, many men surrounding Ning Yin, upon witnessing her impending misfortune, couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Yet, none dared to step forward to offer assistance. The Su family's influence was overwhelmingly powerful, a true tyrant within Pingyang City. Who would dare provoke such might? Su Chen, observing the scene beside them, felt utterly speechless. All he desired was a leisurely stroll through the market, yet trouble seemed to seek him out relentlessly. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blade of light, swiftly eliminating those who approached Ning Yin, their blood spilling forth in abundance. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, realization struck. He had the audacity to slay members of the Su family. Did he not fear for his life? Good heavens, he was undoubtedly doomed. To lay hands upon the Su family was an entirely different matter. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Su Chen turned his attention to Ning Yin, a gentle smile adorning his face. Why didn't you inform me of such matters? The Su family is but a trifling concern. I could have resolved this for you. He reminisced about their childhood, when she would seek his help for any insurmountable problem. What is this? Have we grown distant with age? Upon seeing Su Chen's expression, Ning Yin, despite her initial panic, felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her uncertain of how to respond to Su Chen's words. Su Chen chuckled softly before turning his gaze towards Su Zhengqi, who wore an expression of confusion and dread. Among his several subordinates, there was one who had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, capable of effortlessly dispatching him in an instant, at least at the beginning of the nascent soul stage. Su Zhengqi, accustomed to arrogance, spoke with a fierce countenance. Dare you kill a servant of the Su family? The Su family will never let you go. Su Chen remained expressionless, not even making a move, yet the force he unleashed sent Su Zhengqi flying, extinguishing his life on the spot. This man was far too loquacious and had disturbed his mood, thus he could not be spared. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with terror. He dared to slay Su Zhengqi. Did he not realize that this was the fourth young master of the Su family? Many had already begun to retreat discreetly, fearing they might be implicated by Su Chen's actions. Having killed Su Zhengqi, it was certain that the Su family would not let Su Chen off easily. In their eyes, Su Chen was left with but one path: death. Su Chen chuckled, with nothing better to do. I shall accompany you to the Su family to annul the marriage. Such audacity. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure from afar. The onlookers, who had originally gathered to spectate, retreated hastily, their faces etched with fear. Soon, a towering figure materialized before Su Chen, his visage shrouded in gloom, his chest heaving tumultuously as if a volcano on the verge of eruption. The newcomer glared at Su Chen with a murderous intent. You have slain a member of the Su family and dare to come to annul the engagement? Your audacity knows no bounds. Chapter 67. Very well. I shall wait for you. Su family's grand elder, Su Hua, possesses formidable strength at the late stage of the transformation realm. Ning Yin instinctively felt a twinge of concern, but recalling that she was in the presence of Su Chen, her worries slightly abated. Though the Su family held a dominant position in Pingyang City, they were insignificant in the face of the Su family. Not to mention Su Chen himself. Even a mere direct elder of the Su family would be a force the Su family could not contend with. Now that Su Hua has appeared, that young man is surely doomed. I truly cannot fathom his thoughts. He seems to possess the strength of the nascent soul stage. With such power, why did he not simply flee? Su Zhengqi would likely not be able to harm him. What necessity was there to provoke the Su family? Alas, it appears he has forfeited his life. Perhaps it is for the sake of that woman, Ning Yin. Throughout history, beautiful women have often brought calamity. And there is truth in that. The Su family has long held its power, and given the nature of the 5 great cities, there are seldom formidable warriors in residence. Thus, Su Chen appeared quite unfamiliar to them. Hence, hardly anyone considered that he possessed the means to confront the Su family. At this moment, Su Hua's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Su Chen's audacity to slay members of the Su family was tantamount to a direct provocation. If he were not eliminated today, the Su family's prestige would endure a grievous blow. Su Hua coldly declared, Young man, today I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending the Su family. With that, He raised his hand and struck towards Su Chen, channeling an immense force. He embodied the essence of a powerful warrior, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Su Chen's aura was not particularly strong, even if he could eliminate Su Zhengqi and his companions. He was at most at the nascent soul stage and could not possibly withstand a blow from himself. He cast a glance at Su Hua, his eyes flashing with impatience. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. Suddenly, the sky tore open with a massive rift, engulfing Su Hua in an instant. Accompanied by the sound of his screams, Su Hua was obliterated in the void. Only those at the void refinement stage possessed the strength to endure such emptiness. While Su Hua, being merely at the god transformation stage, stood no chance of surviving within it. Without hesitation, Su Chen tore through the void alongside Ning Yan. Arriving above the Su residence, with a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy, reducing the entire Su family estate to rubble. As he surveyed the destruction he had wrought, his gaze remained indifferent. He was aware that many innocent lives were caught in the calamity, yet that mattered little to him. The principle of eradicating the root of the problem was a simple one he understood well. This would also alleviate some troubles for the Su family. After all, isn't this world governed by the law of the jungle? The weak are vanquished by the strong, with little justification required. Should the day come when Su Chen himself is extinguished by a more powerful adversary, it would simply be a reflection of the Su family's insufficient strength. Of course, whether anyone possesses the capability to achieve that remains a separate matter entirely. The thunderous sound of the explosion reverberated throughout Pingyang City, causing countless individuals to turn toward the source, their expressions filled with terror. What on earth had transpired? However, in the place where Su Chen resided at the outset, the crowd gradually emerged from the shock of Su Hua's murder. He possesses the ability to rend the very fabric of space. This is a formidable practitioner in the void refinement stage. Among the 5 great cities, only the Su family boasts such a powerful figure. Could this individual be from the Su lineage? The Su family. Upon reflection, I seem to recall that young man. He resembles Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, whom I fortuitously encountered several years ago in Mingwei City. As soon as this statement was made, it incited a tremendous uproar, and the expressions of the onlookers were filled with dread. No one had anticipated that the person beside Ning Yan was, in fact, Su Chen. The crowd then recalled Su Zhengqi's earlier words directed at Su Chen and suddenly realized the sheer folly of those remarks. Had he known that the individual before him was Su Chen, one wonders if he would have been so terrified as to lose control of himself. In Pingyang City, who is unaware that Su Zhengqi is a coward who preys on the weak? Several years ago, a direct descendant of the Su family visited Pingyang City, and at that time, Su Zhengqi acted like a sycophant, eagerly seeking favor. Soon after, news spread throughout Pingyang City that the Su family had been annihilated. Those who heard this news were left aghast. The Su family. They were the dominators of Pingyang City. Who possessed the might to extinguish them? Other forces in the god transformation stage were left shaken by this revelation. Yet, it was not long before another piece of news emerged, stating that the downfall of the Su family was due to their provocation of Su Chen. Everyone was taken aback. How audacious was the Su family to provoke even the Su family? Ning Wei, who was on his way to the Su residence to annul his engagement, was nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing this news, a chill creeping down his spine. He reflected on his previous offense towards Su Chen and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he not been a relative of Ning Yan, he might have already met a fatal end at Su Chen's hands. After 2 hours of turmoil, they arrived at the renowned establishment known as Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon in Pingyang City, celebrated for its distinctive cuisine. Ning Yan and Su Chen found themselves seated in a lavish private room on the top floor. The table laden with delectable dishes that filled the air with tantalizing aromas, igniting their appetites. As Ning Yan gazed upon the strikingly handsome young man before her, a ripple of emotion stirred within her beautiful eyes. Particularly, in light of Su Chen's formidable prowess, she felt herself becoming increasingly captivated. Yet, she chose not to dwell on her feelings for him. Instead, she relished the present moment, believing it to be quite satisfactory. After all, few in this world had the privilege of being so close to Su Chen. Her sole desire was to maintain her image in Su Chen's heart. The mere thought of him returning to visit her during his moments of leisure brought her immense joy. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly transformed into Su Chen's devoted admirer, and a rather blind one at that. In the ensuing months, the two of them explored every corner of Pingyang City and ventured beyond its borders, embarking on a journey that would last for 3 months. During this period, Chen experienced the most relaxed moments since arriving in this world. After returning to Pingyang City, he provided some resources to Ningyan, assisting her in ascending to the heavenly spirit route. Chen had already regarded Ningyan as a confidant, a friend with whom he could share his thoughts. As for the future of their relationship, he believed it would unfold naturally. On a narrow path not far from the Ning family residence, Ningyan turned to Chen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen, will you come to find me again? She asked. Chen smiled reassuringly. I will. Ningyan took a deep breath. For reasons she couldn't quite grasp, a wave of emotion threatened to overwhelm her. Perhaps it was the fear that this parting would mark the end of their encounters. All right, I will wait for you, she said, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She wished to leave Chen with the image of a cheerful Ningyan, not one consumed by tears. Little did she know, her words today would exact a significant toll in the future. Chapter 68. Meeting is fate. Let me grant you a blessing. Ultimately, the two parted ways. That day, the dusk was exceptionally beautiful, with crimson clouds adorning the sky, casting a sanguine hue over the earth. Chen was also preparing to depart from Pingyang City. To him, the significance of this city had transformed. He would forever remember its essence, as well as the enchanting Ningyan. Although Ningyan's beauty could scarcely be deemed extraordinary, especially when compared to Lin Yiming, she remained the most memorable woman in Chen's heart. He held a firm belief that their paths would cross again in the future. Just as Chen was about to leave Pingyang City, a sudden wailing pierced the air, drawing a crowd around it. Turning his head, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. At the center of the gathering were the two Taoists he had encountered earlier, and the one weeping was none other than the disciple of Master Zhang. His disciple was crying and throwing a tantrum on the ground like a petulant child. Master Zhang, on the other hand, bore a grave expression. Having sensed the fluctuations of Taoist essence emanating from his disciple, indicating that they had reached a critical juncture. Such intense emotional upheaval was unfathomable otherwise. The onlookers, witnessing the old Taoist's incessant lamentations, were taken aback. However, the novelty of the situation soon wore off, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Chen approached slowly, and Master Zhang immediately recognized him, offering a slight bow in greeting. We meet again. Chen found a step to sit on, a few meters away from Master Zhang. His expression calm as he gazed at the old Taoist before speaking. To sever the ties with the corpse, one must discover the deepest obsession within their heart. Your disciple has paused in Pingyang City. It seems the opportunity lies here. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang let out a weary sigh, glancing at the old Taoist, his face etched with even greater sorrow. Alas, it is indeed difficult. Before my disciple came under my tutelage, he was merely an ordinary person in Pingyang City. He once fell in love with a woman from a prestigious family. Although they shared a deep affection, they ultimately could not unite. In the end, the woman was compelled by her family to marry another man. Chen furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued as he inquired, what became of this woman? She has perished. Master Zhang replied with a shake of his head, sighing, both the woman and her family have long since vanished. This is a tale from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. Chen's brow knitted tighter, realizing that this meant Pingyang City had existed for a millennium. Is the history of Pingyang City truly so ancient? Yet, in this world, a span of 10,000 years is not particularly long, akin to the ironclad dynasties and the ever-flowing rivers of time. Compared to 10 millennia ago, the forces within Pingyang City may have undergone numerous transformations. Zhang Jinren sighed helplessly, stating, to untie the bell, one must have the bell ringer. My disciple lacks the bell ringer, and thus, he cannot surmount the hurdle within his heart. The slaying of the corpse is perilous. Upon hearing this, Chen fell into silence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he glanced at the old Taoist, whose aura began to fluctuate violently, clearly indicating that if this continued, failure was inevitable. Zhang Jinren slumped helplessly to the ground. He had invested immense effort into this disciple, viewing him as his soul kin. Witnessing his disciple on the brink of death filled his heart with profound sorrow. The act of slaying the corpse, though resulting merely in the extinguishing of intellect and the descent into folly, was akin to death itself, transforming one into a soulless shell. As moments ticked by, the old Taoist ceased his weeping, sitting vacantly on the ground with a dazed expression. If this continued, he would surely fail in his endeavor to slay the corpse. Zhang Jinren gazed up at the sky, his eyes tinged with melancholy. After countless years of cultivation, nearly all of his friends, family, and kin had perished. This disciple was in truth, his only remaining relative in this world. Now, he was forced to watch as his beloved kin gradually slipped away. In that instant, an overwhelming tide of sorrow surged within Zhang Zhenren's heart. Though he appeared remarkably youthful at this moment, he resembled a weary and frail elder. Master Zhang let out a bitter smile, engaging in a profound inquiry of his soul. What is the true purpose of cultivation? Su Chen also fell into silence. Cultivation, in truth, encompasses various motivations. Some pursue it purely for the love of practice, aspiring to attain greater powers. However, the majority are not so unadulterated, as most cultivate for the sake of their loved ones, striving to protect those around them or to ensure their happiness and well-being. Neither of these motivations is inherently flawed. Yet, it is apparent that the former tends to traverse further along the path of cultivation, for their resolve is more untainted. Of course, exceptions exist. At times, the power of love can be boundless, capable of unleashing astounding might. Thus, Su Chen perceived that, in essence, there is little distinction between the two. From Master Zhang's countenance, a palpable confusion was evident. Clearly, he was not the type who cultivated purely for the sake of the practice, but rather leaned towards the latter motivation. A person cultivates for their kin, yet with their loved ones on the verge of departure, it is only natural for him to feel a sense of bewilderment. Su Chen slowly rose to his feet and spoke softly. To meet is a form of destiny. If that is the case, allow me to bestow upon you a transformation. As his words echoed, the chaotic aura surrounding the old Taoist once again solidified, and his presence grew significantly more formidable. Gradually, the old man's gaze regained its clarity, dispelling the earlier sense of dullness. The old Taoist gazed at the surrounding scene, his eyes filled with bewilderment. What has transpired? Did I truly succeed in severing the three corpses? At that moment, Master Zhang also came to his senses, springing to his feet with an expression of astonishment. How could this be possible? Su Chen actually managed to forcibly intervene in the severing of the three corpses. It is essential to understand that the severing of the three corpses is governed by the celestial laws. No one can contravene this, not even the esteemed Saint Venerates. Could it be that he belongs to that realm? Beyond the Saint Venerate, the ancient saint, only such a being could meddle with the workings of the heavenly order, thus making it effortless to interfere in the severing of another's three corpses. However, those who attain such a realm are invariably formidable figures. It is inconceivable that someone so obscure could exist. Why have I never heard of the name Su Chen? Master Zhang turned to look for Su Chen, but he had already vanished without a trace. He arrived without a shadow and departed without a sound. A peerless powerhouse indeed. His expression grew exceedingly grave. This favor must be repaid. The followers of the Tao are particularly concerned with cause and effect. Su Chen saved his disciple, a debt of such magnitude that it warrants repayment even with one's life. Jing'ong City, the Su family. After contemplating for a brief moment, Master Zhang resolved that his next destination would be Wangan Mountain. The Jiuyun Daoist temple consisted solely of himself and his disciple. It mattered not where they were. As far as he knew, the Su family's strength was not formidable. They lacked even a return to origin realm practitioner. It would be wise for him to reside at Wangyun Mountain for the time being. His cultivation is quite commendable, and by providing protection to the Su family, while also assisting Su Chen in guiding the clan's training, he would be fulfilling a debt of gratitude. Chapter 69. The Terrifying Su Family, the Wishing Cloud Cave. Half a year has swiftly passed. During this period, Su Chen has remained at Wishing Cloud Mountain, enjoying a life of tranquility and ease. In just 6 months, the Su family has experienced remarkable growth. Su Hongyuan has completely adapted to the strength of the returning origin realm. Meanwhile, the elder Jing'ong Wang, who has exerted tremendous effort, is still in seclusion attempting to break through his level. Little does he know that Su Hongyuan has effortlessly attained such a realm. One wonders how he would feel upon discovering this. With the aid of substantial resources, Su Qitian has also ascended to the unity stage. The strength of the entire Su family now surpasses even that of the Jinghong Empire. On this day, 2 Taoists arrived at Wishing Cloud Mountain, while Zhang Taoist appeared unchanged. The elder beside him now seemed remarkably youthful, resembling someone just in their early 20s. This transformation, however, was not due to a breakthrough but rather the result of undergoing a process known as severing the corpse. Upon noticing this, Su Chen promptly instructed, "Go inform the family head that if 2 Taoists arrive shortly, they should be received with utmost hospitality." Both individuals possess considerable strength, and he had divined their circumstances. They are both wanderers. Should they be welcomed into the Su family, it would offer significant advantages. Understood. The servant acknowledged and departed. Before long, a quaint Taoist temple emerged at the foot of Wishing Cloud Mountain. Chen had never placed such significance on any individual before. Thus, Su Qingtian was well aware that these two were certainly of extraordinary origin, and he regarded them as esteemed guests. Initially, he intended to construct a larger temple for them, yet Zhang Zhenren declined the offer. For someone of his stature, opulence held no allure. Rather, he favored the understated elegance of seclusion. After merely casting a glance, Su Chen chose not to dwell further on them, redirecting his focus to Wanyan Mountain, feeling that something essential was amiss. Although the Su family was experiencing rapid growth, it gave him the impression of possessing a rather flimsy foundation. Contemplating this, Su Chen ascended to the center of Wanyan Mountain's summit, raising his hand to conjure a vast rift in the void before him. Gradually, this rift stabilized, and the space within began to transform. Su Chen was in the process of creating a paradise of concealed realms. In the Xiantian realm, nearly all major powers possessed such paradises, a feature that the Su family lacked. After approximately half an hour, a realm was successfully constructed by Su Chen. Upon entering, he found the spiritual energy within to be extraordinarily abundant, nearly 3 times that of the external world, which in this context referred to Wanyan Mountain. However, the space was exceedingly limited, measuring only around 100 square meters. Not sufficient. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he unleashed the power within him. A continuous flow surging into this realm. Soon, the paradise began to expand further, with the spiritual energy within growing ever denser. After several hours had passed, Su Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as the sacred energy within his body had been significantly depleted. The cave paradise had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Its area had expanded from a mere 100 square meters to an astonishing 10,000. Moreover, the density of spiritual energy was approximately 15 times that of Wangan Mountain. However, certain issues persisted, despite the richness of the spiritual energy being enhanced by 15-fold. The rate at which this energy was generated remained only about twice that of the outside world. Within the cave paradise, the rules were not sufficiently refined, making the slow generation of spiritual power a normal occurrence. Quickly, Su Chen devised a solution. He retrieved a 7-colored spirit stone from his system backpack, a 3rd-tier celestial-grade Dao Yuan crystal. This item was a consumable, specifically designed to refine the rules of the cave. As the Dao Yuan crystal gradually dissipated, the entire space began to tremble incessantly. Being a celestial-grade item, it was vastly superior to imperial-grade materials, and its efficacy was beyond dispute. Su Chen could distinctly sense that the rate of spiritual energy generation within the cave had surged to at least 30 times that of Wanyan Mountain. It was nothing short of terrifying. Most importantly, the Dao Yuan crystal had transformed this cave into a realm reminiscent of a miniature world, capable of continuously producing spiritual power. It is worth noting that other cave paradises typically relied on consumables. While they could generate pure spiritual energy, such a process necessitated a cost, requiring other treasures to serve as a source of energy. In contrast, Su Chen's cave did not encounter such issues. All of this is attributable to the presence of the Dao Yuan crystal. Su Chen glanced at the system's backpack and noted that he possessed 315 Dao Yuan crystals. With over 300 remaining, there was no cause for concern. The spiritual energy within this cave heaven was ample for the Su family to utilize. Allowing for a pause and further enhancement, he contemplated relocating the direct descendants of the Su family to this new domain, while leaving the decisions regarding the collateral branches to Su Qingtian. However, since this was indeed a cave heaven, it required a name. He decided to call it Wangan Cave Heaven, a title chosen with great casualness, for a name is merely a symbol. With the establishment of Wangzhen Cave Heaven, it seemed inevitable that the Su family's development would accelerate. A sense of anticipation welled within Su Chen for the day when the Su family would flourish, reminiscent of engaging in a simulation game, which he found quite amusing. Before long, Su Qingtian was the first to enter Wanyan Cave Heaven for observation. His mouth agape in astonishment. What an extraordinary technique! Is this akin to opening a miniature world? He exclaimed in disbelief. Following the news, the direct descendants of the Su family rushed over, their expressions uniformly reflecting sheer astonishment. They hastily moved in. For Wanyan Cave Heaven was undoubtedly the finest cave paradise within the entire Xiantian realm, surpassing even the cave heavens of the imperial families from times past. In the subsequent time, the empire of Jinghong fell into a state of tranquility, with little disturbance among the various factions. Thus, 3 years passed. On this day, the old king of Jinghong emerged from seclusion, his formidable aura perceptible throughout the entire empire. Many within Jinghong breathed a sigh of relief. The old king was not merely their sovereign but also their guardian deity. Without his presence, neighboring empires would undoubtedly seek to invade them. Hence, every inhabitant of the Jinghong Empire fervently wished for the old king's success in his breakthrough. Fortunately, all uncertainties have now settled. The old king of Jinghong has successfully transcended. During these 3 years, the most significant transformations occurred within the Su family. Among the direct lineage, Su Qitian and several elders, with the exception of the 5th elder Su Yuping, have all advanced to the harmonization stage. Among the younger generation, the most powerful, Su Yuza, has also ascended to the late stage of divine transformation. The collateral branches of the Su family have also made rapid progress, with many stewards breaking through to the void refinement stage. The Su family is now extraordinarily powerful. Particularly, the Taoist Xiang has been offering guidance to the Su family as cultivation, greatly benefiting even Su Hongyuan and Su Qitian, significantly enhancing their realms and strengths. Of course, the most astonishing development has been with Taoist Xiang himself, who has begun to experience self-doubt. To his surprise, the Su family is comprised entirely of sacred bodies. Initially, he sought only to repay Su Chen's kindness by mentoring the Su family, but he soon discovered their rapid progress in cultivation. At first, he did not think much of it, but gradually he began to sense something amiss. After all, he had encountered the sacred body of the Su family at least 20 times. The Xiang Taoist felt an overwhelming sense of gravity in his heart. He understood that all of this must be linked to Su Chen. It seemed that this individual was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Chapter 70. The helpless Lin Yiming. Ever since the establishment of the Wangyun Cave Heaven, the strength of the Su family has surged dramatically. Within a year, all the elders of the Su family have transcended to the fusion stage. Presently, the Su family boasts one who has attained the returning origin realm and 5 formidable practitioners at the fusion stage. With an abundance of resources and the enhancement provided by the Wangyun Cave Heaven, the Su family has embarked on a path of unrestrained growth, achieving breakthroughs at a pace that astounds all. Report to the young clan leader, Princess Lin Yimeng has sent another message, one of the family members announced. Upon hearing this, Su Chen replied, "Bring it in." Despite the passage of time, Lin Yimeng has continued to send him messages. Sometimes days would pass between her communications, while at other times, it could be 10 days or even half a month. Yet, she has never ceased her correspondence. However, over the past year, Su Chen has scarcely glanced at the letters she sent, as their contents have become monotonous and repetitive. They primarily consisted of trivial matters regarding leisure and entertainment, or her sharing of recent feelings and experiences. Consequently, he has largely ignored her letters, and in recent months, he has not even bothered to open the envelopes. Reflecting on this, Su Chen waved his hand, retrieving all the letters from his spatial ring, nearly 30 envelopes in total. This girl has truly fallen in love, he thought with a resigned sigh. He opened the letter that had just been delivered, only to find that, unlike before, this time there was but a single missive. Su Chen lowered his gaze, and rows of words strikingly captured his attention. Su Chen, if you are reading this letter, it signifies that I have arrived in the Qinyu Empire. There are countless thoughts I wish to share with you, yet alas, I fear I may never return to the Jinghong Empire after this departure. Have you received my letters, Su Chen? Why do you never respond? I have inquired with the messenger, and they assured me that the letters were personally delivered to the Su family. Yiming is left bewildered, pondering what wrong she might have committed. Do you truly harbor such disdain for me that you cannot even spare the courtesy of a reply? Farewell, Su Chen. This letter bore an unusual weight. Unlike her previous correspondences filled with joy and merriment, every word now resonated with sorrow. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily retrieved the letters previously sent by Yiming for perusal. Young Master Su, this morning I mastered a new dish, which those in the palace have named 7-star convergence. Its flavor is exquisite, and when you next visit Jinghong City, I must prepare it for you. I assure you it will be delectable. Young Master Su, when will you come to Jinghong City? I have been exceedingly bored. My father insists I practice endlessly, and I feel as though I am withering away. Su Chen opened several envelopes in succession, discovering that their contents were largely similar to one another. However, upon opening yet another envelope, he noticed a gradual shift in the tone of her words. Young Master Su, recently the Qinyu Empire has been exerting pressure on my father, causing him great distress, possibly due to the fact that grandfather has achieved a breakthrough in the returning origin realm. The Qinyu Empire seeks to win us over, employing various forms of coercion and threats, and has been persistently pressuring the Jinghong Empire. After discussions with grandfather, my father has resolved to make concessions to the Qinyu Empire, offering the 3 prefectures located to the east of the Jinghong Empire. Today, the Qinyu Empire has sent envoys once more, proposing a marriage alliance with our Jinghong Empire, explicitly demanding that I be the one to marry their eldest prince. What should I do, Chen? I am unwilling to wed that prince of the Qinyu Empire. The relentless pressure from the Qinyu Empire has forced me to consent to the union. In half a month, the bridal procession from the Qinyu Empire will arrive to take me away, and I do not wish to go. Chen continuously perused the letters until he grasped the final missive, his hand trembling slightly. The letter contained only a few poignant words, yet it deeply resonated with Chen. Chen, can you take me away? After reading all the letters, Chen closed his eyes and exhaled softly. From those letters, he could sense Lin Yiming's despair and helplessness. He had heard of the Qinyu Empire, a formidable force within the eastern region, guarded by experts at the Dao entrance realm. Gazing at the array of letters strewn across the table, a surge of mixed emotions welled up within Chen. He had long been aware of Lin Yiming's affection for him, yet Chen did not wish to tarnish the purity of her feelings. If it were merely a matter of sharing a bed with Lin Yiming, he believed he would not refuse. After all, how could a man turn down such a beauty? However, he could not genuinely claim to love Lin Yiming, even if they were to be together. He suspected his feelings for her would resemble those he held for Ruo Shi, occasional moments of indulgence when the thought crossed his mind. He was acutely aware of his own sentiments, which is why Chen had consistently refrained from responding to her. He did not wish to betray Lin Yiming's affections. Yet now, as he gazed at the envelopes before him, each word seemed to resonate with boundless love, rendering his emotions rather convoluted. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the Qinyu Empire, and in the next moment, he vanished into the misty peaks of Wangan Mountain. Qinyu Empire. Qitian City. This was the imperial city of the Qinyu Empire, its scale vastly surpassing that of Jinghong City, resembling a miniature world. Today, Qitian City was adorned with festive decorations, for their eldest prince was to wed. Similar to the structure in Jinghong Empire, this eldest prince was also the most formidable among the royal heirs of the Qinyu Empire. However, one notable distinction was that this prince, due to his unparalleled strength, had already been informally designated as the crown prince. I heard that the eldest prince was marrying merely a concubine, and moreover, she was a princess of the Jinghong Empire. Was such grandeur truly necessary? What relevance does she hold? Who is unaware of the fact that our esteemed crown prince is particularly sensitive about his honor? It is inconceivable that it could be due to that Lin Yiming. However, I have heard that the Jinghong Empire has rejected the prospect of becoming a vassal of our Qinyu Empire, which is truly a sign of ignorance. They have only recently acquired a Guagan-level cultivator, and yet display such audacity. Many within the city are engaged in discussion. Yet it is evident that scarcely anyone is taking this wedding seriously. Though both the Jinghong Empire and the Qinyu Empire are classified as royal powers, the disparity between them is substantial. In the presence of the Qinyu Empire, the Jinghong Empire resembles nothing more than a trivial nation. Previously, the Jinghong Empire lacked Guagan-level cultivators, and thus there was no necessity for the Qinyu Empire to regard them with any significance. However, with the former king of Jinghong having ascended to the Guagen level, their emergence has indeed captured the attention of the Qinyu Empire, which hoped for their allegiance, only to be met with rejection from the Jinghong Empire. The cost of such defiance, however, has been steep. Not only did they lose 3 prefectures, but Linmu also sacrificed his own daughter to preserve the Jinghong Empire. Otherwise, it is highly likely that the Qinyu Empire would have annihilated them. Such is the law of survival in this world. One may not wish to become a vassal of a stronger power, yet one must still demonstrate a posture of submission. Chapter 71. The Empire of Qinyu. Within the resplendent palace of the Qinyu Empire, Lin Yiming's gaze was shrouded in melancholy. The chamber surrounding her was adorned in vibrant crimson, a hue that typically evokes festivity. Yet, the sorrow etched upon her visage transformed this celebration into a scene tinged with sadness and desolation. As the appointed hour approached, she was to wed the eldest prince of the Qinyu Empire. The mere thought of it filled Lin Yiming with an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. She bore no resentment toward her father. He too was ensnared by circumstances beyond his control. When she departed from the Jinghong Empire, it was undoubtedly her father who felt the deepest sorrow. However, there was no alternative. The Jinghong Empire was powerless to confront the might of the Qinyu Empire, rendering this union their sole recourse. To submit to the Qinyu Empire would inevitably lead to one fate: complete assimilation, erasing the Jinghong Empire from existence. Thus, Lin Yimeng had willingly acquiesced to the demands of the Qinyu Empire. The thought of marrying a man she did not love filled her heart with profound anguish, a pain so intense that she wished for an end to her suffering. Yet, such an act was unthinkable, for it would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Qinyu Empire upon her homeland. Suddenly, a figure emerged in her mind, a person who haunted her thoughts with longing: Chen. Ever since their parting in Jinghong City, Lin Yimeng had been utterly captivated by this man. Every moment was consumed by her desire to reunite with him. Yet fate had cruelly thwarted her wishes. At last, as she was about to marry into the Qinyu Empire, she penned a letter expressing her desire to meet Chen. Yet she received no response whatsoever. This thought weighed heavily on Lin Yimeng's heart, filling her with profound sorrow. Did he truly harbor no affection for her? Deep down, Lin Yimeng had long since discerned that Chen likely held no interest in her. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to restrain her longing for contact with him. Ultimately, she sighed deeply, resolving not to dwell further on the matter. Her feelings were inherently one-sided. Chen's lack of reciprocation was her own predicament. Yet, despite this understanding, emotions surged within her like a tempest, and tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. A tapestry of sentiments, aggrieved, helpless, bewildered, and pained, interwove within her. After a considerable period, a maid entered with measured steps, her tone cool as she announced, "Your Highness, His Royal Highness has summoned you. Please follow me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yimeng remained rooted in place. Observing her hesitation, the maid frowned slightly and approached, gently guiding her toward the exit. While she was referred to as Your Highness, in reality, she was merely a token of favor bestowed upon the great prince by the Jinghong Empire. The Guiyuan realm was among the most formidable forces in the eastern domain, and the great prince sought to cultivate relations, unwilling to offend such strength, thus orchestrating this fade of a wedding. Soon, the two entered a lavish hall, already filled with individuals, each a formidable figure from the Qinyu Empire. Among them, for we're at the Guiyuan realm, all gathered to support the Grand Prince, Zhou Mengyang. Within the hall, there were no signs or rituals indicative of a wedding. Zhou Mengyang, adorned in a crimson robe, occupied the seat of honor, engaging in light-hearted conversation with others, as if it were merely a casual gathering rather than a day of matrimony. The Qinyu Empire, with its long-standing history, boasts numerous powerful beings, and Zhou Mengyang, as the Grand Prince, possesses an astonishing strength, being at the late stage of Guiyuan. The king of the Qinyu Empire is even more formidable, rumored to have touched upon the sacred level, though such claims remain unverified. Today, Zhou Mengyang seized the occasion of his wedding to convene the strong allies who have pledged their loyalty to him, thereby nurturing their bonds. "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." A servant approached Zhou Mengyang and whispered. He nodded, his expression indifferent as he commanded, "Let her enter." Soon, Lin Yimeng gracefully walked in. The powerful figures in the hall regarded her with cold indifference, none rising to offer a greeting, a clear sign of their disdain. Lin Yimeng pressed her lips together lightly, making her way directly to Zhou Mengyang, where she quietly took her seat beside him. Zhou Mengyang's brow furrowed immediately, and he coldly reprimanded, "Who permitted you to sit? Are you not aware of your own status? How dare he sit beside me? He should roll away and stand aside." In Lin Yimeng's eyes, he was merely a lowly plaything, an object of disdain. He observed how the king of Jinghong seemed to care for this daughter, which prompted him to demand her marriage. A strategic move to facilitate the eventual incorporation of the Jinghong Empire into his own dominion. Were it not for the necessity of using Lin Yimeng to coerce the king of Jinghong in the future and to win over that formidable figure from the Guiyuan realm, he would have deemed the wedding unnecessary. Upon hearing Zhou Mengyang's words, Lin Yimeng's gaze was heavy with sorrow. She could already envision her bleak future. Perhaps she would soon find herself in a position even lower than that of a servant. Rising quietly, she moved to stand among the servants, aligning herself with those who served her. Yet, her body trembled slightly, her fists clenched, betraying the turmoil within her heart. In the Jinghong Empire, she was, after all, a princess, held in high esteem. Now, being reduced to the same lowly status as the servants was an unbearable affront. A profound sense of desolation enveloped Lin Yimeng. In that moment, she could no longer face her fate with composure. She wished for death. Glimmering tears trickled down from the corners of her eyes. "Forgive me, father. Your daughter cannot accept such a future." Initially, Lin Yimeng believed she could sacrifice herself for the Jinghong Empire, but upon arriving in the Qinyu Empire, she realized that she was utterly incapable of such a sacrifice. This outcome was one she could not bear. Even if Zhou Mengyang did not humiliate her, Lin Yiming had long harbored thoughts of death. It was merely the fear of retaliation from the Jingong Empire that kept these thoughts suppressed within her. However, this incident caused her despair to erupt entirely. Suddenly, Zhou Mengyang turned his head and saw Lin Yiming softly sobbing. He stood up and approached her with a dark expression. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound resonated as Lin Yiming was struck to the ground, a vivid red mark appearing on her delicate face. Zhou Mengyang coldly remarked, "On such a joyous occasion, why do you weep? I am the future heir of the Qinyu Empire. Marrying me is an immense fortune for you. Do you still feel wronged?" He was exceedingly displeased with Lin Yiming's demeanor. Had she been an ordinary woman, Zhou Mengyang might not have cared much, however. Her exceptional beauty was rare even within the Qinyu Empire, making her a valuable woman. Yet, her tearful state clearly indicated her reluctance to wed him, a display that seemed to belittle his worth. Zhou Mengyang, who was highly concerned with his pride, felt his self-esteem challenged in front of so many witnesses. In a typical scenario, had Lin Yiming been willing to humble herself and serve him well, Zhou Mengyang might have considered granting her a certain status and identity. Regrettably, he was devoid of such intentions now. She was merely an ungrateful plaything. Within the grand hall, the gazes of the other formidable figures directed at Lin Yiming were imbued with palpable disdain. To them, the esteemed status of Zhou Mengyang rendered the prospect of marrying him and basking in wealth and glory akin to a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Yet, here she was, feigning victimhood, which they deemed rather contemptible. Lin Yiming found herself sprawled on the ground, her head spinning and a piercing pain throbbing within her skull. The force of Zhou Mengyang's slap was no trifling matter. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have sustained severe injury. However, Lin Yiming, fueled by an inexplicable courage, regained her composure and coldly asserted, "Victimized? I do not feel victimized. Rather, I believe the disparity between you and the ideal partner I envision in my heart is insurmountable. You are utterly unworthy of being my man." Her words were sharp and incisive, causing several attendees in the hall to visibly alter their expressions. To dare speak in such a manner to the crown prince was tantamount to courting death. Lin Yiming, already contemplating her demise, would find a fitting resolution should Zhou Mengyang choose to end her life. Upon hearing her declaration, Zhou Mengyang's countenance darkened profoundly, as if shrouded in ominous clouds, his eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 72. The determined Lin Yiming. Zhou Mengyang gazed at her desperate eyes and let out a cold sneer. "Do you wish to die?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and cast a restriction on Lin Yiming, rendering her unable to take her own life. "Having come to my Qinyu Empire, do you truly believe you can escape from here? You wretched creature dare to insult me? I shall make you wish for life yet be unable to attain it." Zhou Mengyang's tone was chilling, his fury ignited by Lin Yiming's disdainful words. He certainly would not easily end her life. "You do not wish to marry me, do you? Then I shall humiliate you, allowing you to experience the depths of despair." After casting a cold glance at her and sneering once more, he turned his attention elsewhere. At that moment, the air within the grand hall began to ripple, as a figure slowly emerged from the void. An overwhelming aura instantly permeated the surroundings, causing the inhabitants of Qitian City to look up in shock and trepidation. What a formidable presence! Zhou Mengyang abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with dread at the terrifying aura that surpassed even that of his father. This was a being beyond the Dao realm. In an instant, Zhou Mengyang felt his heart tremble. A sage-level powerhouse. It was important to note that his father was a late-stage Daoist practitioner, and if this individual possessed such overwhelming strength, they could only be a sage. It seems that Chen was approached with a purpose, as his gaze remained fixed upon him upon entering the grand hall. "I pay my respects, senior." An aged voice resonated, revealing the figure of King Qinyu, who looked at Chen with palpable trepidation, his demeanor exceedingly humble. It was unimaginable that the strongest figure of the Qinyu Empire, a practitioner in the late stage of the Dao realm, could exhibit such humility. This time, Chen did not choose to remain inconspicuous. He unleashed the formidable aura of a sage. The others present in the hall, witnessing King Qianyu's subservience, dared not remain seated and promptly rose to pay their respects to Chen, including Zhou Mengyang, who was no exception. Simultaneously, Lin Yiming caught sight of Chen and displayed an expression of disbelief. "Chen," she whispered, her eyes tinged with skepticism. Was she hallucinating? She questioned whether the earlier slap had left her vision impaired. At that moment, Chen spoke softly. "Why are you in a daze? I will take you home." His calm voice echoed within the grand hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Hearing that familiar yet foreign voice, Lin Yiming was momentarily taken aback. But soon her face was awash with tears. "Chen, is it truly you?" Chen offered no reply. Instead, he raised his hand and swiftly dispatched Zhou Mingyang. The eyes of those present abruptly contracted, yet they dared not express their discontent, choosing instead to lower their heads in a display of submission. This was a sage. Su Chen. Is this indeed the name of the sage? Many bore expressions of trepidation, fully aware of Lin Yiming's identity as the princess of the Jingong Empire. Yet, none could fathom her connection to a sage. Zhou Mingyang had audaciously set his sights on a woman of such formidable caliber. The powerful figures within the Grand Hall were all aligned with Zhou Mingyang, but none would willingly choose death for his sake. Soon after, the figures of Su Chen and Lin Yiming vanished from sight. Throughout the encounter, Su Chen had not cast even a glance at the others. Within the palace, King Qianyu wore a countenance tinged with fear, and only after Su Chen's departure did his emotions settle somewhat. It appeared that this sage did not intend to annihilate the Qianyu Empire. Although he had long resided within the inner palace, he was well aware of the happenings outside, including Zhou Mingyang's recent actions. That woman must be Lin Yiming of the Jingong Empire, he mused. This fool dared to vie for the affections of a sage. Casting a glance at the lifeless Zhou Mingyang, he felt no inclination for vengeance. With this thought, King Qianyu harbored a flicker of ire within, addressing Zhou Mingyang's corpse. Fool! You nearly brought catastrophic ruin upon the Qianyu Empire. Truly, your death is hardly regrettable. With that, he surveyed the other individuals in the hall before snorting contemptuously and turning to leave. If Zhou Mingyang were to hear the words of King Qianyu, he would likely feel an immense sense of grievance. Who could have imagined that a mere ordinary royal power from the Jingong Empire could somehow entangle itself with a sage, compelling the sage to take personal action? Under the icy gaze of King Qianyu, the other individuals within the Grand Hall felt a palpable sense of trepidation. On Mount Wangun, the figures of Su Chen and Lin Yiming emerged slowly from the void. At the peak of Wangun Mountain, only Su Chen's Wangun Academy remained, as everyone else had relocated to the Wangun Cave Heaven, rendering the summit somewhat tranquil, and the area had begun to be overrun with weeds. As Su Chen and Lin Yiming walked along the narrow path, they reveled in the gentle breeze sweeping in from the horizon. Silence enveloped them, with Lin Yiming on the verge of speaking, but at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, Su Chen extended a jade pendant towards her, his voice soft and reassuring. This item contains a trace of my aura. Henceforth, I will be aware should anything befall you. Lin Yiming nodded slightly, responding with a soft hum. She lifted her gaze to observe Su Chen's profile, her thoughts drifting to the letter she had penned for him some time ago. Her cheeks flushing with warmth. Surely, he must have seen it, or perhaps he had not. For reasons unknown, Lin Yiming found herself wishing that he had not, for the embarrassment was overwhelming, akin to a confession of her feelings. Su Chen did not say much more. After exchanging a few casual words, the two parted ways once again. Lin Yiming was assigned to a guest room at the Su residence. However, she did not linger long, and after 2 days, she prepared to depart from the Su family. As she stood at the foot of Wanyan Mountain, she turned to gaze at the mountain's peak, her eyes brimming with determination. One day, Su Chen, I will catch up to your pace. Lin Yiming silently vowed to herself. She recognized that she was not yet worthy of Su Chen, and thus resolved to diligently cultivate her skills. She yearned for the day when she could stand alongside him as an equal, ready to boldly express her feelings. At present, she felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Yet, could I truly catch up? Lin Yiming questioned her own soul, recalling how Su Chen had rescued her from the Qianyu Empire. A testament to his formidable strength. He was likely at the legendary saint level. Meanwhile, she was merely at the late stage of the transformation realm. No, Lin Yiming. You must not lose heart. Dreams must be cherished. What if one day they come true? With renewed confidence, Lin Yiming set her course towards Jingong City. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat at the edge of a cliff on Wangan Mountain, the view below sprawling magnificently before him. The blazing sun hung high in the distance, casting a beautiful glow upon the world. Cultivators fear not the bitter cold, and thus the scorching sun posed no hindrance to Su Chen. Beside him lay a table, adorned with a carpet upon which Ruashi knelt, continuously pouring wine for Su Chen. The libations of this world, to be candid, transcended the very essence of wine itself. The beverage bore no semblance to traditional spirits. Rather, its rich aroma enveloped the palate like ambrosial nectar, enchanting even Su Chen, who had never been a connoisseur of alcohol. He gazed at Lin Yiming, who was retreating into the distance, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he shook his head at the girl's antics. Soon enough, he shifted his gaze, closing his eyes, a look of serenity gracing his features. Perched atop the mountain, he savored the gentle caress of the breeze, relishing the sheer comfort of it all. For someone like Su Chen, who cherished tranquility, this was nothing short of a paradise on earth. Chapter 73. I take great pleasure in destroying talents like you. At this moment, Su Chen's foremost desire is to witness his own gradual ascent. As for matters of romance, he chooses to set them aside for the time being. Moreover, the rewards he has gleaned from his sign-in activities can hardly be deemed invincible. Apart from that summoning card from Su Xiaoke, he finds himself lacking in formidable assets, although he possesses an impressive cultivation of billions of years. Can such prowess truly elevate him to the pinnacle of this world? Perhaps not. Thus, Su Chen prefers to limit his entanglements. One Su family is ample. What if he encounters a formidable adversary beyond his capacity to handle? The sign-in system he utilizes yields increasingly remarkable rewards the longer he persists. He eagerly anticipates what treasures await him after 1,000,000 years of dedication. After all, it took 1,000,000 years to obtain a summoning card for Su Xiaoke. Might he also summon other characters? For instance, figures like Xiao Yin and Yi Fan. The thought of gathering them together for a lively game of mahjong is undeniably exhilarating. However, maintaining their presence for even 10 seconds could prove challenging. Yet, this is not a concern. Perhaps after several million years of sign-ins, he could summon them permanently. Such a possibility is not entirely out of reach. Nevertheless, what if these individuals possess such immense power that he cannot rein them in? In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed. Over the course of these 30 years, Su Chen has undergone little transformation, yet he consistently discovers myriad sources of amusement, such as fishing and enjoying melodies in taverns, thus not experiencing profound solitude. All things considered, this existence is far superior to the void he endured within the system's ethereal space during his initial journey. It is precisely due to that million-year interval in the void that he has developed a keen interest in seemingly mundane activities, such as fishing. Had a cultivator occupied his position, they would undoubtedly deem such pursuits exceedingly dull. However, Su Chen finds genuine joy in them. In the span of 3 decades, the Jinghong Empire has witnessed significant changes. Su Hongyuan has achieved the pinnacle of the returning origin realm and is currently secluding himself to refine his understanding, preparing for a breakthrough into the Dao realm. Meanwhile, Su Qingtian has progressed to the early stages of the returning origin realm, while several elders have merely attained the pinnacle of the combined body stage. Over these 30 years, the Su family has garnered a multitude of formidable experts. Upon their arrival at Wangge Mountain, they numbered barely over 1,000. Yet now, the Su family boasts nearly 100,000 members. The majority of this populace consists of subordinates who have pledged allegiance to the Su family, with true blood relatives constituting only a small fraction, even among collateral branches. Today, looking down from Wanyan Mountain, one can observe that the base of the mountain is still densely populated with houses, resembling a small city. Among these 100,000 individuals, not all serve the Su family. Many are their family members, settled at the mountain's foot, which accounts for such a substantial number. However, the midsection of Wanyan Mountain remains relatively sparsely populated. After all, the mountainsides above are inhabited only by collateral relatives. The Zixia mountain range has been entirely brought under the control of the Su family, with no outsiders permitted to enter. For the past decade, the Jinghong Empire has presented lavish tributes to the Su family annually, evoking a sense of vassalage. However, this is quite understandable, as the Su family's power is formidable. Should the Su family desire to seize the Jinghong Empire, it would be a rather straightforward endeavor. In Dingyang County, the Luri sect, founded by Su Yuza of the Su family, has flourished due to his formidable cultivation and the backing of the Su family. Presently, the Luri sect stands as a significant force in Dingyang County, with nearly 3,000 members within its ranks. Su Yuza himself has advanced to the threshold of the half-step integration realm. This merely represents a fraction of the Su family's influence. As the direct descendants continue to expand their reach, the true extent of the Su family's power is exceedingly vast, far exceeding the mere 100,000 beneath the Wanyan Mountain. Today, outside the tranquil Luri sect, a group of figures emerged, all clad in black robes adorned with the character Farin. They exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. "This is the Luri sect," the leader proclaimed, his countenance as frigid as ice, his eyes reflecting a remorseless, cold-blooded demeanor. According to the information, Su Yuza must be within these confines. Yang Ling nodded lightly. "Now that we have confirmed the news, let us gather our forces. When the opportune moment arrives, we shall eradicate the Fallen Cloud sect." The Grand Elder immediately nodded, his expression somewhat invigorated. It seems the Su family has unwittingly offended someone. as they have been openly targeted with a bounty in the shadows. Assisting in the assassination of a direct descendant of the Su family is rewarded with 2 million high-grade spirit stones and 3 earth-grade weapons. If we can annihilate the Su family, our extreme insect will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. At this moment, the second elder suddenly furrowed his brow and spoke. Grand Elder, we must exercise caution. Although our extreme insect possesses 3 late-stage returning origin experts and a sect leader who is a half-step into the Tao, the Su family should not be underestimated. Their rapid rise to power in such a short time suggests that it is not merely a simple matter. The Grand Elder scoffed. What do you have to worry about? Second Elder? Have you forgotten who issued this public bounty? Upon hearing this, the second elder fell silent after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, the strength of the individual behind this bounty is overwhelming. The Su family lacks even a single Tao realm expert, and it is inconceivable that they could withstand such an opponent. Our task this time is not to directly eliminate the Su family, rather. We aim to lure their members over. When the time comes, the main force will be that individual, and we will merely assist from the sidelines. In the shadows. Once a task is issued, the reward must be delivered to the shadowy figure, and once a task is accepted, the issuer cannot harm the one who has taken the task. It can be said that the Shadow Watchers impose exceedingly stringent requirements. Any violation of their regulations results in being pursued by the relentless assassins of the shadows. As a formidable holy power within the Eastern Domain, no one dares to offend the Shadow Watchers. Thus, they remain assured, harboring no fears of betrayal from those who issue the tasks. At this moment, Yonglong suddenly spoke, declaring, "All right, most of the people have arrived. It is time for us to take action." Upon hearing these words, a chilling smile spread across the faces of those beside him. In an instant, terrifying ores erupted, enveloping the entire Falling Cloud sect. The oppressive force instilled fear in the hearts of all within the sect. Some of the more astute elders reacted swiftly, bellowing throughout the sect, "Enemy attack. Everyone, prepare to defend." Just as the words left his lips, a distant blade of light swiftly cleaved him asunder. Suyuza burst forth from within the sect, his expression gravely serious. "Who dares to assault our Fallen Cloud sect? Might you reveal your name?" Even as he spoke, he hastily sent word to the Su family. The auras of these individuals were exceedingly potent, each at least a cultivator of the returning origin realm, an insurmountable threat at present. Yonglong's figure materialized in an instant, raising his hand to strike down upon Suyuza. The force of his blow was so terrifying that it felt as if Suyuza's body had disassembled. Crashing down into the sect with a deafening thud, a sound so jarring it sent shivers down the spine. The sound resonated as if a person had plummeted from the 5th floor, crashing heavily upon the ground. Yonglong cast a derisive glance downward, disdainfully remarking, "Just a mere insect at the void refinement stage, and yet you presume to know our names? Suyuza, the genius sect leader of the Jingong Empire. I have heard tales of your prowess. You were said to have attained the threshold of the half-step integration before the age of 60. Such a pace of cultivation rivals even the prodigies of the sacred lands. Alas, you are ultimately devoid of their backing." A subtle smile played upon Yonglong's lips as a mischievous expression adorned his face. "I take great pleasure in dismantling talents such as yours." Chapter 74. The Spirit Leader. It is over. The sect leader has been defeated, and we are all doomed. Is the leader not a member of the Su family? Can we not summon the Su family for assistance? The presence of these individuals is overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing the realm of the void refinement stage. Could they possibly be at the fusion stage? No, they must be at the return to origin realm. Fearful murmurs echoed throughout the Fallen Cloud sect, as disciples and elders trembled in dread. Fortunately, these assailants seemed to target only the formidable members of the sect, sparing those of lesser strength. However, the residual effects had already claimed the lives of nearly 300 disciples. Yonglong slowly descended from the sky, while Suyuza lay on the ground, racked with excruciating pain, lacking even the strength to move. Return to origin realm. No, you are not at the return to origin realm. You are merely at the precipice of the Tao entry stage. Why have you chosen to provoke the Falling Cloud sect? Suyuza's voice was hoarse and deep, akin to a dying yet fiercely enraged lion. Though he was backed by the Su family, he had never sought conflict, and the Falling Cloud sect had always pursued steady development. He was certain that he had not offended such powerful beings. Yet, why then did they assault the Falling Cloud sect? From their demeanor, it was evident that they harbored intentions of annihilating the Falling Cloud sect. Yonglong wore a mocking smile. "You are not worthy of knowing these matters. Quickly send word to your Su family. They are your only hope for salvation. Send word to the Su family." Upon hearing this phrase, Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Were these individuals targeting the Su family? Summoning all his strength, he removed the jade pendant from his waist, intending to send a message to the Su family to refrain from approaching, lest they fall into a trap. He was prepared to sacrifice his own life, but he could not bear the thought of implicating the Su family. That would render him a sinner. However, just as he began to react, an excruciating pain surged through his hand, threatening to unravel his very being. Ah! A low cry of anguish escaped his lips as his eyes turned crimson, his face contorted in agony. His entire arm had been severed. While such a loss was not fatal for a cultivator at the virtual realm, as limbs could regenerate, the pain remained unbearable. Yanglong effortlessly drew the token towards himself, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems you have already made contact, thus, there is no need for such complications. With that, he began to stroll forward, an unnerving, malevolent grin spreading across his face. Next came the moment of revelry. What I relish most is dismantling prodigies like you and observing the terror and chaos upon your faces. Ha ha ha. Prodigies, mere trifles in my grasp, are nothing more than swine and dogs. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Yu erupted with fury, launching himself toward Yang Lang like a cannonball. Faint violet streaks appearing across his face. This is his sacred body, the triadic ethereal body. Yang Lang was caught off guard, sent flying over 100 meters. Su Yu did not pursue. He tore through the void in an attempt to escape, only to find the very fabric of space sealed. With no other option, he retreated into the distance. However, just as he had not traveled far, a colossal hand suddenly reached out to grasp him. "Aunt, your power indeed surprises me." The voice resonated. Su Yu's expression shifted. The purple markings on his face abruptly transformed into a deep obsidian hue. Simultaneously, his body swelled by nearly 30%. Bang! Yang Ling's palm struck, propelling Su Yu once more through the air. Yet this time, Su Yu did not sustain severe injuries. Rather, he harnessed the force to soar further away. The markings on his body reverted to their violet hue. This was the capability of the triadic ethereal body, which encompassed 3 forms. The purple markings signified a surge in speed and strength, the black represented defense and recovery, while the final yellow enhanced spiritual power and the strength of the soul. With Su Yu's current mastery of the triadic ethereal body, these amplifications were at least 7-fold. He could simultaneously invoke 2 powers, or even all 3, though doing so would diminish the enhancement of each individual ability. What? Yang Lung's face displayed disbelief. Although he had restrained his previous strike, it undeniably possessed the strength of a half-step return to Origin Realm. The fact that Su Yu could still move after taking such a blow was astonishing. His eyes were filled with a profound gravity. The initial strike that landed upon Su Yu was at the pinnacle of the integration stage, and at that moment, Su Yu was still able to speak, which astonished him. Only now could Yang Lung ascertain that Su Yu harbored an undeniable secret. It is worth noting that Su Yu was merely at the threshold of the integration stage. For one at such a level to withstand an attack from the perfected integration stage is nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, it was an assault of the half-origin realm. Surviving such an onslaught is already remarkable. Yang Lang's gaze ignited with fervor. It was no wonder the Su family had drawn scrutiny. They possessed a significant secret. To wield the strength comparable to that of the half-origin realm while still being at the brink of the integration stage is an astonishing feat even within the sacred grounds. Only the most elite prodigies could achieve such prowess. Contemplating this, his aura erupted fiercely. In the span of 2 breaths, Yang Ling closed the distance to Su Yu, pinning him firmly to the ground. Although Su Yu's defenses were akin to those of the half-origin realm, his own power was merely at the half-path stage, rendering any comparison utterly futile. No matter how talented one might be, transcending such vast realms is simply impossible. Su Yu struggled relentlessly, which only fueled Yang Lung's excitement further. Such formidable strength, even one at the perfected integration stage, cannot rival it. The Su family holds many secrets indeed. A wicked smile graced Yang Lung's face. I find myself reluctant to end your life so swiftly, for such a robust vessel is a rare treasure. If I could refine it into a spirit sovereign, it would indeed be splendid. Spirit sovereign. Upon hearing the term, Su Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and a look of trepidation spread across his face. The notion of refining a spirit puppet was not unfamiliar to him. It was a formation devised by a malevolent sect many years ago. However, that sect had long been obliterated due to its nefarious practices. A spirit puppet is not merely a lifeless marionette. Rather, It involves the parasitic embedding of a fragment of one's consciousness within another individual. This fragment then exerts control over the host's body, leaving the original soul to helplessly observe its own actions, powerless to intervene or alter them. Such spirit puppets are typically employed on prodigies, ensuring obedience while allowing for continued growth and retaining a degree of sentience. A flicker of fear crossed Suyu's features. He was not afraid of death, but the prospect of being turned into a puppet was utterly intolerable to him. "You beast, if you have the guts, just kill me." In response to Suyu's impotent fury, Yang Lang maintained a condescending smile upon his face. "Is this some form of provocation? Such trivial tactics hold no sway over me." As he spoke, Yang Lang began to channel his powers, preparing to delve into Suyu's soul. After all, the fate of this body hinged on the disposition of a certain individual. Thus, he intended to extract the secrets of the Su family from the opponent's spirit first. Just as he was about to make his move, a series of thunderous booms echoed from a distance, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror. Who dares to challenge the might of the Su family? Chapter 75. Senior, I beseech you to take action. The hidden powerhouses. The formidable forces of the Su family approached in unison, their presence resounding with thunderous might. The surrounding factions, captivated by this display, turned their gaze towards the falling cloud sect with profound curiosity. It appeared to be members of the Su family, who had dared to provoke them. Was there truly anyone audacious enough to challenge the falling cloud sect? Indeed, who among them was unaware that this was a power established by the direct descendants of the Su family? Offending the falling cloud sect was tantamount to incurring the wrath of the Su family itself. Nevertheless, the Su family was undeniably powerful. The auras emanating from those few individuals earlier suggested they were all cultivators of at least the integration stage. At this moment, within the falling cloud sect, the figures of Su Hongyuan and his companions stood suspended in the void. Each exuded a formidable aura, their presence shaking the very heavens. Even before making a move, the surrounding atmosphere began to tremble, unable to withstand the oppressive force they radiated. The members of the extreming sect, sensing the disturbance, halted their assault. Ceasing the massacre of the disciples of the Setting Sun sect, their expressions grave as they regarded the Su family. However, in this brief interlude, aside from Suyuza, the upper echelon of the Setting Sun sect had nearly been wiped out, with only 30% of the disciples remaining. Yang Lang cast a sidelong glance at Suyuza, raising his hand to immobilize him, rendering him unable to move. Soul searching required a tranquil environment, and with the impending battle about to erupt, it was hardly an opportune moment. The Su family would have to be eradicated first before any soul-searching could commence. He slowly rose to his feet and gazed at the 6 figures in the sky, his eyes laden with gravity. In terms of intelligence, these 6 individuals represent the pinnacle of the Su family's combat prowess. One has reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, another is at the initial stage, and 4 have attained the culmination of the harmonization realm. Indeed, the Su family is not to be underestimated. It is said that their strongest member merely possessed the refining void stage several decades ago. To achieve such remarkable progress in such a short time must surely indicate the acquisition of some extraordinary opportunity. Contemplating this, Yang Lang's gaze burned with fervor. Whatever compelled that individual to take action against the Su family could not be trivial. His demands were modest, merely a taste of the spoils for the extreme insect would suffice. Su Yunqian gazed at Suyuza, sealed upon the ground, and a chilling murderous intent surged within his eyes as his figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted violently between heaven and earth. This arc of lightning expanded exponentially, ultimately transforming into a colossal pillar of thunder aimed directly at Yang Lang. Whoever you may be, if you dare to harm a member of the Su family, you shall not escape unscathed today. Yang Lang's eyes brimmed with disdain. A mere harmonization realm practitioner dares to boast so brazenly. He dismissed Su Yunqian's attack entirely. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. As an entry-level Dao practitioner, he had no reason to fear someone who had yet to reach the returning origin realm. However, his expression soon shifted dramatically. Something is amiss. The thunderous pillar not only harbored the ferocity of violent lightning, but also teemed with the annihilating aura of sword chi, cleverly concealed within the pillar, eluding his notice. Perhaps it was due to the considerable distance that he had previously underestimated the situation. It was not until the thunderous pillar approached within 300 meters of him that he became aware of the terrifying power it harbored. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from the falling cloud sect, and Yang Lang was thrown to the ground, the earth itself fracturing under the immense force. Unable to withstand such overwhelming might, in an instant, the entire falling cloud sect was reduced to ruins. Countless disciples witnessed this scene, their faces alight with exhilaration. How wonderful! This is the support from the Su family behind our sect. With their assistance, we may finally secure the safety of Fallen Cloud's sect. Alas, my master and senior brother have perished. Those wretched beings must be eliminated. The Su family's strength is formidable. They will undoubtedly accomplish this. The power displayed by Su Yunxian immediately filled the surviving disciples of Fallen Cloud's sect with joy and hope. Meanwhile, numerous onlookers concealed in the periphery were observing in silence, their hearts gripped with trepidation upon witnessing Su Yunxian's formidable prowess. How astonishing! This strength has clearly transcended the realm of the integration stage. How audacious these individuals must be to provoke the Su family. I believe I recognize these people. They belong to the Extreme sect of the Great Qian Empire. Yet, how could the Su family, whose influence lies solely within the Jingong Empire, have drawn the ire of the Extreme sect? Recently, a mission was disseminated within the shadows, specifically targeting the Su family, accompanied by an exceedingly generous reward. I surmise it is likely connected to this matter. However, my knowledge is limited to mere hearsay regarding the specifics. The clandestine communicants are predominantly cultivators at the void refinement stage or above, maintaining a considerable distance while discreetly extending their consciousness to observe. Yet, upon hearing about the mission to eliminate the Su family, astonished expressions appeared on their faces. Although the Su family has been rapidly advancing, their conduct remains amicable and devoid of tyranny. Who would go to such lengths to annihilate them? Within the confines of the Fallen Cloud sect, the members of the Extreme sect could hardly believe their eyes upon witnessing Yang Long's predicament. How could this be possible? The sect leader is a cultivator at the threshold of the Tao, while Su Yunxian is merely at the perfected integration stage. The disparity in their realms is vast. How could she inflict harm upon the sect leader? Su Hanyuan, however, was not merely an observer. His presence was as imposing as Mount Tai as he charged directly toward Yang Long with overwhelming force, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Possessing the complete cultivation of the returning origin stage and being a sacred body, he could effortlessly engage in combat against adversaries below the mid-stage of Tao. Regardless of Yang Long's half-step into the Tao, sky collapse, Su Hanyuan exclaimed, channeling his own strength into his feet. This technique, previously imparted by the Ziyang Taoist, is a fundamental operation for formidable physical cultivators, concentrating all one's power into a single point. Such a capability is relatively straightforward for those wielding spiritual energy. However, the true strength of body cultivators lies not in spiritual power, but in sheer physical prowess. To concentrate such power into a single point requires an extraordinary level of mastery. Just as Yang Long managed to rise from the ground, he sensed Su Hanyuan charging towards him once more. He could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent and summoned all his strength to defend himself. With a resounding bang, a tremendous explosion reverberated, causing the very ground beneath the Fallen Cloud sect to sink several meters, illustrating the terrifying might of body cultivation. A mouthful of blood erupted from Yangling's lips. His body felt as if it were on the verge of disintegration, and his eyes were filled with horror and confusion. Was this truly the pinnacle of the returning origin realm? Before Su Hanyuan, he felt utterly powerless, as if they were not even of the same tier. Yet, the aura emanating from Su Hanyuan undeniably indicated he was at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Suddenly, Yang Lang recalled Su Yuza, whose combat prowess far exceeded his own realm. Gazing at the formidable aura of Su Hanyuan, Yang Lang could not help but shout, "Senior, I have brought the person you seek. I implore you to act." The strength of the Su family members surpassed his expectations, prompting Yang Lang to refrain from fighting alone, for he realized he might very well meet his demise today. Upon hearing Yang Lang's plea, Su Hanyuan immediately became alert, scanning the surroundings with a tense demeanor. He was not alone. The other members of the Su family mirrored his vigilance. If this individual possessed such formidable strength, then those referred to as seniors must surely be at least at the entry level of the Tao realm.